Chapter 1. Rebirth. Pierre sat listlessly under the eaves, watching the old hen in his yard cluck incessantly behind the rooster, eagerly seeking its attention. No surprise there, the hen must have just laid an egg. Only then would it strut so boldly before the rooster, begging for favor. The rooster, like a victorious general, led its modest harem, occasionally responding with a few clucks. Every now and then it stretched its neck and crowed triumphantly. Once it had exchanged enough challenges with the neighboring roosters, it mounted the attention-seeking hen. A few seconds of frantic flapping later, the hen fell silent, contentedly trailing behind its lord, pecking at the dirt. The rooster then stretched its neck again, crowing boastfully as if mere rivalry wasn't enough to showcase its dominance. Strutting over to Pierre with its flock, it practically oozed arrogance. Scram! Pierre grabbed the broom beside him and hurled it. The chicken scatteredno dogs joined the chaos. Damn it. Decades of my past life, and I still lived worse than this damn rooster. Pierre had never imagined that after a lifetime of toil, it would only be when his son fell ill and he took him to the hospital that Head discovered the truth the boy had raised for nearly 30 years wasn't his. And to think, Head once praised his wife for her robust health, marveling at how his premature son was healthier than most full-term babies. Just remembering made his eyes sting. Even his shadow under the lamplight seemed tinged with green. What man could endure that? Head drowned his sorrows in night stall, only to wake up back in his childhood. Fine. At least that gold-digging cheat wouldn't get his house or car now. Pierre glanced at his spindly limbs, struggling to dredge up long-forgotten memories. The uneven earthen floor, the portrait of the great leader on the wall, the shabby furniture. It all felt both alien and faintly familiar. But what year was it? How old was he? He couldn't find any clues. No school bag at home. He probably hadn't started school yet. He vaguely remembered enrolling at 8, meaning he was younger now. Good or bad? The sky was overcast, the sun hidden. With no way to tell the time, he guessed by his growling stomach that his parents would return from work soon. Though his body was small, his mind held the soul of a nearly 60-year-old man. Pierre decided to cook, but standing sent a wave of dizziness crashing over him. The leaves on the distant tree blurred. What kind of joke was this? If he had to time travel, couldn't it at least be at a better moment? Stumbling back inside, he collapsed onto the bed, drifting into a haze. In his dream, he was back at that night stall, swaying drunkenly into his car. So had been drunk, running a red light before the crash that killed him. Well, at least that bitch didn't get the car. With a touch of self-delusion, Pierre sank into true sleep. Later, warmth enveloped him. Blinking awake, he saw the flickering stove flames. The firelight danced in his vision, his mind swaying with it. At times, the flames swelled, filling his world. Tears pricked his eyes. After so many years, he was back in his mother's arms. But Mom, in burning up we hold me by the stove? Worried I'm not hot enough. Whatever. Head recover. Pierre relaxed, savoring the warmth. You're awake? Drink some sweet rice soup. His father's voice distant yet vivid. Pierre's tears fell. After so long, thank heaven for this second chance. Why the tears? Rough fingers wiped his face. Take your medicine. Hey, race your favorite sweet rice, soup cooled, just right. Unlike his usual defiance, Pierre obediently swallowed the bitter pill. His parents watched, hands ready to catch it. Normally, Head spit it out, forcing them to coax him. Medicine was precious, no wasting it. But not today. Mom's soup, he mumbled, then flushed. This child's body housed a soul older than his parents. Our air's so good today, his mother said, relieved. Perhaps because people in this era rarely took Western medicine, the pill and sweetened soup eased his fever quickly. Under his little sister's envious gaze, Pierre soon slept again. The name Pierre was actually lucky. Village naming customs favored simplicity accruder, the better, for easy rearing. Thankfully, names like second dog, second egg, second ox, and second boy were already taken, leaving him with just Pierre. His older brother wasn't so fortunate, named Hidebeo Big Treasure. Originally Big Cannon, their father had been blasting quarries at his birth. It was changed for being too crude. Little sister's name was simpler. He sent you third girl. Girls' names didn't need uniqueness. Shout second girl here, and half the village's females would answer. Hence, villagers specified, family second girl. School? Teachers mixing up names wasn't a concern few village girls attended. Those that did had proper names. Pierre's mother was Huang Ging, his father Higeoiskan, son of the He family. The eldest was Igaoli. Their grandfather had clearly hoped for more sons, planning names with virtues, propriety, righteousness, benevolence, wisdom, faith. Alas, only 2 sons were born amid 5 daughters. Igaoli was actually the youngest, though daughters didn't count in generational order. Grandpa had passed years ago. Tradition dictated grandma live with the youngest son. But youngest sons couldn't compete with eldest grandsons. When the family divided property, grandma stayed with the eldest branch. Her words, "I must raise my eldest grandson." The youngest son? Paul Watts closer than grandparents and grands? Chapter 2. Where's the money? In this era, the mortality rate among children is alarmingly high, and everyone has grown accustomed to it. It is not that parents do not feel sorrow for their offspring. If one were to articulate it, the sentiment could be encapsulated in 2 words: helplessness. Huang Guiying, upon noticing her younger son asleep once more, gently pressed her forehead against his to gauge his temperature. Finding it barely warm, she laid him back in bed before returning to the hearth. In their minds, a forehead that is not excessively hot is a relief. Temperatures of 38 or 39 degrees Celsius are hardly concerning. Adults can remedy themselves with a couple of cups of ginger syrup, or if that is not available, some warm rice soup, bundled under blankets until they sweat it out, and they feel considerably better. However, the younger child being so small necessitated seeking out a barefoot doctor from the brigade for a few pills. This was also the reason Huang Guiying brought her son close to the stove. In their perspective, such ailments as colds and fevers do not warrant physical cooling measures. Instead, they believe in the efficacy of inducing sweat to combat high fevers. Fortunately, acquiring the pills incurs no cost. They merely need to be noted for deduction from labor points at year's end. Huang Guiying observed as her eldest son and daughter rummaged through the stove, extracting several roasted turtles, eagerly tearing into the steaming entrails and stuffing them into their mouths. Turtles from the rice paddies pose a significant nuisance, often burrowing through the dikes. While working in the fields, upon spotting large holes along the edges, they would retrieve the turtles and patch the holes with mud. These turtles, primarily shells with little flesh, are tossed into the stove during cooking, providing at least a semblance of meat for the meal, a welcome snack. Huang Guiying approached and delivered a light slap to each child. Young ones have a penchant for consuming roasted turtle as if it were a delicacy. This sentiment stems from her own childhood, when she observed adults indulging in roasted turtles, who would similarly jest with her. The children, undeterred by their mother's admonition, continued unabated. The younger daughter, Sanya, even tugged at a piece of intestine, attempting to feed it to her mother. These turtles had been procured by her from the field, having coaxed her brother into helping. She had long craved this taste. "Mother, you must have a bite too." Huang Guiying regarded her little girl affectionately, choosing not to partake herself. Instead, she cradled her, tending to the fire in the stove. Otherwise, the pot's bottom would char, resulting in a dreadful meal of burnt rice. "Mother, the milk lady came today and took away 2 eggs from the chicken coop, claiming they were for DeLong to restore his health." DeLong is the eldest grandson of her mother-in-law, a young man on the cusp of marriage. He Bao, filled with indignation, relayed this to his father, who paid him no mind. Thus, he had no choice but to inform his mother. Huang Guiying felt powerless against her mother-in-law's blatant favoritism. With only 3 chickens in the household, 2 of which lay eggs, and not every day at that, they could hardly spare an egg, especially with the younger child unwell. These eggs were meant to be sold for money to purchase essential cooking oil and sewing supplies. Were you not supposed to keep watch over them? How could you let your grandmother take them? Huang Guiying embraced her little daughter while glancing at her eldest son. Bao pointed towards his sister, stating, "It was Sanya who insisted on having roasted turtle. I did not want to go, but she threw a fit." Sanya poked her little head out. Second brother made a promise. Yet who could have known he would fall asleep again this afternoon? "Well, you all keep an eye out. The hen is nesting, so latch the door. There is no other choice. The 2 families are too close together. As soon as that hen lays an egg, it will show off. Whenever the house is slightly empty, the egg will fall into the old lady's hands. And once it does, there's no getting it back. Surely, we cannot quarrel with her over this matter. We still have to live our lives." The 3 of us turned our gazes toward Higaoi. The meaning was clear. My mother-in-law is your own mother. My grandmother is your mother. You must take some responsibility. Higaoi replied, "You all look to me, but what can I do? Haven't you seen that your 5 aunts have hardly returned to their maternal home these past few years? Just the other day, your grandmother asked me for money, claiming that the eldest grandson of the He family is to marry, having set his sights on Li Lanxiang from Li village. She expected me, as the uncle, to help gather the betrothal gifts. I temporarily declined, but with her domineering nature, I still do not know how to navigate this situation. Due to the illness of the second brother, an extra handful of rice was added to the pot to make some rice soup. DePeo scooped the crispy rice crust from the bottom of the pot into his bowl, while Sanya, who was teething, could only swallow her saliva. The sweet potato rice was unappetizing, yet the rice crust was wonderfully crispy and fragrant, with a hint of sweetness. One could easily eat a bowl without any vegetables. There was only one bowl of vegetables, stir-fried chili with fermented black beans. The family was happily enjoying their meal when the old lady entered. The two boys, upon seeing their grandmother, did not even lift their heads. They truly did not wish to see her take things from their home. He Gaoi pretended not to notice, but Huang Guiying could not help it. Their eyes met, and it would be rude not to greet her. "Mother, have you eaten?" The tone was somewhat cold. Yet there was a hint of anxiety in her heart. Whenever the mother-in-law approached, it was usually not for anything good. However, the grandmother could not even be bothered to glance at her daughter-in-law, her eyes fixated on her son. "Jia, where's the money I asked you to prepare?" "What money?" "Isn't the annual 200 gene of fine grain sufficient? Their family receives only this amount each year as well." Huang Guiying. Hidabao stopped his chopsticks, staring intently at He Gaoi. They demanded an explanation. Chapter 3. I will seek my uncle and grandfather. He lay in bed. Regardless of how old one's soul may be, when returning to a childhood body, one must yield when necessary. In a daze, a ringing sound echoed in his mind. Detection indicates the host's body is excessively weak. The system space will not be activated. Please, host, strive to improve your physical condition. Detection reveals inflammation in the host's semiconductor, causing high fever. The system shall take over the body's immune response. As the words faded, He felt as if he were immersed in a hot spring, warmth enveloping him entirely, bringing an extraordinary sense of comfort and ease. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, yet it also felt like merely a fleeting moment. With the voice of his grandmother echoing in his ears. "Gaoi, what are you pretending for? Where's the money you promised me?" He immediately recalled that this was the substantial bride price meant for her. According to his memory, his father had refused, not out of unwillingness, but due to financial constraints. He distinctly remembered that tomorrow, that favoritism-laden grandmother would seize the opportunity while his parents were at work to sell off the entire year's worth of fine grains from their household. Unable to remain in bed any longer, he turned over and got out, making his way to the kitchen. "Grandma, is my brother DeLong going to marry?" he asked. The grandmother shot a glance at her little grandson. "Adults are speaking. What business do you have interrupting?" "Gaoi, is this how you teach your children?" He paid little heed to this, his urgency boiling over. He remembered all too well that it was because of this very grandmother that they had scarcely enjoyed fine grains for years. His father would only sulk in silence, while his mother could do nothing but secretly wipe her tears. "Grandma, is Uncle gone? I haven't seen him and Auntie these past few days." His grandmother grew irate. "You little wretch, how dare you utter such curses, wishing death upon your uncle. I'll give you a good thrashing." With that, she lunged to strike Hier. "Mother, he's still just a child, he doesn't understand. Why bother with him?" Guiying hurriedly restrained her mother-in-law. "Uncle is not dead, his son is marrying. Why are you troubling my father? DeLong is your blood." Hier continued. "If this starts, who knows how hard our lives will be in the future. I have experienced it firsthand. I'll give you a good beating for your nonsense, you little miscreant." The grandmother, now enraged, struggled to free herself from her daughter-in-law's grasp. Unfortunately, she could not break free and, in a fit of anger, slapped her daughter-in-law hard across the face. She envisioned that if she did not assert control over the family today, they might suffer greatly in the future. Upon witnessing his mother being struck, Hier's eyes turned red. "Brother, let us go find uncle and grandfather. My father has sired a love child outside, and they dare to bully my mother." Upon returning, Gaoi was startled to see his eldest son truly rising up. He too became alarmed. His youngest son had placed a tremendous burden on the He family. Not only was he embarrassed to face others, but it seemed his sister-in-law might have to jump into the river to prove her innocence. There was no other recourse. Everyone knew this was mere nonsense, yet once the word spread, it would be impossible to clarify, especially since it originated from their own family. The grandmother was also flustered. She had grown accustomed to asking her youngest son for financial support over the years. Why was this little brat reacting so strongly this time? Who had taught him such audacity? If he ran his mouth outside, how would the He family retain any dignity? "You come back here. I won't ask your father for money anymore," the grandmother shouted sharply. There was no way around it. The two boys ran too swiftly, and even their father could not catch up under the moonlight. He halted, for his intention was not to report. Yet he could not let this biased grandmother off the hook so easily. Gao Yi, not foolish, saw his sons had stopped and thus halted his own steps as well. Milk, I cannot believe you. You still demand 200 pounds of fine grain from our family each year, which is even more than what we consume. After saying this, she started to run again. I no longer desire the fine grain. Oh, my little ancestor. Hinai was truly flustered. At this moment, countless villagers had emerged to witness the commotion. If she did not silence this little ancestor, she would become the sinner of the He family. Father, did you hear that? If you give our family's money and grain to my Nai again, I will seek out my maternal grandfather and uncle. All right. Hasn't he or Nai already promised? Higawi stepped forward, tenderly embracing his son, who was still unwell. Brother, let us return home. Dabauer finally realized that his younger brother was indeed formidable, having managed to render their Nai speechless. Chapter 4. Fishing at the western end of the village, there is a small river. The river is not particularly deep, yet the water is exceptionally clear and stretches long, originating from the mountains, though its endpoint remains unknown. The riverbed is adorned with aquatic plants, and one can often see small fish swimming among the greenery. During the summer, this river becomes the ideal playground for the boys. Parents in the village never worry about their sons drowning. When Hier was merely 5 years old, his father took him to the river for a bath, claiming he would teach him how to swim. While no one was paying attention, he dove into the water just like the older boys, only to swallow a few mouthfuls of water. When his father pulled him out, tearful and gasping, the villagers erupted in laughter. As his father said, which child learns to swim without taking in a bit of water? On the third day, he swam across the small river under his brother's guidance, though he inevitably choked on a couple of mouthfuls again. There was a stone arch bridge over the river, the bridge's surface being about 3 feet wide, while the arch itself was quite high. Pushing a unicycle across the bridge became somewhat laborious if the load was a bit heavy. Having just recovered from illness, Pierre did not assist in the rice fields to gather the grain. Sanya, on the other hand, wished to insist on accompanying her brother to catch turtles. But after receiving 2 slaps from their mother, she dared not press the matter further. Urge, shall we go to the small ditch to catch fish? Sanya tugged at Hier, who was sitting on the threshold, her voice sweet and gentle. In the past, Hier would have eagerly agreed to his sister's request, often without her even needing to ask. He would grab 2 bamboo baskets, one large and one small, and casually find a roadside ditch. With a swift motion, he would thrust the large basket into the ditch, then stomp vigorously in front of it, causing the basket to flip up, revealing several mudfish. In a single day, they could easily gather 3 to 5 pounds. However, at this moment, he lacked the heart for such activities. Who knew if the Nai next door would once again carry away the remaining rice from their home? 2 bags of rice and a pot of sweet potatoes. Thinking about it was truly daunting. Senya, please check if Nai has gone to work. In the countryside, there is no notion of the elderly not working. Work points equate to food. Brother, Nai has gone to the grain-drying yard. It is no wonder that this young lady dares to accompany him in fishing. She has already deciphered the enemy's intentions. It is not that his grandmother has not intended to target their family, but rather that she is genuinely afraid. Just last night, when her eldest grandson returned empty-handed, she was immediately questioned. His grandmother stammered, and after relaying what Hier had said, the color drained from De Longma's face. Not to mention De Long himself. This little brat boldly speaks whatever comes to his mind. De Longma nearly rushed over to tear Hier's mouth apart. Startled, De Long quickly grasped his mother's arm. There were quite a number of people outside enjoying the cool breeze, and Hier, with his loose tongue, could jeopardize their family's reputation if he uttered anything further that was inappropriate. Upon hearing that his grandmother had gone to work, Hier's anxious heart finally settled. In his previous life, or rather, on this very day before his rebirth, he had been in a daze from fever, only vaguely hearing his grandmother's sounds from inside the house. It was not until his parents returned from work that he learned his grandmother had taken the fine grains to the black market. Senya, shall I take you to the riverside to fish? But brother, you have fished several times already and caught nothing. The little girl sincerely believed that catching loaches would be a more reliable endeavor. I will certainly catch fish today. If not, I will bring back some frogs, ensuring you have meat to eat today. Upon hearing her brother's promise, Senya picked up a small shovel from home and went to the corner of the kitchen, where the water was drained after washing pots. It was quite damp there, and with a single scoop, several red worms were unearthed. By the time Hier emerged with the fishing rod on his back, Senya had already gathered quite a few worms. That's enough, Senya. The two little ones then made their way towards the west of the village. The eastern end of the village housed the sent-down youth, while the western end contained the cattle shed. Beyond the cattle shed lay the river. As they passed the shed, Pierre deliberately cast a few glances inside. It was empty, likely also due to the rush for harvest. The cattle shed was home to two elderly men who appeared to be in their 50s. One of them would fall ill by the end of the year. It was an unexpected consequence when a few eggs were secretly sent from Wu Laogan's home, resulting in his son Wu Chuxing ending up in court. Wu Chuxing was indeed a ruthless individual. He married the second daughter of Pierre's aunt, Gan Jing. This couple schemed to take away their brother Gan Bin's house, and all the evidence indicated that although the money for the house was provided by Gan Bin, it was transferred through his sister's account, with the property registered under her name. Brother, I am doing this for your own good. Do you think I would harm you as your sister? I am merely concerned that your honesty might lead to complications after marrying, especially in the event of a divorce and subsequent property disputes. Due to the connections with the elderly man, he ascended to a position as a presiding judge in the intermediate court, where he managed to murder his mistress, who lived across the street, by first rendering her unconscious and then suffocating her. Astonishingly, he evaded conviction through his judicial experience. Being a former judge had its advantages. Even after being dismissed, he could still serve as a legal advisor, though he unfortunately spent several years in confinement. What does it matter if one loses their job, as long as life is preserved? Reflecting on the tragic circumstances faced by his cousin's family sent a chill down Pierre's spine. It seemed prudent to avoid visiting his aunt's home, better to maintain a safe distance. Lost in thought, he was abruptly jolted back to reality by a voice. Senya, are you going fishing with your brother? Yes, my brother promised that today I would have meat to eat. Turning around, Pierre was surprised to find that it was Chef Sheng who had approached him. What a coincidence, I was just thinking of you. Have you leveled up? He couldn't help but think. This cunning lad, now just 5 years his senior, was quite handsome. Pierre maintained a neutral expression, adept at managing his demeanor. Little heir, where are you going fishing? Allow me to guide you to a prime spot. I assure you'll catch plenty. Where? Please tell us. Senya exclaimed. Pierre remained impassive, pretending he hadn't heard. All right, but if you catch fish, you must let me take two, Chef Sheng proposed. The little girl hesitated, for her second brother had never caught fish before. Pierre turned to her. Senya, hurry up. If you don't, I might leave you behind. The path was muddy and uneven. One had to watch their step carefully to avoid twisting an ankle. Don't you want me to tell you the location? Chef Sheng continued, still trying to persuade them. No need. If you know a good spot, you can fish there yourself. As soon as his sister arrived, Pierre took her hand, and the two little ones made their way to the riverbank. Pierre did not pause, continuing until they reached the fork leading to the paddy field's irrigation channel, where they finally stopped. Chapter 5. Catching fish, brother, are we fishing here? Senya asked curiously. Previously, her brother would choose a spot by the riverbank under the shade of trees. Today, however, they had come to such a distant place. Look how nice it is here, with shade from the trees and murky water. From here, we can see the villagers working, and perhaps even catch a glimpse of our parents, Pierre explained. Senya stood up, gazing at the distant figures cutting rice. However, they were too far away, all wearing straw hats, making it difficult to discern who was who. Pierre set up a small stool for her to sit on, adjusted the float, and casually baited a hook with a worm before submerging it into the irrigation channel. Brother, why do you keep adjusting the float? Senya recalled that her brother had always kept the float still when fishing, fearing that movement would scare the fish away. This thought made her blush. She had never fished before. Fishing, in her understanding, was merely a matter of casting the hook where the water plants indicated fish presence, holding her breath in anticipation so as not to frighten them away. In the end, she would reel in the line only to find the worm gone and no fish in sight. The only success she could claim was having spotted a cluster of black fish fry. When she cast her line, she managed to catch a sizable black fish, but it slipped off the hook as soon as it reached the shore. Senya was becoming increasingly impatient as the bobber floated up and down before disappearing beneath the water's surface. Second brother, there's a fish on the line. Meng Meng's voice was filled with urgency. Before Senya could finish her sentence, a fish weighing approximately 2 taels was already being pulled ashore. Without needing to intervene, Senya had already pinned the fish to the ground and removed the hook. Only then did he take the crucian carp and place it in the small fish basket, which he subsequently lowered into the water. In a short span of time, they had already caught over 10 fish, including a loach. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, Senya sat beneath the shade of a tree, tiny beads of sweat forming on her forehead. "Brother, I'm going to drink some water from the river." Pierre wanted to caution her that drinking untreated water was unwise, but ultimately refrained from speaking. At home, they had never boiled water. When thirsty, they would simply dip a ladle into the water jar and gulp it down. He watched as his sister skillfully approached the riverbank, her small hands playfully splashing the surface before cupping water to bring to her lips. "Ah, this water is far cleaner than your hands. Senya, wash your hands first before drinking." The little girl looked at her brother with some confusion. "Your hands just touched the fish." Only then did Senya realize, grabbing some mud from the riverbank to rub on her hands. After washing them, she took a couple of steps further and joyfully cupped water to drink. By the time Senya returned to the shore, he had caught a few more fish. "Let us go home." Pierre packed up his fishing rod, glancing at his sister. Senya felt a twinge of reluctance. Children often fished by the river, but it was rare to see such a bountiful catch. Usually, catching 3 or 5 fish in a morning was a cause for great joy. How could they leave when they had caught so many? "Second brother, can we fish for a little longer, please?" Seeing the rosy glow on his sister's cheeks, Pierre took her small hand. "In a bit, when the sun gets stronger, the fish won't bite. Brother, I'll carry the fish basket." The fish inside the basket were lively, and Senya couldn't get enough of the sight. "Let us take it home first, all right?" Though still reluctant, after a few bumpy steps, she handed the basket to her brother. "Brother, can we come back to fish tomorrow?" Pierre nodded. Their parents rose before dawn to start working when the sky was just beginning to lighten. It was unavoidable, as the midday sun was too harsh. During the busy season of double cropping, early rice needed to be harvested while late rice had to be planted. This rush to harvest and plant also meant a rush to steal moments of rest. The following year, to rejuvenate the soil, they would plant a season of red clover, tilling it underground as green manure, allowing them to plant only one season of mid-season rice. The barren land, in its struggle to sustain the villagers, silently endured and gave of itself. The two returned home, noting the sun. It was likely not yet 11 o'clock. Dabao has returned home, preparing lunch for the family. He noticed 2 little ones, each wielding a fishing rod and carrying a basket, but initially paid them little mind. Thinking that catching fish in the small river was no easy feat, however, when he beheld nearly 2 pounds of fish spilled out before him, he was taken aback. "Ertzi, did you catch these?" he exclaimed. "Brother, you are remarkable, catching one after another." The little girl danced with excitement, eagerly explaining. "I will handle the fish, Ertzi. You go to the garden and fetch some chili peppers, and if there are ripe eggplants or cucumbers, bring those back too." He did not refuse her request. Instead, he instructed his sister to take the surplus worms to feed their chickens. The little girl hesitated momentarily, but then decided it was fine to wait until after lunch to dig up some black worms for the chickens, leaving the red worms for tomorrow's fishing trip. Upon arriving at his garden, he resisted the urge to reach for the tender chili peppers and young cucumbers. With only a few vegetables available for the 3 meals of the day, he noted the absence of ginger and garlic, though he had plenty of dried ones stored. A small spoonful of oil was swirled around the iron pot, seemingly just to prevent sticking. The cleaned fish were arranged neatly, and upon hearing the sizzle from the pot, the little girl nearly drooled in anticipation. Soy sauce was a luxury, but he had homemade bean paste and chopped chili paste at his disposal. The salt was coarse and contained some impurities, yet despite Dabao's youth, he had been cooking for several years. Pierre, meanwhile, sat in front of the stove, tending to the fire, which was his sole responsibility. The 3 siblings soon placed a large pot of fish on the table and cooked sweet potato rice. Before long, the sounds of adult footsteps and chatter echoed from outside. Unable to contain her excitement, the little girl rushed out. "Father, Mother, Big Brother has prepared the meal." Since their parents had gone to work with the grandparents, she refrained from mentioning the abundance of fish her second brother had caught. Their parents smiled, and each extended a hand to pull the little girl into the kitchen. Although the kitchen was also a mud house, it had 2 doors, one leading outside and the other connecting to the west wing. "Ah, you caught fish today?" Upon seeing the large bowl of fish, their parents were not only pleased but also astonished. The little girl sat beside her mother, holding a small bowl, animatedly recounting how her brother had caught one fish after another. Their father and mother carefully placed fish heads into their bowls, tenderly ensuring the belly meat was shared between the little girl and themselves, continuously reminding her to eat slowly and be cautious not to choke. The sight of a pot of fish, devoid of any visible grease, brought such joy to their parents. Pierre felt a twinge of sadness. At just 7 years old, He could do little more than fish and help out at home. The village lay several miles from the mountains, and even when venturing into the woods, aside from gathering mushrooms, he could hardly carry back much chestnuts or hazelnuts. Was this rebirth perhaps a bit premature? Chapter 6. Selling fish after finishing his meal. Their father took the opportunity to nap for a while their mother sat at the kitchen door, sharpening a sickle. "Mother, allow me to assist you with the sharpening." The bow had just finished washing the dishes when he called out to his mother. The faster the sickle was honed, the easier the afternoon labor would be. "Take a break. I can manage it myself," replied his mother. Sharpening a sickle is indeed a skilled task. Pierre took the sickle from his mother's hands, gently asserting, "I shall do it. You rest for a while." His voice was soft, yet there was an unmistakable authority in his tone. "Is this truly my second son?" she mused. In their household, no matter whose child it was, terms of endearment such as you and your were commonly used, with respectful forms like you being quite rare. After his illness, her second son had grown more considerate. Normally, if one were to ask him to do something, he would be reluctant. Today, however, he was different. "Can you sharpen a sickle?" the bow inquired. Pierre had already taken over the task. "Go ahead, take your time, there's no rush." After nearly 6 hours of labor in the morning, anyone claiming not to be weary would be lying. His mother observed as her son let a few drops of water fall onto the whetstone, sharpening the blade with a skillful touch before she retreated indoors. She lay down on the makeshift bed at the back door and soon began to snort evenly. The bow picked up the sickle that Pierre had sharpened, running his fingers slowly along the edge. "Well done, my second son. This blade is even sharper than the one I honed." "How could it not be? Unlike you, who only relies on brute strength." Once both sickles were sharpened, they went into the kitchen to drink some cool water from the tank, and Pierre felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was then that he noticed the entire household was fast asleep. Having picked up a small shovel earlier, he had dug up some earthworms from the compost heap in the yard. After returning to the kitchen door to feed the 3 chickens, he settled down on the threshold, lost in thought. Though he could read now, he knew he must keep this knowledge a secret. He had many ideas, yet none were suitable for expression. Attending school could render him a prodigy, but aspiring to be extraordinary might lead others to whisper that he was possessed by a spirit. Even his loving parents would secretly summon a shaman to sacrifice their only rooster, seeking to exorcise any demons. Before his transmigration, Pierre had been a man in his 60s. He had completed high school, worked as a screwdriver, carried bricks, sold goods at a market stall, and eventually ran a small grocery store, preferring to watch videos rather than read novels. He was unaware of the existence of a time management bureau within tomatoes, nor did he know that he had brought a spatial dimension with him. Now, in his 7-year-old body, he felt uncertain about how to assist his family. Unconsciously, he sat on the threshold, leaning against the earthen bricks, and soon fell into a deep sleep. His parents found this behavior unremarkable. It was common for children to stay out late during meal times, and wherever the adults were, they would find their little ones dozing amidst the straw. When the work bell rang, his father lifted him onto the bamboo bed, after which the family of 3 headed out to toil in the rice fields. Despite de Bao's young age, all the children in the village were busy gathering rice ears, as it was not merely about labor credits. The grains must not be trampled into the ground. In the 2nd grade, there exists a text titled "Grains Returned to the Granary." After nearly a month of diligent effort, the late rice has mostly been sown, and the school term is about to commence. Pierre is eager to express to his mother his desire to attend school, yet, considering his naive and simple-minded younger sister, he refrains from voicing those thoughts. Each day, weather permitting, he takes his sister along to fish. Over time, the village children have come to know that the fish in the irrigation canal are far easier to catch than those in the brook, leading to an increase in young anglers. As they pass by the cow shed, noticing no one is paying attention, they discreetly toss a few slightly larger fish into it. An old, gaunt man inside the shed gazes at the 2 children with surprise. Pierre, holding his sister's hand, does not look back, but merely waves his hand behind him. They have long grown accustomed to the fact that the educated youth in the commune avoid them as if they were venomous serpents during criticism sessions. Even if they are not the main subjects, they are often included for re-education. Unexpectedly, it is 2 little children who have been secretly extending kindness to them, frequently bringing fish. Old Han, who regularly receives these fish, wonders whose children they are. They belong to the He family. This child behaves like a little adult. Old Wong, smiling as he watches the 2 children depart, lingers in the cow shed until he sees someone passing by. at which point he bows his head and resumes shoveling manure. Do not be misled into thinking that herding cattle is an easy task. During the busy farming season, the two elderly men work no less than the commune members, and after finishing their duties, they must still cut grass to feed the cattle. In their small group, there are as many as 7 or 8 water buffalo, even with children assisting in exchanging grass for work points. Ensuring the cattle are well fed each day is no simple endeavor. Upon their return home, fish basket in tow, their grandmother approaches. "Xiao Er, let me see how many fish you caught today." He replies, "I haven't caught as many as Xiao Fingjia." After speaking, he lifts the fish basket, takes his sister by the hand, and hurriedly enters the kitchen, firmly closing the door behind them before dashing to the main entrance and securing it from within. Their chickens receive worms to eat daily and are now laying 2 eggs each day, with some even being double-yolked. However, he cannot allow his grandmother to touch them. The grandmother's expression darkens with anger. She wishes to scold this unfilial little rascal, yet thinking of his incessant chatter, she can only stomp her foot in frustration and head to the home of her eldest son. The eldest of the He family, He Gaoli, has 3 sons. The eldest is called Dalong, the second Dahu, and the third Dabo. Behind them are 2 daughters, the elder named Dani and the younger Xiaoni. Dalong and Dahu have already begun earning work points, and even 15-year-old Dabo has joined in. Dani and Xiaoni are also capable of assisting with household chores. Given the labor force of the He family, they are hardly in need of these 2 little ones. The old lady, however, seems inclined to take advantage of any opportunity to extract something from her younger son, which is quite exasperating. Until now, the 5 children gazed at the He heirs and siblings, their expressions a blend of confusion and displeasure. He was determined to sever all familial ties with the DeLong family. Was it truly such a grave matter simply because they were denied an advantage? Sanya peered through the crack of the door, waiting until their grandmother had departed before she allowed her brother to open it. At that moment, 2 young intellectuals approached, one of whom He had never encountered before. Clad in neat attire, his complexion was far fairer than that of the seasoned young intellectuals. He appeared as though he had just emerged from school. "Young intellectual, have you come for a reason?" He inquired. "Did you catch many fish today?" A flicker of joy sparked within He's heart upon hearing the question. "I caught a few. Are you planning to purchase some to take back with you?" The young intellectual nodded, mentioning that they had brought along 3 new young intellectuals and intended to gather for a meal. However, the distance to the town was over 10 miles, and the road conditions left much to be desired. Instantly, they thought of the boy from Gao Yi's family, who was exceptionally skilled at fishing. "Well then, how many do you have? We shall buy them all from you." This cannot be considered profiteering, can it? He was eager to sell, genuinely wishing to do so, though a twinge of apprehension lingered. "You clever little rascal, lowballing and then selling high is what constitutes profiteering. You are not quite in a position to climb that high," the young intellectual remarked, easing He's worries. He led the 2 young intellectuals to the kitchen and poured out the fish. There were many, almost half a basket full. The 2 young intellectuals beamed with delight. "How about I offer you 50 cents? He was uncertain of the price, but upon reflection, realized that 50 cents was no trivial sum, and he nodded in agreement. "Could you keep this a secret?" "Ha ha ha. You still wish to keep that money in hand. You truly are a clever one. I promise you," the young intellectual replied. "This is a significant matter, so please do not let it slip." The 2 young intellectuals, observing He's earnest demeanor, smiled in agreement. Yet their expressions revealed that they understood the gravity of the situation. The fish basket was not available for lending, but there were 2 small vegetable baskets at home. The young intellectuals happily departed with the fish. How many years have passed? I never imagined I would find joy over 50 cents. Alas. Chapter 7. On coal in prosperous times, a day's worth of labor points could amount to 15 cents, while in lean years, it barely reached a dime. Do not be surprised. This is the stark reality. He's request for the young intellectuals to keep his catch a secret stemmed more from a fear of inciting envy among the villagers. A mere 7-year-old child, wielding a slender bamboo pole, could equate to a full day's labor points of 3 adult workers. How could that not provoke envy? If one were to delve deeper, every blade of grass and every tree belonged to the commune. Should you be required to contribute, you would have no right to protest, save for the small plots of land designated for personal use. A family was permitted no more than 6 chickens, and the eggs laid by them were excluded from this regulation. In a neighboring village, a boy named Erwa was hanged for stealing and roasting a few immature wheat ears out of hunger. His parents hurriedly buried him the next day. stifling their tears lest they disrupt the labor schedule. This is the reality, not a tale spun from fiction. Although the composition of the elements is paramount, no child in the village dares to cross this red line any longer. Second brother, how could you let them take away our fish? Senya entered from outside, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Pierre embraced his little sister. Over the past half-month, she had gained a bit of flesh on her cheeks. He dared not confess to her that he had sold the fish. The several young intellectuals who had just arrived in the countryside were like orphans, so pitiful that he decided to give them the fish. How about I steam you an egg, dear sister? The thought of a steamed egg made Senya swallow hard. But eggs cost money. Won't mother scold us? Their mother had a peculiar way. Whenever Pierre used eggs in cooking, she would nag for ages, yet in the end, the delicious steamed egg would still find its way into their bowls. Why didn't their parents appreciate such a delightful dish? It's fine. Mother won't come to collect the eggs now. She'll only say a couple of words to us. Pierre reassured his sister before beginning to wash rice and sweet potatoes in preparation for lunch. With her small stature, she had to find a stool to reach the stove. Heaven was indeed generous. For an entire month, not a single drop of rain fell. Only after the village had paid its grain taxes did the torrential rain finally descend upon the earth. When it came, it poured relentlessly for a full day and night. The thatched roof, which had just been repaired in the first half of the year, could no longer withstand the deluge. And the interior of the house was filled with the sound of dripping water. The family had long since grown accustomed to this. After placing a basin on the wooden bed where their parents slept under the mosquito net, they would use a dustpan to shield themselves from the splattering droplets. Their mother held Pierre and Senya close, sleeping soundly. Their father and Debao found any dry spot to rest within the home. The He family, unlike the Gowley family, faced no such troubles. Though their home was also made of earthen bricks, it was topped with blue tiles, which, while still leaking somewhat during heavy rains, were far superior. When dawn broke, the sky remained overcast, yet the rain had finally ceased. DeLong's mother stepped cautiously out of the house. It was only on rainy days that the village did not require labor, allowing DeLong's marriage plans to come to the forefront. She needed to seek out someone to discuss coal. In Lijia village, there was a renowned beauty named Li Lanxiang, known throughout the region. However, such a charming girl was not someone DeLong could simply marry at will. Numerous suitors had already come to propose. Upon learning of her son's desire to take Lanxiang as his bride, DeLong's mother felt a wave of anxiety. Not only was Lanxiang's father the village party secretary, but she had also graduated from high school and was currently teaching at the village primary school, making her far above her son's station. Though she dared not voice this concern, the He family was led by the matriarch. My eldest grandson's affection for Li Lanxiang is indeed a blessing. After all, what is a village party secretary? Our family has been poor for generations. My grandfather once participated in the guerrilla forces, so why should we be deemed unworthy? If the Li family was unwilling, perhaps a larger betrothal gift would suffice. Quickly go find Granny Hu and discuss the matter of coal. Tell her that if this marriage is successful, I will double the thank you gift. DeLong's mother arrived at Granny Hu's home, where the family was somewhat curious in such muddy conditions. Few were inclined to venture outside unless there was something significant at stake. Old He's family, what brings you here? Quickly wash your feet and come inside. Under the eaves, several wooden basins and buckets brimmed with water awaited. DeLong's mother was not one to stand on ceremony. She washed the mud off her feet and stepped inside. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, DeLong's mother spoke up. Sister Yume, my son DeLong has turned 20 this year. I would like to ask for your assistance in proposing a marriage. Oh, who has your DeLong set his sights on? It's not a girl from our village. Oh, could it be that he has taken a liking to some educated youth? This proposal will not be easy. DeLong's mother shook her head, insisting now was not the time for suspense. It's Lan Xiang from Li family village. Your boy, has he never looked in a mirror? Old Hu remarked. In the He family, such a match is not easily made. She spoke the truth. Su Jianjun from the Su family had been in the army for 3 years. Last year, upon returning home, he had asked for her to propose on his behalf, but the response was, my daughter is still young, there is no rush. If Su Jianjun did not meet the standards of the Li family, what audacity did the He family possess? DeLong's mother pulled out a yuan. Ever since he laid eyes on that girl, he has been enchanted. To compensate you for your trouble, please accept this. Should the marriage come to fruition, I shall offer double as a token of gratitude. Who knows, perhaps these two truly are fated. A yuan is not a trifling sum, and the promise of 2 more should the matter succeed is indeed a handsome reward. Yet, The money felt hot in her hands. Old He-S family. How about I go and gauge the situation once the weather clears? De Long's mother pressed the money into Yu Mei's hand. We have been good sisters for years. I implore you to assist my stubborn child. Whether or not this succeeds, the reward is yours. Old Hu's family still refused to accept the money, yet they did mention their own failed attempt to propose on behalf of the Su family. In a village, money is indeed a valuable commodity, but one must not allow it to tarnish one's reputation. De Long's mother declared, "We are willing to offer 100 yuan as a bride price. Sister Yu Mei, please help us take this step." With that, she pressed the money into Yu Mei's hands once more. 100 yuan is quite a significant bride price in these parts. Only then did Yu Mei accept the gift. "Very well, I shall start a fire and prepare a meal. After we eat, I will head over immediately. But I cannot guarantee the outcome of fate." I understand. Thank you for your efforts. In quieter times, there are only 2 meals a day. Although it is not yet breakfast time, having accepted the yuan, action must be taken. After delivering the deposit, De Long's mother declined the invitation to dine at her home and returned to her own. That boy De Long truly is a frog wishing to eat swan meat. The Hu family chuckled. "It's nothing. I have some free time anyway. I might as well make the trip. A yuan for a trip is not a bad deal." Hu Yumei replied. Chapter 8. The embarrassment of De Bao in a village. Everyone knows the character of its residents. De Long, this boy, frequently loitered around the educated youth, drawing the attention of the village's aunts and young wives. The tongues of the aunts and wives are not to be trifled with. It is a pity for the big dragon, as he has squandered his mother's 1 yuan, and this is merely the beginning. Pierre, having risen early, summoned his elder brother. In such weather, it is most opportune for fishing. Perhaps they might even encounter schools of fish swimming upstream towards the fields. Sanya wished to join them, but was halted by her mother. If Sanya were allowed to venture outside, she would undoubtedly return as a little mud monkey. The young girl felt a twinge of envy towards her 2 brothers, pondering why she could not grow up more swiftly. Due to the heavy rains, every household in the village dispatched a laborer to inspect the fields. Upon seeing the unevenly matched brothers, everyone greeted them with laughter. Pierre's sweet tongue was in full display as he addressed the villagers with affectionate titles. As they passed the west end of the village, 2 elderly men were leading several cattle towards the riverbank. Noticing that there were few people around in the vicinity of Shizhou, Pierre cheerfully exclaimed, "Greetings, esteemed elders." De Bao felt a twinge of anxiety. It was not a good sign for his younger brother to become so close to these 2 rascals. Without adult guidance, it was improbable for children to form such bonds, and upon observing De Bao's tense expression, they mistakenly assumed he was merely fearful of being spotted by the villagers. Casting a glance toward Shizhou, they indeed saw a few figures approaching. De Bao, the road is slippery in the rain. Keep an eye on your brother. The 2 elders gently reminded him before turning their attention back to the grazing cattle on the riverbank. Unsure of how to respond, De Bao simply followed his brother, focusing on treading the grassy path. "Brother, Grandpa De Luo fought against the Japanese, and so did our grandfather. These 2 grandfathers from the cattle shed also battled the Japanese. They are not bad people. Grandpa De Luo is the village secretary. When their grandfather was alive, he often boasted before them of his heroic deeds alongside Grandpa De Luo, recounting how they made the enemy tremble in fear." Arriving at the familiar fishing ditch, Pierre cast his line and commenced his fishing adventure. De Bao, watching as his brother quickly caught 2 fish, could not resist taking the fishing rod from him. "Let me fish." What of a 60-year-old spirit? How could he oppose his 5 years older brother's desire to fish? It was indeed frustrating. "Brother, fish carefully here. When you lift the rod, do not rush. And be cautious of the hook snagging on the branches behind you." His primary concern was that a larger fish might break the rod or the line. After advising, he carried a basket and proceeded along the riverbank. His younger brother, despite his small stature, was quite clever, so De Bao was not overly worried about him running off. After approximately half an hour of walking, they finally arrived at a stretch of riverbank. Water from the fields had carved out numerous channels. Schools of fish joyfully played their game of swimming against the current. De Bao felt quite vexed, not long after his brother had left. Several young intellectuals arrived at the same spot to fish. Watching them haul and fish one after another made his heart ache. As he felt that his own catches were being snatched away, could he not feel distressed? Clearly, his float was moving, yet he could not hook a single fish. After a struggle, he finally managed to reel one in, but in his excitement, he snagged the fishing line on a branch behind him. A kind-hearted young intellectual helped him untangle the hook, but the float made of garlic stalks was ruined. The fish had eluded capture, prompting him to return, only to discover that his younger brother was also missing. The little one was instantly thrown into a panic. He dashed off in the direction his brother had vanished. As his foot slipped, he fell heavily onto the ground, his clothes now smeared with mud of various hues. A wave of emotion surged within him, and he felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Struggling to regain his footing, he stumbled once more before collapsing to the ground again. "Are you all right, DeBeo?" a seasoned youth inquired. DeBeo bit his lip, filled with indignation. "It was my brother who discovered this place. Who are you to come here?" His eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Just then, he spotted a small figure in the distance. "There's my brother. Hasn't he gotten lost after all?" As the elder sibling, he resolved to be strong. He couldn't allow his brother to witness his distress. With determination, the little one managed to rise, using both hands and feet to stand upright. Cautiously, he approached the lakeside to clean the mud from his hands and legs. The recent heavy rain had made the waters swift and murky, and DeBeo lacked the courage to leap into the stream alone to wash off the dirt from his clothes. He also noticed his brother at the riverbank, washing his hands. Setting down the basket, he waved his arms vigorously. "Brother, come here and help me. This journey has exhausted me." "I'm coming," DeBeo replied, scrambling up the riverbank and hurrying toward his brother. He nearly slipped again as he quickened his pace. Upon reaching his brother, he was greeted by a basket brimming with fish, and he excitedly inquired how they had been caught. Spotting the young fisherman in the distance, whispered, "Brother, go fetch some grass to cover the basket." DeBeo lifted the basket slightly and said nothing further, casually tearing some wild grass from the roadside to cover it securely. He then lifted the basket, stumbling with every step, much to Heir's dismay. "Is it really that heavy? I've carried it before without such difficulty." "Brother, you go ahead and collect our fishing rods. I'll rest a bit before carrying it," DeBeo suggested, wanting to persist, yet feeling embarrassed as he noticed his brother's small arms and legs maneuvering the load with ease. Having fallen earlier, it seemed he had lost some of his strength. "Ertzi, take a break. I'll gather the fishing rods and join you shortly." Heir shook his sore arms, carrying the basket with an air of ease as he followed closely behind his brother. The stream was likely teeming with mischievous fish once more, but he had set aside his thoughts of catching another basketful for now. It was indeed challenging to transport the fish to the black market along this route. After DeBeo had gathered the fishing rods, he realized that his brother had effortlessly crossed the ditch. Having struggled with the basket himself, he wondered why Ertzi appeared so unfazed. Suppressing his curiosity, he decided to quicken his pace to catch up with his brother, narrowly avoiding another slip. Hearing the commotion behind him, Heir placed the basket on the ground and switched hands. "Brother, take it slow. Why does my face feel a bit flushed?" Chapter 9. The rise of the little one. As they passed a herd of cattle, Heir called out a cheerful greeting to their grandfather, earning a warm nod from the two elderly men. When they reached the cow shed, he had his older brother place over a pound of fish inside before finally returning home. DeBeo discerned that his younger brother exhibited a trace of their father's essence in his speech, a fact beyond dispute. Could this truly be the same younger brother who clung to him daily? Their mother inquired, "How is it that you have caught so many?" DeBeo found himself at a loss for words in response to his mother's query. "Mother, please fetch me some clothes. I need to change." Feeling somewhat embarrassed at being outdone by his brother, he reflected on the cleverness of youth. "You rascal," she chided him. Under the eaves, there stood a small jar for pickled vegetables, now brimming with water. Heir tipped a basket of fish heads into the jar, and half of the fish revived, flicking their tails as they sank to the bottom. It was only then that their mother fished out the belly-up ones. "DeBeo, take these fish to your grandmother," she instructed. DeBeo, unwilling to comply, feigned ignorance. "Don't let the bad grandmother eat them," Senya chimed in. Huang Guiying, slightly annoyed, tapped the little girl's forehead with her finger. "Erzi, you take them." "Mother, my arms are sore," Heir protested, even less inclined to deliver them. "If you send this many, grandmother will surely come to see how many fish we've caught. What will happen to the ones we are raising?" Huang Guiying glanced at her second son, but refrained from further comment. The fish to be sent amounted to just a bowl. Without further prompting from their mother, DeBeo brandished a kitchen knife and began his task. Upon her return, as she assisted in tidying up, she pressed him again. "Eldest, how did you manage to catch so many?" "It wasn't Timmy who caught them. It was Erzi who scooped them up," DeBeo replied. Heir, exasperated by the questioning, remarked, These are all river fish. There are plenty more. If you go now, you are likely to find many more. Dabao set down the knife, contemplating a return to the water. If you gather more, will you be able to finish them? Are you planning to give them to grandmother? He retorted, his tone less than cordial. Ah, sighed Sanya, and Dabao couldn't help but echo her sentiment. Huang Guiying murmured, ultimately silent. With fish in abundance, yet inaccessible, the anticipation was palpable, leaving everyone restless. At noon, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky once more. Their father returned from the fields, casting a resigned glance at the heavens. With this dreary weather, there's no way to mend the roof, he lamented. The most bothersome aspect of rainy days is not the struggle to sleep, but rather the dampness that seeps into the kitchen, making meal preparation a true challenge. A large pot of fish and several sweet potatoes momentarily swept away all their troubles. Happiness, in its purest form, is often that simple. As autumn approached, the temperatures remained unseasonably high. With so many fish, preserving them for long was nearly impossible. Forget about pickling, salt costs money. In a fit of determination, their mother boiled all the fish, filling a pot to the brim. Each fish contained but a modest amount of oil, and the entire pot was no different. The peppers from the field were fiercely spicy, their heat masking the fishy aroma, leaving only a delightful flavor on the palate, accompanied by a hint of heat. What Hier did not realize was that the entire family was taken aback by his voracious appetite. A fish no larger than a palm vanished into his mouth with a single gulp. One after another, his little belly resembled a bottomless pit. For the first time, he felt a joyous leap from deep within his small frame. Unbeknownst to them, the pot of fish was nearly empty, prompting Hier to finally lift his head. Mother, what troubles you? Did the broth splash into your eyes? His mother rubbed her reddened eyes with the back of her hand, assuring him, I am fine, truly. Sanya raised her small hand and gently patted her elder brother's belly, asking, Brother, aren't you afraid of the fish bones? It was then that Hier noticed the heap of fish heads, drained of their juices, and the clean fish spines before him. If your belly feels full, allow mother to massage it for you. Huang Guiying, feeling a pang of sympathy, lifted her second son onto her lap, her calloused hands slowly kneading his little belly. Mother, I am perfectly well, he declared, pulling away her arms and sliding down to the floor, bouncing a few times. As for the act of lifting his gray cloth shirt to reveal his belly, well, that was something he found quite beyond him. As long as you are well. As long as you are well, she repeated. Their father cleared away the fish bones with a swipe of his large hand, wiping the countertop clean. The fish bones were promptly discarded into the hearth among the ashes. A large pot of fish on the dining table was simply out of the question. The family had no such pretensions. Brother, shall we go catch more fish? Sanya approached, grasping her brother's small arm. During dinner, their father learned of the fish's origins, and, recalling his younger son's voracious appetite, felt a pang of tenderness. You children stay at home and rest well. This afternoon, I shall apply to check the fields. I know that sandy slope well, and I'll take a look shortly. Though their father was usually reticent when he spoke, it was always considered the final word. Donning a straw hat and fashioning a fertilizer bag into a makeshift shawl secured with twine, he braved the wind and rain as he stepped outside. Common folk possessed their own wisdom. The shawl could hold fish, and the twine could be used to tie it shut. The sandy slope, due to its elevation, could not retain nutrients, and the village had planted vast fields of sweet potatoes there. Sweet potatoes require little attention, thus on rainy days, no one cared for that land. Higawi quickly arrived at the slope his brother had mentioned. At this moment, the water flow had not diminished, and the gully of over 10 meters was teeming with fish striving to swim upstream, some nearly weighing 3 taels. There were always chores awaiting at home. His mother first tended to the vegetable garden, ensuring there was no standing water before returning home to start mending shoes. Now, one could wear straw sandals or go barefoot, but in the cold, that would not suffice. In a farmer's household, there was not a scrap of fabric to spare. Even the tiniest remnants of cloth could be transformed into shoe soles with a bit of glue. Daba still hoped to catch a few moments of sleep, but was promptly interrupted by Hier. Brother, teach me to read. Daba replied, Have you even been to school? What is the rush? I'm tired and want to rest. The little one thought, You are our brother. We dare not speak to you with fists, but we have our mother. Hier leapt into his mother's embrace. What troubles you, dear? His mother could only lift the needle and thread high, while cradling her younger son in her arms and gently pressing her forehead against his cheek, softly inquiring, Why won't brother teach me to read? The little one spoke with conviction, accusing his elder brother of mischief. Eldest brother, why not come here and teach your younger brother to read? Seeing their mother's amused yet exasperated expression, DeBeo felt a tinge of helplessness. Urtzi, come here, I will teach you. Do not disturb your mother while she is sewing. Pierre turned his head, still clinging to their mother's embrace. I want you to teach me every day. You must make time for me. All right. I will teach you daily, DeBeo replied. Urtzi wore a smug expression, which only served to irritate his brother. Their mother, amused, chuckled softly. Chapter 10. Repairing the roof. Learning to read is no easy feat. Though he could clearly recognize the characters, he had to feign ignorance. Despite having a beautiful hand in calligraphy, he found himself imitating his brother's clumsy style. Was it easy for him? The younger brother learned quickly, making it effortless for the elder to teach. Unbeknownst to them, the day had turned to dusk. With no farm chores left and only a pot of fish soup remaining, the household would likely subsist on sweet potatoes alone. Where was father? As the eldest, DeBeo had begun to worry about the family. Their mother, sensing the late hour, speculated. You need not wait for your father any longer. Yet DeBeo remained uneasy. Mother, should I go check in the west? What for? You already fell in the mud when you went out during the day. Hurry and eat, then sleep. Though she spoke thus, her gaze remained fixed outside. Sanya stuffed a sweet potato into her brother's hand while munching on one herself and picking at the fish remnants. Their mother gently patted her daughter's head. Do not rummage through the vegetables. Afterward, she took a ladle and carefully served the fish from the bottom of the pot into a small bowl for Sanya, meticulously removing every bone before handing it to her with reassurance. She contemplated serving a bowl for Urtzi, but was halted by his insistence. He contentedly slurped the fish soup. Watching his younger siblings enjoy themselves so freely lightened DeBeo's heart. No matter how clever or capable Urtzi was, he remained just a little child. If Urtzi could comprehend his brother's unspoken thoughts, he would certainly relish imparting the lesson of disdain. Father's late return surely meant he had caught an abundance of fish and had taken them to town. The black market for fish was not as essential as that for grains. It was not an easy task. At this moment, their father had indeed sold all the fish, albeit at a loss. On rainy days, fish were plentiful, and the streets were nearly deserted, not to mention the black market. Just as night began to fall, he finally sold all the fish for 5 cents a pound. What a meager price. One egg costs about 5 cents. Trading an egg for a pound of fish. While allowing customers to pick and choose, left Gao Yi feeling somewhat regretful. However, clutching the 2 yuan and 12 cents in his pocket lightened his spirits just a bit. When he returned home, their mother was already tucking Urtzi and Sanya into bed. The house was dim, the lights unlit, and the door unbarred. DeBeo lay on the cool bed in the main room, his eyes wide open, staring into the darkness. Upon hearing a commotion outside, he swiftly sat up. Father, Gao Yi. Has your mother and the others gone to sleep? As he spoke, the sound of striking a match echoed from within the house. The head of the family remained silent. How could she find rest? Mother entered the kitchen, carrying an oil lamp, lifted the pot lid, and brought out the remaining 2 sweet potatoes along with a large bowl of fish soup. After handing a small oil paper package to his wife, Gao Yi eagerly devoured the sweet potatoes with the fish soup. DeBeo observed the oil paper package in his mother's hands, and before he could voice his desire, his father, having taken a bite of sweet potato, turned to him. Do you wish to eat? With only 2 sweet potatoes available, DeBeo, being a sensible child, would never snatch his father's food. Father, I am not hungry. Not hungry, yet you do not go to sleep? Oh. The boy only realized it belatedly and went off to bed. Once he departed, Mother finally opened the oil paper package and began counting the coins within. How could there be so many? Her joy was palpable. Father glanced at his wife and remarked, Alas, we sold it at a loss. A pound of fish only fetched the price of a single egg. Not a loss, not a loss. In the ditches and rivers, can we ever catch enough fish? This is merely a no-cost venture. Every penny is profit. Labor, what is that? It is only natural for the common folk to exert themselves, is it not? The rain had intermittently fallen for 3 days before finally clearing. With the skies brightening, the time for school had arrived. The schools of this era truly reflected the times. There were winter and summer breaks, as well as harvest holidays. Occasionally, students were organized to assist with urgent planting and harvesting. Classes commenced at 9 a.m. and concluded by 4 p.m. Upon returning home, DeBeo found the family mixing straw and yellow mud to repair the roof. Sanya had completely transformed into a little mud cat, donned in shorts, covered from head to toe in dirt. Z resembled a monkey, carrying a small mud bucket, hanging it on a hook while his father sat on the roof, hoisting it up with a rope. Z, take a break. I will handle it. Bao hung his backpack on the window, reached out to receive the empty bucket lowered by his father. Approaching the mud and straw mixture, he scooped up a large handful with his hands, filling the bucket. However, once it was full, he realized he could not lift it. Z said nothing more, effortlessly lifting the bucket and hanging it on the hook in just a few steps. It was then that father, mother, and Bao noticed something was amiss. Z, where did you get such strength? I don't know, but I do know that my appetite is growing larger. That is not just a large appetite. Your stomach is clearly a bottomless pit. That boy will eat me out of house and home. Father and mother exchanged glances, unsure whether to feel comforted or pained. At least they wouldn't let the child starve. They could always provide him with more sweet potatoes. The couple shared a knowing smile, understanding each other's thoughts. A child who can eat is always a good thing. Oldest, you and Sanya help Z with the buckets. Let him handle the lifting. Bao felt a twinge of shame. As the eldest in the family, how could he be outdone by his 7-year-old brother? Oh, but wait. His brother had just turned 8 yesterday. The little one certainly knew how to alleviate his own frustrations. In the village, there are indeed quite a number of thatched cottages. And during such a torrential downpour, no household can withstand the onslaught. Consequently, every family, including uncles and nephews, rallied together, filled with laughter and camaraderie amidst the chaos. The household of Gao Yi, however, stood out as an anomaly. The homes of the two brothers, Gao Li and Gao Yi, were closely situated. When the youngest son married Gui Ying, their grandmother organized a division of the family property between the two brothers. The previous blue-tiled house was naturally bequeathed to the eldest son, while a thatched cottage was erected beside it for the youngest. With the birth of Hier, what began as a single thatched cottage evolved into 3. Now, as De Long was preparing to wed, the youngest son not only refused to contribute financially, but also reneged on a debt of 200 jin of fine grain. How could the grandmother possibly allow her household to assist him? She needed to impart to her youngest grandson the lesson that in a village, one cannot thrive without the support of their brothers. The two brothers, without wasting time, set about mixing mud and plastering the walls. Surely, one person could manage the roof while the other handled the mud. If one were absent, it would hinder the progress of both. Unexpectedly, by 5 o'clock, their home was already in impeccable order. When Gaoli returned from the fields, his expression was somewhat stiff. Gaoi, how is it that you finished repairs? I had intended to finish work and bring my 3 nephews over to assist you. Gaoi chuckled, no worries. Bao and the others are now grown and able to lend a hand. I'm not criticizing you. We are family after all. In the future, if you need anything, just let me know. Don't be too formal, or people will laugh at us. DeLong's wife approached with a smile. Well, we had indeed planned to ask elder brother for help, but it seems my 3 children were quite capable and finished everything without realizing it. Thank you for your kind intentions, brother and sister-in-law. Bao, feeling quite irked, was eager to confront his aunt when I returned. Your whole family was merely watching the commotion. Not one of you came forward to help. Now that we've completed the work, you suddenly want to play the good person. Just as the little fellow was about to step outside, Hier swiftly grabbed him. Why bother arguing with them? Everyone sees the truth. We'd rather not associate with them. Senya chimed in. Indeed, they only come to take our grain and eggs. Whenever there is something delicious, they come over with their bowls to snatch it from us. It's better if they stay away. The little girl, oblivious to the appropriateness of the occasion, elicited both laughter and discomfort from those outside. The Gaoli family was left embarrassed, their faces flushed. Fortunately, as farmers, their sun-kissed skin concealed any signs of distress. The grandmother wished to reprimand the loquacious girl, but caught sight of Hier's teasing glance and could only silently scold. What kind of education is this child receiving? Chapter 11. Boys must learn to be endearing. The lives of the parents remained as busy as ever, transitioning from rice harvesting to wheat gathering, and from wheat to sweet potato digging, all while tending to the vegetable garden and endless sowing tasks by night. The fields were perpetually plagued with weeds, and the labor was never-ending. Daily consumption of sweet potatoes left the little one's belly in turmoil, often bringing forth sourness to their mouth. The household was not devoid of fine grains. However, such provisions were reserved for the laborers of the production team. A portion had to be set aside for their father to consume while repairing dikes and digging ditches. The construction of embankments and the digging of channels have rendered it impossible to consume even a morsel of coarse grain. A single meal barely suffices with just a pound of rice. Yet, in a desperate bid to satiate his hunger, he rises early each day, accompanied by his sister, to fish. Though he is nearing his limit with fish, his belly remains unyieldingly flat, perpetually feeling empty. His current intake is no less than that of his father. Were it not for his robust spirit and the daily increase in his strength, he might suspect himself to be unwell. Consequently, he pestered his father to purchase a sugar tower from the clinic, ultimately realizing that he was simply lacking in fat and oil. At home, oil is measured with a small flat spoon, merely scraping around the pot's bottom during cooking. It is said that the educated youth wash their bowls with boiling water after meals, just to capture those scarce droplets of oil. Yet in his household, there is no need for such practices, as they have never encountered any oil droplets at all. "Father, when will you go to the market? Please take me with you." This was the first time Hier spoke up. Gowie scooped his son into his arms, asking, "Son, what do you wish to do in town?" "Father, I want to find a repair shop to buy 2 steel spokes to craft hooks for eel fishing. I am utterly tired of eating crucian carp every day. Eels are far more valuable, and therein lies the crux." His father secretly went to the small tank at the back to catch fish for sale, and Hier pretended to be oblivious. Hier was puzzled. He fished daily, having caught half a pound of carp. Yet the crucian carp he caught never exceeded 3 tails. Why were there no sizable crucian carp weighing a pound or more? "Can you even catch eels?" Gowie playfully tapped Hier's small head with his forehead, smiling as he asked. Hier wrapped his tiny arms around his father, wishing to hold him forever. In a few years, he would feel too shy to embrace him like this. Seeing his son remain silent for a long time, Gowie assumed that the boy didn't know how to fish and felt embarrassed to admit it. "No worries, son. I will go to town tomorrow and find you some eel hooks. It doesn't matter if my second treasure cannot fish. I will teach you." As a father, his fishing skill was hardly inferior to that of his elder son. His memories from a past life revealed that while his father was adept at farming, he lacked any natural talent for catching fish or shrimp. Hier refrained from exposing his father's ignorance, as he suspected his father didn't even know what eel hooks looked like. "Father, after you find 2 spokes, you must also locate a blacksmith. One end of the spoke needs to be sharpened and bent into a hook, while the other must be curved for tying the line." "All right, I'll remember. One end for the hook and one end bent." After saying this, Gowie set his son down, and Hier felt shy to remain in his father's embrace any longer. His maternal grandfather lived at the foot of the mountain. Where there are mountains, there is wild game. However, the closer one is to the mountains, the harsher life becomes. Every bit of wild game is exchanged at the supply and marketing cooperative for oil and salt. In his household, they could still eat sweet potatoes daily, while his grandfather's family struggled to have enough sweet potatoes, relying on wild vegetables and mountain goods to fill their stomachs. Hier felt no shame in mooching off others. He was simply too young. "Sanya, come here. Have you forgotten the characters I taught you yesterday?" This girl was not like Hier. She had spent the morning fishing with her brother, and now she was playing joyfully with a group of children in the village. What a sight it is to behold Hier frolicking with a group of mischievous children. How could he possibly endure such antics? "I remember. It has not escaped my mind," the little girl exclaimed, before returning to her playful companions. "Hier, you have learned to read." 2 young intellectuals passing by Hier's home jested. "It is quite simple. My brother teaches me every day. I can perform addition and subtraction with 2-digit numbers. This persona must be established. Is that so? Then allow me to test your knowledge." The 2 young intellectuals halted in their tracks. "What is 5,555 equal to?" Without a moment's hesitation, Hier replied, 25. The other young intellectual remarked, "You are mistaken." "Hier, what is it then?" "It equals 45, Hier." "You must study harder." Hier replied, "But brother has taught me to prioritize multiplication and division before addition and subtraction." "Ha ha ha." The quiz-giving intellectual chuckled heartily. "Lu Tao, you are supposed to have graduated high school, yet you perform worse than our little air bow." Realizing the jest, Lu Tao retorted, "Yang Tao, you are truly wicked, giving a child such a trick question." Hier observed, "These 2 speak with a distinct Beijing accent." Yang Tao, he remembered, was the only young intellectual from their commune who had successfully entered university. Indeed, this esteemed brother had quite a reputation. His aunt had attempted to orchestrate his marriage to Ni, but received a harsh rebuff, nearly causing a scene that reached the county level. In the end, the matter faded away, and Ni married Zhang Yuan from the neighboring village, leading a tranquil life. Lu Tao, however, was not a commendable character. He married the daughter of the village accountant, Ho Hot, and had a son and daughter, only to return to Beijing alone, leaving no trace behind. Young intellectual brother, could you teach me to study? Yang Tao inquired with a smile. What purpose does your education serve? Pierre replied, my brother has said that we must study for the rise of our nation. Of course, this was mere nonsense. Yet, such words easily resonate with others. Do they not? Ha ha ha. Very well. I shall promise you this. You know where we reside. After work, you may visit me anytime. Hearing the words of the young intellectual, Pierre beamed with joy. If he could cultivate a good rapport with this Yang Tao, perhaps in 7 years, he would be able to accompany his elder brother into the halls of academia. Thank you, dear intellectual brother. I am off to fish now. Later, I shall bring you some. Initially, he had no intention of fishing this afternoon, for the heat was unbearable, and his hens typically laid eggs during this time. However, with the temperature having dropped several degrees and the hens already clucking, a short fishing excursion would pose no harm. Lu Tao admonished, remember, if anyone asks, tell them you are bringing a couple of fish for your brother Tao. Keep in mind, the fish are a gift for brother Tao. Pierre nodded, indicating his understanding. He placed 2 eggs into a small jar designated for them and secured the cupboard. In pursuit of a good teacher, he hurried towards the west of the village. Herr Bao, are you heading out to fish now? Yes, Grandpa Wang, Grandpa Han. The young intellectual brother has promised to teach me to read, so I must catch a few fish to present to them. Although he is a boy who has decreed that boys cannot be adorable. Oh, why don't you go to school if you wish to read? The 2 elderly gentlemen, delighted by the absence of others, inquired cheerfully of the little one. I must stay home to care for my sister. My brother teaches me after school, and I have learned all the math problems he knows. Is that so? What grade is your brother in? Engaging in conversation with these 2 future magnates, Pierre focused intently. My brother is in the 3rd grade. He taught me for a month, and I mastered all their math problems. Grandfather, I'm going fishing now. With that, he scampered off toward the riverbank. There was no time to continue the conversation. Any further discussion could be seen as boastful. Chapter 12. The milk has arrived. Perhaps it was the joyous spirit that comes with good fortune. Today, he managed to catch a turtle weighing over a pound. His small belly felt like a bottomless pit, insatiable no matter how much he filled it, and this turtle arrived just in time. Estimating the time, he realized his brother should be finishing school soon. His brother, also in a growth spurt, had taken a sweet potato for lunch that morning and was likely quite hungry by now. He quickly stowed his fishing rod and dashed home. Upon arriving, he found Sanya pouting, turning her head away in anger at his return. Who has bullied our Sanya? Tell me, and I shall avenge you. Second brother, where have you been? Why didn't you call for me? It was nearly enough to send he heir to the cupboard to check on their eggs and rice. Sanya, I was wrong. Next time I go fishing, I will take you with me. Let us make a promise. All right, a promise it is. After sealing their pact, Sanya reached for her brother's fish basket, her hand poised to grab a fish, startling Hier. It is important to note that wild turtles can be quite ferocious. He scooped up his sister. Sanya, there's a turtle in there. It won't he let go of anything it bites. Wait a moment, and I will prepare it for you to eat, all right? Really? The little girl hesitated, her hand retreating, but her head leaned forward to peer into the basket. The 2 little ones, carrying the fish basket, made their way to the back door. They carefully poured the fish into the fish tank. Just as the turtle was about to escape the basket, Pierre swiftly grabbed it. The turtle, realizing it was caught by a mere child, began to thrash about, stretching its neck in an attempt to bite the small arms holding it. Third brother. It's so fierce. Even knowing the turtle's temperament, he still held on to it. Unfortunately, the 2 children did not share a mental connection. Pierre, clutching the turtle, approached the kitchen door. Senya darted over to fetch a knife and cutting board. The turtle, not foolish, detected the dried fish scales and strong odor on the board. Sensing impending doom, it could not escape the wrath it had invoked. Its head and legs retreated in an instant. Not only turtles can retract their heads. Third brother. The turtle's head has withdrawn. Pierre paid no heed to this, flipping the turtle onto its back, clenched his small fist, and delivered a swift punch to its belly. You little rascal, be gentle. The turtle extended its head, seeking to express its indignation. Then, a chill enveloped his neck, rendering him unable to retract. His head was gone. Before his rebirth, due to his wife's fondness for soft-shelled turtles, he had prepared countless fish dishes. He cast the headless turtle aside to bleed out. Pierre, retrieved all the steamed sweet potatoes from the pot. There was no alternative. This glutton could eat so much that their meals consisted solely of sweet potatoes. He boiled a small pot of water. "Brother, what are you boiling water for?" Killing the turtle is akin to slaughtering a chicken. To eat chicken, one must pluck its feathers, and to consume turtle, one must peel off its skin, otherwise it loses its flavor. Once he had removed the turtle's shell and discarded all the innards except for the roe, the water was nearly boiling. He air-filled a basin with half a basin of boiling water, adding a touch of cold water, before unceremoniously dropping the entire turtle into it. After thoroughly peeling off the skin, he chopped the turtle into pieces. He returned the pieces to the pot, added fresh water, and set them into a basin to soak in cold water. The golden turtle fat was meticulously extracted. "Brother, that's turtle fat. Why are you throwing it away?" The little girl cried out, distressed. "Fat is precious. Sanya, this turtle fat is far too pungent to keep. If retained, it would ruin the dish." "How do you know that, second brother?" This truly stumped him. "Sanya, brother would never deceive you. Remember, when eating turtle, never keep the fat, or the flavor will be compromised." Although the little girl still felt a pang of regret for the turtle fat, she nodded in agreement. The turtle was now properly cleaned. At this moment, Dabao returned home, his backpack slung over his shoulder. Fish was an indispensable part of their meals. To prevent his younger brother from injuring himself, all fish preparation was left to the older sibling. The younger brother cherished this display of fraternal care immensely. "Brother, you've cleaned the fish. I'll start cooking the turtle, then you can prepare the dishes. You can cook, or shall I do it?" While the second brother had culinary skills, he was rather extravagant with oil. If left to him, the household's oil supply would be depleted in a month. "Just tend to the fire." After saying this, Dabao promptly removed the stool that he had set up. This was akin to undermining the foundation of their efforts, precisely striking at the second brother's weak spot. Pierre glanced at the stove, feeling utterly helpless. In this time-traveling experience, such treatment was unjust. Out of sight, out of mind. "Brother, the educated youth Tao promised to teach me to read. I'll take him some fish." "Go on, go quickly." Dabao waved his hand, urging Pierre to return swiftly. Despite their village being small, one lived at the eastern end and the other at the western end. A round trip would take nearly half an hour. Sanya longed to accompany him, but was called back by Dabao. "Sanya, it's too far. You should stay home. It's much more fun with second brother," she insisted, grasping Pierre's hand. "I want to see the educated youth sister." The little girl was not wrong. The educated youth sister was truly beautiful, resembling a figure from a painting. "Very well, just make sure you return quickly." The two little ones, with their small fish baskets, set off towards the eastern end of the village. "Are you delivering fish to grandmother?" Uncle's third son, Big Leopard, spoke up. "What are you dreaming about?" Pierre tugged at his sister and cast a disdainful glance at Big Leopard, choosing to ignore him. "Look at Bao. He offers fish to outsiders without sharing with us. This little rascal, utterly inept at everything, excels only at whining." Their grandmother retorted, "If you want fish, go catch them yourselves. Even that little rascal can manage. Surely you can too." De Long chimed in. "Grandmother, the third brother has school every day. When does he have the time? That little rascal is giving fish away, and their family must have plenty. Why don't you go and take a look?" Good son interjected. "I would rather check on those ungrateful ones. Let us see just how many fish they've caught." Dabao was busy scaling and gutting fish at the kitchen door when he noticed his biased grandmother approaching. He maintained a stoic attitude towards her and uncle's family, choosing not to acknowledge them. After all, what right did she have to demand attention when visiting her younger son's home? She picked up the basket filled with fish and observed, "This must weigh at least a couple of pounds. If your brother DeLong wants fish, I will send half over." Upon finishing her statement, she lifted the basket containing the unfinished fish. Dabao attempted to intervene, but was swiftly pulled aside by his grandmother. "DeLong is your elder brother. In the future, when you need assistance, you must rely on him. Remember, a family must unite." Had he been present, he would undoubtedly have snatched the fish back, causing an uproar that would leave their grandmother embarrassed. Dabao was truly just a child. Having witnessed his grandmother's domineering behavior since childhood, he had learned to submit, knowing his parents would never dare to defy her. "Isn't it just a few fish? We have plenty at home." When it came to self-justification, Dabao was unmatched. Chapter 13. Sweetness to the heart during non-harvest seasons. The production team concluded their work relatively early, only slightly later than the village primary school. There were no strict regulations, but the team members' enthusiasm for work should never be less than that of the village children attending school. The village leaders were also human. They too had only 2 meals a day, consumed the same mix of fine and coarse grains, and, like everyone else, would feel their stomachs grumbling if they worked late. The heir and his siblings, accompanied by a gaggle of small children, arrived at the youth point, where some of the young workers were already returning home. The youth point consisted of a row of low adobe houses facing south. The distinguishing feature from village homes was the neatly arranged gray tiles on the roofs. Standing before the youth point, one could see a towering 10-meter-high earthen mound, the remnants of a brick kiln. The tiles were produced from this kiln, which had fallen into disuse due to the excessive waste of firewood and labor involved in brickmaking. However, the kiln had inadvertently created a fish pond spanning over 20 acres, which the villagers commonly referred to as the kiln pit. This kiln, having stood for many years, had lent its name to the village, now known as Kiln Bay. The heir gazed at the brick kiln in a daze, his thoughts wandering to the myriad snake dens hidden within. Those snakes, with their vibrant colors, appeared terrifying. Yet they were harmless green snakes and rat snakes, both considered delicacies. The little one instinctively touched his tiny belly. Alas, so much flesh to grasp. Yet he knew that if he dared to venture into the den to catch snakes, his little behind would surely receive a thorough thrashing from his mother without a moment's hesitation. Reluctantly averting his gaze, the heir led a group of small children towards a beautiful young lady, or rather, it was his sister who was guiding them forward. The allure of beauty transcends the boundaries of gender and age. "Sister Shue, my brother and I have brought fish for you," the little girl exclaimed, eagerly selling out her own brother at the sight of her favored sister. "Is that so? This must be your brother Heir Bao, right? Come, hand the fish over to your sister." The 3 siblings from the He family were beloved by every educated youth in the village. Take this little girl, for instance. Despite her braids being askew from her playful antics, her clean scalp was visible at the roots, making her stand out among the other children. Typically, she would wear only her undergarments, her skin sun-kissed to a deep hue, leaving no room for suspicion. Now, as the temperature dropped, her single layer of clothing had inevitably collected a fair bit of dust from her frolicking. Yet, the cuffs, collar, and edges were all washed to a pristine whiteness, which only enhanced the vibrant spirit of the He siblings. Who doesn't appreciate a clean child? Those who favor cleanliness naturally foster a deeper fondness in their hearts. The educated youths, upon seeing the He siblings, would naturally greet them with more smiles. The heir had always been quite resistant to the name Heir Bao since his rebirth. The very sound of heir felt awkward to him. He had wished to be called Xiao Bao, but alas, his protests fell on deaf ears. His father had declared that name was reserved for his 3rd brother. Had it been to Bao arriving, perhaps he might have been dazed, allowing this radiant sister, whose skin glowed in the sunlight, to whisk him away while he returned home in a daze. The heir, possessing the soul of a 60-year-old draped in the guise of a cherubic child, could indeed be easily misled by a young lady. "Sister educated youth, this fish is delivered to me by my brother Tao. Please take good care of it." "Which brother Tao are you referring to?" One of the educated youths teased with a smile. This did not faze the adorable He heir at all. "The tall one, the one I instantly feel drawn to. Such a handsome brother Tao." The educated youths burst into hearty laughter. Surely, they felt a bit amused at the charm of his words. One mustn't shower praises too liberally. Otherwise, they lose their value. After completing his little transaction, the heir took his sister's hand, eager to return home. "Heir Bao, aren't you going to keep your fish basket?" "Oh dear," the heir blushed slightly at the name. "Come, sister will treat you to some candy." The beautiful young lady handed the empty fish basket back to the heir and slipped each of them a small piece of rock candy wrapped in delicate paper. Such a gesture made the eyes of the nearby playful children sparkle with delight. Fortunately, they were merely children, unafraid of inciting jealousy. Hand in hand with his sister, the heir exclaimed, "Thank you, fairy sister." Shue Shue beamed like a blossoming flower. Many of the educated youths savored the term fairy sister, finding it quite charming. The heir hurriedly led his sister home, his heart light with joy. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit, but it was all because of those 2 candies. Fearing they might lose them, the 2 little ones dared not place the sweets in their tiny pockets. Instead, they clutched the rock candy tightly in their hands, with the little girl occasionally lifting her hand to take a glance, all the while running joyfully and giggling. Naturally, behind them trailed a group of eager little ones hoping to snag a lick. After his grandmother took the fish away, Daba made a most astute decision. He refrained from immediately fishing from the pickled vegetable jar at the back. Otherwise, his shrewd grandmother would undoubtedly have rummaged through his home. Leaving aside how many of the fish he could preserve, the cleaned and chopped soft-shelled turtle was certainly doomed to be lost. His mother found it somewhat peculiar that he had prepared a few small crucian carp for the day. Daba felt a sense of grievance. "Mother, Grandma came and took the fish I prepared away, and the basket hasn't been returned yet. I'm afraid Grandma will see the soft-shelled turtle that Ertzi cleaned and might discover the fish we are raising at the back. So I didn't dare to kill any more." His mother shot him a disapproving glare, making Gao lower his head in response. They had lived this way for many years. What else could he do? The thought of moving home flashed through his mind for the first time. His mother gently patted her son's head. "You did well. Where are Ertzi and Sonya? Why haven't they returned yet?" "They went to the youth point to deliver the fish. They will be back soon." Not knowing when Grandma would return the vegetable basket, Daba hesitated to put the soft-shelled turtle in the pot. As his mother lit the stove, she drizzled a few drops of soybean oil into the pot before adding the turtle. When and his sister returned, they were greeted by the delightful aroma of fish. Sonya dashed into her mother's embrace, unwrapped the candy wrapper, and promptly offered the raw candy to her mother's mouth. "Is it sweet?" "Yes, sweet enough to warm a mother's heart." The candy was then passed from the mother's mouth to her precious daughter's. To everyone's surprise, the little girl spit the candy out and said, "Elder brother, try this." Daba felt a surge of temptation and reached out to receive it. He, in a hurry, offered his own candy to his brother. "Sonya, have you washed your hands? Your brother has his own candy." Sonya quickly popped the candy back into her mouth, her small hands instinctively wiping against her clothes. With no other option, Pierre took his sister out of their mother's embrace and fetched a ladle of cold water to wash her tiny hands. "We must maintain hygiene, or else worms will creep into your little tummy." "I just forgot because I was so happy," Sonya replied. Chapter 14. The difficulty of buying books after washing her hands. The candy was once again placed into Daba's mouth. With his eyes closed, he savored the fleeting moment before it returned to the anxious little girl. She wished to share this sweetness with her father and second brother, only to be met with their cheerful refusals. Daba still contemplated returning the candy his brother had given him. Pierre had no desire to compete with a little child for candy. His tummy was indeed craving a bite, but he wasn't tempted by the candy itself. The last remaining piece of candy, after many twists and turns, ultimately disappeared into Sonya's secret hiding spot. The soft-shelled turtle was exceptionally delicious. Even their parents, after sampling it, indulged in an extra piece. Pierre exerted great effort to restrain his hand from reaching for the soft-shelled turtle, watching his parents with a twinge of heartache. The couple began to serve their youngest son some dishes. "Father, Mother, you both should eat as well." Reluctantly, they accepted, and Pierre could only transfer the morsels of meat from his bowl to theirs. "Why did you give fish to the educated youth?" his mother inquired. Pierre smiled and replied, "There is an educated youth brother who knows I can read, and he posed a question for me to solve. When I answered correctly, he promised to teach me to read and write." "What was the question?" Dabao, who constantly felt overshadowed by his younger brother's superiority, found the situation rather dull. "It was 5 plus 5 times 5 minus 5. What is the answer?" Dabao retorted, "Such a simple question, who wouldn't know it?" This young lad had evidently forgotten that his brother had only been studying for a little over a month. Their mother had attended a literacy class and could only recognize a few names. Still curious, she asked, "What is the answer?" Pierre promptly replied, "Mother, it's 25. Upon hearing this, he was met with disdain from his older brother. "It's clearly 45. Pierre looked at Dabao in exasperation. "You must perform multiplication before addition and subtraction." Dabao traced the calculations on the table with his finger, his face flushing. "What am I to do with such a prodigious younger brother?" Their father embraced his son tightly, showering him with kisses. Pierre nestled against his father's shoulder, laughing uncontrollably. After their laughter subsided, Pierre leaned closer to his father's ear and whispered, "Father, when you go to town tomorrow, please visit the Supply and Marketing Cooperative to collect some learning materials from junior and senior high school, especially the textbooks." "All right. I will do my utmost to gather everything you need," his father responded, refraining from questioning why his son required so many books. As long as his son's requests were reasonable, he would strive to fulfill them. Pierre felt a sense of helplessness. In his previous life, he had completed high school, only to return the textbooks to his teacher. In a few years, acquiring a complete set of high school textbooks would be nearly impossible. The next morning, as the rooster crowed for the first time, Gao rose from bed. He gathered all the fish from the tank behind the house, and, illuminated by the moonlight, made his way towards town. At the town's entrance lay a small grove, carpeted with fallen leaves. The bright moonlight filtered through the sparse branches, lending an air of tranquility to the woods. If not for the occasional crunch of footsteps on the leaves, one would hardly suspect this was the largest black market within a radius of 10 miles. Even the birds resting in the trees had grown accustomed to the sounds within the grove, too lazy to flap their wings. Until the sky revealed the first light of dawn, they wouldn't even chirp. Such efforts seemed futile to them. Higawi, familiar with the area, stopped at a large tree, placing his basket on the ground. He then lowered the brim of his straw hat and began to rest. It was not the busy season for farming, and the production team did not require all able-bodied individuals to work. With the children and their mother occupied, it was sufficient. As the cheerful birdsong echoed through the grove, people began to stir and move about. First to arrive was a man wearing a mask. He did not say much, merely handed over a dime. This was the management fee, regardless of whether one was purchasing or selling, even if it was just a single egg. That dime must be paid. A few individuals came to inspect the fish, engaging in a thorough selection process. Once they had chosen, they began to count, paying a penny for each fish. There was no room for haggling. One could choose freely, buying or not as they pleased. After handing over a dime, the customer left, satisfied. In truth, it hardly mattered what was chosen, whether large or small. They had all been selected for consumption at home, averaging about £1 for a dime. Before long, more customers arrived, and within an hour, all the fish that Higawi had brought were completely picked over. He packed up his basket and, with around 2 yuan in small change tucked away, prepared to leave the forest. Peering from beneath the brim of his hat, he spotted several familiar figures. Among them, to his surprise, was his mother. Upon closer inspection, he realized she was selling eggs and rice. It was quite normal to sell eggs on the black market, as the supply and marketing cooperative only offered 35 cents per pound. Here, they could fetch as much as 50 cents. However, he could not comprehend the sale of grain. In these times, no family had enough food. How could there be grain for sale? Fortunately, his second son had previously quarreled with his grandmother, allowing them to save 200 pounds of grain. The village was soon to distribute grain, and 200 pounds of rice could yield about 130 pounds of polished rice, enough for several months at half a pound per meal. Reflecting on his clever and resourceful second son, Higawi felt that all his toil was indeed worthwhile. Avoiding his mother and acquaintances, he entered the town and found a repair shop. After spending 2 cents and flattering the proprietor with kind words, he acquired 2 discarded steel spokes. The weigh station at the supply and marketing cooperative had yet to open, but the blacksmith shop was already in operation. With a handful of compliments and a payment of 10 cents, the blacksmith took a few minutes to heat one end of the spokes until it glowed red. Then, amidst the sound of hammering, shaped 2 pointed hooks. After forming the hooks, he heated and quenched them. The other end was simple enough. A few strikes after heating resulted in a small round ring. This ring also required quenching. Otherwise, it would be no different from a wire, easily deformable under pressure. With the fishing hooks for his son complete, Higawi felt a great sense of relief. He then sat down at the entrance of the waste collection station and took out a sweet potato to eat. Inside the waste collection station, there were indeed many old newspapers and books. However, they only accepted items. Selling was out of the question. Selling would complicate the accounting, and anyone who accepted money would be labeled as corrupt. At this point, Higawi felt utterly at a loss. Please, I implore you. My youngest son is just 8 years old. He has only been learning from his brother for less than 2 months, and his brother is in the 5th grade. The problems his brother cannot solve, he can. My son simply wishes for me to buy some textbooks so that the educated youth can teach him. I beg you, please assist us. Such a clever child was indeed precious, yet these regulations were rigid. Who would dare to sell privately? Comrade, it is not that we are unwilling to assist you. However, the items we have received are truly unsellable. How about this? I shall gift you this old dictionary, and perhaps you can find the textbooks you need at the school. Thank you, thank you. Higawi placed the dictionary into his backpack and resumed his journey towards the school. Chapter 15. Mount Mabe. The atmosphere at the school was truly delightful, with frequent bursts of slogans and the jubilant cheers of students. This scene filled Higawi with immense excitement. Having only received a primary education himself, he sincerely hoped his son would grow up swiftly to joyfully learn alongside the older students. With such thoughts, he arrived at the school office. It was class time, and only a few teachers were present, diligently grading student assignments. May I inquire who you are looking for? A middle-aged teacher with glasses looked up and quietly asked upon noticing Higawi with his backpack. Higawi removed his hat and bowed respectfully before explaining his purpose. Upon hearing of such a clever child, the teachers initially felt delighted but soon wore expressions of mild amusement. They did not believe that this father would fabricate such an outlandish tale merely to obtain a few textbooks. Noticing the teacher's expressions, Higawi felt quite anxious. "Teachers, I am willing to pay for them. No need, no need. We will gather the books for you right away." Before long, several teachers returned with a large stack of textbooks, including some unfinished exercise books. Although they were from junior high, the teachers surprisingly managed to provide high school textbooks as well. One teacher even offered his pen and ink to Higawi, saying, "Tell your child to study diligently. If he encounters difficulties in his studies, he can come to me. My name is Subo." "Thank you, Teacher Su, and thank you to all the teachers. My child's name is Hierbao. Go on, tell him that studying at home is just as important." Higawi pulled out a bundle of cash from his pocket. But the teachers stopped him, and he could only bow again in gratitude. The basket of books was quite heavy, and Higawi hoped it was as weighty as possible. Once he exited the town, the path became more difficult to navigate. "Why did you go to town? What did you buy?" Higawi spotted his grandmother in the distance. He had no choice. His mother walked slowly, and he could not possibly lag behind her on the way back. "It's a basket of books prepared for my Hierbao." His grandmother seemed somewhat incredulous. "Put the basket down, let me see. You ungrateful child. I raised you through thick and thin, and now you hide good things from me. I swear I'll beat you for being so unfilial." Higawi had no means to contend with his mother's bias. He decided to set down the basket and began to pull out the books one by one. "See, mother, I did not deceive you. All right, all right. Who are you trying to impress with this pitiful act? Let me tell you, this year, we cannot afford to lose even a single grain from the 200 gene of food. You figure it out." Higawi shouldered the basket again and quickly outpaced his mother. In the past, he might have surrendered the food. However, now even his mother has begun to sell grain. How could he possibly part with his own supply? If one truly wishes to purchase grain, a grain coupon is essential. The black market prices for grain are exorbitant. Not to mention, there is the hefty figure of Dabo at home, and let us not forget the little glutton Ertzi, who is nothing short of an insatiable pit. "Wait for me, mother. I still wish to have a good chat with you about this changed little one." To her surprise, the obedient child hastened his pace, leaving her further behind. "You unfilial wretch. It seems I have wasted my efforts in raising you." The elderly woman, exasperated, could only bellow at her wayward son as she walked along the road. When Gawi returned home, the house was empty. Without a doubt, the children's mother was at work, Daba was at school, and Air and Sanya had gone fishing. The fish at home had been exchanged for coupons, and the lad likely sought to fill the fish tank with whatever he could manage. He diligently stacked the books into the cabinet, ensuring they were secured. Should his mother happen upon them, he would have nowhere to cry. He retrieved a sweet potato from the pot, added a bowl of water, and filled his empty stomach. Feeling somewhat slighted about working, he decided to take his hoe to their private plot of land. There were plenty of children in the village not attending school, many accompanying Sanya to watch her brother fish. Fortunately, the fish in the ditch remained unaffected by the raucous antics of the children. By noon, Sanya grew tired and began yawning. Pierre hastily reeled in his line. He had already caught quite a few fish, easily over 3 pounds. Pierre was adept at fishing, and the 2 other children had rods as well, one of which belonged to his cousin Air and I, who had managed to catch 6 or 7 at most. Observing Pierre, cradling his sister in one arm and holding the fish basket in the other, it was hard not to feel a pang of envy. "Little Ertzi, place the fish basket here. Let me help you carry it home." Pierre, with one arm around his sister, gently lifted the basket above his head. "It's not heavy. I can manage." At first glance, one would think he was merely carrying an empty basket. It was obvious to all that this little fellow had been catching fish one after another. How could it still be so light? Poor little Air, unaware that the fish he had caught had slipped away. Pierre hurriedly carried his sister back home, removed her shoes, placed her on the bed, and tucked her under the covers before pouring the fish into the tank at the back. "Oh, I wonder when father will return home. Then we can catch eels." Little Glutton felt a pang of hunger again and took a small sweet potato from the pot, sitting on the doorstep to slowly chew on it. Experiencing life anew, his greatest realization was the emptiness in his belly. It was truly a solitary feeling. Unbeknownst to him, he gradually leaned against the door and fell asleep. In a daze, he heard his father calling him. The little one jolted awake. "Father, you're back." Gawi embraced his son. "Come, Let me show you some books. With that, he carried his son into the inner room and opened the wardrobe, where neatly stacked books awaited. To his delight, there was even a dictionary among them. The little one joyfully wrapped his arms around his father's neck, his little face blossoming with pure happiness. Father retrieved a fountain pen and ink from the corner. "Are you happy?" he inquired. "Yes, I am. Thank you, Father." If you wish to express your gratitude, it should be directed towards the teachers at Mashan Middle School, particularly Mr. Su. This pen and ink are gifts from him. The teachers have all expressed their hopes for you to study diligently at home. Should you encounter any difficulties, I shall accompany you to seek their guidance. It is worth mentioning that when viewed from the town, the distant mountains resemble the silhouette of a galloping horse, which is how Mount Mashan acquired its name. And the town is called Mashan Town. The little one nodded with joy. Father set the younger son down. "Are you hungry? If so, there are sweet potatoes in the pot." The child shook his head, indicating he wasn't particularly hungry. He had come to understand that his stomach was always grumbling. Yet he could endure the hunger, having grown accustomed to it. "Father, what about the fishing hooks?" "Yes, I've prepared them for you. However, my dear youngest, your primary focus must be on your studies. Of course, but catching fish is equally important." Chapter 16. Conflict. Every household possesses a small plot of land, where they seek a shady corner in front of and behind their homes to accumulate chicken manure, vegetable scraps, and other organic waste to create fertile soil. Even when villagers utilize their oxen, they often find an excuse to tie them in that corner, solely for the purpose of collecting waste. With a small shovel, one can dig at the edge of this corner to unearth numerous plump, lengthy earthworms. The villagers welcome Heir and his sister to their compost pit to dig for worms, as turning the soil enhances its fertility. The little one, not overly greedy, returned home with half a jar of worms. The 3 chickens, being quite astute, followed the child, clucking eagerly upon seeing the clay jar in hand. Upon reaching the back door, the trio of chickens began to scramble excitedly. After feeding the chickens, he carefully threaded 2 fishing hooks with worms, lifted the fishing basket, and prepared to head out. The autumn sun remained fierce. Heir was unbothered, but his little sister insisted on accompanying him. She could not bear to be left behind. The late rice in the fields had begun to turn golden. With the harvest of the late rice, the villagers would soon distribute grain. The 2 little ones were always delighted to see the rice in the fields, not merely because of the bountiful harvest, but because they anticipated enjoying a meal of rice without sweet potatoes after the grain was distributed. Especially the new rice, soft and glutinous, sweet and fragrant. The best place to catch eel was along the small ditches bordering the fields. By clearing the wild grass at the ditch's edge, one could discover numerous holes. "Brother, is this an eel hole?" asked the little girl. "Speak softly, we mustn't scare the eels," replied Heir. The girl promptly closed her mouth tightly. As the fishing hook was gently lowered into the hole, she felt her heart racing. While loaches are easy to catch, eels are quite elusive. Eels are far more delectable than loaches or carp. Heir sensed his sister's anxiety and found it amusing. After securing the fine fishing line, he patted her on the back. "Brother, it's moving. The hook is being pulled down," she exclaimed excitedly. With a struggle, a plump, robust yellow eel was pulled from its hole. The little girl was eager to assist, yet the wriggling fish nearly splashed against her delicate face, causing her to erupt in peals of laughter. Heir grumbled in appreciation of nature's bounty and attempted to secure the fish with his middle finger, but felt embarrassed as his fingers proved too short. Instead, he grasped the fish firmly by its head, sliding down to place it in the fish basket, where he finally detached the hook. After washing his hands, he began searching for the next hole. "Stop! What are you 2 up to?" The children looked up to find Ernyo and DeLong from the village, both still carrying rifles on their backs. "DeLong, we're catching loach." Upon seeing the 2 children from the He family, Ernyo chuckled. "I wondered whose little ones were so familiar. It turns out to be you 2. But don't go ruining the crops in the fields." "We know, my father said not to waste the crops," responded Heir. DeLong stepped forward to see how many fish they had caught, but Heir quickly concealed the basket behind him. "Let me see if you've stolen any of the village's grain. Hand it over." Ernyo looked at DeLong with a perplexed expression, unsure of what to say. Heir coldly retorted, "No matter how much grain I might steal, it pales in comparison to the 200 pounds your family takes from ours every year, DeLong. How can you even utter such words?" Senya added, "Exactly. And what about our eggs? This year, you even took one of our laying hens." Fury washed over DeLong, causing him to tremble. He reached for his gun, but Ernyo swiftly restrained him. "This is a misunderstanding. It's not convenient to teach a lesson to these kids while carrying a firearm. Brother Nyo, how can you let anyone wield a gun? This weapon is meant to protect the village's property and safeguard us common folk, not to threaten us hard-working citizens. Senya, let us go find Grandpa Mula and demand an explanation. DeLong's face paled with rage. Who taught you to speak like that? I'll shut your mouth for you. Unable to contain his anger, he stepped forward, intent on silencing the insolent child. Ernyo quickly pulled him back. DeLong, think about what your cousin just said. If this escalates, you won't end up in a good position. DeLong's face turned ashen. Erzi, you all are family. There are some things that should remain unspoken. Pierre replied, Brother Nyo, you witnessed what just transpired. How can they treat us like family? They wield the authority granted by the village to oppress us, and without your intervention, do you think he wouldn't shoot us and plant rice to frame us? DeLong genuinely felt fear. Let us go find Grandpa Mula. If that doesn't work, we can go to the commune. I won't let you get away with this. Ernyo chuckled ruefully. Dabao, your brother is only trying to scare you. Why do you take it so seriously? Brother Nyo, I may be small, but I'm not foolish. He was about to draw his gun. The two little ones turned and intended to head back into the village. Let him go. What can a mere child do? DeLong seethed with frustration, eager to see what the child would do next. Senya, you run back to find Dad and have him speak to Grandpa Mula. I'm heading to the commune now. Upon hearing her brother's command, Senya scampered into the village with her short legs. Pierre followed closely behind, racing along with abandon. What a commotion in the commune. Did they still care for the village's honor? Wait, Erzi, don't rush to the commune just yet. Shall we seek out your grandfather, the mule? No, Erzi exclaimed. Stop running. I assure you, your grandfather will provide an explanation. Do you not trust him? Pierre halted, stating, Grandfather fought the Japanese. I believe in him. Was it truly necessary to cause a stir at the commune? A mere child would only invite ridicule upon the village, yet the offended parties would be countless. Senya, return. Ernyo Go will assist us. Ernyo breathed a sigh of relief. Could this little rascal truly be only 7 or 8 years old? DeLong's face turned a shade of iron. This little scamp had transformed into a porcupine overnight. Chapter 17, A Disgraceful Endeavor. After vexing DeLong, the siblings resumed their plot to catch eels. The ecological environment was favorable. Indeed, within 5 steps, one would find eels. Pierre was in high spirits, while DeLong's mood was far less amiable. Nyogo, must we truly seek out the old party secretary? What do you think? Your cousin, with his incessant chatter, is like a machine gun, utterly unaware of the gravity of his words. Do you genuinely believe he wouldn't dare to report to the commune? And what of that? DeLong felt a pang of anxiety. Last time, that little mouth had accused him of being his uncle's offspring, nearly scaring them to death. You know well the old party secretary's disposition. If you make the village a laughingstock, do you think they won't flay you alive? Moreover, you are all kin. Later, arrange for someone to accompany you to explain matters to your uncle. Perhaps your uncle will even reprimand that lad. How splendid would that be? Ernyo feared for his own involvement. The tasks in the production team varied in weight, and should the village choose to target you, there would be no room for resistance. Should you truly provoke the village, a label of backwardness would befall you, and congratulations. There would be no heavy work for you in the commune. Ultimately, it stemmed from an elderly lady's excessive favoritism, leaving aside the Yao family, who could earn work points and receive 200 pounds of grain annually. Even a stepmother would not act so unjustly. DeLong too was at fault. A grown man bullying 2 children, unafraid of being ridiculed, serves him right. Ernyo found himself compelled to disclose the truth. Upon returning to the village, he took DeLong to the old party secretary, recounting the afternoon's events in their entirety. Upon hearing the tale, the old party secretary nearly laughed. What cunning could a mere child possess? Gao Yi and Gui Ying could not have instilled such craftiness. Who had taught this child? It seemed the young lad was quite favored by the educated youth. Indeed, the Gao family had acted a bit excessively. Even the educated youth could not overlook it. DeLong, this evening, let Ernyo accompany you to your uncle's home to offer a proper apology. I warn you, should my village become the commune's laughingstock, be wary of your skin. The village's old party secretary was indeed formidable. DeLong nodded dejectedly, surrendering his arms, and returned home. Even the rice meticulously served to him by his mother lacked flavor. However, Pierre was different. In just a short span of time, his small fish basket was nearly full. The siblings returned home hand in hand. Their father could hardly believe his eyes. In merely 2 hours. If this catch could be sold, it would fetch at least 4 yuan. The small fish could only be sold at a low price. Yet the eel could be exchanged for ration tickets. Without these tickets, he couldn't even buy a couple of candies for the children. He suppressed his joy and, with a stern expression, said, "Heir, you cannot fish every day. You must also read and study the books you bought." "Understood, father. Starting tomorrow, I will catch fish in the morning and study at home with my sister in the afternoon." Seeing that his son comprehended his intention, He chose not to elaborate further. The Bao had already prepared the small fish for cooking. The little girl, still longing for eel, pouted and clung tightly to the fish basket, her eyes fixed on their father, as if to say, "I want to eat eel." He felt a pang of affection as he gently patted her head, selecting 2 fish from the basket, stunning them with a swift blow before preparing them. "Father, today while fishing with Sanya, I encountered Nyo and DeLong patrolling the rice fields." The little girl eagerly interjected, but her small voice struggled to convey the details. Fortunately, Pierre articulated the situation clearly. "They are of little consequence, I understand. Later, I shall consult your grandfather about it. This matter cannot be overlooked." Though Gao Yi's tone was calm, he was seething with rage inside. He could tolerate his wife's antics, but he would not allow his son to be bullied. Huang Guiying embraced the 2 children tightly, saying, "You are still young. In the future, keep your distance from the relatives of your uncle, understood?" Senya nodded obediently. Due to the incident involving DeLong, the atmosphere during dinner was rather somber. After the meal, before 5 o'clock, Pierre took out the books his father had found and pretended to peruse the dictionary while seeking help from his brother. Asking De Bao about junior high school materials was futile, leaving De Bao feeling somewhat overwhelmed. "Brother, you teach Sanya. I will study on my own." The little one finally felt relieved and earnestly began to teach his sister. "Mother, I'm going to find Uncle Mules." He stood up and headed towards the village. Not far along his way, he encountered Nyo. In the village, the naming conventions were quite jumbled. For instance, DeLong's father was referred to as uncle by De Bao's father, while De Bao's father was called brother by Nyo. If Nyo, DeLong, and De Bao were all together, the titles would become quite confusing. Yet, there was no mix-up, their ages resolved the hierarchy. However, one must not take it too seriously. Each family has its own way. Many sisters marry their uncles and nephews, reinforcing the notion that each has its own conventions. "Gaoyi, I was just looking for you." "Nyo, I am currently busy. Your sister is at home. If you need something, you can ask her." Nyo grasped Gao Yi's arm, unwilling to delay the matter entrusted by the old party secretary. "Gao Yi, it is as follows. Today in the fields, your nephew DeLong acted rather foolishly." And the old party secretary scolded him severely, instructing him to apologize to your family while I serve as a witness. "Please, do not leave. Grant your nephew a chance. If you would." Gaoyi replied, "Nyo, it's not that I wish to disrespect you, but DeLong has exhibited a lack of righteousness. Is not Bao still his brother? Look at his behavior. Is that what one expects from a human being? Indeed, DeLong has been rather foolish. As his elder uncle, you possess a magnanimous spirit. Do not dwell on his misdeeds. Grant him a chance. I may be his uncle, but does he regard me as such? Does he see Bao as his brother? The boy is merely 8 years old, and he is already contemplating violence. Can this be deemed acceptable behavior? Return home. Spare yourself this trouble." As the 2 engaged in this exchange, villagers gathered around. "Gaoyi, what is the matter that has stirred such anger in you?" "Nyo, what has transpired? Who dares to threaten Bao? Such threats are no trifling matter. What has happened that has incited Gao Yi's ire?" The Gao family is known for their amiable disposition, enjoying good relations within the village. Particularly, Gao Yi's wife is often busy around the house, diligently tending to chores, never gossiping about others. This very quality endears her to the other women, who relish in conversing with her, for there is no fear of her engaging in idle chatter. The more silent Gao Yi remained, the more intrigued the crowd became. "Nyo, do share, what exactly occurred?" Gao Yi, not lacking in wisdom, recognized his nephew's wrongdoing. While he could remain silent, he could certainly allow Nyo to explain. "Nyo, please enlighten everyone, so that we may seek justice." With a grim countenance, Nyo recounted the events of the afternoon. DeLong, truly, has behaved most inappropriately. Chapter 18. Severing ties. Gao Li gazed at his son, trembling with rage. "Look at what you have done. Go over there and apologize to your uncle and your brother." Witnessing her beloved grandson being mistreated, the grandmother's heart ached. She stepped forward and delivered a slap to her eldest son. DeLong is my eldest grandson. What right does he have to discipline his younger brother? He shall not be making amends. There is no way that will happen. DeLong, I shall take that little miscreant and make him acknowledge his faults. With that, the old woman headed towards her younger son's house. Terrified, DeLong grasped his grandmother's arm. Grandmother, that little rascal has learned to speak in a most disrespectful manner from who knows where. We are merely waiting for Ernyo to arrive. My eldest grandson is clever. He is clever indeed. Reflecting on Hier's indiscreet words, his grandmother grew increasingly agitated, yet felt powerless to correct him. It was infuriating. The three siblings, Hier, He-san, and He-si, were already outside studying when their father and Ernyo began their discussion, which had reached their ears long ago. The mother wished to intervene and bring her household back to order, but Hier called out to her. He rushed into his mother's embrace, whispering in her ear, "Mother, please go inside and pretend you have heard nothing. Do not come out. Today, we must teach grandmother a lesson. Just think of the life we used to lead." Their mother, being of a gentle disposition, might be swayed by a few kind words, potentially absolving grandmother. It was best to avoid such a confrontation. Huang Guing was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it is not merely the grain. Even if a small sum of money were to be shared, it would be driven away by the grandmother's cunning machinations. Not to mention the eggs. Throughout the year, at least 2 chickens from their household have made their way to her table, yet it yields no benefits. The mother set her son down and silently retreated into the house. Her 2 sons have grown up, and they are now capable of alleviating the burdens of the family. Senya wished to rush over to witness the commotion, but was swiftly restrained by Hier. You go to your father. If anyone advises him to let DeLong go, you must demand the return of the stolen grain, chickens, and eggs. Do you understand? The little girl nodded and hurried towards her father. Dabao, feeling uneasy about the little girl, followed closely behind. Only then did Hier find solace. After all, a dictionary is a splendid tool, enabling him to deftly navigate numerous academic dilemmas. Senya squeezed into the throng and clung to her father's leg. He-gaoi, upon noticing his daughter's arrival, instinctively lifted her into his arms. The little girl's large eyes sparkled, darting about curiously. Her ears perked up. Her brother had indeed mentioned that anyone who persuaded their father to spare DeLong would be met with her demand for the return of the grain and other possessions taken by the grandmother. Yet, these individuals were only muttering disparaging remarks about DeLong, lamenting the grandmother's favoritism, and not a single soul was advising her father. She felt quite anxious. Ernyo was in a state of utter frustration, pondering how the situation had devolved into such chaos. What was amiss with DeLong's family? Why had no one come forth to apologize to his uncle? Alas, DeLong was truly not worthy. Misunderstanding ensued, with the grandmother's support and Ernyo's attempts to mediate. DeLong felt no concern. As DeLong's mother attempted to step outside, she was halted by the grandmother's voice. If you all apologize to his uncle today, his family will surely be puffed up with pride. Such arrogance would only mean they would seize every advantage. Ernyo was infuriated. Had it not been for the old secretary's instructions, he would have stormed off long ago. Go Dan, go to DeLong's house and bring him to me. Just tell him that he seems to have forgotten the words of Secretary Sunday. Upon hearing the name of Secretary Sun, Go Dan made his way to DeLong's residence. The family, upon realizing it was the old secretary's message, dared not act defiantly. They gathered in unison under the guidance of the grandmother and approached the crowd. Well, what is it? Must you persistently quarrel with your nephew? What is wrong with a brother disciplining his younger sibling? Did that younger brother never endure a beating from his elder? Ah, have you grown so formidable that you no longer recognize your own mother? The grandmother, being a grandmother, felt an inherent authority over her youngest grandchild. He-gaoi wished to interject, but found himself at a loss for words. Return the grain, eggs, and chickens that you have taken from our family. The little girl finally seized the opportunity to speak. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. All eyes turned towards DeLong's family, filled with disdain and contempt. DeLong's family felt their faces flush with embarrassment. The elderly matriarch exclaimed, I shall tear that little troublemaker's mouth. She was not jesting. She genuinely intended to approach and silence Sanya. He-gaoi's wife, temper your ire. Sanya is but a child. What wrath can you possibly harbor against her? Indeed, esteemed maternal grandmother, Sanya is but your granddaughter. Merely 5 years of age and lacking comprehension. It would be prudent for you to temper your ire. With so many present, how could one allow this biased matron to approach her own granddaughter? Grandmother, return the grains, eggs, and chickens that you have wrongfully taken from our household. The chickens we raised have all been seized by you, their eggs pilfered, and you must return them. The little girl is truly incensed. The chickens we raised, which she refrains from consuming herself, are snatched away by you, one after another. When she wishes to partake, she is met with rebuke. I do not recognize you as my granddaughter. Gao-yi, I wonder what sort of creature you have raised. If you were to endure scolding from your mother, you would not dare utter a word, yet now she speaks of her daughter. Mother, Sanya is your own granddaughter. This is insubordination. You dare to oppose me? I do not acknowledge you as my son, nor this little liability as my granddaughter. As Gao-yi contemplated, throughout these years, his family had subsisted on sweet potatoes, while his mother could still sell grains. He recalled how, whenever a hint of meat wafted from their kitchen, his mother would whisk away most of the dishes. All that belonged to them, their money, their chickens. At this moment, he felt an eruption of emotions. Mother, since the birth of DeLong, every penny, grain, chicken, egg, and even the slightest morsel of meat, every scrap of cloth, you have sought to seize. After all these years, even if to repay your nurturing, it would be more than sufficient. With everyone here as witnesses, I, Gao-yi, sever ties with the Gao-li family. From this day forth, we shall not cross paths until death. Uncle, why must it come to this? DeLong, I do not recognize you as my nephew, and you need not call me uncle. His grandmother interjected. DeLong, you need not address him as uncle. I shall pretend this son was never born. Let us return home. Ernyo, wait, DeLong. Regardless of how you sever ties with your uncle's family, today you must apologize to Brother Gao-yi. This is the directive of the old party secretary. The old party secretary is known for his fairness. Otherwise, he would not hold such esteem in this village. The expression on DeLong's family shifted dramatically. DeLong opened his mouth to speak, but Gao-yi swiftly interrupted. No need for apologies, with the ties severed. Let all past events be forgotten. Ernyo, please convey my gratitude to the old party secretary. Ernyo then released a sigh of relief, patting Gao-yi's arm, offering only a bittersweet smile. Chapter 19. Meat, pork belly what? Ties have been severed? Mother looked at the child as father with disbelief. To sever ties with one's maternal family invites scorn from others. Father, what choice do I have but to sever ties? Today, your mother has once again pressured me for grains. The child grows larger with each passing day, consuming more than ever. This morning, I witnessed her selling grains in the black market. The families of the elder generation have surplus grains to sell, yet she has the audacity to demand grains from me. What can I do? Bao and Sanya were quite excited. This grandmother, we have long wished to be rid of. Father, does this mean she will no longer come to our home to take things? Nonsense, she is your grandmother. Mother pulled her daughter close, softly admonishing her. Indeed, remember, the three of you, she is your grandmother. When you see her, you must not show disdain. Gao-yi similarly whispered to the three children. Except for Hier, the two little ones were utterly bewildered, unable to fathom the latest performance of their parents. Their father fell silent, turning to enter the house and beginning his evening routine. Their mother spoke up, remarking on their grandmother's undeniable bias and formidable nature. She expressed how today, their father had dealt a resounding slap to her pride, suggesting that in the future, even if they begged on their knees, she would never set foot in their home again. Pierre was taken aback by his mother's astute observation regarding their grandmother. During busy farming seasons, the men of the production team were treated like beasts of burden, while women took on the roles of men. Yet, their grandmother never considered herself inferior to men. Even nearing 60, she worked the fields with vigor, matching the strength of any robust laborer. The previous winter, when the river needed dredging and the channels repaired, DeLong was supposed to go. But she resolutely took his place without a hint of complaint from the commune. That evening, the news of Gao-yi's severed ties with his mother spread throughout the village. The elders were quick to voice their outrage, denouncing Gao-yi as an ungrateful child. To them, this was a troubling precedent. Every family had its elders, and no one could claim absolute fairness in the distribution of care. The village's matriarch, a sturdy mule, served as the community's backbone, drawing a crowd of elderly folk. This season Mule chuckled, remarking that Gao-yi was only cutting ties with his brother Gao-li's family and had never uttered a word about severing his relationship with his own mother. This boy, he mused, was quite the character. We all grew up bare-bottomed. I'm not afraid to speak my mind. Gao-yi's mother is excessively biased. The children have indeed faced their share of grievances over the years. Erguzi, I'm talking about you. You have 3 sons. Yet you seem intent on favoring your youngest at the expense of the older 2. Aren't you afraid they might follow Gao Yi and his brother's example? In my view, severing ties is a blessing in disguise, as it serves as a reminder to everyone not to let personal preferences drive a wedge between siblings. Erguzi, the younger cousin of the old party secretary, was nearing 60 himself and found it both amusing and exasperating to be addressed by his childhood nickname. Rest assured, I won't be like Gao Yi's mother, hoarding everything for my youngest. The crowd chimed in teasingly. Indeed, you don't hoard for the eldest. Instead, you favor the youngest. That's not the same. My youngest hasn't even started a family yet. Believe me, if I give him a push, his older siblings will contribute even more. This was certainly true, and the old party secretary interrupted the lively chatter to declare, so, concerning Gao Yi's family, there's no need for undue concern. Gao Yi and his wife are good people, and we all know the ins and outs of their family affairs. As a group of elder men, when we return home, we must tend to our own households and refrain from gossip. With a firm hand, the old secretary concluded. Though this was based on the assumption that Gao Yi had not explicitly severed ties with his mother, otherwise, one could only imagine him dragging Gao Yi and his wife onto the stage for further admonishment. The next day, the dawn chorus of roosters heralded another day. Their father gathered all the eels that Er had caught and took them to the market, never mentioning a word to Hier. It is not surprising that, in their eyes, parents should care for and love their children, striving to fulfill their every desire. However, this household is governed by them. As long as they draw breath, the little ones must remain in the shadows. Rising early due to his habit, Hier awoke at dawn, the crescent moon still hanging high, illuminating the particularly bright sky. He had hoped to catch an eel in the back to make a savory eel porridge, but upon inspection, he discovered that all the fish had vanished. A clear indication that his father had ventured into town once more. His father, unchanged, remained the same as ever. His little sister was still deep in slumber, and he refrained from waking her. After all, she had been overly excited the previous night, having lost her connection with their grandmother, and had only settled down after receiving a couple of slaps from their mother. By the time the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, Pierre had already filled half of his fish basket. His stomach began to protest once more. He pulled out a raw sweet potato, took a bite, and lost yet another tooth. Curse it, why couldn't he be reborn after losing his baby teeth? He decided against eating any more. He continued to focus, using a stick to beat down the wild grass ahead while slowly searching for eel burrows. Upon returning home with a basket brimming with eels, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his sister was not upset with him. Second brother, father brought back a large piece of pork, she exclaimed with excitement, tugging at his sleeve to lead him to the kitchen. In their home, there was a small cabinet designated for bowls and chopsticks, but for leftover fish or meat. There was a specially crafted hexagonal bamboo rack suspended in the center of the kitchen, topped with a circular lid to shield it from dust and rain, as well as to deter mice, snakes, and ants. Beneath the rack was a long bench, clearly moved by his little sister so she could sneak glances at the meat their father had brought home. Pierre climbed onto the bench and pulled down the rack, revealing a bowl containing a piece of streaky pork. Not quite as large as he had hoped, it likely weighed no more than half a pound. Brother, come down and hold me so I can take another look. Pierre chuckled, realizing that his little sister was indeed too short to reach it. Lifting her up, Senya pointed at the meat with her finger, eager to bring it to her mouth. Senya, we must maintain cleanliness. Reluctantly, she withdrew her finger and asked, Brother, when will we cook this meat? Of course this afternoon. I'm hungry now, shall we head down? Senya obediently wrapped her arms around her brother's neck, careful not to fidget. The sweet potato had already been cooked and was sitting in the pot, alongside a bowl containing 2 untouched crucian carp. Once her brother finished eating, Senya proposed, Brother, let us go catch some eels. Despite her young age, she understood that this meat had been exchanged for the eels her brother had caught. Let us go right now? With the thought of delectable streaky pork in mind, even a soul of 60 could hardly restrain the drool. Chapter 20. Teaching after Gao Yi sold the eels and exchanged them for meat tickets. He headed to the supply store only to find that the good meat had already been sold out. What constituted good meat, you ask? It was the part of the pig's back that had a layer of fat. When purchasing meat, one merely needed to present the ticket and pay. Whatever the vendor provided was what one received. Fortunately, meat has become a highly sought-after commodity. Anything classified as meat, even a mere bone, is eagerly purchased. Thus, those who sell meat commence their sales with the finest cuts, eliminating much needless discussion. Naturally, if one specifies a desire for lean pork ribs, it is a delightful agreement for all parties involved. He arrived at the market not too late and procured half a pound of pork belly. Upon returning home with the meat, his wife had already prepared breakfast. This meat, of course, was reserved for the afternoon meal. Yet, this half-pound of meat still earned him a fair share of his wife's complaints. In just a few days, we will be harvesting rice. Why didn't you wait a couple of days to buy it? My dear wife, I would have preferred that, but when the time comes to harvest rice, we must be up at the crack of dawn, leaving me no time to venture into town, with 3 individuals off to work and others off to school. Only little Sanya was left sitting in the kitchen, drooling. Had the meat not been placed on the dish rack, the little girl would undoubtedly have devoured several bites raw. As the two arrived at the field, they were halted by 2 cousins who were exchanging grass for labor. Pierre, wishing to avoid conflict with the 2 girls, grasped Sanya's hand and attempted to circumvent them, only to be blocked once more. Halt! Did I permit you to pass? Their family had lost face in the village yesterday, and they were determined to reclaim it. This path does not belong to you. Do you intend to rob us? Sanya retorted, Indeed, this road is not yours. We shall walk if we choose. You little troublemaker. Your mouth is as foul as your brother's, one of the girls shot back. Pierre pulled his sister behind him and spoke slowly. Eldest sister, second sister. All the other girls your age in the village are off to school, right? My sister is still quite young, and we are teaching her to read. She will surely attend school as well. Sanya is a treasure in our family, not a burden. Yet, you 2 sisters at home must be receiving the least of everything. Am I wrong? My grandmother may be biased, but my father and mother are not. It is my uncle and aunt who favor you, and perhaps they truly regard you as burdens. The eldest sister fell silent, for Pierre spoke a profound truth. The second sister spat, I will tear that insolent mouth of yours. She then reached towards Pierre's mouth. Pierre possessed strength far surpassing that of a mere 10-year-old girl, and with a gentle motion, he deflected her hand. Second sister, if I were you, I would make a fuss to ensure I could attend school for at least 2 years. Otherwise, when it comes to buying vegetables or selling grain, one could easily be deceived, and in adulthood, one would be looked down upon by their in-laws. Eldest sister, please consider what I have said. Second sister, let them pass. Reluctantly, the second sister complied. The eldest sister pulled her sibling back, casting a gaze at Pierre and his sister that was laced with complexity. She was fully aware that this boy was instigating discord, yet she could not summon the anger. Pierre led his sister onward. Sister, why did you stop me from silencing that little wretch? My grandmother and mother have been driven to the point of losing their appetites due to their antics. The eldest sister replied, Z is not wrong. Our grandmother is indeed biased, and our family has always treated us sisters as mere servants. Upon finishing her words, she tugged at her younger sister's hand. Neither of our 3 brothers has ever treated us as their true sisters. It is time for us to pursue our studies. At home, whenever there were treats, they were never included. If it weren't for the sweet potatoes occasionally sticking to grains of rice, they would have nearly forgotten the taste of rice altogether. They had never worn a single new piece of clothing or shoes. The household chores were never attended to by their brothers, and the 2 of them were often bullied, with the family turning a blind eye while urging them to obey their brothers. Sister, do not listen to Xiao'er's nonsense. I want to cut grass. The little girl had a tough exterior, yet her voice trembled with emotion. She indeed wished to study, but could their grandmother allow her? By afternoon, Pierre was simultaneously teaching her sister to write in the sand while glancing at her middle school textbook. When Da and Er and I saw that no one was in the vicinity, they hurried over. Erzi, can you teach us to read? You all are nothing but trouble, always stealing from our family. My brother won't teach you. Pierre gently patted her sister's head. Sanya, they are our cousins. Humph. If they won't teach us, then who cares? The little girl retorted before running back home. Pierre turned to Doranai. Sanya is still young. Don't take it to heart. Let us go to the back door, and I will teach you. Their 2 families resided at the far western end of the village. Their homes closely adjacent, each with a bamboo grove behind them, so they needn't worry about being discovered. Pierre was deliberate in this. It had taken a long time for their families to sever ties. If these younger generations were to mend relations, given her family's nature of never taking advantage, it would only invite trouble. This, in fact, resonated with Doranai, for if their family discovered her connection with the family of Uncle Yao, even Sangu would surely beat them. Er and I, stubborn as she was, deliberately kept her distance from Hier, though her eyes were fixed on the strokes made by the stick in Hier's hand. This girl was just like her grandmother in temperament. After an hour of teaching, the three little girls gathered together, with Sanya taking on the role of teacher, instructing her cousins with surprising adeptness. This brought a sense of relief to Hier. De Bao, during class that day, was also absent-minded, his thoughts lingering on a piece of fatty pork at home. As soon as the school bell rang, he dashed home. By this time, Sanya had already concluded her teaching, and each child had returned through their respective back doors, as if nothing had transpired. The little girl had discovered the joy of teaching, and upon her elder brother's return, she clung to him, eager for him to teach her to read. De Bao, what has gotten into my little sister? Why is she so keen on studying? Erzi, come over and teach Sanya to read. I need to prepare dinner. Pierre was not going to fall for that. An hour was an hour, teaching her simple phrases like a wa-yi, iwu-yu. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. How could that not grow tiresome? Brother, I'm not very good at pronunciation. You can teach Sanya. I'll finish cooking. Let's wait for mother to return before preparing the vegetables. De Bao pondered, realizing he wasn't particularly skilled at cooking meat either, but at that moment, he was too preoccupied with the delicious eel. Erzi, I still need to prepare a few eels. How about you handle the eels while I teach Sanya? This lad has learned the art of retreating to advance. He is well aware that his younger brother loves fishing and eating fish, yet despises the task of cleaning them. Eels can be quite slippery, and lacking the proper tools, it would be prudent to accept your elder brother's kind offer. Brother, select the smaller ones. De Bao nodded, understanding that the larger ones would fetch a better price. Chapter 21. The aroma of meat. The family gathered in the kitchen, watching as mother sliced the pork belly into thin pieces. She poured a small amount of water into the bottom of the pan before adding the sliced meat. While cooking, she chattered on, this method of frying meat prevents the release of smoke. After all, smoke is just oil. As a mother, her domestic duties were accompanied by such teachings. As the pork belly turned a golden brown, a rich and savory aroma wafted through the air, captivating everyone's senses. The enticing scent permeated their nostrils, leaving them somewhat entranced. Mother then filled a small bowl with half of the meat and handed it to Gaoyi. He smiled and nodded, then exited the kitchen, making his way to his elder brother's home. Dad, Sanya exclaimed anxiously, wrapping her arms around her father's leg. She had an unsettling premonition that the meat was destined for her grandmother. Father's grip was steady, not a drop of hot oil escaping. De Bao, bring your sister inside. Be careful she doesn't get burned. De Bao replied, I hear nothing. I have not heard a thing. Pierre chuckled and moved closer to his sister, whispering in her ear, Sanya, your grandmother will not allow our father to enter and will likely scold him out. Really, the little girl felt she must have misheard. Such delectable meat. How could grandma possibly refuse? In the past, at this hour, she would have already come to claim it. When has brother ever deceived you? Gaoyi gazed at his son with surprise. Was this truly his youngest child? He had assumed that reprimand was inevitable. Yet the meat should have been retained by his sister-in-law. No matter how biased a mother might be, she would still show due filial respect. However, one cannot simply seize it. With a feeling of trepidation, he approached his elder brother's home. Upon reaching the door, he spotted his mother brandishing a broom. Upon seeing him, she wasted no time in hurling the broom at him. Get lost. I have no son as unfilial as you. Dare to step 1 foot inside, and I shall break your legs. The aroma of the meat had already reached her. Dalong gazed at her with longing, which only fueled her fury. After a lifetime of strength in the village, now in her old age, she felt humiliated by her own child. How could the eldest branch of the family lack such backbone? You ungrateful wretches. You sever ties with me and then eagerly welcome a bowl of meat. What have you become? This only serves to make us the laughingstock of the village. The old woman shot a fierce glare at the eldest branch, resolutely standing at the door, forbidding her unfilial son from entering. Gaoyi implored, Mother, get lost. If you dare to call me mother again, I shall break your legs. After speaking, she picked up the laundry stick by the door, her gaze icy as she looked at her youngest son. She needed to teach her eldest son and grandson the importance of having backbone. De Bao Sanya watched her father bring back a morsel of meat. Nearly leaping with joy, Pierre embraced his sister, while De Bao naturally received a light slap from their mother, which was more playful than punitive. The family inadvertently broke into silly laughter. A small half bowl of meat oil was carefully placed on the bowl rack, while the vegetables remained plentiful in a large bowl. The eel, infused with meat oil and cucumber, brought an inexplicable sense of joy to Hier as he savored each bite, a delight that spread throughout his body. He recalled a joke he had heard. A traveling scholar, passing through a village, borrowed fire from a farmer's wife. That night, when the farmer returned home and tasted the exceptionally delicious food, he inquired about its origin. The wife revealed that the scholar had washed a piece of pork with a ladle of water, and the meal was prepared using the water from washing the meat. Enraged, the husband slapped his wife vigorously, exclaiming, "You foolish woman, why didn't you wash the meat in the water tank?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. After dinner, he stormed off to complain to his father-in-law, only to receive an even harder slap. "You imbecile, why didn't you suggest she wash the meat in the village pond? Then the entire village could savor the flavor of the meat." "Mother, will we still have meat tomorrow?" The little girl had her eyes set on the remaining half of the meat on the rack. "Dear, we'll save the meat for the day after tomorrow when the village harvests the rice. We can have it for breakfast then, all right?" "Okay, we'll have meat for breakfast the day after tomorrow." The mother cradled her little daughter and gently rubbed her belly, which had already rounded from the meal. The next day, when the father returned from town, he brought back 3 pounds of white flour. He genuinely wished to exchange it for some meat or sugar coupons. But alas, such tickets were indeed rare. With eels plentiful, fishing for them was as simple as picking them up. He air-filled a basket and returned home just in time for breakfast. On his way back, he placed a few large eels into the water bucket in the cow shed before hastening home. After breakfast, he planned to catch another basketful. "Erzi, you frequently bring fish to the cow shed." The boy was caught just as he emerged from the shed. His father genuinely worried about him. Considering the two rightists whose families had distanced themselves from them, why was he so eager to associate with them? Hier chuckled. "Father, both grandfathers fought against the Japanese. They are not bad people. Just be cautious, and don't let the villagers see you." Gao Yi, in his youth, often listened to his father recount stories of fighting the Japanese, and he held a certain respect for the two uncles who had engaged in such battles. He said no more and took the fish basket. "Hurry now, go eat." With so many eels in the fields, how could no one think to fish for them? It cannot be blamed on the villagers. After all, it is a remote hamlet where not a single bicycle can be found. Who would have thought to fashion fish hooks from steel wire? One must understand that extracting an eel from its burrow is impossible without a steel hook. Hier, this lad, has serendipitously stumbled upon a fortunate opportunity. With his parents and to bow away, Sanya mysteriously beckoned Ergu to the cupboard. "Brother, father has brought back an abundance of flour." The mention of flour stirred excitement in Hier. Although their staple was not made from corn or wheat, he yearned for buns, steamed bread, noodles, and dumplings. The little girl opened the cupboard, revealing a small cloth bag. Its hue was somewhat yellowed, far from the snowy whiteness expected decades later. "Mother said we will have hand-pulled noodles for breakfast." As she spoke, she licked the flour off her finger. "Sanya, mind your hygiene. Have you forgotten how Xiao Hejie suffered from worms in her belly, leading to her untimely demise?" The little girl, frightened, hurriedly withdrew her finger from her mouth. "Ergu, let us go fish for eels." Chapter 22. The great red eel and the mighty green snake. The sun was no longer as scorching as before, yet the race to harvest continued with fervor. The autumn air was crisp, but rain was a concern. When the plums turn yellow, the rains come down without mercy. The person who penned this line must have been troubled by the autumn rains ruining their harvest. Before dawn, Mother had already prepared the dough. Even the little girl rose early. To savor a bowl of fragrant noodles, she had gone to bed soon after sunset. It was Hier, still in a daze, who was awakened by his sister's call. Hand-pulled noodles, drizzled with a hint of meat oil, topped with the freshly dried bean paste from home, and sprinkled with a touch of scallions made Hier feel that in both his lives, he had never tasted such delectable fare. After finishing a bowl of noodles, aside from Sanya, everyone indulged in a generous serving of noodle soup, gulping it down heartily. It turned out that the young intellectuals really did use boiling water to heat their bowls, for when Hier added more soup, he noticed the glistening grease clinging to the bowl's walls. The Bao remarked, "Erzi, would you like to help Mother bundle the rice?" He knew that this younger brother possessed great strength, capable of accomplishing the work of two. Hier chuckled, spreading his arms. "Brother, with my short arms and legs, can I truly be of assistance? I would rather go fish for eels. I will handle lunch at home." This lad had no economic sense. The fish he caught in a morning equaled what the entire family could labor for 10 days or more. When you cook at noon, add a bowl of rice. And do not use meat oil. Be frugal with the bean oil as well. The father understood this boy well. when it came to cooking. He would use an excessive amount of oil, and the meat oil could not be squandered in one meal. Once the father spoke, Dabao could say no more. Before heading to work, all villagers were required to convene at the sun-drenched square, where village officials assigned production tasks. After Hier and Senya saw the three depart, they began to tidy up the fish basket. Senya, it's quite damp outside. You should rest for a while. Shall we go together on the second trip? Naturally. Senya was not pleased. She tugged at her brother's fish basket, her large eyes gazing up at him with an adorable curiosity. This little girl certainly knew how to charm better than he did. Be good. If you catch a chill, you'll have to take bitter medicine, he warned. You must return quickly and take me along to catch eels. Remembering how her second brother had suffered when he was ill, the little girl finally relented. Their parents had been quite busy lately, likely too preoccupied to keep an eye on her. He thought about the snake dens surrounding the brick kiln and, clutching the fish basket, made his way toward the east of the village. The eastern part of the village also held vast rice fields, where fishing was an option, but the thought of encountering a large green snake loomed in his mind. A green snake could grow nearly 2 meters long, without its skin and bones. It could still fill a large pot. The ridges of the fields were overgrown with wild grass, and he wielded a slender bamboo stick to swat at the weeds. Snakes were abundant near the earthen kiln, and without startling them, he feared that a small earth snake might bite him, leaving him with no place to cry. Small earth snakes were indeed venomous. Though he had encountered numerous snakes, most were merely small water snakes and grass snakes, each lighter than a single eel. As he had not encountered a large green snake, he set aside his thoughts of snake catching and began searching for eel holes. This area was in close proximity to the brick kiln, and there were plenty of cavities along the ditch. Holes far from the water's surface were off limits. As they were snake dens, he had to seek out those hidden by water plants or those that opened directly into the water. His efforts were rewarded. After only a short while of probing the hole with his hook, he felt an immense tug. This pull exceeded that of any eel he had ever caught. He believed himself to possess considerable strength, yet when he tried to lift the hook, there was no response. If not for the persistent tugging in his hand, he might have thought the hook was snagged on a tree root. The hole appeared rather small. Fortunately, the hemp rope his father had provided proved sturdy, and after nearly 10 minutes of stalemate, the hook was slowly extracted. To his astonishment, the eel measured over 1 meter in length, its body exhibiting a dark crimson hue. Certainly thicker than his own arm. Ha ha ha, I'm going to strike it rich, he exclaimed joyfully. He had caught a few eels weighing over 1 pound, but this one was surely at least 20 pounds. After placing the eel into the fish basket, he rubbed his aching arms, contemplating a return home. As he stood up, he noticed that the wild grass on the distant ridge had been flattened on either side. Was fortune smiling upon him? This was unmistakably the trace of a large green snake. Though not venomous, the temperament of the green snake was notoriously fierce, and it could move with remarkable speed. He had witnessed several instances of this snake pursuing villagers to bite them. He secured the basket and placed it in the ditch, quickly ascending the ridge while gripping his bamboo stick tightly. Catching a green snake was relatively simple. All one needed to do was strike its upper half with the bamboo stick. No need to aim for any specific spot, and it would turn and flee. If one could chase it swiftly and grasp its tail, it could be spun around and soon find itself in the pot. Thus, the initial strike was of utmost importance. The green snake, upon spotting the small child blocking its path, did not turn away but instead surged forward like an arrow, accelerating toward him. This was precisely why, upon encountering humans on the road, green snakes often ended up as dinner. When you attempt to capture it, you will undoubtedly find it elusive. However, should it come to attack you, as long as you remain calm, even if it bites or wraps around you, it is still manageable. Any adult can handle it. Yet, humans harbor an innate fear of serpents. In this village of Xiaowan, who among them knows that this creature is non-venomous? Each time they encounter it, they are left terrified, trembling in fear. Those who would feast upon its flesh are often the ones being pursued by the snake, with others joining in the chase to assist in capturing it by its tail. Alternatively, some may seize the tail after the snake has been struck and attempts to flee. After all, snake meat is still meat. Upon sighting the approaching serpent, Hier swiftly struck with a bamboo stick, producing a sharp whoosh through the air. With such a long snake, a diagonal strike ensures it cannot evade. Indeed, the snake twisted in response, attempting to flee. The ferocity with which it approached was matched only by its speed of retreat. It was truly a cowardly creature, easily intimidated, though chasing with my legs proved challenging. The bamboo stick allowed for swift strikes. Pierre stepped forward and delivered another blow, causing the green snake to writhe once more. During this brief moment of contortion, it endured several more strikes. By the time it sought to escape again, its tail was firmly grasped by a small hand, and its nearly 2-meter-long body was swung through the air, producing a whirring sound. The great green snake never anticipated that it, which had frightened many adults, would fall captive to a child. Could this be what humanity refers to as the fearless nature of youth? Pierre was indifferent to such thoughts. After swinging for 2 or 3 minutes, feeling unsteady, he finally ceased his efforts. 1 eel, 1 snake, and a fish basket overflowing. At this moment, the sun began to rise. Chapter 23. Mixed doubles living off the land. One must rely on the mountains for sustenance, the water for nourishment, and the rice fields for catching eels. Pierre was in excellent spirits. As he passed by the educated youth station, he encountered that enchanting sister once more, though he was uncertain of what she might be retrieving at this hour. Baby, what have you got in your fish basket?" "Of course, it's meat." At the mention of meat, the sister's eyes sparkled with excitement. Baby, may I see what kind of meat it is?" "Sister, do you see that earthen kiln? The amount of meat inside is unimaginable." Pierre did not keep her in suspense. While he could not retrieve the eel, he could certainly present the great green snake for her inspection. Lifting the lid of the fish basket, he pulled out a portion of the snake's body. Shue stepped back in fright. A snake. Indeed, the earthen kiln is a den of serpents, filled with meat. With a slender bamboo stick, one could slay countless in a day. He waved the thin bamboo stick in the air, producing a series of sharp whooshes. These educated youths also faced their own struggles. By merely providing them with some leads, they could potentially feast for days, should they possess the audacity. Shue could hardly believe that this child had the courage to capture a basket full of snakes all alone in the earthen kiln. Returning to the fields, she quietly shared the tale of Baby's snake capture with the other educated youths. Upon hearing it, the eyes of the 10 or so youths at the station gleamed with excitement. Snake meat is indeed a remarkable delicacy, renowned for its ability to expel parasites, dispel cold, enhance beauty, and provide remarkable effects against skin ailments. A small child, armed with merely a slender bamboo stick, dares to catch snakes. While these numerous young men seem to be outdone by a mere child, were it not for the pressing demands of their fields, they would have already planned a group expedition to the caves. As fate would have it, they find themselves grouped with Bao's parents at this very moment. "Sister Guiying, you are in for a treat today," Huang Guiying remarked. "We still have a bit of meat oil left. How did the educated youth come to know about it?" As several young people chuckled and recounted the tale of Bao capturing a basket full of snakes, Guiying felt her hand tremble around the sickle. Unbeknownst to his little bottom was about to bloom. At that moment, he was at home skinning and deboning a large green snake. Securing the snake to a large tree behind the house, he carefully split the skin open at the neck with a knife, and with a firm pull, the pristine white flesh of the snake revealed itself. After removing the entrails and severing the bones, a flawless strip of meat emerged, likely weighing over 3 pounds. He dug a small pit and buried the skin, bones, and entrails, compacting the earth with his foot to prevent his mother from discovering that he had caught and killed a snake. Senya hopped with excitement. "Brother, this snake meat looks splendid. Indeed, this meat is even more succulent than chicken. You must not mention that it is snake meat at noon, understand?" "Why not?" the little girl asked. "If our mother finds out that I caught a snake, she would surely be furious. This snake is venomous, and a bite could be fatal." His little sister was quite the glutton. Had he not warned her, she might have been tempted to catch these snakes for a taste. Little did she realize the risks associated with snake catching. "Is it safe to eat something venomous?" "Its flesh is not toxic," she replied. The little girl increasingly admired her second brother, who could fish and catch snakes. "Brother, will you catch snakes again?" No, I won't. If I get bitten, my life would be in peril. I shall go catch some eels instead. You stay here and guard this white meat, lest a wild cat snatch it away. Make sure to return quickly," she urged. "I will fish in the small ditch right in front of the house, not venturing far." When their father, mother, and eldest brother returned from work, they discovered an improvised stove made from a few bricks outside the kitchen, surrounded by a heap of ashes. It was clear that had indeed been stewing snake meat there. It was said that snake meat should not be covered while cooking, as it would emit a unique aroma that attracts venomous creatures and insects, potentially leading to toxic saliva contaminating the soup. There was also a belief that if black ash from the roof fell into the snake's soup, it would render it poisonous. Better to err on the side of caution. Thus, snake soup should be prepared outdoors. On the round table, a large sand jar sat, typically used for stewing chicken and lotus soup. Beside it were bowls of mustard greens and pickled vegetables. The rice was already served and arranged on the table. Upon seeing their parents return, the little girl rushed forward, grasping her mother's hand. "Father and mother, come quickly to eat. The meat that Erzi cooked is incredibly fragrant. Where is your second brother? He is fetching water." Fetching water is intended for washing hands before meals. This girl remains oblivious to the impending troubles that her elder brother faces. Huang Guiying has already cast her gaze towards the bamboo strip resting at the entrance. Gao Yi gently tugged at his wife's arm, urging, "Let us dine first. We shall discuss matters afterward." As Huang Guiying observed the little one approaching with a wooden basin, her anger had considerably diminished. "Father, mother, brother, wash your hands and come to the table." Pierre, upon seeing the stern expressions of his parents, assumed they were merely fatigued and did not ponder further. He grabbed the large spoon from the jar and served each person a generous portion of soup along with meat. "This soup is exquisite. Do indulge." How could it not be delightful? His parents remained silent, engrossed in their meal. "Erzi, we've bought meat again. It's delicious, truly delicious." There were no bones, just slices, and the lad did not quite discern what kind of meat it was. "If it's tasty, then eat more." Pierre felt a strong urge to scold his elder brother, thinking, how can you remain silent when there's food to be enjoyed? After the meal, Pierre intended to clear the dishes, but was halted by his mother's call. Let your elder brother take care of the dishes. You go fetch that bamboo strip at the door." This bamboo strip was an old, slender piece that Pierre had carefully selected. Despite its thinness, it was densely knotted, sturdy, and well fitted to the hand. "Mother, what do you need that bamboo strip for?" He always sensed something peculiar about his parents, yet he could not articulate what it was. "Just fetch it. No need for all this chatter," his father interjected. Before he could comply, Senya had already eagerly handed the bamboo strip to her elder brother. The strip was received by his mother, and he found himself lifted by his father. Something felt amiss. Why was he being placed on his father's lap? Why were his trousers being pulled down? His parents were acting quite unreasonably, employing a sneak attack on him. He anticipated being subjected to such dual tactics. "Father, mother, may I not have a moment to explain before the punishment?" His response was met with a sharp sting on his backside. The pain elicited a loud yelp from him. "If we don't discipline you, you won't learn." After a single strike with the bamboo strip, his mother paused. "Did you deserve this?" "Yes, I did." The little fellow was on the verge of tears. If he dared to retort, he would undoubtedly receive another slap. "Will you dare again next time?" I want tea. Senya, frightened, dared not breathe a word. She could not comprehend why her brother was being punished. Dabao finally regained his senses. "Mother, did Erzi cook all the meat in the house?" "That was snake meat. Your brother caught it from the kiln." "So, snake meat could be this delectable?" Dabao's eyes sparkled with excitement. This very gaze earned Pierre another swat on his behind. There was no choice, today. If he did not instill fear in his younger siblings, they might very well venture to capture snakes themselves for a meal. With such flavor, they might be tempted to bring back more. "Oh dear, mother, I promise I won't do it again. I truly won't." This punishment was far more painful than the last. He genuinely vowed not to misbehave again. His mother raised the bamboo strip once more. "I truly want tea, I swear." "Dabao, my dear mother, I truly cannot bring myself to eat this snake meat." Erzi's bottom is now quite red from the beating. Chapter 24. Distributing rations after consuming the snake meat. I felt a sense of ease regarding my identity, though the fiery pain on my little bottom cannot be disregarded. Mother possesses a remarkable sense of moderation. Despite the terrifying sound of the bamboo rod as it cuts through the air when it lands upon the flesh, it feels akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. It is indeed peculiar that the flesh on the child's rear is so tender, resembling the skinless snake meat. The task of sharpening the sickle has now fallen upon his shoulders. The only difference is that previously he sat while doing so, and now he must crouch. Sanya, feeling a pang of sympathy for her elder brother, specially brought over a small stool. "Sit while you sharpen, otherwise your legs will cramp from squatting." As his own little sister, her concern is genuine. Even if it stings his heart, she persistently shoved the stool beneath him. "Sanya, you sit. I'll teach you the multiplication tables." Upon hearing the word study, the little girl beamed with joy, ceasing her attempts to push the stool under his injury. She had new knowledge to impart to Dani and Ernie. Once the sickle was sharpened, Sonia began to doze off. The little girl had arisen quite early that day and was now genuinely weary. After placing his sister on the bed, it wasn't long before the work bell rang again. Once their parents had left for work, Pierre wandered to the bamboo grove behind the house. He had been contemplating that perhaps Danny and Ernie would come by to learn some characters, but to his surprise, they did not arrive, and instead, a drop of bird droppings fell nearby. What is so impressive about flying? Pierre looked up at the birds frolicking in the bamboo forest. Very well. You are indeed remarkable. He briefly entertained the idea of crafting a bow to test, but quickly dismissed it. In his childhood, he had fashioned a bow from bamboo, and even the lightest of reeds could only shoot an arrow 5 or 6 meters at best. If he truly wished to create a bow of threat, with his short arms, it would be futile. Rather, he should dutifully fish for eels and read some books. However, fishing for eels in the afternoon was out of the question. Recalling the earlier mixed beating made him feel a bit anxious. The thought of a 60-year-old soul being chastised by his parents for a bare bottom is undeniably awkward. If he did not study this afternoon, he could easily find himself in trouble again. The harvest of rice often extends until around 8 in the evening. On the threshing ground, 8 water buffalo tirelessly worked the stone mill, repeatedly grinding the grains while the harvested rice needed to be stored, and the straw required bundling for each household to use as firewood. Moreover, the straw had to be dried in the sun in front of each home before it could be stacked into haystacks. Undried straw would turn black and moldy, leading to the loss of not only a year's worth of firewood, but also the dry grass used for bedding. Thus, straw became a vital resource for the village. Consequently, Irwa found himself with an additional task of turning the straw every afternoon. When their parents returned from work, they still had to bundle the dried straw into stacks, making it impossible to rest before 10 o'clock each night. Within a mere half-month, both the livestock and villagers, young and old alike, were utterly exhausted. After harvesting the rice, the tasks were far from over. All the grains needed to be dried and stored. The late rice was primarily collected to fulfill the grain tax or sold to the grain station. This was largely due to the fact that the rice did not expand much when cooked, making it unpopular among the villagers. Then came the most exhilarating moment in the village: the calculation of labor points and the distribution of grain. Father, how much did our family receive this year? The children of the impoverished learned to manage early. Dabao anxiously looked at his father. 71 yuan and 36 cents. So much. Dabao was overjoyed upon hearing this. The harvest had been quite good this year. Receiving over 70 yuan brought great happiness to his parents as well. Father, can we bring back more late rice? The late rice was much stickier and tastier than the early or middle rice. All right, we'll take 200 jin of late rice. With a decisive wave of his hand, his father made the decision. His mother seemed about to say something, but then reconsidered. Since they no longer had to share grain with the grandmother this year, it was akin to a windfall. If Erzi wanted late rice, then so be it. The next morning, each household wheeled their carts to the village entrance. The expansive drying area was already bustling with people. The grain allocated in a single day could not be transported away easily. The He family's yield this year was nearly 400 jin of rice, with sweet potatoes being the bulk. Sweet potatoes could be stored in the village and fetched at any time, but the rice had to be taken home entirely, as the village feared any mishap. When it was the He family's turn, the village accountant, upon hearing they wanted 200 jin of late rice, thought he had misheard. My second son loves late rice. Very well, he gao 200 jin of late rice and 167 jin of early rice. 3 sacks were placed onto the cart, and the entire family, even Sanya, helped lift the cart. Gao your family will have a prosperous year ahead. Indeed, they had an additional 200 jin of rice. The He Gaoli family felt their faces flush with embarrassment. It was all that little girl's fault for revealing this in front of everyone. Oh, it's not enough. Now Bao eats even more than his brother. Your second child doesn't he eat for free. He earns his keep. Others began to jest. That was a conversation to avoid, for engaging would only humiliate the family further. Not long ago, he had caught a large green snake, and he was still likely sore from the whipping. If it weren't for the fear of a beating, I would go to the kiln every day, he joked. Amidst laughter, the family had already exited the drying area. Upon returning home, their mother prepared a large pot of white rice. The eel on the table no longer seemed appetizing. Not only Hier, but even he had devoured 3 large bowls. Whether it was an illusion or not, Hier felt that everything now was more fragrant than anything from decades past, intoxicatingly so. After the meal, Father and mother took the eel out the back door, filled a bag to the brim, and wheeled it towards town. In the village, after the busy harvest season, there were 3 days without work. Another crucial reason was that if the fish were not processed soon, there would be no place to store them. The two individuals managed to park the vehicle at a considerable distance, with one person standing guard while the other transported baskets of fish into the black market. Senya wished to accompany them, but was swiftly restrained by her elder brother. "Do not act foolishly. Our parents are engaged in serious matters." The little girl pouted, on the verge of tears. "Senya, if you cry and someone discovers what our parents are doing in town, they will face criticism." Hier whispered gently to his younger sister. Instantly, the little girl embraced Hier. "Second brother, I will not cry. Let us return." The children of this era possess a remarkable understanding that tugs at one's heartstrings. Chapter 25. Sweetness permeated Sanya's heart. Speculation and profiteering are daunting concepts. Yet without the black market, life would be arduous, not only in the city, but even in the village. The village is limited to just 2 types of vouchers: matchstick coupons and salt tickets. While the villagers can cultivate grains, vegetables, and cotton, survival necessitates resources that cannot be solely produced from the land. Previously, the village raised 6 pigs, but after a year, 2 fell ill, and the remaining ones were slaughtered only when they were on the brink of death. The meager yield was barely sufficient to meet the procurement quota. Consequently, after a year of anticipation, each household received a mere half a pound of sickly pork. The villagers squabbled fiercely over this paltry allocation. It was only due to the respected old mule that the meat was distributed through a lottery system. The unfortunate outcome for the village officials was that pig farming was no longer feasible. Of course, if villagers wish to raise pigs, they can obtain a recommendation letter from the village. However, they must wait for the commune to allocate piglets. Following that, they must sign a purchase agreement. As pigs must be uniformly acquired by the food station of the supply and marketing cooperative, private slaughtering is strictly prohibited. Pork costs 79 cents per pound, necessitating a meat voucher, while fish is priced at 24 cents per pound, also requiring a fish voucher. He entered the black market carrying a bamboo basket that contained an enormous catch. However, before he could enter, he was halted by the market overseer. "This eel is too conspicuous. Just sell it to me. I will give you 5 yuan." This price was undoubtedly low, as less than a pound of pond fish would still require a voucher costing 20 cents. He hesitated briefly, but the buyer continued, "I won't let you suffer a loss. I will give you 2 alcohol vouchers." At this, He was genuinely tempted. Bottled liquor is a precious commodity for the common folk. "All right, what will you use to carry it? Why not buy the basket too? I will add 20 cents. Is this merely a matter of 20 cents? Without this basket, how could he sell the remaining fish? The buyer could easily discern the situation. "Do you have more?" It is pointless to disguise the fact that you take a dime each time. There are still plenty. Without this basket, it will be challenging to sell the rest. You seem unfazed by a dime loss per time. "Fine, just tell me how much in total, and I'll give you an extra 20 cents. How about that?" If they were to acquire the fish themselves, they would sell it for at least a pound without negotiation. Eels are much easier to raise and sell. "Thank you, young brother. Let us proceed to weigh it." This is a fortunate development. While the earnings may be modest, the risks are eliminated and time is saved. 3 individuals pushed a cart into a small courtyard, where the couple, Gao Yi and his wife, unloaded a burlap sack of eels, pouring its contents into a fish basket. After weighing it, they found it to be 136 pounds. The buyer promptly paid the amount. Despite her excitement, Gao Ying managed to suppress her emotions and inquired, "Brother, are you still buying?" "Yes. Buy as much as you have. I am hazy. You can always find me at the market," he replied. "Brother, can you exchange for tickets?" she asked, to which he responded, "Tickets are even scarcer than goods. It depends on what kind you need. If it's a bicycle ticket, that's hard to come by, and sewing machine tickets are not easy either, but I can still manage to exchange some for general goods tickets." With cash and tickets in hand, the couple headed directly to the supply and marketing cooperative. It is worth noting that not everything required tickets. For instance, bowls, chopsticks, toothbrushes, toothpaste, pens, paper, and certain inexpensive cigarettes, as well as bulk liquor and soy sauce, were ticket-free. Each cooperative had a designated warehouse for salt, which was supplied against tickets. But most households were not lacking in salt tickets. There was one industrial product that did not require tickets. Can anyone guess what it is? I want to keep you in suspense. It's flashlights and batteries. If you doubt it, You can ask the elders at home. The cooperative was quite spacious, approximately 20 meters long, featuring a long wooden counter at each end. One side sold cloth, while the other offered groceries, with daily necessities in between. The middle section was well lit, thanks to 3 large folding doors. The couple first approached the fabric section. With 3 children, their pants and sleeves were noticeably short. They could dismantle the older child's single-layer clothing and repurpose it for the younger one, but they still needed to make new cotton clothes for all 3 children. After purchasing the fabric, they moved towards the grocery section. Indulging in snacks was out of the question, even with money. However, they did buy half a pound of rock candy. The little girl had been secretly savoring a piece of candy, and her parents, witnessing this, felt a pang of tenderness in their hearts. Now that they had money and tickets, how could they not buy something for their children? They purchased 2 bottles of liquor, specifically from Luzhou Laojiao, as a gift for the father-in-law. Next, they turned to the stationery section, where they bought a few pencils before exiting the cooperative and heading to the grain and oil vendor. This time, the couple procured 10 pounds of flour and 2 pounds of cooking oil, lacking a cloth bag for the flour and an oil bottle. They spent a dime for the vendor to package the flour into small paper bags. Unfortunately, the oil bottles were priced at 2 cents each. They had a meat ticket for 1 pound of pork, but upon arriving to buy meat, they found that, aside from some bones that didn't require tickets, even offal was unavailable. Most offal had ended up in various units, whether in canteens or divided among connections, leaving ordinary citizens with little access. The couple had already devised a plan. One would queue for meat early the next morning while the other delivered the eels. Upon returning home, they found their youngest child, Sanya, sitting on the doorstep, her eyes fixed on the entrance. From a distance, she spotted the silhouettes of 2 individuals pushing a unicycle. The little girl spread her arms wide and ran toward her parents. The mother, feeling helpless, had no choice but to leave her husband behind and quicken her pace to meet her child. "Wait," the father called to his wife, pointing to a paper-wrapped bundle of rock candy. With a smile, the mother grabbed a handful of sweets and hurried to embrace her precious daughter. As she held her giggling girl close, she popped a piece of candy into her mouth. "Is it sweet?" "Yes, indeed, it melts sweetly in my heart," the girl replied, mirroring her mother's tone. Chapter 26. Relying on the mountains for sustenance, He-er observed that his mother had already unpacked all the cotton clothes for the 3 siblings. And he knew that this year, they would all have new cotton garments and shoes. Life was increasingly filled with hope. The next day, He-er awoke and, as was his custom, took the sweet potatoes his mother had cooked from the pot, ready to start his day's work. After half a month, he had exhausted all the eels he had caught. That amounted to nearly 500 pounds. How could his parents have sold them so quickly? With the rapid turnover, his pressure mounted. The weather was growing colder day by day, and in another half-month, even if he placed bait directly before the fish, they would hardly open their mouths. As he stepped outside, he saw his parents returning with a unicycle cart, laden with 3 damp burlap sacks and a bamboo basket brimming with goods. "Today, we aren't fishing. We're going to your grandmother's house," his father announced. The thought of not fishing made him reluctant, as it was all money. Yet, having been reborn, he found himself yearning for his grandmother. Dabao did not attend school, as the village primary school followed the farming calendar. Senya, still groggy, was roused by her mother's call, and upon hearing they were going to their grandmother's, she perked up. They only visited their grandmother's home during the new year, where she would present crispy sweet potato chips, roasted pumpkin seeds and beans, and occasionally pine nuts and hazelnuts. They could also savor wild chicken and rabbit meat, the cured rabbit becoming increasingly fragrant with each chew. Father took the family's backpack and filled it with about 10 pounds of rice from the rice jar, then added 3 bags of flour, roughly 5 pounds, at the bottom of the pack. Next, he placed 2 bottles of wine, a piece of gray cloth, and a basket cloth into the basket. Thinking further, he added a pound of fatty pork just bought that day. "You shouldn't carry that. If the oil stains the cloth, it'll be hard to wash," he remarked. "It's fine, I'll use dry lotus leaves to separate them. It won't soil the fabric." Seeing that her husband had packed everything, the mother refrained from further comment. After all, he was the head of the household. Previously, when they had been struggling financially, every trip back to her family had felt like returning empty-handed. Now that they had some surplus, it felt like making up for past hardships. Unbeknownst to Sanya, her father had also packed a pound of fatty pork into the backpack. Otherwise, even if she didn't dare to complain, her little mouth would have pouted for quite a while. The narrow path was not particularly cramped, but was filled with uneven spots and deep wheel tracks from passing carts. The path is, in essence, a modest embankment of a meandering river, where even the occasional detour reveals a shimmering jade belt of golden light. On either side, thickets of thorns and reeds flourish, with an occasional small tree standing stubbornly crooked at the roadside. The thoroughfare is nearly devoid of pedestrians. Once the little girl's excitement wanes, she can no longer proceed on foot and is naturally hoisted onto her mother's back, soon drifting off to slumber. Once the child succumbs to sleep, carrying her becomes a challenge. The father must gently lift her from her mother's back into his embrace. This little girl is growing heavier by the day, a consequence of the unceasing supply of fish and meat at home over the past few months. Pierre, somewhat smug, interjects, "Look at my little sister, isn't she something? Not tired at all, is she? Shouldn't you carry my elder brother instead?" This remark incites irritation in Debao. Who do you think you're looking down on? In a few swift strides, Debao races ahead of the family, snapping a twig from a nearby tree to swat at the thorny underbrush. Bao has an uncle, the eldest uncle Huang Guijin. The mother, being the second child, is thus Huang Guiying. The little girl, deserving of a feminine name, becomes Huang Guiying. The second uncle is Huang Guizhong, the third uncle Huang Guigong, and the youngest uncle Huang Guishi. From the naming alone, one can discern that the grandparents hold their grandchildren in equal esteem, devoid of any preference for sons over daughters. However, the youngest uncle is indeed the youngest. Just 16 this year, a decade younger than the third uncle who has already enlisted in the military. Pierre recalls vividly that this youngest uncle was academically inept, a notorious troublemaker. In 5th grade, he even struck a classmate, resulting in the teacher merely imposing a fine for medical expenses rather than harshly reprimanding the brawlers. Terrified, the boy fled to his sister's house when darkness fell. At that time, Higawi had to borrow a yuan to escort his wayward nephew back to the village, first delivering the monetary compensation to the injured classmate before returning him home. Upon entering junior high, the grandfather chased him with a stick for ages. Yet the boy stubbornly refused to continue his studies, infuriating the grandfather, who lamented the spoiling of his youngest grandson. With the youngest no longer attending school, the grandparents naturally separated from the eldest family to live solely with him. Nevertheless, despite his lackluster academic performance, the youngest uncle proved adept at digging pits and setting traps in the mountains and climbing trees to retrieve birds with remarkable skill. His eloquence was equally impressive. Subsequently, he became the village secretary of Yuanwan, living a life that surpassed that of his uncles. Reflecting on this mischievous youngest uncle brings a smile to Pierre's lips. Perhaps due to their similar ages, he has always felt closest to this particular uncle. Upon entering the village of Yawan, every household is enveloped in the curling smoke of cooking fires. A dog, upon spotting newcomers, erupts into a cacophony of barks, prompting a chorus of over a dozen dogs to join in. This distinguishes the village at the foot of the mountain from Yawan, where it is common for 8 out of 10 households to keep a local dog. In Yawan village, with over 200 households, not a single family owns a dog. If a wild dog were to wander into the village, the entire community would light up with excitement. It would not merely be a dog. It would be a walking feast. A large black dog, missing a corner of its ear, caught the attention of Pierre, who immediately called out, "Big Black, come here." The dog hesitated for a moment, feeling a sense of familiarity with this family, and cautiously approached, sniffing the air before wagging its tail. The cacophony of barking from the dog pack ceased instantly. Mother recognized it as the big black dog belonging to her father's household. "Big Black, lead us home," she urged. The dog's tail wagged even more vigorously in response. Naturally, the barking attracted a number of villagers. "Oh, Guiying has returned," greeted Aunt Huang cheerfully, as Guiying exchanged warm pleasantries with the other aunts. The group strolled merrily toward her grandfather's home, which was situated at the far eastern edge of the village. Here, houses were built without much regard for uniformity. They were scattered haphazardly, with varying heights and styles. Some homes had eaves that nearly touched the adjacent drying grounds. The village paths wound up and down, making it easy for an unfamiliar visitor to become disoriented. Indeed, the villagers thrived by utilizing the mountains. Her uncle's house was constructed entirely of stone, with an impressive array of differently shaped stones fitting together in an orderly fashion. What truly amazed Pierre was the roof of his uncle's modest abode, which was supported by thick slabs of stone, approximately 20 centimeters thick, 10 centimeters wide, and 4 meters long. This was not unique to his uncle's house. Most homes in the village shared this architectural characteristic. It was indeed true that one house could shelter multiple generations, and that was no exaggeration. Chapter 27. Returning to grandmother's home. Gao. It's truly wonderful that you have come, exclaimed Aunt Da, who resided in the Huang family's old house located centrally within the village. In rural tradition, the eldest son remains in the main hall, and while the Huang family may not be affluent, they do possess ancestral homes passed down through generations. Upon hearing that her sister-in-law's family had arrived, she felt a twinge of anxiety, worried they might be seeking handouts. However, she quickly reassured herself, realizing it was unlikely that a family would visit for such purposes, especially not in times of hardship. Once she grasped this crucial point, she felt at ease and approached them with open arms. As customary, they exchanged pleasantries. Aunt Da reached out to take the still sleepy Sanya, but the child turned away, clinging to her father's neck. The innocence of children is unmatched. One cannot fault Aunt Da, for her household, too, was filled with children, who were always tempted by treats. There was little in the way of festive snacks to entertain the children during their New Year visit. Sister-in-law, aren't the elder brother and his family at home? She inquired. Wild boars have wreaked havoc on our crops, and everyone has gone into the mountains to drive them away. You arrived just in time. We'll be able to feast on wild boar meat tonight. In these times, the village was home to many formidable men, and when they took action, even a wild boar or bear became a mere joke. Of course, there were unfortunate souls who had been injured by the boars. A group of people engaged in conversation when he heir's second aunt emerged to greet them. Sister, brother-in-law, you have come. My, how much Sanya has grown, and Dabao is almost an adult. Is this heir Bao? How is he so fair-skinned, like a little girl? Come, let Annie hold you. Second aunt's life was certainly much better than that of the eldest aunt, as she had only given birth to a pair of twin boys, while her belly had not seen any further activity. Many children bring blessings, but a mother with many children suffers greatly. Although second aunt and eldest aunt were of similar age, if they stood side by side, many would believe there was a generational gap between them. Uncle, Aunt Dabao, heir Bao, and little Sanya. The two little ones, with their round faces and sweet mouths, were adorable. Heir Bao's mother pulled out some candies from her pocket. Dejun, Xiaojun, here you go. As for who was Dejun and who was Xiaojun, it hardly mattered, for the two children looked entirely alike and were dressed in identical outfits. Each received 2 pieces of candy, and their little faces beamed with joy. Grandma is at home. I will go tell her you have arrived. The two little ones, with candy in hand, dashed off towards the east, followed by the family dog, Dahe, wagging its tail in excitement. Behind them trailed a throng of small children. Heir's heart was as clear as a mirror. When he received a piece of candy back then, he was equally thrilled. Eldest aunt felt a pang of regret. Her own children had wanted to join the others, but had been stopped by her. Where do you think you're going? You 3 stay home and help with the cooking. A poor aunt. Did she really think she could invite them over for a meal? She would never have imagined that her sister-in-law could obtain candy tickets and lavishly use them to buy treats for the children. Looking at this family, all clad in patched clothing, it was no different from before. Curiosity about her brother-in-law's burden grew within her. Seeing her daughter's family arrive in good spirits brought immense joy to the elderly matriarch. At that moment, Senya no longer clung to her father, but leaped into her grandmother's embrace. My dear granddaughter, you have grown taller. Noticing Gao, he set down the burden. The matriarch scolded him lightly. What is this? People come, and you bring things? She held no expectations of receiving anything of value from her daughter. Although her daughter claimed they were living well, the reality of their attire and adornments spoke volumes. Gao, you must be tired from your journey. Just wait. I will go to the vegetable garden and fetch some fresh produce. Ingzi, please scoop out a few bowls of rice from the grain jar. I must host my 3 grandchildren properly. Oh, and I have some eggs. I will steam a bowl for my 3 grandchildren. Dabao loves the eggs I stew. When cooking white rice, she would stir the eggs into the rice water and place them in the pot, ensuring that when the rice was cooked, the eggs would be perfectly steamed. Given the scarcity of fertile land and rice paddies at the foot of the mountain, being able to prepare a pot of white rice was the highest form of hospitality. No need, mother, sweet potato rice and corn porridge are just fine. Gao Yi's family had come over. How could they eat her white rice? What nonsense. If you 2 want to eat, my 3 grandchildren will. The elderly lady, without further ado, proceeded to the rice bin to scoop out some rice. Mother, there's no need. This year, Our family has an extra 200 pounds of rice, so we have enough to eat. That won't do, she replied. I shall prepare a few more dishes, and you all will stay the night. Your father and brother might return with some wild boar, and tomorrow, you can take some meat home. Guing, knowing her mother would respond this way, glanced at her husband. He Gaoi smiled as he revealed the contents of his backpack. Upon seeing it, both aunts' eyes widened in surprise. Mother, these 2 bottles of wine are for father, and this is a pound of meat we bought at the market early this morning. These 2 pieces of cloth are for you and father to make yourselves some new clothes. And here are several pounds of flour and rice. Where should I put them? You all are living your own lives now. Our family does not lack these things. Your third brother sends back a stipend every month. Put it away. Take it back with you. Gaoi chuckled, saying, There's no reason to bring gifts for your in-laws back home. You must accept them. Yes, mother, Guing added. We've traveled quite a distance, and we are famished. I see the rice is nearly cooked. Let us eat a little and rest, for we must return soon. Or else the chickens at home will surely cause a ruckus. The 2 aunts clutched the 2 pieces of fabric, reluctant to let go. Seeing the 2 daughters-in-law, the grandmother smiled, saying, You should take the cloth back. My third grandson hasn't had new clothes in a few years, has he? Guing and her husband laughed, but did not respond, as they had not expected to acquire a good amount of fabric tickets earlier that morning. Money was not an issue, and the supply and marketing cooperative could not move. Purchasing fabric was merely a matter of making an extra trip. Grandmother, where are uncle and the others? Can I go find them? Pierre was unwilling to see his grandmother and mother engage in useless chatter and interjected. The forest is vast. Who knows where they have gone? They might even be spending the night in the woods. I bet my younger brother is hungry. Grandmother should go pick some vegetables now. Pierre wanted to ask a few more questions, but was met with his parents' disapproving gazes. He quickly closed his mouth. The family was weary, though Senya was not. Grandmother, I will join you in the vegetable garden. Chapter 28. My love for sweet potatoes. He longed for Dejun and Xiao Jun to take him for a stroll in the mountains, even if just outside. However, Gao Yi and his wife were hesitant to relax their vigilance over their son, who dared to catch snakes with a bamboo stick. Even when he wished to use the restroom at the back, his father promptly called him back. Where are you going? Pierre replied. What? Are you restricting my freedom? Father, I just need to use the restroom. His father almost blurted out a firm no. Wait, I will accompany you. Pierre remarked. You have so little trust in me. Bowing his head, he went to the restroom under his father's watchful eye. Just then, the 3 children from his uncle's family arrived. The youngest, Wu Ya, was only 7 years old. After calling out aunt, the little girl's eyes sparkled as she looked at her aunt's hands. The little boy from the west had long strands of snot hanging from his nose, nearly crusted over. The third child is indeed handsome, with clear brows and bright eyes. And he appears quite tidy. Huang Guiying, smiling, embraces the young lad. Lacking a handkerchief, she resorts to using her hands to clean the 2 yellow dragons. And after rubbing her hands on the soles of her shoes to make them somewhat clean, she intends to wipe the boy's nose with her garment. Fortunately, the little rascal rolls up his sleeves and manages to solve the issue himself. The aunt breathes a sigh of relief, pulling out candies from her pocket. Still distributing 2 pieces for each child. Young she accepts the sweets, contentedly emerging from his aunt's embrace. Big brother Debao, Erbao, and Sanya. Let me take you to the back to pick some fruit. Although Debao's legs feel a bit sore, the thought of discovering a persimmon or a chestnut tree on the back mountain stirs his excitement. He glances at his younger brother, who, despite his small stature, possesses strength that surpasses his own, climbing trees like a monkey. Erbao, you are not allowed to go, their mother interjects. This boy has the courage of 3. If he goes to the back mountain, he would become a wild horse, and who knows what mischief he would cause. Pierre feels quite vexed, especially when even his sister is permitted to go. A group of 8 or 9 children, accompanied by 2 dogs, one from Grandpa's house named Dahe, and the other, Huangpi, from the second uncle's family, sets off. Do not wander too far. We will be having dinner soon. Understood. The savory aroma of simmering pork wafts from the pot. It would be a challenge to get them to stray far. Although the family has split, Dejun, Xiao Jun, and the children from the old family, Nyo Nyo, Tian, and Wu Ya, are all grandchildren of the matriarch. So what harm is there in sharing a bite of sweet potato bun? The bun is not the focus. The real delight lies in the fragrant residue left after pressing the oil, which is simply irresistible. The grandmother knows they are all her grandchildren and has prepared 2 large cabbages. Due to her daughter's intervention, She only set aside 2 bowls of rice and cooked a pot of sweet potato porridge. Once the meal is ready, Grandma steps to the front of her house and calls out with a robust voice, the echoes of which Pierre can faintly hear in the mountains. Grandma, you are truly impressive. Indeed, when we were young, we loved to roam the mountains, and when it was time to eat, we could always hear our mother calling. Grandma looks at her daughter as children and son-in-law, nodding with a smile. This daughter of hers was just as wild as a boy in her youth. She could climb trees better than even her brother. Ingzi, why don't you let her Bao go into the woods? This Bao is audacious, barefoot. He dares to catch snakes at the village's earthen kiln to bring home. Just the meat alone could fill a small jar. Who would dare let him venture into the mountains? This child is just like his mother. Grandma recalls how her daughter once caught a snake, and they had punished her hands until they were red. She deserved it. It was necessary to discipline her. Did you punish him? After saying this, she couldn't help but grasp her eldest daughter's hand. The 2 women reminisced about the scene of the small hand receiving a spanking, and they couldn't help but break into laughter. You see, just 2 little snakes, and he started wailing. Grandma, are you really my beloved grandma? Pierre could only question his grandmother with frustration. I am not your grandmother. You, after all, were merely picked up by your mother from the fields. At this moment, she still finds time to jest with her little grandson. Grandmother, the green snake I caught is actually non-venomous. When that creature lunged at me, I merely struck it a few times, not expecting it to appear so intimidating while being rather timid at heart. I wasn't specifically hunting for it. It was merely a chance encounter. My parents have scolded me soundly for it. And grandmother, do you not think I am wronged? Surely I cannot let such a delectable morsel slip away. Not wronged at all. My second treasure is truly remarkable. The generation gap is too vast for meaningful communication. Pierre could only return to the house in frustration. Initially, he thought that visiting his grandmother's home would allow him to wander in the woods, but now, he finds himself confined indoors by his father. Had he known this would be the case, he would have preferred to fish for eels at home instead. The girls returned, bringing back a considerable amount of mushrooms. However, they were all rather small and appeared somewhat underdeveloped. Wash your hands for dinner, called grandmother, and a swarm of children rushed to the wooden basin, washing their hands in a matter of moments. With sweet potatoes in one hand and chopsticks in the other, they gathered around the table, forgoing bowls, and began to feast noisily. Even Dabao and Sanya mimicked the scene. Pierre found it somewhat amusing. These 7 little ones, when it came to eating, resembled piglets fighting for food. Grandmother watched as the second child lifted his bowl, finding it quite humorous. Compared to the 7 little ones, this child truly resembled a small adult. When Dabao and Sanya noticed the white rice in the second child's bowl, suddenly, the meat and cabbage were no longer enticing. Conversely, the children from the eldest and second uncle's families, aware that this meal was a treat, eagerly stuffed their mouths with meat. Dabao, Sanya, you should eat. Dabao, being the elder, felt somewhat embarrassed to fetch a bowl of rice. Sanya tugged at her older brother's arm. Pierre pointed to the bowl of rice on the table. It was clearly prepared for you two. Who told you to stir up trouble? Dabao glanced at his cousins. Sanya, you should eat. I'm fine with this sweet potato. Grandmother still hoped for her eldest grandson to eat rice, but Pierre chuckled. Grandmother, please do not worry about my brother. Sanya, eat your meal. With that, he passed his bowl to his sister and took another bowl of rice for himself. It was high time his elder brother, despite being of considerable age, learned a lesson, just as their parents had thought. Mother, you eat. Our Dabao usually doesn't care for rice at home, right, Dabao? Dabao felt a sense of frustration, unable to express it openly. Yes, grandmother, you eat. I prefer sweet potatoes. Chapter 29. The uncle. The result of the little piglets fighting for food was that the vegetables were gone, while the rice remained unfinished. Had grandfather been at home, the little piglets would not have dared to be so unruly, especially with a son-in-law present. Grandmother glanced at her son-in-law with a hint of embarrassment. My little ones, oh, such gluttons. Should I fry another egg? No, it's a family meal. There is no need for such formality. Pierre and Sanya were indifferent to the matter. What was the purpose of rice without accompanying dishes? After the meal, it was already noon, and Gao Yi's family prepared to take their leave. The grandmother insisted on keeping them longer, and in the end, the bamboo basket was filled with a considerable amount of dried mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms. Even the 2 aunts brought a small bag of dried mushrooms. Dabao was puzzled as to why his parents, after visiting, would leave so soon, especially since it was nearly 10 miles away, requiring over an hour of walking. Sanya did not stay away for long, and soon found herself back in her mother's embrace. Dabao, however, could not keep up. Yet Pierre, with his short little legs, managed to keep pace. As night fell completely, the villagers of Yuanwan saw the men of the village descending from the mountain, brandishing torches and carrying wild boars from the west. Not a single wild chicken or hare was found. The village buzzed with excitement. Beneath the old locust tree in the village center, a large pot of boiling water was already prepared, awaiting the skinning and butchering. The larger boars weighed over 600 pounds each, while the smaller ones collectively yielded over 100 pounds of meat. Yuanwan village was small, with only about 100 households. As per tradition, each family would receive a pound of quality meat. The remaining prime cuts would be taken to the nearby town for sale, but not to Gao Yi's Mashan town, as it was too far. Instead, they headed to Shay town. The entrails, pig heads, and ribs were reserved as rewards for the hunting team. Currently, the ribs were devoid of fat, considered inferior meat that could not fetch a good price, and even worse, they were difficult to sell. Who buys meat without the intention of acquiring the fat? For the sake of this feast, every man in the village would ascend the mountain, leading to a gathering where, ultimately, each household would take home a portion of the boiled dishes, allowing families to dine together for a day or two. The leftover broth would then be shared beneath the locust tree, where everyone would sip on 2 ounces of wine, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Such hunts occurred numerous times each year. Quality meat was available for purchase at 50 cents. Grandfather knew that today his son-in-law's family had come, bringing not just 2 bottles of wine, but also rice, flour, and 2 pieces of cloth. His wife had decided against accepting their gifts, remarking on the sun rising in the west. Despite his daughter often claiming they lived well, it was impossible for 2 villages not to have relatives. Everyone was aware of the situation. Grandfather remarked that it must be true, as Ing'er had mentioned that her family had harvested an additional 200 pounds of rice this year, which coincidentally matched the amount her mother-in-law would typically send over. Eldest uncle, second uncle, and youngest uncle then suggested, "Should we visit her house tomorrow?" "What for? 200 pounds of rice is enough for you 3 to prepare several meals." The 3 men awkwardly scratched their heads. With 3 uncles visiting, how could the son-in-law not serve rice? Just the 3 of them could easily consume 5 pounds of rice. This was no exaggeration. Even now, a well-fed worker on the construction site could easily devour several pounds of rice. Grandfather pulled out a yuan and also purchased 2 pounds of meat. "Guishi, you must deliver this to your sister early tomorrow and see what is going on." "Father, won't you come with me?" "Why go? With 1 less person, she can save a day's worth of provisions." The next day, Huang Guishi did not even have breakfast. He set out with 2 pounds of meat his father had bought for his sister. As he neared Yawan village, he spotted a small figure by the edge of the field, bending down. When the little one straightened up, a large yellow eel was pulled out, which the agile child quickly placed into a fish basket before resuming the search for something else. Eels are not easy to catch. Those in the village who have leisure time wait until winter, armed with a shovel, to dig and search the earth, often finding quite a number of loaches, and perhaps 1 or 2 eels, though their size is truly modest. The small ditch, however, is not so easily excavated. If you disturb the embankment, you might find yourself wearing a cap of disgrace for disrupting production. Huang Guishi, still possessing a child's spirit, ventured into the field, where the rice had been harvested and the ground had dried, making it easier to walk. He approached the small figure, and before long, he witnessed the child capture yet another eel and add it to the basket. Pierre raised his head and noticed someone approaching. The hook used for catching eels must not be discovered. The little one cursed under his breath, hoisted the basket, and walked away into the distance. Although villagers had noticed this child's ability to catch fish, no one knew how he managed to catch the eels. Some even assumed he was secretly capturing snakes, as he had become a cautionary tale in the village for his encounters with snakes. This mischievous child, when followed by curious kids, would poke into snake dens, causing snakes to emerge, which naturally terrified the little ones. Especially those naive youth who also wished to catch snakes ended up with numerous small snakes, but created quite a commotion. Uncle Mules had scolded those youth several times for their foolishness. Pierre sought to evade this oblivious fellow and ventured deeper into the fields. The further he walked, the stronger his curiosity grew. His short legs could not keep pace with longer ones. He decided to employ his snake-catching trick again. If he couldn't escape, he would show them how a snake is caught, hoping it would frighten them. Having formulated his strategy, he found a ditch and began searching for a dry hole. As the distance closed, The small uncle finally recognized that this was indeed his little nephew. Pierre halted, his hand poised over what might be a rat hole or a snake den. Turning back, he intended to address this familiar face. Uncertain, he called out, "Little uncle? Oh, now you recognize your little uncle. You rascal. Last year, you insisted I take you into the mountains to catch rabbits, and now that you see me, you dare to run away? Just wait until I catch you." Huang Guishi feigned a fierce expression, pretending to pursue his little nephew. Pierre, with a grin, replied, "Why would I not hide when you sneak up quietly to the field? Little uncle, why did you come so early? Is that wild boar meat? What do you think? But tell me, Erbao, why did you run upon seeing your little uncle? I'm upset now, let us go back." The little uncle truly believes himself to be a child. And indeed, he is rather childlike. "Very well, dear uncle, you may return for now. My mother is at home, and my basket is far from full. It will take me a while longer." Chapter 30. Delivering Gifts and Medicine, Relying on Connections. Huang Guishi. Is this truly my little nephew? Shouldn't he be rushing over to cling to my leg, begging me not to leave? Why is he asking me to go back first? Pierre observed his somewhat bewildered uncle and stifled a laugh. "Indeed, I am your nephew, but this little nephew now possesses several decades of memories. Uncle, I still wish to fish for eels, so I want to accompany you back." Fishing for eels. Can one truly fish for eels? A good uncle must maintain his dignity. "Erbao, you must be tired. Let your uncle take over the fishing for you." The uncle took the fishing hook from Pierre's hands and examined it for a while. Fortunately, he was aware that eel holes, unlike snake holes, were not easily found. After rummaging around the grassy edges for quite some time, he was still at a loss as to where to cast his line. "Let me take over," Pierre suggested. "When it comes to finding eel holes, few can rival my expertise." He casually used a bamboo stick to part some water weeds, and a round little hole was revealed. Eels are not foolish. They know precisely where to conceal themselves. With skillful precision, he inserted the hook into the hole, maintaining a steady rhythm, and after a brief moment, an eel was caught. Allow me, Erbao, you take a rest." Without any hesitation, the uncle grasped the wooden stick tied to the rope and began to wrestle with the eel lurking within the hole. "All right, you take your time with that one. I'll search for another hole." He had 2 hooks ready, after all. The uncle was quite exhilarated, pulling out an eel weighing no less than half a pound, only to discover that his little nephew was already placing fish into the basket. Only those who have fished for eels understand the challenge of extracting a half-pound eel. How could my little nephew possess such strength? After placing the eel into the basket, the uncle intended to look for another hole. Your hole might still yield eels. Why not give it another try? What? One hole could host several eels? Since my nephew suggested it, it was certainly worth a try. He once again plunged the hook into the hole, mimicking his nephew's movements, rhythmically pulling and releasing the hook. Not long after, the hook was indeed tugged back into the hole. "Erbao, how did you know there were more eels in this hole?" After fishing for a while, one becomes familiar with such things. Look at this stretch of water. It likely flows continuously throughout the year, and the vegetation is particularly lush. If the hook is cast into the hole, one is bound to discover that this hole has grown just a tad larger, which should be capable of concealing several eels. As the uncle engaged in a struggle with the fish, he surveyed the area and found that it was indeed as the nephew had described. In this single spot, the two managed to catch 7 or 8 eels. "No more fishing, let us head home." The uncle was thoroughly engrossed in the activity. Why must they leave now? "If we fish more, we'll have nowhere to store them. Let us have a meal, then we can come back to fish again." "Erbao, who taught you all this?" "My father, who else? Even this hook was custom-made by my father in town." "Father, truly, he is merely taking the blame for his own child." After catching another basket of fish with his little nephew, the uncle returned home with the eel hook. His sister intended for him to bring back a few pounds of eels, and he raised the hook in his hand, confident that with this tool, they would never lack for eels at home. The sky gradually transformed into a shade of gray-blue, and the weather became increasingly chilly. The agricultural tasks in the fields were nearly complete. However, the conclusion of farming did not imply that the villagers could simply hibernate for the winter. Irrigation was the lifeblood of agriculture, and the county had begun to summon workers to repair the reservoir at Mabe Mountain. The commune also called upon various production teams to mend the ditches. The old man loaded his unicycle, adorned with his belongings, and joined the team. As this was a county summons, they did not need to bring their own grain. If it were a task arranged by the commune, the situation would be different, as the village ditches required annual repairs. Early in the morning, The mother took a shovel and a small fish basket and set out. While clearing the ditch, one could inevitably unearth some loaches, and at that moment, it was a matter of luck. Whoever found the loaches would claim them as their own. Brother, what are we doing now? In these days when eels could not be fished, not only Hier, but even Sanya found it difficult to sit still. Hier gazed at the drizzling rain in the sky and stomped his somewhat frozen feet. He wore the new cotton shoes his mother had made. Despite the layered soles and tight stitching, his feet remained cold. In such dreadful weather, both parents worked barefoot in the mud. When repairing irrigation, even straw sandals felt cumbersome, let alone anything else. Sanya, don't run around outside. If you get your cotton shoes wet, be careful when your mother comes back. By noon, their mother finally returned from work. Pierre had prepared a basin of slightly warm water. At this time, one should not wash their feet with hot water. If frozen feet were immersed in hot water, they could be severely damaged. Mother, do we still have to go to work in the afternoon? Not this year. Look at the weather. It seems it might snow, and I don't know how many more days your father has left. A gust from the north swept through, rustling the treetops as the trees groaned under the cold wave. Later in the afternoon, snowflakes fell to the ground, mixed with rain. On days of rain and snow, the cold seeped through the skin, chilling the very bones. Mother, I want to go to the cattle shed and check on those two grandfathers who fought against the Japanese. Their mother frowned tightly. What do you want to go to the cattle shed for in this cold? Mother, I've heard one grandfather coughing quite badly these days. It's so cold, and I worry he won't endure. My child, what good would it do to go? Pierre could not tell his mother that those two men would eventually become prominent figures. He could not reveal that in a few days, their families would secretly send supplies of grain and medicine. Because someone was delivering medicine, it was inadvertently seen by the villages who Lao Jin, who later exchanged a few eggs for his heart, which was as black as coal. Mother, those two grandfathers fought against the Japanese. Please give me some money so I can check on them. Father has secretly sent them quite a bit of fish. Your father instructed me to do so. Of course. It is. Those two grandfathers secretly taught me how to fish for eels. This matter is unknown even to my father. This lad is truly determined to ingratiate himself. Teaching his own son to fish for eels is a great kindness, one that must be repaid. I understand. The weather is too cold, so I shall go later. Mother, you cannot go. If anyone were to see you, who knows how much trouble it might stir. As for me, being seen would merely mean a child at play, and no one would take note. Perhaps, Mother, you could visit the clinic and bring back some medicine. Would that be agreeable? Very well, I shall fetch the medicine now. You, dear child, must keep your lips sealed tightly. As dusk gradually descended, every household closed its doors. Pierre donned his hat and hurried to the cattle shed. He knocked vigorously on the wooden door, calling out, "Grandfather, open the door." Inside, two elderly men lay on a bed covered with thick straw. The second son of the Gao family. In such frigid weather, wouldn't he be bringing us more fish? After coughing for a spell, the two old men opened the door and pulled the lad into the dimly lit room. Bao, what brings you here on such a cold day? What brings me? I'm here to ingratiate myself. Grandfather, my mother mentioned that you both have been coughing quite a bit, so I brought some money and medicine. Here is a chicken egg. All my family's eggs are double yolked, and I've left it here. I must return now. The two old men's hands trembled slightly as they accepted the medicine. You should head back. Be cautious, the road is slippery. I know, Grandfather. If you require anything else, you are welcome to visit our home. I'm off now. The two elderly men did not express their thanks, yet this only made Hier more joyful. Ha ha ha, having delivered so many fish. This visit felt far more rewarding. Chapter 31. Heavy snow at the Mabe Mountain Reservoir. Secretary Ten gazed at the falling rain and snow, his face etched with worry. The sprawling campsite was dotted with blazing bonfires. Not long after the fires were lit, thick black smoke began to rise. Secretary Tan, this cannot continue. The rain and snow are too heavy. The comrades are struggling to dry their soaked clothing, and if this persists, we cannot ensure their health, let alone the continuation of the project. I understand. The project is nearing completion, yet this wretched weather has brought us sleet. However, if we halt work now, it would render our efforts futile. Over 60,000 people have labored for a month. How can we justify this to the people of the entire county? The sleet for half a month has already drained the county's already strained finances, leaving us with no time to spare. Notify all communes. We will launch a surprise effort tonight. Otherwise, after a night of rain, it will be impossible to even transport soil, let alone with a wheelbarrow. But comrades have been exhausted from a month of toil. Do they still possess the energy for a surprise effort? I will take charge of the surprise team. Notify all communes to come and distribute the remaining grain, and prepare large pots of hot porridge without ceasing the fire. We will use the warm porridge to ward off the cold. Inform all communes that if we complete our work tonight, everyone can return home, distributing all of it. This grain can last for 3 days. Do not speak of provisions for 3 days, if we do not complete the task tonight. Even an additional fortnight's worth of supplies will be insufficient. Distribute everything at once. Upon receiving the notification from the commune, the old mule from Yaoan village took a long drag from his pipe. The directive was clear. Ignite all the torches and inform Gao Yi's mother to prepare the large pot without delay, ensuring the porridge is not overly thick, as it is meant to ward off the chill. Do not skimp on it. The garments and bedding are damp, making rest elusive. If this continues, illness may ensue. It is better to toil through the night and ensure that each person can carry home a few pounds of grain by morning. Given the magnitude of this irrigation project, it was only natural for DeLong, as one of the village's able-bodied men, to participate. However, his grandmother, disregarding her age, insisted on joining. The village was not without its women workers, but they were primarily those with weak menfolk at home. Within less than a fortnight, she could no longer bear the labor. Gao Li and Gao Yi had done their utmost to care for their elderly mother, even assisting their brother with a rope to pull the wheelbarrow. Yet, even with this support, she struggled to keep pace. Fortunately, the brothers persevered, taking turns to let their mother pull, ensuring they did not hinder the group's progress, thus silencing the gossip of fellow villagers. Unable to bear the sight any longer, the old mule appointed his sister-in-law, along with a few frail villagers, to oversee the daily meals for the laborers. These meals, though not light work, afforded the doting grandmother a semblance of recovery. Otherwise, she might have succumbed to exhaustion on the construction site. With a command from Secretary Tan, countless torches illuminated the entire site, resembling a shimmering river of stars from afar. Before dawn on the following day, the site erupted with cheers akin to a tsunami. County and commune leaders, upon their arrival, settled themselves in the muddy terrain, utterly devoid of strength to join in the jubilation. As the project concluded, the rain transformed into a wintry mix. Yet this did not deter the fervor of the workers eager to return home. When the snowfall abated momentarily, the brothers gathered large bundles of straw, placed them onto the cart, and carefully wrapped their mother, adorned with a broad-brimmed hat, in blankets. Thus, they ventured forth through the snow and rain, marching back to the village with the procession. Several sons-in-law, spotting their mother-in-law from a distance, lowered the brims of their hats, intentionally maintaining a respectful distance as if they had not seen her. Since the weather had changed the previous day, every household was anxiously awaiting the sight of the returning throng. Upon catching sight of the approaching group, excitement surged through each home, igniting a flurry of activity. Those with a sense of urgency rushed towards the road, disregarding the drizzling rain. Quickly, air, boil some water, let your father take a bath first, called Hier Nyang. With that, she took out some flour and began kneading it. By the time Gao Yi arrived at the doorstep, a large pot of hot water was already prepared. He did not immediately enter the house. Instead, he and his elder brother assisted their mother down from the cart before retrieving their bedding. "What is the matter with mother?" she asked, exhausted. DeLong should know better. At her age, how can he ask her to fetch water for irrigation? Gui Ying gently chided before dismissing the matter from her mind. Once Gao Yi had bathed, he promptly nestled into the warm bedding, where a bowl of freshly made noodles awaited him at the bedside. Fatigue is one aspect. However, the more pressing concern lies with his cotton clothing, which is drenched in both water and mud, leaving no spare garments for change. This is the condition in every household, where a small fire is ignited in the main room to dry the clothes. Washing is out of the question. Once dried, a firm pad is all that suffices. Sanya had intended to snuggle with her father, only to discover he was already snoring thunderously. When the men of the household return, the entire family feels a profound sense of security upon hearing the resounding snores from within the home. The rain mixed with snow persisted intermittently for 3 days, and by the night of the 3rd day, an unexpected calm enveloped the outside world. Upon rising the next morning, Pierre found the snow falling in a flurry, blanketing the earth in a thick layer of white. Those who awaken early would notice a few faint tracks from the road to the cattle shed. Last night, someone had delivered 2 military overcoats to the 2 old men, along with some rice, flour, and cooking oil. It was only at dawn that the jeep quietly departed. Upon rising early to fetch water, Old Who discovered these tire tracks. This shrewd old fellow returned home and retrieved the few remaining eggs, then proceeded to knock on the door of the cattle shed. "Comrade Juan, do you require anything?" Had he not brought money, medicine, and eggs, these two old men would still be ailing. His timely delivery of medicine had revitalized them. "In this freezing cold, am I not concerned for your health? There are only these few eggs left at home, so please do not think them insufficient. Beneath the boards, there is plenty of food." How could they possibly accept the eggs offered by the villagers? After several rounds of polite refusal, they ultimately accepted too. As they escorted Old One out, it dawned on them that the tire tracks had been discovered. The two old men shook their heads, took up their brooms, and began to sweep the snow. Watching the snow-white carpet outside, the little girl was thrilled, leaving a trail of footprints in the drying area before gleefully darting back inside. Eager to pull her two brothers out to play in the snow, her mother, without hesitation, delivered a couple of light smacks to her bottom, clearing the snow from her head and shoulders. "Mother, can we go out and build a snowman?" This child truly showed no fear of her mother. "We'll see after the snow stops." Pierre felt a sense of embarrassment. Having self-studied through the first year of middle school, he found himself stuck. He picked up his textbook, contemplating seeking advice from the educated youth, only to realize he still resembled a 7- or 8-year-old child. Completing all elementary school textbooks in half a year merely served to proclaim himself a prodigy. A prodigy who seeks guidance on the most fundamental concepts of middle school would certainly raise eyebrows, not to mention high school textbooks. Coming to this realization, he could only pick up his textbook and slowly ponder it himself. Rebirth is not a panacea. Yet, this left Dabao astounded, for this younger brother could actually identify the errors in his calculations. This young lad, who scarcely ever opened his textbooks at home, was compelled to pick them up so as not to fall behind his younger brother. With both brothers absent from the doorstep, gazing at the falling snow, the little girl began to feel somewhat bored. This spirited child clung to her older brother, imploring him to teach her. The house was frequently filled with her requests. "Brother, could you please give me a few more problems? Brother, come quickly and help me check if I've answered these questions correctly. Brother, where are your old textbooks?" Dabao cast a discontented glance at his younger brother, murmuring, "How can you even ask such a question?" Several times, before the year had even concluded, this brother had stealthily torn out several pages from his books. Pierre retorted, "I had no choice but to ask." His younger sister, unlike a reincarnated being, required step-by-step guidance through the first grade in arithmetic and literacy. Surely, it was unreasonable for her to have mastered addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division while still struggling to recognize all the characters in a single problem. As for the matter of surreptitiously tearing pages from his brother's textbooks, he thought, "Forgive me. After all these years, who can remember such trivial matters?" Upon uttering these words, even the matriarch, who was busy mending shoes, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Dabao's textbooks had long since found their way to the outhouse. Who would bother to keep them? "I shall head over to Aunt Yumei's and Aunt Xiaoxiang's to see if they have any spare large textbooks," he declared. Both of these families had daughters who were teachers at the village primary school. He Gaoyi suggested, "Allow me to go instead. I too wish to pay them a visit." As the head of the household had spoken, Guiying would not dare to object. It is worth noting that the village school accommodates 5 grades, yet there are only a handful of teachers, including the principal. The first 3 grades share a single classroom, while the 5th grade has its own. The primary objective of education here is not to prepare students for higher education, but rather to eradicate illiteracy. This has resulted in a system where students in grades 1 through 3 may advance at will. Teachers, who receive no salary, earn their keep through work points. Although they must tend to the fields during busy seasons, they are spared from the toil of farming during ordinary times, making teaching one of the most coveted jobs for young women who have completed junior high in the village. Indeed, those who progress to high school are still welcomed to become teachers in the village. When it was heard that the 3 children from Gao Yi's family were now studying at home, and that Gao Yi had come to request textbooks for Sanya, Xiaoxiang's daughter, He Xiang immediately became intrigued. It must be noted that He Xiang and Gao Yi's family had not yet reached the status of Wu Fu. In the village, one could address those of different surnames freely. My child may call you sister, and you may refer to my wife as sister, while my wife could call your mother sister as well. However, without the kinship of Wu Fu, such arbitrary naming would attract reproach for lacking proper upbringing. Gao Yi Gu. I certainly have textbooks, "But I wish to visit your home to test your second child," she proposed. With nothing else to occupy their time, they might as well find joy on this snowy day. Originally, it was only Xiang, along with her younger brother and sister, who intended to visit Gaoyi. Naturally, her siblings were also eager for amusement, as there was little else to do. However, in this closely knit village, houses were situated in close proximity. By the time they reached Hier's home, a throng of over 10 curious onlookers had gathered. As soon as Hier's mother spotted the group approaching, she hurriedly welcomed everyone into the house. At this moment, at the small dining table in the home, Hier was clutching a pencil, nearly chewing on its tip, as he diligently solved an algebra problem from his textbook. Xiang, acting as the teacher, took hold of Hier's little notebook, and inexplicably, a sense of embarrassment washed over her. The reason was simple. The boy's handwriting was exquisite, far surpassing her own, rendering any comparison futile. Moreover, the notebook contained problems from the first year of middle school, and astonishingly, all the answers appeared to be correct. According to familial hierarchy, Hier should refer to Xiang as aunt. One could hardly blame Xiang. The little fellow spent his days under the sun, and his skin was strikingly fair and tender, becoming increasingly so with each sunbeam. Unable to resist, she cupped his soft, delicate cheeks in her hands, marveling, "Our He family has produced a genius." Pierre looked innocently at his aunt, while his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of his own draft notebook being perused, prompting an internal lament. How careless, how careless. Why did I revert to my old handwriting? Yet, it was only Hier, such a young child, who enjoyed this privilege. After all, no matter how much one studies, one cannot escape the fate of tending to the earth. There were benefits, of course. Not only did his sister possess her own textbooks, but she also gained a rather affordable tutor. Debao pondered, why is it that after everyone sees my younger brother, they turn to me as if I were worthless? His heart brimmed with bitterness. He dared not voice the thought that studying seemed futile. If he were to utter such a sentiment in front of his younger siblings, he wondered if his parents would discipline him once more. This boy, adept at self-soothing, resolved, "If I cannot influence you, then I shall join you. I refuse to believe that my studies are inferior to those of a mere child." Fortunately, this was an era where academic pursuits were deemed largely ineffectual. After a few days, this matter was overshadowed by the amusing incident involving the educated youth Zhao Chuxia and Huang Guangming, who, after a drunken revelry, found themselves entangled in a bed. After the heavy snowfall, the sun shone particularly brightly. The educated youth from the countryside ventured to the town in groups, some eager to check for letters and packages at the post office, while others sought to purchase items for the upcoming new year. Naturally, they also wished to send a letter home to assure their families of their well-being. A small contingent of educated youth remained, leaving behind a pair of lovers. Both had been in the countryside for over 3 years, and their understanding of the outside world was undoubtedly more accurate than that of the villagers. The prospect of returning to the city remained uncertain, shrouded in ambiguity. Over these 3 years, not a single person had returned to the city. The number of educated youth had grown from 5 to 13. The two young men likely sought solace in their cups, and as they drank, they became increasingly disoriented, ultimately collapsing onto a bed. When the rest of the educated youth returned, they found the scene rather amusing. Initially, it seemed inconsequential. Yet the educated youth in the town had sparked a flurry of activity among the village's young men and women. Particularly, Xue Xue, DeLong, Ernyo, and Go Sheng were all eager to seize the opportunity to accompany the enchanting sister back. Upon discovering the two tightly embraced and soundly asleep on the bed, the laughter erupted. This is indeed a village, and regardless of whether the two of you have disrobed, sharing a bed is a breach of decorum. Naturally, this incident reached the ears of Old Mule. It is preferable for intellectual youths to marry local girls or village boys than to unite amongst themselves. At least there would be a wealth of common language. Huang Guangming asserted, "We were already in a relationship. What of it if we share a bed? We did not even close the door. This is an entirely upright matter. What is there to explain to everyone?" Zhao Chuxiao retorted boldly, "He DeLong. You are but a dog. What right do you have to meddle in our affairs? You have no business overseeing our romantic pursuits." This left several young men in the village who harbored affections for Chuxia utterly heartbroken. Old Mule exclaimed, "Disperse, disperse. Young folks are simply in love. What is the fuss about?" In chapter 33, as the new year approached, there were 13 intellectual youths at the commune, 9 men and 4 women. Ordinarily, these young women would not catch the attention of the village matrons. What does it matter if they possess delicate beauty? What good is a city girl's scholarly air if it cannot be turned into sustenance? Once in the village, they too must toil in the earth for their sustenance. Yet, the local boys were undeniably smitten. One fine girl had inexplicably vanished, leaving only 3 remaining. And who among the young men was not anxious? Take Old Mule's eldest grandson, now 23. Despite his family's numerous attempts to introduce him to Cole, he remained unimpressed, his eyes clearly set upon the ethereal intellectual girl. He would often mutter, "What kind of girl is this? Clearly a bewitching vixen," while secretly hoping his beloved son would marry such a captivating creature. The intellectual youths were beginning to internalize their feelings. Could they not feel the urgency? Eat along, after spending a mere 1 yuan, found himself running to the commune 8 times a day. This lad had truly made up his mind. He was self-aware enough to know he was unworthy of the Shui family girl, yet he had genuinely fallen for Li Qing. She was not exceptionally beautiful, but her cheerful disposition complemented her endlessly charming face, and her radiant smile revealed a set of pearly whites that endeared her to all. The old matriarch, who had been nursing her health since the reservoir repairs, was acutely aware of her grandson's affections. Her greatest wish was to cradle a great-grandchild. What grandparent does not yearn for a harmonious family gathering? The old lady was not merely speaking empty words. She first insisted that her beloved grandson present the new cotton shoes, crafted by De Long's mother, to Li Qing. However, Li Qing was not particularly interested in De Long. It wasn't he that she held lofty aspirations, if she were to settle in the village. Her first choice would undoubtedly be an intellectual youth. The disparity between urban and rural lifestyles was substantial. There is a saying in the village, "Your intellectual youths wear clothes that are worn out. Our village's garments are merely threadbare." Hai's daughter-in-law maintained cleanliness, yet the only clothes she ruined were those of her 3 children. Her cotton clothing, soaked by the rain, was first dried before she meticulously brushed off the mud. In the village, when guests arrived, women did not sit at the table, a practice undoubtedly linked to the meager living conditions. In the city, however, even a mother-in-law who favored sons would not allow her daughter-in-law to remain excluded from the table. Customs are one aspect, but there is another critical factor, that young rascal, De Long, who, despite being a grown man, could not carry a load on his shoulders. Each time he attempted to lift anything, his waist contorted in a most comical manner, leaving onlookers wincing at the sight of his grimaces. Would she really have to fetch water, plant seedlings, and dig ditches all on her own after marriage? Marrying a man does not equate to taking on a little bride. She should not have to indulge him. As for the shoes, naturally, she would not accept them. Yet, if she were to take them back, it would be a source of ridicule. He placed the shoes in Zhao's room and stepped outside. Zhao Qing, upon seeing this, became anxious. De Long, pick them up. No sooner had she spoken than the shoes were thrown back. Right before everyone's eyes, a pair of new shoes landed in the muddy water outside the room. It was quite the awkward moment. Thanking Miss Shui, De Long replied, "I apologize. Our Zhao Qing truly cannot get accustomed to handmade shoes. What do you think of this arrangement? I purchased these shoes for 2 yuan." This was a clear example of speaking nonsense while wide awake. Yet all the educated youth utilized this excuse to persuade comrade, De Long. "Indeed, De Long, your kindness is appreciated, but these shoes have become soiled. Please accept this 2 yuan. Did De Long's family truly lack such a sum? He smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "It's no trouble. Consider these shoes a gift from our villagers to you, the educated youth." Winter had this disadvantage. The cold wind made one's face feel painfully stiff. He rubbed his face and silently turned away. The elder, noticing that his wife had crafted shoes that were deemed unsatisfactory, could not help but scold her. "Look at the state of these shoes. No one would want to accept them as a gift. What a misfortune for the He family to have a daughter-in-law who cannot even sew." He admonished his daughters, "You must not follow in your mother's footsteps. Ensure that household duties are fulfilled properly, so you are not looked down upon after marriage. De Long, take this 20 yuan whenever you accompany Zhao, the educated youth, to the market. Buy her whatever she fancies. After all, you have a frivolous mother. Who would dare to contradict the matriarch?" In the old household, with 8 members, 5 of whom were laborers, and even the 3rd child counted as half a laborer, having many hands made for easier farming, they were not lacking in funds for marrying off daughters. Time is precious, yet in the village, it holds little value. In the blink of an eye, the spring festival arrived. The parents poured all the oil they had saved over the year into a pot, beginning to fry lotus root balls, bean curd balls, and tofu balls. The steamed sweet potatoes were sliced and dried, and they would fry a couple of pounds of those as well. Peanuts would also be roasted, and the accumulated pumpkin seeds would be prepared for roasting. These were the small treats set aside for the children during the new year, for those families with the means. A couple of pounds of meat would be prepared for the festivities. For those lacking, winter melons would suffice, as they were meant for ancestral offerings on New Year's Eve. In every household, this is the customary practice. The family's poverty is, in part, a legacy from their ancestors who failed to safeguard their descendants. Thus, when meat is scarce, fish must grace the table as a symbol of hope for a prosperous year ahead. "Mother, why aren't we slaughtering a chicken this year?" The only one who dared to voice this question was Sanya. This year, Uncle and his family would not be coming over to claim our share of the feast, so we need not fear their reproaches. The chicken could be spared to lay eggs. Only Hier would respond boldly, as father gazed at his 3 children. Contemplating the joy of a family gathering for the New Year's dinner, he felt a bittersweet mix of emotions. "Roosters don't lay eggs. Why do we keep them?" questioned the rooster, sensing an inexplicable chill. Indeed, Hier and he turned their gazes towards their parents, wondering what purpose a crowing rooster served if it did not lay eggs. "I haven't lost any feathers. Why do I feel so cold?" lamented the rooster. Without a rooster, the hens roamed freely to lay their eggs, and father provided the answer. "Is that so?" Hier found it hard to believe. Senya remarked, "Nyo's family has hens that prefer to lay eggs in the haystack. They truly have no rooster." Poor big rooster. That was terrifying. I must crow to calm my nerves. Chapter 34. The New Year's feast, the first spring festival since his rebirth, filled Hier with anticipation. Unlike Dabao, who craved snacks, Sanya and the other village children, his yearning was a culmination of decades of profound nostalgia. During the new year, the family was impoverished. Even when visiting grandmother, if the whole family went, they had to bring their own rations as gifts. Yet, the essence of the new year felt as rich and fragrant as a bottle of vintage wine aged for countless years. For the New Year's dinner, mother prepared 6 dishes. As father and mother surveyed the table laden with 5 bowls, they smiled and remarked on the auspiciousness of 6 being a lucky number. Father then retrieved a firecracker that had basked in the sun for several days and made his way to the door. As he lit the firecracker, Dabao, at that moment, was too absorbed to eat, instead intent on rummaging through the remnants for unexploded firecrackers. At that instant, it seemed as if the entire village had synchronized, with firecrackers echoing in a festive cacophony. Why aren't you looking for firecrackers?" Father not only allowed Dabao's enthusiasm, but also smiled at his second son. Those who have been reborn are natural performers. Hier certainly wouldn't admit that he could still act like a little child, competing with his brother for a mere handful of trinkets. However, he cherished the warmth of resting in his father's embrace. He leapt into father's arms. "If you find them, you'll share with me." Father lifted his second son playfully before setting him down. Now that old customs have been abandoned, many practices are no longer permissible. Yet this does not prevent the tradition of setting aside a bowl of rice and a small cup of wine on the table before the reunion dinner. Father reverently placed the chopsticks atop the bowl and said, "Father, please enjoy your meal and drink." After a brief moment, the chopsticks were finally lifted from the bowl. "Dabao, Sanya, it's time to eat." There were only 100 firecrackers in total, and finding 3 or 5 that hadn't exploded was already quite fortunate. With a bit of searching, one might even discover some that were still colorful. At this time, one needed to recite a passage in front of the portrait of the ancestors before father beckoned everyone to the table. Inside the pot, there was a stew of kelp, prepared with pork, and the little ones watched their mother intently, too timid to reach for it. Only then did mother take another bowl and serve a portion, removing the pot from the table. This pot of kelp was the centerpiece of this year's feast. As mother put it, "This is meant for the family. If relatives were to visit, this dish was to entertain them, and it couldn't be consumed all at once." The meat within the kelp was not, as usual, fried to a crisp. Instead, the tender, white morsels had simmered to the point where they would easily detach from the skin with the slightest touch of chopsticks. Unfortunately, the pieces of meat were scant, with barely 3 or 5 slices visible in a bowl. Sanya, being small with short arms, but possessing particularly bright eyes, fixated on the morsels clutched by her mother's chopsticks, unwilling to blink. Knowing that whenever there was something delicious, mother would surely prioritize her. It came as no surprise when the meat found its way into Sanya's bowl. "Mother, you eat." The little girl truly knew how to win her mother's favor. Father took a hearty gulp from his cup, squinting slightly before popping a peanut into his mouth, then gazed at Sonia with a smile. Sonia, will you share some with father? This left the little girl momentarily flustered. I was just being polite with mother. Why are you taking it seriously? Glancing at the meat in her bowl, her face displayed a mix of conflict and reluctance. This expression nearly caused DeBeo and he to spit out their rice in laughter. Your father is just teasing you, Sonia. Hurry and eat, or the food will get cold. When Sonia saw her father place a piece of the tender kelp in her bowl, she realized he was indeed just joking. No longer daring to engage in pretense with her parents, she bestowed them with a sweet smile and eagerly dug into the meat and kelp. Father, can we raise a pig next year? After years of abstaining from fatty meat, Pierre was immediately captivated by a piece of boiled pork. Raise a pig. Upon hearing Pierre's words, the family slowed their pace of eating. A pig must weigh at least 160 pounds to fetch a good price. While one could not slaughter it themselves, the food station would provide a meat ticket equivalent to 40 pounds when purchasing pigs. That was a substantial amount of meat. Seeing that his family was intrigued, Pierre seized the opportunity to say, I will spend 2 hours each day foraging for pig feed, ensuring the pig grows strong. He recalled vividly that after 1980, every household would raise pigs without the need for a pig pen. They would merely pierce the pig's ears, tie a rope, and lead it to the compost during the day, bringing it into the living room at night. Pigs were quite obedient and never relieved themselves indoors. Dad, let's raise a pig. I can find some pig feed before and after school every day. Sonia chimed in. I will take good care of the pig at home. Father, can we raise a pig? The three little ones all looked toward their father, for in matters of the household, it was he who held the final say. Pierre, in a moment of spontaneity, decided to stoke the flames further. Having completed his elementary studies, he was now poised to enter junior high. Yet he feared the prospect of being bullied by the older children. Thus, he concluded that his academic pursuits could wait a few more years, allowing him to spend time at home fishing and raising pigs instead. Attending junior high and high school would necessitate a trip to the town, a notion he found hard to believe, as he doubted his parents would willingly permit him to endure bullying from the older boys. His mother suggested, why not try raising some pigs? She too was swayed by the idea. Presently, there was no shortage of pig feed. Not only was the field abundant, but even the small river nearby offered ample water weeds, easily harvested with a couple of bamboo poles, which the pigs relished. After downing another cup of wine, Gowie nodded in agreement. After the new year, I will seek out Uncle Mule. He knew that bypassing the village meant that acquiring piglets would be a challenge. Even if he managed to find some, they would be of a capitalist breed. Upon receiving his father's nod of approval, the family at the western entrance finally felt a sense of relief. When comparing pig farming to chicken raising, he had no desire to tend to chickens. The household already had 3, necessitating frequent cleaning to avoid stepping on little landmines. With a swift kick, Pierre sent the greedy rooster scurrying away before heading to the kitchen to refill the rice bowl. Ergo, bring me some too, called Sonia. The girl's belly was already round, yet she hesitated to set down her bowl. Understanding his sister's appetite, Pierre filled a small portion for her, and indeed, she devoured it, letting out a loud burp that signified her fullness. After their meal, the dining table was moved to the side, and his father brought in a weathered tree root, gathering straw and small twigs to ignite a fire. As dusk descended, the 5 family members gathered around the flickering flames, keeping vigil for the new year. The year 1971 quietly approached before the smoke, which occasionally stung their eyes. Chapter 35. The first day of the new year. The next day, when Pierre was roused by his father, he realized he had fallen asleep in bed. Last night, he had nestled in his father's embrace and had no recollection of when he had drifted off. Father, Happy New Year, he exclaimed, extending his hand. His father, unaware that the boy was seeking his New Year's money, mistakenly thought Pierre was merely being affectionate and needed help dressing. As he took his small hand, Pierre was soon clad in a warm cotton coat. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he proceeded to dress himself, while Sonia was also helped into her clothes by their mother. Go and wish your grandmother a Happy New Year, their father urged. The 3 children exchanged glances, hesitant to comply. Hurry up, their father insisted. Reluctantly, the trio followed their father next door, relieved that he was dependable enough to leave their mother at home. Their grandmother had anticipated this moment. Initially, she had no intention of acknowledging the second child's family, but recalling how he had worked tirelessly during the canal digging, she softened a little. Seated in the main room, she rekindled the fire, hoping that this youngest child could continue to assist the He family's eldest grandson. It was worth noting that in previous years, this child had contributed nearly 100 yuan to her. Not only her, but the entire Long family was indeed eagerly anticipating the arrival of the Gao family. Leaving aside other matters, had the two families not quarreled, grandmother would have surely slaughtered a chicken yesterday. Upon seeing the arrival of the second son's family, he Gaoli promptly came out to greet them. Second brother, come in and take a seat. Where is your sister-in-law? A sense of foreboding settled in he heir's heart. He feared that his father might lead their family into a pit of despair once again. I shall not enter. Daba, take your younger siblings and pay respects to grandmother. At this moment, not only Hier but also Daba and Sanya exhaled a sigh of relief. The Gao family, however, looked increasingly grim, especially grandmother, whose countenance darkened ominously as if a storm were brewing. I am still alive, why should I bow? You may all return. Hier paid no heed to her words and entered the house, stating before grandmother, I shall act as if I am sending you off early, seeing as your heart has already strayed. Grandmother, Happy New Year. With that, he stood up and headed outside, pulling his father along as they made their way home. This little fellow, though small in stature, possessed considerable strength, and he Gaoli, fearing for Erwa's safety, had no choice but to follow suit. Sanya, mimicking her brother, also bowed, offering a cheerful Happy New Year before taking hold of her father's other hand. Daba, feeling helpless, didn't even wish to enter his uncle's home, and instead shouted loudly from outside, Grandmother, I wish you a Happy New Year. Upon uttering those words, he dashed away as if a tiger or wolf were chasing him back to his own home. Grandmother, do take care of your health. Seeing his grandmother sway slightly, Dalong hurriedly stepped forward to support her. How considerate of my eldest grandson. A smile of gratification appeared on grandmother's face. Dalong, go to the U station and check on Qingtai. See how she is spending the new year. Today is the market day. Take that girl into town for a stroll. Do not be stingy with money. That Qingtai is destined for good fortune, so you must seize the opportunity. I will heed your words, grandmother. I shall head to the U station right away. Eru, Sambao, brother, I will accompany you to the market. In their household, the only ones with money were grandmother, their eldest brother, and being with him would surely bring some good fortune. Grandmother favored the eldest brother, but they had no choice. After all, this money was extracted from their second uncle. This year, Eru had also turned 20, reaching the age suitable for marriage. And he had a fondness for the youth station as well. At this moment, the youth station was rather bustling. Young men from the village had gathered, including Yang Tao and Lu Tao, both clad in military overcoats, singing, Remember when our team was first established, with over 10 members and 7 or 8 rifles. This song was unfamiliar to everyone, yet the bookstore had plenty of classic prints from plays like A Qing's Wife, The Red Lantern, and The Snow-Covered Plains, depicting these memorable scenes. After Zhao Qing'er performed laying the 7 stars and boiling the 3 rivers, the crowd erupted into cheers and applause, clamoring for another round. Brother, what are they singing? It sounds delightful, Sanhu quietly inquired of his elder brother. He Dalong replied, If you ask me, who can I ask? He cast a discontented glance at his younger brother, then turned with an ingratiating smile towards Zhao Qing. Comrade Zhao, today the town is bustling with the market. Why don't you all take a stroll? A few female comrades exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, this boy, how utterly lacking in tact. The shoes he brought were tossed into the mud, and yet he dares to approach us again. Comrade DeLong, the road is nothing but mud. If you wish to go, you may do so on your own. Without waiting for Zhao Qing to respond, one of the comrades spoke up. Comrade DeLong, I heard your grandmother went to the reservoir on your behalf and is now exhausted and unwell. Is she all right? Those who addressed him as Comrade DeLong were undoubtedly comrades. Their implication was clear. You, who cannot even manage a water project, what face do you have to seek a bride? It would be a stroke of luck to marry at all, and yet you still dare to entertain thoughts of courting a female comrade. Forgive he DeLong. He truly did not grasp the meaning behind their words. As long as his grandmother remained the head of the household, the heavy labor would not fall upon him. Wasn't his younger brother also 20? If there were to be another large water project next year, surely there would be a second brother to step up. My grandmother is in good health. However, if there are future water projects, she will not need to go. You are indeed fortunate, with your grandmother dote upon you. Next year, it shall be the second brother's turn. He DeLong nodded, feeling a sense of pride as he looked towards the female comrades. See, I do not suffer hardships at home. Marry me, and you may anticipate a life of comfort. These comrades were truly insidious. San Bao, in a few years' time. You will be able to take your elder brother's place in the water projects. The mention of this made Erhu and Sanbao feel a surge of unease. Why should it be so? They thought. Their uncle would no longer provide support. Why should his family continue to indulge the eldest? Brother, let us return. Sanbao tugged at Erhu's arm, speaking softly. Erhu glanced at his elder brother, who was preening among the crowd, then looked down at his own tattered clothes, and nodded. Both brothers recalled how their uncle had severed ties with their family over this eldest brother. Previously, they had felt some resentment, but now they believed their uncle was justified in doing so. If their grandmother continued to show such favoritism, their ties with her would surely be strained. It was essential to sever ties with their elder brother as well. Otherwise, would their future not mirror their uncle's misfortunes? The brothers exchanged knowing glances, understanding each other's sentiments. Unbidden, they both began to chuckle. Meanwhile, DeLong, basking in his own self-importance amidst the crowd, remained oblivious to the fact that his two younger brothers were already calculating how to distance themselves from him. Only a few individuals noticed the glimmer of resentment in Erhu and his brother's gazes towards DeLong. This boy's days ahead may not be so pleasant after all. Chapter 36, the second day of the new year. Ant returns to her parental home after paying New Year's respects to his grandmother. Pierre dashed towards the cow shed. What are you going there for? I'm going to check the river. Perhaps I can catch some fish. This boy spoke lies without batting an eye. Sanya had already become her brother's little shadow, eager to follow him to the riverbank, but was held back by her mother. Sanya, the road is still wet. If you get your new cotton shoes muddy, just wait and see if I won't scold you. This year, the three siblings had all been fortunate to receive new clothes and shoes. Why is the second brother unbothered by stepping in the mud? The little girl was quite indignant, but upon receiving a handful of sunflower seeds from her mother, she promptly fell silent. As Pierre passed by the cattle shed, he halted his steps. Good New Year, Grandpas. I have come to pay my respects. The two elderly gentlemen, busy tidying up the cattle shed, smiled and waved him inside. Naturally, he was eager to enter, for even a child, especially one of such commendable lineage, could not be considered ill-bred. He glanced towards the village, noting that no one was observing, and slipped into the cattle shed. Bao, you've grown another year older. Here is a tin of cookies from Grandpa. Without a doubt, they had long intended to gift this treat to the little one. Pierre grinned widely as he accepted the large hexagonal tin, turning it over in his hands, captivated by it. In the village, cookies were a rare delicacy, and even the tin itself was a prized possession. Thank you, Grandpa. Seeing the child's gleeful demeanor, the two old men chuckled heartily. Hurry back. Don't let your parents worry. Yes, Grandpa, I shall return now. Do take care not to tire yourselves. At home, Bao had already taken his meager collection of firecrackers to visit the other children in the village. Similarly, their father had gone out, for the He family had not been blessed with 5 fortunes in the village, and he had to pay New Year's visits and stop by Old Mule's house. Sanya, reluctant to venture out with her elder brother, anxiously awaited the return of her second brother. Upon seeing him enter with a large tin, she immediately rushed over. Ergo, what is this? The cookies emblazoned on the box were particularly striking, yet Sanya, having never seen cookies before, was oblivious to what they were. Where did this cookie come from? Mother, she exclaimed, staring in astonishment at the box in Pierre's hands. It was given by Grandpa's. Sanya took the box and shook it, straining her little ears to decipher the sounds within. Spotting the unopened lid, she attempted to pry it open. Their mother, taking the box from her daughter, remarked, this cookie is far too precious. You must return it at once. Mother, there's no need. It's a New Year gift from Grandpa to his grandson. How could I return it? Believe it or not, if this cookie were to be returned, the two esteemed gentlemen would be displeased. Their mother insisted, but Pierre spoke up again. Mother, it's all right, if you don't believe me. Wait for father to return and ask him. Ignoring her daughter's pitiful expression, she placed the box in the cupboard, saying, Sanya, we'll discuss this when your father returns. You mustn't break it. Ergo, is the cookie delicious? Pierre chuckled, ruffling his little sister's braid, realizing that she was instinctively trying to guard her treasure. It's likely to taste like milk. How do you know it's milk-flavored? It says so on the box. Brother, teach me to read. The little girl had found her motivation to learn literacy once more. Their father returned just in time for dinner. Naturally, the cookies remained unreturned. However, that night, he brought a bowl of seaweed soup to the two elderly gentlemen. By the second day of the new year, they were to visit their maternal grandfather's home to offer New Year's greetings. In previous years, visits to the maternal grandparents were typically led by father, accompanied by one of the children. Grandmother insisted that when her sons-in-law visited for the new year, she must assist in hosting them. This hosting was not merely about preparing meals. It also involved providing rice and flour from their own supplies, as these relatives were not solely from the eldest daughter's family. Naturally, the gifts sent by the sons-in-law were meant to honor grandmother, and the youngest daughter's family was not entitled to bring anything. This year, however, due to a severed tie with the eldest, Gowie thought that since the household was not lacking in provisions, should his sisters come by, it would be wise to prepare a meal for them. If any of his sisters were to utter unkind words regarding the severance of ties, it would unfairly burden the mother of his children. Why don't you take the eldest to visit our maternal grandparents, while I stay home? This way, if the children's aunts come over, there will be someone to attend to them, suggested the mother. The reason for taking the eldest was that he was the most responsible, sparing his mother from worry. Eldest, I prefer to stay home. Let the second go to greet our grandfather, he replied. Last time, my legs were so sore that I dread a repeat of that ordeal. I want to go. Take me with you, exclaimed the youngest daughter. Oh, my little squirt, I can hardly carry you, teased their mother, smiling fondly at her daughter. Visiting the maternal grandparents cannot be done empty-handed. Juggling items in one hand while carrying a child on the other was quite a challenge for her. I'll accompany you, mother. I miss grandfather too, offered the second child. The little girl pouted, ready to unleash her charm. All right, third child, your brother will carry you, their mother decided. The little girl beamed with joy and immediately seized her brother's hand. The younger brother, although small, possessed considerable strength, prompting their father to nod approvingly as he allowed the three of them to proceed to their grandparents' home. As Gowie anticipated, around 10 o'clock, all five sisters gradually returned to their mother's house. In previous years, they had never gathered so harmoniously. Last year, with the exception of the fifth sister, it was primarily brothers-in-law who came. He greeted each of them in turn, knowing that the sisters would not be the first to arrive at his home. However, the five little nephews rushed over to wish their uncle a happy new year. Then, they eagerly grabbed the sunflower seeds, beans, and fried sweet potato chips that had been prepared, darting about. The mothers, of course, gathered to share intimate conversations. Among the five daughters, the fifth had married exceptionally well. Her husband, having transitioned from the military, found work at the agricultural machinery station in the neighboring town. Originally a barefoot doctor in the village, she continued her practice after marriage. Given the distance, she arrived the latest and was unaware of the family rift caused by her cousin Dalong. Mother, what is wrong with Guiying this year? She didn't come to help and just returned to her own family, someone remarked. Upon hearing this, grandmother's expression darkened. Do not speak of that unfilial son in my presence. I shall consider him non-existent. What has he done to upset you, mother? He has always been so dutiful, questioned her younger sister, casting a knowing glance at the eldest sister, who was the fifth daughter. She had married well, her husband working at the agricultural machinery station, while she engaged in a respected profession in the village, naturally exuding a different aura. Mother, what about Gowie? I will call him over to apologize to you, offered the eldest sister. The bond of blood among siblings inevitably carried a weight of natural authority. Chapter 37. Confrontation. Since Dalong reached the age for marriage, whenever the daughters returned home, the grandmother would incessantly whisper in their ears, as aunts, you cannot neglect Dalong's matrimonial affairs. She even assigned tasks, stating, Dalong is the eldest grandson of the He family. I will entrust his bride price to you five aunts. A bride price of 20 or 30 yuan was deemed an exorbitant sum, and the aunts eagerly patted their chests, promising to each contribute a small amount. However, the grandmother's expression shifted dramatically. For my eldest grandson to marry, how can you each only offer a paltry sum? You must each contribute 20 yuan. The aunts were momentarily taken aback. 20 yuan each amounted to 100 yuan, a considerable sum indeed. After a brief hesitation, the fifth aunt eventually nodded in agreement, acknowledging that she could scrape together the 20 yuan from her monthly income of 37 yuan and 50 cents. Yet, her sister's household was in a different predicament, whose family isn't struggling to make ends meet. After a year of frugality, managing to save 20 yuan was akin to a windfall, as if clothes and shoes could sprout from the ground. Ask any village, and you'll find families living beyond their means. These are the families burdened by inadequate labor. They toil relentlessly, only to find themselves in debt to the village by the year's end. Therefore, for the past 2 years, they had refrained from returning home, fearing their mother would broach this subject. This year, upon learning of their brother's quarrel, they conspired to return home to mediate and offer solace to their mother. Before they could decide how to broach the topic, the fifth sister boldly stepped forward. Fiery in temperament, she disregarded her sister's subtle hints and burst out, "DeLong, what is the matter with your uncle that has caused such a rift with your grandmother?" The uncle's family was well off, and each visit was accompanied by delightful treats, making him a favorite among the sisters. DeLong, not foolish, refrained from mentioning the incident that had infuriated his uncle due to his reprimanding of Heir Bao. "Our family has severed ties," he stated. "Severed ties? Your mother is still alive. How could he dare?" She was taken aback, convinced she had misheard. Knowing her brother as she did, she was certain he would never engage in such drastic measures. "I will summon him to apologize to your grandmother. He has indeed gone too far." "Wait, little sister, we will accompany you," she said, and her eldest sister followed suit. The five sisters proceeded directly to Gao Yi's home. Upon seeing their displeased expressions, Gao Yi immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. "Sisters, you have come. Let me brew some tea for you while you enjoy some sunflower seeds." "Gao Yi, you rascal, have your wings hardened? Your mother is still alive, and you dare to sever ties with your elder brother's family?" The fifth sister interjected. "I was compelled to do so. If you don't believe me, ask the eldest sister." The fifth sister appeared bewildered. "Do not spin me tales. Your mother is still alive. Who would dare force you to sever ties? Was it Guiying? Don't try to fool me. There is no one more sensible than her. Ask the eldest sister if I have spoken falsely." Sister Wu gazed at her elder sister, noticing the bitter smiles etched on their faces, and realized that her younger brother was indeed not lying. "Pray tell me, what on earth is happening?" This was still the title she used for her brother before her marriage. "Sister Wu, you are aware that our family receives over 300 jin of rice each year, correct?" Sister Wu nodded in acknowledgement. The village's grain production is subject to taxation, and her household, with merely 2 children, relies on commercial grain for sustenance. Even so, they manage to mix coarse and fine grains in their diet. After the division of the family, "Do you know that mother takes 200 jin of fine grain from me each year?" Wu was taken aback. Is this truly her mother's doing? In the past, did I ever voice a complaint about our daily meals of sweet potatoes, even alongside Guiying? No, I did not. Presently, Bao's appetite nearly rivals mine. Yet I remain ungrumbling, thinking that as long as there are sweet potatoes, we shall not starve. But do you know? Mother is also selling fine grain in the black market. Your brother-in-law earns a salary each month. You lack for nothing financially. Are you aware that every year, the money I receive from the collective is somehow coerced out of me by mother? Even the few eggs laid at home are mostly taken by her. Every year when you return home, which chicken do you think was not taken from my side? Have I ever complained? With no alternative. I toil in the fields and quarry stones, striving to earn a few extra coins. Do you understand? Yet, mother insists I contribute an additional 50, claiming it is for her eldest grandson's wedding. Even Bao, so young, could not help but question if Dalong is indeed my child, and even attempted to report me to his maternal grandfather, but I stopped him. But how has Dalong's family treated us? For a mere morsel of meat, Sonia pesters her brother daily to prepare turtle soup for her. And little Bao, such a small child, dares to venture into the earth pit to catch snakes just for a bite of meat. Dalong, in turn, accuses Bao of stealing rice from the village and threatens with a weapon. Can one maintain a relationship with such relatives? My earnings and provisions over the past decade would hardly suffice to sustain a wolf, let alone yield this outcome. Wu was astounded, casting a glance at her elder sister, who nodded in response. Xiaobin, who was outside setting off firecrackers with his cousins, rushed over upon hearing his mother's call. "Come, let us return home." "Xiaowu, what troubles you? Why not eat before leaving?" "Sister Wu, do join me for a bite. There is food prepared at home." "I shall not eat. We have hardly paused since arriving." This fifth child was inherently impulsive, caught between her younger brother and her mother and elder brother, who were embroiled in such turmoil. How could she stay any longer? She feared she might lose her composure and confront her mother at the dinner table. Her temperament mirrored that of her mother, and it was only natural that a quarrel would ensue. Thus, departing early seemed the wisest choice. Everyone attempted to hold her back. "Release me. You know my temperament. Do not obstruct me." They all understood her sentiment. With no other recourse, Gaoi filled his little nephew's pockets with snacks and sent them on their way. Dalong, still intrigued by the commotion, noticed his aunt and cousin emerging from his uncle's house and wondered why they were heading towards the outskirts of the village. However, considering that the other ants did not make much of an effort to keep him, he paid little attention to it. When his mother finished preparing the meal and called everyone to eat, he learned that this little ant had guests and had already departed. This little girl, now quite grown, had not changed her temperament at all and hurried to the table for dinner. Little did she know that her daughter was left astonished and frightened by her antics. Chapter 38. Maternal Home. During this visit to her maternal home, Guiying did not bring as many items as she had on her previous visit. Only 2 jeans of loose liquor and a pack of economical cigarettes. The loose liquor, which did not require a ticket, was noted for its quality and potency. Unfortunately, there were unscrupulous salespeople at the supply and marketing cooperative who would often dilute the liquor after secretly sampling it. As for the so-called economical cigarettes, they were hardly genuine. A pack cost merely 70 cents. These cheap cigarettes could not compare to the likes of de Qianmen, de Shangchan, or Mutin, which were regarded as quality tobacco and did not require tickets. Since the household had acquired a few jeans of oil, they naturally packed an assortment of their homemade meatballs. It is no exaggeration to say that in this era, anything that had passed through hot oil was considered a superb gift. Sure enough, after just a few steps, the little one began to sulk. This child could run around with her playmates for an entire day, yet if asked to walk properly, within 10 minutes, she would undoubtedly cling to you. Guiying intended to lift her daughter up, but Hier was quicker, squatting down on the ground. The little girl joyfully jumped onto her brother's back, giggling uncontrollably. It was imperative that her sister did not fall asleep. Once she did, she would turn into a limp noodle, necessitating her being carried along. With no other options, Hier resorted to amusing his sister by singing songs. Little Ma, Little Erlang. Carrying his school bag to class, I found 2 cents by the roadside, and I am a soldier from the common folk. With little arms supporting his sister, she would soon wriggle down from his back, playfully causing a ruckus before leaping back onto his back again. Thus, for an hour, the trio finally arrived at Yuanwan village. They were greeted first by a cacophony of barking dogs. The sun had been quite pleasant these past few days, and with guests at home, many were gathered at the entrance, enjoying sunflower seeds and basking in the sunlight. Upon seeing Guiying return to celebrate the new year with her 2 children, they all greeted her warmly. Hier's mother had to pause frequently to exchange pleasantries. When they reached the doorstep of her elder uncle's house, her younger uncle had already received the news and came out to welcome them. Finally, someone picked up the little girl. She leaped into her uncle's arms. Oh dear, when did our little one become such a hefty dumpling? Over the past half year, these 3 children, who had long suffered from malnutrition, had been enjoying fish, meat, and eggs daily, and it was as if they had found a long-awaited respite from drought. Each one was growing rapidly in both weight and height. I am not a dumpling. It's just my heavy clothes, she retorted. Yes, it's the cotton coat wrapping around a little dumpling, her uncle teased, playfully pinching her nose. The time spent in playful banter passed swiftly, and before long, they arrived at their grandfather's house. Grandfather had long been waiting at the door, and at that moment, Hier enjoyed the privilege of being treated like a beloved younger sibling, as he was swept into a warm embrace. Accepting the items brought by his daughter, grandfather grasped her hand, expressing his concern. Oh dear, carrying both children must have been exhausting enough. Why burden yourself with these things? At this moment, Sanya felt a sense of pride. Grandfather, today I didn't need mother to carry me even once. I played my way here all by myself. Oh, who would have thought our little Sanya was so capable? Come here, let grandfather hold you. The little girl retorted. I didn't ask for mother to carry me. I played all the way here with my brother. The stubborn little one had indeed let her brother carry her for a short while, but even while on his back, she was busy chatting and laughing with him. Upon spotting the pine nuts and chestnuts laid out on the table, her attention was captured entirely. Grandfather and his daughter entered the kitchen, their laughter ringing joyfully through the air. At this point, her brother seemed less appealing, as Sanya's little pocket was already filled to the brim with pine nuts. And she slipped into the kitchen. Uncle, how was the eel fishing last year? Despite the mountainous terrain of Yuanwan village, the rice fields were fragmented and filled with numerous ditches. Uncle chuckled, casting a glance at his father and winking. In just half a month. Can you guess how much I caught? And what do you think was the weight of the biggest one? How much? The largest I caught was only around 20 pounds. Hier was intrigued, wondering if his uncle had indeed surpassed that weight. Did you hear that? You can't even compare to your nephew's steadiness, he teased. Uncle, how heavy was that fish you caught? Uncle, a bit bashful, chuckled and replied, 3 pounds and 7 ounces. Grandfather remarked, bow. Does your village know you can fish for eels? They all think I'm just joking. If someone follows me, I carefully find a snake hole to deceive them. Sometimes I even catch a grass snake. Who would dare to follow and risk a beating at home? You, outdone by an 8-year-old. Grandfather looked at his youngest with a mix of disappointment and amusement. This lad had returned with over 200 pounds of fish, earning about $100. Grandfather was far more prudent in his dealings, going to the market each day, selling no more than 5 pounds at a time, which naturally fetched a good price. It was for that $100 that Uncle felt proud, but had it not been for Grandfather's reprimands, he might have boasted too much. If only I could build a pond to raise eels for sale. In the black market, 1 pound of eel can sell for the price of meat, Uncle murmured softly. Grandfather replied, be content. If it weren't for bow, you wouldn't have even dug up a few loaches. He also harbored similar thoughts. How wonderful it would be if his family had an eel farming pond. Uncle, take me to the mountain, won't you? Uncle was somewhat tempted. Ever since the heavy snow had closed off the mountains, he hadn't ventured in. Young one, you mustn't lead bow into mischief. Upon finishing his words, he gazed affectionately at his little grandson. Bow, look, the snow in the fields has yet to completely melt, and the snow in the mountains is even thicker. Not only is the path beneath our feet obscured, but the famished wild beasts are also beyond our capacity to confront. Though his words were somewhat exaggerated, they contained a kernel of truth. Grandfather, we won't venture far, just to the mountain's mouth for a glimpse. Grandfather, just at the opening. Father, how about I take bow to see the pine forest slope? Perhaps we might discover something from the traps set a few days ago. One never knows. Grandfather furrowed his brow, though it mattered little as they were all creased. Very well, but you must not stray too far with bow. Return before mealtime. Chapter 39. The importance of developing drinking capacity from a young age. As he was taking his little nephew into the mountains, Goichi chose not to travel the mountain paths, fearing that the lad might slip into a deep ravine. Each armed with a hatchet, the two ventured slowly toward the pine forest slope. Though this route was slower, it prioritized safety. Their cotton shoes sank deeply into the snow, and an inadvertent brush against a nearby sapling would cause layers of white to cascade down. Bow, shall we return? I can take you into the mountains again come spring, he suggested. Uncle, it's all right. It shouldn't be much farther, the boy replied. Once we pass through this thicket, we'll be there. How about I let you ride on my back for a bit? No need, no need. He quickly waved off his uncle's offer, determinedly lifting his little legs to tread in his uncle's footprints. His uncle, however, paid no mind to the disparity in their strides, each of his steps surpassing the boy's by nearly 2. The cheerful chirping of birds among the treetops only served to amplify the tranquility of the forest. Soon, a series of varying footprints belonging to birds and beasts appeared before them. His uncle, filled with excitement, halted to discern the traces. Bow, you are in for a treat. Over there lie the traps I've set. Let me take you to retrieve our quarry. They quickened their pace, arriving at the trap, where a snow-covered pit awaited them. Within it, a rabbit, alerted by the commotion above, raised its head. Unbeknownst to the creature, it had likely cursed for quite some time, wondering who among the unkind was responsible for digging such a deep and wide pit without purpose. If one must dig a hole, why place roasted sweet potatoes inside? Is this not a ploy to ensnare rabbits? Fortunately, this rabbit was lucky enough to avoid injury from the sharpened stakes below. The figure above, radiating an intimidating gaze akin to that of a ravenous wolf, spelled doom for the creature. Alas, I had hoped to catch a wild boar. Yet I find myself ensnared by a mere rabbit. With a grin, his uncle leapt into the pit and swiftly captured the disheartened rabbit, placing it into the cloth bag he had brought before climbing out. They then spent considerable time concealing the pit once more before hastening their steps toward the forest's edge. Uncle, do you think your trap will be discovered by others? In the mountains, there exist certain unwritten rules. Observe closely, I have marked the trees. Thus, should you venture into the mountains and encounter arrow-like notches carved by a blade, be cautious and avoid falling into traps that may cause harm. The inhabitants of the mountains are indeed simple-hearted. A fleeting moment of exhilaration in the mountains may quickly turn into regret, with one's rear end receiving 2 sharp slaps. The cotton shoes have now transformed into waterlogged footwear, and the hems of the cotton pants are soaked through. He is ensconced in a large cotton coat, nestled in his grandfather's embrace, savoring the succulent rabbit meat. After a few bites, he and his mother assist in roasting his shoes, socks, and cotton trousers. After savoring a sip of wine, grandfather dipped his chopsticks into the drink, saying, "Come, Bao, share a drink with your grandfather." Pierre pondered. Is this truly the grandfather I remember? It seems that the Bao never received such treatment. The sweet potatoes are both astringent and spicy. I wonder what has captivated you. Uncle, have you not noticed that with each moment of your desire, grandfather dips his chopsticks into the wine with increasing frequency? Alas, what misfortune have I encountered in having such an unreliable grandfather? Uncle, perhaps you should take a sip on my behalf. To my surprise, Uncle actually leaned toward the chopsticks. Away with you. Why are you competing with me, Bao? Grandfather waved his chopsticks as if shooing away a fly. Observing the father and son, grandmother wished to laugh, but ultimately restrained herself. When you turn 18 next year, your mother will let you drink to your heart's content. Mother loves me the most. This lad even shot an unsatisfied glance at his father. Grandfather, too, cast a discontented look at his wife, as if to say that a doting mother might spoil her son. Father, when will my second brother return home for a visit? Oh, he sent a letter before the new year, stating that he has just received a promotion and cannot take leave, assuring us not to worry. Grandmother remarked, at 27. He should not be in such a hurry to find a wife. I wonder what keeps him so busy. This old fellow, every time he writes back, not only refrains from urging his son to marry, but also forbids me from bringing it up, which angers me to no end. Grandmother, my third uncle resembles you. So handsome, he is bound to find a wife as beautiful as a painting. This immediately brought a smile to her face. My dear Bao, you have inherited my looks. Grandmother was now eager to hold this sweet-tongued grandson in her arms. It seems my third uncle, only pressured by grandmother at the age of 30, finally settled on a betrothal in the village. It was to the daughter of Uncle Lu, known as Luya. Perhaps due to the age difference, she was quite favored. Regrettably, after marrying my third uncle, Luya looked down upon her husband's impoverished relatives, focusing solely on arranging affairs for her own children, leaving her uncles in the shadows. Grandmother, our village has a beautiful educated youth sister, Shirley. She could marry my third uncle. This Shue has an excellent character and, in 1976, married the eldest son of the old mule's family. This young mule later purchased a tractor, only for it to accidentally tumble into a ravine. Yet, this fairy-like sister truly held the family together, leaving no room for gossip. Grandmother turned her gaze to her daughter. Indeed, she resembles the maiden in the painting, with a good character. I wonder if she would be willing. With her daughter's affirmative response, grandmother's heart was stirred. As for the matter of Gui Gang, I entrust it to you, my dear elder sister. Old man, did you hear that? You are not to meddle in this affair. This old man only knows how to emphasize the importance of work, assuring that everything at home is fine and not to worry, without even considering how old the third child has become. After speaking, she stood up and brushed away the tips of the chopsticks that had been sent towards Bao. You old fool. Do you not fear that Bao might get drunk? Bao, my dear grandson, have you eaten? If you have, your grandmother will warm you by the fire. Pierre, my dear grandmother, it is indeed you who comes through in crucial moments, while my own mother fails to notice my face, wrinkled from the spices. Mother, it's all right. The child wishes to drink, and one must cultivate their tolerance from a young age. My heavens, are these the words of a biological mother? Sweating from a fever while warming by the fire, practicing drinking at 8 years old with chopsticks dipped in alcohol. If my elder brother and I manage to grow up smoothly, it must truly be divine favor. Grandmother, I am already full. By the way, please bring the photos my third uncle sent last time. We should take them back to show that fairy sister. My third uncle is quite handsome, having served nearly 9 years in the military, and is still a company commander. There is surely no issue with military service. Coupled with his doting nature towards his wife, it would be hard for the fairy sister not to find happiness. Indeed, my clever grandson's mind is sharp. This grandmother has nearly forgotten to rescue her grandson from the sea of alcohol. Grandfather, indeed, my dear Bao is remarkable. Come here, I shall reward you with a big bite. Pierre, woo-woo, can I refuse? Chapter 40. The marriage of the third uncle with the clothes dried. Pierre finally escaped from grandfather's embrace, ready to return home. Senya was overjoyed, for her grandmother had given her a small cloth bag filled to the brim with treats. The little girl cheerfully sang the song her second brother taught her, although she could never finish a complete verse. Upon returning home, the sun was still early. Her mother, being rather impatient, took her second brother's photo and headed towards the youth station. The youth station was as lively as ever. Upon seeing Sister Guiying arrive, everyone greeted her warmly. As for Shue's parents, alas, she had chosen to go to the countryside and, through her hard work and perseverance, had earned the treatment of the merit-based system, which was not solely based on one's background. After all, one cannot choose their origins, while one's birth is beyond their control. The path one takes is a matter of choice. When Guiying brought her favored sister-in-law home, the two of them entered the house, and after a flurry of whispers, Shui, holding the photo of Huang Guiying, voiced her worries softly. Guiying's words truly touched her heart. In our Huang family, there isn't a single man who does not cherish his wife. Not to mention that my father has never had a quarrel with my mother. But my two uncles have never laid a finger on their wives. This is all verifiable. When my grandfather was alive, he often uttered a phrase, "Those who beat their wives at home are nothing but a disgrace." Any descendant who dares to harm their wife is unworthy of being a Huang. All of this you can inquire about. Returning to the city, she never harbored any hopes. Upon hearing Shue's words, Huang Guiying burst into laughter. Rest assured, should anyone dare to cause trouble, my father will gather a group of his old friends to teach him a lesson in propriety. Shui Jiqing, in a few days, we shall venture to the town to capture a photograph. I assure you, when my younger brother lays eyes upon your likeness, he will be utterly captivated. Sister-in-law? Upon uttering these words, this enchanting maiden's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Her face, seemingly favored by the heavens, radiated with exquisite beauty. The two remained in jovial laughter for an indeterminate time, until this young intellectual finally returned to her lodging after sharing a delightful dinner at her home. As she stepped out, Pierre playfully chased after her for a few paces, exclaiming loudly, "Sister Shui, will you come tomorrow to teach me to read?" Shui felt a warmth in her heart. After all, such an innocent call had alleviated many of her concerns regarding the future. "I shall come whenever I can to teach you." Humph. What is the use of reading extensively if one merely ends up tilling the earth upon adulthood? The DeLong brothers exchanged glances, barely suppressing their laughter at Pierre's naive musings, wishing they could record his words to tease him later in 77. The following day, Mother took her cherished photograph of her younger sister-in-law to her maternal home. Naturally, she expressed concerns regarding the family background of the prospective bride and the worries it stirred. Without a moment's hesitation, her grandfather declared, "What nonsense is this? This engagement is settled. Write to your brother immediately, informing him that I have found him a bride, and he should return home to marry at his earliest convenience." After instructing his youngest son to send the letter and photograph to the third son, he dismissed the matter entirely. His confidence stemmed from the fact that he was still alive. Ultimately, the decision regarding his son's marriage rested in his hands. Half a month later, Guiying received a letter from home while stationed in the army, leaving him with no choice but to consult his instructor on how to proceed. What can be done? Submit a marriage application. If the organization approves it, you simply return home to wed, his instructor replied. But my father has found a match with some complications, Guiying lamented helplessly. That's why you need to submit the application. We are not a classified unit. If there were genuine issues, the marriage application wouldn't be approved at all, his instructor chuckled, bemused by his partner's momentary confusion, as he was typically quite sharp-witted. Once the marriage application was submitted, Huang Guiying spent his days in a state of anxious anticipation. It was not only he who felt this trepidation. Shui shared in the same. Fortunately, 3 days after Guiying returned the photograph to her family, her future parents-in-law arrived for a visit. Over the past few days, Guiying had consistently summoned her to assist in teaching her son. When her parents arrived, the young lady was diligently guiding Pierre in his studies. The couple couldn't help but grow increasingly fond of Shui, nearly wishing to send a telegram urging their son to return and claim this bride. In the end, the matriarch clasped Shui's hand, saying, "My dear, rest assured at home while I arrange for your introduction letter at the commune. Do not underestimate the significance of this letter. Without it, their marriage certificate could not be obtained." Despite her husband's insistence that their son, recently promoted, should prioritize work, it had already been 3 long years since that promotion. To claim that one is unconcerned is merely a self-deception. After the introduction letter was prepared, the old man instructed his younger son to send a letter to San, informing him that the commune's introduction letter had been finalized, and they were merely awaiting the lad's availability to return home for his wedding. Naturally, the letter also emphasized the importance of prioritizing work, cautioning against allowing personal matters to interfere with official duties. Huang Guigong held the letter, wearing a bittersweet smile. His marriage application had yet to be approved by the organization, yet his parents had seemingly arranged everything. What kind of situation is this? The instructor remarked. What is the matter, my dear Captain Huang? Is your family pressuring you about marriage again? He could only respond with a wry smile. My father and mother keep insisting that I should not rush, stating that official matters take precedence and that I should adhere to the organization's arrangements. Yet they have already taken care of the bride's introduction letter. What does this even mean? The instructor shared this amusing predicament with the political commissar, who found it equally entertaining. This elderly couple must be quite anxious about their son's marriage. The political commissar was well aware of Huang Guigong's family background and had also gathered information about Shue's family and personal circumstances during this time. He nodded in agreement. Just inform that young man to come and collect the introduction certificate. Give him a month to return home and bring his bride back. In this day and age, village girls marry officers primarily for the prospect of accompanying them. With 9 years of military service, Huang Guigong met the criteria for this arrangement, and as the political commissar, it was only natural to ensure it was handled appropriately. Surprisingly, neither Shue nor anyone from the Huang family anticipated that Huang Guigong would return home without prior notice. Chapter 41. The third uncle's wedding. The return of the third son of the Lao Huang family undoubtedly stirred a commotion in the village. His mother, with a tinge of concern, grasped her son's hand. San, what kind of hardships have you endured? You seem almost as dark as our big black dog. Guigong cast an awkward glance at the dog wagging its tail at his feet. After all, she was still his own mother. His grandfather interjected. What nonsense are you speaking in front of your son? He is not afraid of losing his head. What is wrong with getting a little son? Yao, why are you just standing there dumbfounded? Take your brother's luggage. Yao, jolted from his reverie, finally took his brother's belongings. It was understandable. Since the third brother joined the army, their father had strictly forbade him from coming home for visits, insisting that, having entered the military, he must consider it home. He would threaten, saying, if you dare come home for a visit, I'll break your legs. He would also add, if you don't make something of yourself, don't even think about coming back, I'll still break your legs. Thus, for a full 9 years, the father had effectively prevented his son from returning home. This prolonged absence had indeed allowed the third son to make a name for himself, yet it also dulled his familial bonds, something the old man had not anticipated. The reunion of long-separated relatives was inevitably accompanied by waves of surprise and nostalgia. Third brother, have you come back to transition to civilian life, or just for a visit? Guigong turned to his father. So, you arranged a marriage for me, without even informing my older brothers? Comrade Lao Huang tapped his smoking pipe. Transition? Your brother has come home to marry. Marry? Which girl is it? We haven't heard a single thing about this. It is better not to inquire. Once the question is posed, one is likely to be met with a lengthy admonition from one's mother. What purpose does it serve to share this with you? Are you able to find a wife for your younger brother? Go wander in the mountains and see if you can procure any wild goods. Old man, why don't you catch the chickens at home and prepare them for a meal? After 9 years away, the village seems to have undergone little change. Yet it feels both familiar and slightly alien. My younger brother has blossomed into a young man, while my father's face has wrinkled like the bark of an elm tree, and his back appears somewhat stooped. My mother's hair has turned significantly gray. Guishi is gazing at the newly built house with a sense of awe when he hears his mother instructing to kill the chicken and snaps back to reality. Mother, there is no need to kill the chicken. It should be kept for laying eggs. No need to worry. That old hen hardly lays eggs anymore. Keeping it is a waste of feed. In a couple of months, your father can catch a few chicks in town. Brother, there are still 2 chickens at home. That's enough for several meals. You rest a bit. I'll go for a walk in the mountains. Perhaps I can catch a rabbit or 2. Guishi cheerfully reassures his brother, whom he hasn't seen in many years, and calls to Dahe as he heads up the mountain. This youngest brother, when he corresponded with Guishi, would often write in a manner that made him frown. Every letter was filled with either father's or mother's words, leaving no room for anything more, which initially vexed him, but over time, he grew accustomed to it. He never anticipated that the little brother who once cried bitterly as he left for the army would have grown so much. He would love to explore the mountains with this younger brother, but with the elder brother and sister-in-law, as well as the second brother and sister-in-law, and so many nieces and nephews around, it would indeed be inappropriate to do so. Call your third uncle. Do you not often speak of him? Now that he is home, Why is no one calling for him? It was the elder sister-in-law who spoke. Soon, a chorus of hesitant calls for third uncle arose. After responding, Goeishi felt something was amiss. In his haste to return home, he had forgotten to bring some candies for his nephews and nieces. Seeing their disappointed little faces, he could only smile awkwardly and promise, "Tomorrow, I will bring back some sweets for you." He then pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the nose of the eldest child, asking, "What is your name?" The little one beamed with pride, declaring, "Grandfather says this is called double dragons embracing the pillar, which is a blessing." Indeed, regardless of whether it was an aunt, third uncle, or grandfather, they all embraced him and wiped his nose whenever they saw him. "Third uncle, my name is Shichuan." This little fellow, believing his runny nose to be a sign of good fortune, thought to share this blessing with his third uncle, rubbing his nose against his uncle's clothing. What a delightful child. He nearly left his third uncle speechless, as the youngest took a while to open the package he had brought back. The two elder sisters-in-law left with a hint of disappointment. The eldest brother pulled out a pack of cigarettes, opened it, and offered it to the youngest. These cigarettes were from Goeishi, brought to his father during the new year. However, the old man remarked that they lacked potency, and he and the second brother each took 5 packs. "Brother, I do not smoke." The youngest waved his hand dismissively. "Will you be able to rest for a few days during this visit?" "A month. Why is the holiday so short?" The eldest and second brothers were somewhat taken aback, for this younger sibling had not returned for 9 long years. They wished to inquire further, but their father, wearing a stern expression, admonished them, "What business is it of yours? Do not pry." It must be noted that his promotion was due to the fact that while other comrades treated combat as mere duty, he alone heeded his father's words, viewing it as a training exercise, unwavering for 9 years. The youngest returned empty-handed. Crafting traps is indeed a clever tactic, yet one cannot excavate traps throughout the entire forest. That would merely create ditches. "Third brother, what if I venture out tomorrow to see if I can catch a few eels for you?" "No need, no need. In a few days, we shall borrow firearms from the village to hunt some game." Hearing his brother's words, the youngest was overjoyed. He had long desired to enlist in the militia, but due to his age, he was deemed ineligible, which had always made him envious. Indeed, it's true. Otherwise, where would the meat for your brother's feast come from? However, we must wait a few days until your brother and sister-in-law obtain their marriage certificate before venturing into the mountains. Who among us does not require meat for celebrations? Once we possess the marriage certificate, the village will even organize a hunting expedition to assist you, especially for wild boar, as it serves to rid the village of pests. Truly a win-win situation. Chapter 42. The third uncle's wedding during dinner. The 2 bottles of wine gifted by Hier's father finally came into play. It must be said that cultivating one's drinking capacity from a young age proves quite effective. The 3 Huang brothers, along with their father, astonishingly could not finish the 2 bottles. Goeishi, the youngest, despite the humble chicken and mushroom stew, could not suppress his salivation. He hastily finished his meal, opting for the adage out of sight, out of mind. He could not fathom why, when he was little, his father would hold him on his lap while drinking, using chopsticks to train his drinking capacity. At that time, he felt he could not avoid tasting it. Yet now, at 17, his father prohibited him from even a sip. Where could he seek justice in this matter? Upon the return of his 2 elder brothers, Comrade Goeigang finally opened his satchel. Within it lay 2 military overcoats, 2 sets of uniforms, 2 pairs of liberation shoes, and most delightfully, a military cap, which brought great joy to Goeishi. In this era, riding a bicycle, wearing a watch, donning a military uniform, or sporting a cap, any of these would render one the most dashing of figures. All of these items had been accumulated over his 9 years of service. He had once contemplated sending them home, but when he voiced this idea, his father had scolded him vehemently. Reluctant to part with them, he resolved to bring them home upon transitioning to civilian life, and now, with his father insisting he return to marry, he simply brought them along. "Father, you need not scold me. If I do not bring these items back, I would have to give them to my comrades. For you to ask me to surrender them is equally a gift to my comrades, rendering it entirely unnecessary." The military overcoat was a coveted item. He immediately donned one. "Father, it is truly warm." With that, he adorned the military cap and saluted with a semblance of decorum. The youngest son delighted in this. Truly believing his father did not care for him, the old man simply nodded. "You are now a squad leader. You must be mindful of your conduct." Goeigang held his father's words dearly in his heart. Among his peers who enlisted at the same time, He was the only one to receive a promotion, a testament to his father's teachings. Your wife is contemplating arrangements. This house was built with the funds you have sent back over the years. If your wife cannot accompany the troops, she can rest assured here. When the youngest gets married, I shall provide him with a house. Indeed, brother, you need not worry. Within 3 years, I shall be able to build my own home, as I have already saved over 100 this year. This lad has begun to earn money by fishing for eels, standing quite tall. The third brother smiled as he glanced at his younger brother. The money sent home was a gesture of filial piety towards our parents. They used these funds to build a house, which belongs to them and the younger siblings. So how could he claim it for himself? Yet, the words spoken by the youngest to their father warmed his heart. Father, I shall naturally bring my wife to the army. Our political commissar has already made the necessary arrangements. You and the youngest can reside here in peace. But please do not start building another house. He feared his father's stubbornness. Even if he were to retire from the military, he would have plans in place and certainly would not return to the village. Satisfied that his father had taken his words to heart, he turned to the youngest. You are already earning money. That's quite impressive. Tell me, how did you manage to earn it? Ah, do not flatter him. He owes his earnings to your little nephew, who found a method for fishing eels and taught it to him. This lad is hardly more competent than an 8-year-old. Speaking of this little nephew, the elderly couple's faces naturally brightened with smiles. The ancestral grave of the He family must be smoking with joy, for they have been blessed with this child. The third brother, curious, inquired further. Thus, the couple recounted the hardships their daughter had endured over the years due to a biased mother-in-law. They also spoke of how this little grandson managed to outsmart his grandmother, play tricks on his cousin, and even recognize the grandpa from the cattle shed, all while learning the method for fishing eels. Naturally, they couldn't help but mention how exceptionally talented this little grandson was in his studies. This rare gem of a daughter-in-law was also chosen by your little nephew. As for your youngest brother, he nearly boasted about catching over 100 yuan worth of eels. The villagers thought he was catching snakes. Tell me, is this youngest brother not outdone by an 8-year-old? Haha, that little rascal has quite a few tricks up his sleeve. The first time I saw him fishing for eels, he didn't recognize me, and I didn't recognize him. That little scamp led me on a 2-mile detour, planning to catch a snake to fool me. Clearly, he is quite the cunning little fox. As a result, he received a light reprimand from their father. Hearing this, Guigong couldn't help but laugh. He felt an urge to meet this clever little nephew right away. I shall bring this military coat to your wife tomorrow. Traveling such a distance without a warm coat is unacceptable. Your mother and I do not require this coat. Early the next morning, Guigong rose. His mother thought he was missing his wife and hurriedly prepared some porridge. After the family had finished their meal, their father produced the introduction letter he had written for Shui Shui. Third, do you still remember the way? If not, let the youngest accompany you. To be frank, he had no recollection of his sister's home. Youngest, you shall accompany me. Very well, ensure you bring all the documents for the marriage certificate. Today, we shall obtain the certificate first and then discuss the wedding arrangements. By the way, do take this military coat to your wife. The third brother felt indifferent about it, while the youngest was so excited that he nearly jumped for joy. This fellow is rather flamboyant. He hurriedly donned the military uniform brought back by his brother. Observing the spirited demeanor of his younger sibling in the uniform, their mother could not help but beam with joy. In a few years, the younger one would be looking for a bride. Indeed, by then, I shall enlist her bow as help in selecting a fairy-like wife for myself. Hearing this, their father was ready to strike him with his smoking pipe. Brother, why didn't you bring back an extra belt? He asked. Do you expect me to tuck in my shirt? Doesn't it feel rather lacking without a belt? The elder brother appraised his younger sibling, who was beginning to shed his childishness, and nodded. Upon my return, I shall find a way to send you one. With this, the young lad joyfully lifted his third brother and spun him around, startling the latter so much that had he not reacted swiftly, they might have both tumbled down the hillside. Their father, infuriated, raised his pipe, ready to chastise this unreliable child. Father, he is still young, still young. Still young? I was your age when I brought your mother into our home. You old fool, why bring this up in front of the children? Their mother twisted the old man's ear, and soon both elders realized their folly. Ah, this is all your fault. For many years, they had never displayed such affection in front of the children, and now, in their old age, they had unwittingly become a source of amusement for them. You should return early. The old man could only maintain a stern visage as he admonished the two children who were merely spectators. The brothers, clad in military uniforms with greatcoats over them, hurriedly sought refuge under the protection of Dahe, eliciting envy from the villagers. Chapter 43. Third Uncle S. Wedding. During these days, the fairy-like sister often found herself lost in thought, gazing at a photograph of Guigong when no one was around. She was grateful for this innocent era. Most couples entered marriage after just one meeting, embarking upon a relationship as long as they felt an affinity. There was no notion of romantic love. It was simply about establishing a home of their own. Even in such a straightforward time, young women harbored endless dreams about their future. However, when she found herself face to face with the dark-skinned man, she was utterly flustered. There was neither surprise nor disappointment, just sheer bewilderment. Guigong's impression was quite different. The girl in the photograph exuded a sense of gracefulness. After all, it was merely a small black and white image. What could one truly discern? He had not given it much thought, primarily seeking to fulfill his parents' expectations. Yet, when the girl stood before him, he was taken aback. His heart felt as though it had been struck forcefully, and he found himself unable to gaze at her any longer, merely feeling his heart race. He observed the foolishness of the two and scratched his head, remarking, "Ah, people of this era are indeed adorably naive. Mother, why do I feel like a beautiful flower is about to be placed upon a pile of cow dung?" At that, their mother could no longer contain her laughter. This laughter finally offered a remedy for the awkwardness afflicting the two. The fairy sister, being close to the water platform, embraced the doll beside her tightly and pressed her forehead against the little one's. Unfortunately, the warm forehead of the little one was not sufficient to alleviate the rapidly rising temperature of her own head. As for Comrade Guigong, he was much better off, as it merely meant his heartbeat had quickened a little. "I have an elder sister, so I should be able to dissolve this awkwardness." "Sister, did you see that?" Just one utterance of sister resolves all problems. Guiying made an effort to suppress her smile. "San, why did you return without a word?" Gazing at her younger brother's dark face, and recalling the words of her own child, she couldn't help but chuckle again. It does resemble cow dung somewhat. This sister, she can no longer be kept. Guigong furtively glanced at the girl whose cheeks were flushed, blooming like a flower. Their furtive gazes collided, and he felt as if he had been caught stealing, leading to even greater embarrassment. His mother was unreliable, and his uncle just knew how to grin foolishly. Alas, it seemed this matter fell to me, the elder. "San, why have you returned?" "To obtain the marriage certificate. And then, to bring my wife back to the army." Guigong blurted out the words from his heart without a second thought. Then, he realized something was amiss. However, once his heartfelt words were spoken, his wildly racing heartbeat astonishingly calmed down. Rationality finally kicked in. He remembered that the coat he was wearing had been brought for his wife. Hearing these words from the sturdy man, Shueshu nearly buried her head in the doll's embrace. Then, feeling warmth enveloping her, she didn't even need to look up to know that a coat had been draped over her shoulders. It was a comforting warmth, almost as if she was being wrapped in this gentle heat, which was quite endearing. It seemed that even her mother was touched by this warm scene. Finally ceasing her laughter, "San, Yao, have you eaten? I am going to slaughter a chicken." "Sister, no need." To her surprise, three voices echoed simultaneously. The family's chicken was akin to a small bank. It couldn't be squandered so carelessly. Shueshue's once clear mind was once again clouded by her own utterance of sister. Guigong fell back into a dazed state. "Alas, it seems I must take charge once more. San's wife, hurry and get the marriage certificate so we can eat." "Oh, right, I brought all the necessary documents." At this moment, Guigong's heart was entirely focused on obtaining the marriage certificate, filled with urgency. He hastily presented all the required documents, including Shueshue's introduction letter to his future wife. "Your father has arranged everything with the commune." My grandfather is impressive. How could he not be? He was once a renowned guerrilla leader, often visiting schools to recount heroic tales of the past. The Masha commune, who doesn't know about it? For some reason, Shueshue felt particularly secure in her heart, a profound sense of steadiness. Although her face was still alarmingly hot, her heart was exceedingly tranquil. She gently rubbed Heir's small cheek and carefully folded the documents, handing them over to her future husband's hands. Then, she tugged at the coat on her shoulders and stood up, saying, "I am not cold. You should wear it instead. It's a bit chilly outside. It was prepared for you." The man, for reasons unbeknownst to him, found himself inexplicably anxious, though he could not quite pinpoint the source of his unease. Ah, yes, the young lady had yet to agree to accompany him to obtain their marriage certificate. Shueshue glanced at him, who was clearly apprehensive yet feigning composure, and couldn't help but chuckle. Let us go to the commune. With her smile, the sunlight outside seemed to brighten by several degrees. Human nature is indeed peculiar. Although she was equally nervous, witnessing the discomfort of another oddly alleviated her own. At this moment, the oblivious younger relative interjected, "Third brother, I shall guide you." Despite being his own uncle, Pierre chose not to dampen his spirits. It was ultimately his mother who remarked, "Miss Chouet, as a sent-down youth, do you not know the way to the commune? Come here and help me kindle the fire." The foolish lad replied, "Then I shall not go." What about brother-in-law and Sanya? The bow was certainly off to school. Your brother-in-law is at the commune catching piglets, and Sanya is on the road. This year, the family is raising pigs. Upon hearing this, the younger relative's eyes sparkled. Raising pigs requires both leisure and surplus grain. Yet where would the surplus come from in such dire times? The youth's brief glimmer of hope soon dimmed. With food already scarce, how could they afford to raise pigs? Chickens, however, were undoubtedly destined for slaughter. Pierre, not one to idle, picked up the fishing rod from home and made his way to the creek bank, while the younger relative considered following. However, upon seeing the slender bamboo pole carried by his little nephew, he lost interest. This was the season's first fishing venture. He must not falter. The river water remained icy cold, yet the young trees had begun to sprout green buds. Standing at the water's edge, Pierre commenced the serious task of baiting the hook to entice fish. The village, comprising over 200 households, was indeed quite large. Yet, the moment the two military coats entered the village, they captured everyone's attention, particularly the younger relative, who, upon shedding his coat, revealed a pristine military uniform and hat, nearly blinding the eyes of the village's young men. This flamboyant youth, with his swagger, drew considerable attention away from the two newlyweds, who were also dressed in military attire as they proceeded to obtain their certificate. The De Long family remarked, "Isn't that the Bao's maternal uncle heading to the army? And this young man must be his uncle. Has he also joined the military?" Their envy was palpable, approaching the level of sour lemons. While it was less common for families like De Longs to visit, the villagers were always keen to drop by Pierre's home, which buzzed with excitement akin to a bustling market. Chapter 44. The marriage of the third uncle Bao's mother. Is this your younger brother? He is indeed quite the handsome lad. Despite the simplicity of such a greeting, it carried significant weight. When Guiying first arrived, she was referred to as the daughter-in-law of the Gao family. However, as acquaintances deepened and her merits were recognized, she was gradually called Guiying, Sister Guiying, or Aunt Guiying. Once the villagers acknowledged Pierre, many promptly altered their address to Bao's mother. Hearing this endearing title, which praised her child, surely brought her joy. Yes, this is my younger brother. He is now 17 and still lacks direction. When one remarks on a younger sibling's lack of direction, it is merely a humble expression. The villagers often spoke in such a manner. If one took it literally, they would surely be considered an outsider from a distant land. Despite their limited education, these women possessed a certain eloquence in their speech. I remarked that my own family is not behaving properly, which inadvertently provided you with an opportunity to counter the jest. The exchange of banter has indeed brought joy to all parties involved. Do not doubt it. Listen closely. "Dear Bao's mother, your words have deviated," I stated, observing the bright-eyed and bushy-browed figure, who appeared quite spirited. "Indeed, Bao's mother, I must say, your brother possesses a commendable appearance. Just look at him in that military uniform. Oh, I almost wish to introduce my niece to him." Quite so. Just earlier, two individuals left the village. One of them was a relative of the child, returning to bring your brother to the army, was he not? Behold, this is the art of conversation, starting with a compliment to Bao's mother, subtly praising her child to elicit her happiness, before skillfully steering the dialogue towards the matter of most concern. Will your younger brother, clad in military attire, also be heading to the army? This tactic is executed with remarkable finesse by all involved. Guiying brushed her hair back from her forehead, saying, "There seems to be a misunderstanding. My third brother has returned not to enlist your younger sibling, but to bring his wife along with him, accompanying him in service." I mused. Your sister-in-law is indeed fortunate. This marks a significant turning point. A hint of envy tinged my tone. Land is the cornerstone for farmers, yet how many are truly willing to toil in the fields? I noticed that upon their arrival, it was just your younger sibling and your third brother. Who was that young lady? Could she be from our village? Oh, the main event is upon us. Xue Jiqing had been visiting her family daily. Now that they have come, could it be that Xue Jiqing is the one accompanying them? Guiying laughed. Yes and no. It is indeed Xue Jiqing, someone we all know. This revelation was akin to sounding a great thunderclap, leaving everyone astounded. Many questions swirled in their minds, and they began to chatter excitedly, pondering whether dinner would still be served. They had long since prepared their evidence. Now the two were off to the commune to obtain their marriage certificate, and everyone awaited the celebration with sweet treats. Once they received a clear answer, the crowd gradually dispersed. In truth, it is indeed a blessing that such an ethereal maiden is to be married. Have you not noticed how many young men in the village have hesitated to seek partners, all fixated on her? How many young women from the village admired those educated youth? Now, their most formidable competitor has departed, although many educated youth ultimately abandoned their families, returning to the city and revealing the most unsightly aspects of humanity. Who can truly be blamed? After all, both sides bear their scars. The ones most harmed are those innocent children. Guigong and Xue need no further elaboration. One led the way with his head bowed while the other followed, grinning foolishly. Even standing side by side, they felt a touch of shyness. When encountering acquaintances along the path, they seemed eager to retreat into their shells. Upon receiving the award, the brooding man pinched himself, prompting laughter from the staff. Come now, you are not dreaming. Why not take your wife home? Wife, let us head to the supply and marketing cooperative. This man, cautiously tucking the award away, produced a bundle of cash and handed it to his wife. In this era, men do not harbor many ulterior motives. Even the yearly financial pressures of high-mindedness have their funds placed in Guiying's hands. The wife possesses the authority of management, while the husband holds the power of decision. Such is the nature of their relationship. Upon witnessing a substantial stack of banknotes, the new bride expressed a measure of astonishment. These notes were specially allocated. I have been promoted for several years now, currently holding a mid-level position. After deducting expenses for meals and remittances to my family, I still have nearly 30 yuan left, which I have brought back with me. Indeed, it is quite a sum. Before my promotion, my allowances were modest, 6, 7, 8, 10, and 15 yuan over the first 5 years. At that time, I would send 5 yuan home each month. Following my promotion, my monthly allowance rose to 55 yuan, with 10 yuan sent home each month. As my wife, you should certainly take charge of this money. The new bride felt a touch of warmth in her heart. After counting out 100 yuan, she carefully selected some industrial coupons, sugar tickets, and fabric tickets from the stack, returning the remainder to Guigong. The national grain tickets must remain untouched, as we will need them on our journey to the army. A portion of the industrial and fabric tickets must also be reserved, as we will need to find a way to exchange them upon our return. Half of the sugar tickets should be kept as well. After all, one must treat comrades to sweets. It is far safer for the money to be in your possession than in mine. Why keep the tickets? As she held Guigong's photograph, she began contemplating how to manage their household. Guigong had never considered such matters. Upon hearing his wife's words, he nodded earnestly. Wife, I will heed your counsel. His face flushing once more. Gazing at his ethereal bride, he withdrew another 100 yuan, feeling that this was the only way to convey his affection. Wealthy men often indulge in such gestures. She no longer declined, but accepted the money with grace. Since my sister's family lacks a thermos, we shall purchase one for her, along with a pound of candies. Otherwise, we might be ridiculed upon our return to the village. The rest can be decided when we prepare for the wedding feast. This young lady, having taken the reins of their household, exhibited a newfound confidence, shedding the shyness she had exhibited earlier. As for her blushing, that habit would not dissipate overnight. Guigong smiled foolishly, realizing that he had failed to bring home sweets for the children. Entrusting him with household responsibilities would indeed be a humorous prospect. After obtaining their marriage certificate, everything felt different. The couple walked side by side, no longer in a front and back arrangement. The He family stirred excitement in the village today. As the little piglet squealed during its ear piercing, many villagers were drawn to the commotion. Oh, Gaoi, your family has taken up pig farming. Oh, Airbao's mother. That piglet looks quite lively. Just listen to its loud calls. Next year, your family will surely tire of eating pork. If Hier had overheard such remarks, his eyes would have rolled in disbelief. Raising a single pig only to yield 40 pounds of meat, and still, they tire of it? That measly 40-pound quota wouldn't suffice for 10 pigs. This year's fishing season has brought in a decent catch, with about 10 fish. The two simpletons, having obtained their certificates, prepared to return home with their catch in hand. Chapter 45. The wedding procession. The two simpletons arrived home to find that their sister had prepared an entire meal, eagerly awaiting the return of the newlyweds. Forgive Bao and Sanya, they do not recognize this third uncle. Upon seeing her beloved fairy sister return, Sanya called out sister, only to receive a gentle tap on the back of her head, prompting her to amend her address to third aunt. She then eagerly took the transformed fairy sister, now referred to as third aunt, to see the pigs tethered in the corner. The fairy sister, already feeling somewhat uneasy, acquiesced to her little niece's whims. At least it spared her the embarrassment of her cheeks flushing intermittently. Sister, I returned in such haste this time that I brought nothing back, save for a thermos, Guigong said as he placed the slender bamboo-cased thermos on the table, prompting a flurry of delighted chatter from his sister and brother-in-law. Oh, why spend money on such things? In our village, we have no need for such fine items. When you go home, take it back for our parents. Despite her words, her eyes lingered longingly on the thermos. Guigong could not help but admire his wife. Indeed, the thermos was a thoughtful gift that struck a chord with his sister. The villagers were quite attuned to the nuances of social relations. With Xue Jiqing's return, they were naturally inclined to indulge in gossip. However, upon seeing that the dining room was already set with food, they suppressed their curiosity and refrained from intruding. The meal consisted of various dishes, chicken, fish, both meat and vegetables, alongside a humble serving of sweet potato liquor. There was no remedy for the embarrassing sight of the young lad yearning for wine. Nevertheless, his antics while drinking, complete with grimaces, elicited peals of laughter from the family. In the end, he attempted to emulate his grandfather by dipping a bit of liquor for his little cousin, only to receive a pair of disdainful glances in return. Mother had no intention of joining the meal, insisting that she needed to boil another kettle of water, but she was eventually persuaded to the table by her two brothers. In a family, where do such rigid rules come from? As for wedding customs, the village had its traditions. Even if many had been swept away, the procession for fetching a bride remained unchanged. Every family has a daughter, and who wouldn't wish for their daughter to be ceremoniously carried into the groom's home? Xue, being a young, educated woman, could not simply take her marriage certificate and bring her wife home without due ceremony. Women understand the sentiments of their kind. San, when you return home, wait for father to set a date, and then come to fetch your bride. I shall play the role of your sister's maternal family, said Bao's mother. With a maternal family, Sin would indeed have to properly conduct the bride-fetching ceremony. Although the grand sedan share is no longer a common sight, some production teams have donkeys and horses that can be rented for a modest fee, ensuring that a bride-fetching procession remains intact. Guigong had never considered this. He merely thought that once they had the marriage certificate, Xue was his wife, and as long as he treated her well, that sufficed. However, upon noticing Xue tightly grasping San's arm, her eyes slightly reddened, he began to comprehend something deeper. Sister, I will heed your advice, Xue said. Sister, it is unnecessary to go through all this trouble. As long as we live well in the future, that is sufficient. That simply won't do. Trust me, this matter is settled, Bao's mother insisted. Sister, truly, there is no need. What if someone with ill intentions exploits this situation? Xue countered. What woman does not wish for a grand marriage? Yet, if someone were to send a letter to Guigong's team, who knows what chaos might ensue? The atmosphere turned suddenly tense. Your situation is regrettable, yet not truly so. As long as we can lead our lives well, that suffices. Regarding Xue's family, everyone tacitly refrained from mentioning it. It is not that Xue lacks compassion. Upon her arrival here, she did send a letter home, and her parents' response was quite clear. Focus on living your own life, and do not jeopardize your well-being for trivial matters. They urged her not to write again, emphasizing that they were doing quite well. Her brother even volunteered to go to the northeast, becoming a sent-down youth. Pierre could only devise a rather crooked plan. In my opinion, let us not hold a wedding banquet at Sanjio's place. Since you have your introduction letter, who would know which cities you visited when you returned to the army? Consider it a wedding trip. You could visit several cities. Xue's eyes brightened at the thought. If there were no wedding banquet, the national food coupons brought back by Guigong could be spared for the celebration, and with over 20 days to spare, where couldn't they go? Now, without the need for real-name ticket purchases and without surveillance, they could visit her parents in Shanghai or even go see her brother-in-law in the northeast. Guigong scooped up his little nephew into his arms. You little rascal. Where did you get such clever ideas? This lad, lacking a beard, would have otherwise received a good scolding from his uncle. He declared, "Listen to our second treasure. This time, our family will not host a banquet, but will embark on a wedding trip instead." With this matter settled, the family promptly headed to the youth station. Amidst the bewilderment of onlookers, the fairy-like sister moved all her belongings onto Gao Yi's unicycle. In early summer, Qing Er, along with Li Ping, pulled Shui Shui into a room. "Are you truly just going to marry yourself off like this? Are we still good sisters?" Qing Er, a boisterous girl, could not contain her tears. Once she started crying, the other three girls soon followed suit, their eyes glistening with emotion. The crowd at the youth station grew larger, and Er Nyang had to separate the girls. "Once Shui Er is settled, I will write to you at the first opportunity, all right?" Though the third girl felt reluctant to part, Shui Shui was indeed marrying well. What could they do about their sorrow? The male sent-down youth at the station were markedly different from the village lads, deliberately blocking their path to demand wedding sweets. A pound of rock candy was hardly sufficient. Pierre noticed the escalating situation and realized that under these circumstances, even expressing anger was futile. "How about everyone sends me off to Sanjioma as a farewell gift?" This suggestion finally brought some clarity to the crowd. "Gaoyi, is what your second treasure said true?" Gaoyi nodded affirmatively. A young lad stepped forward and landed a heavy punch on Gui Gang. "Treat Shui, the sent-down youth, well. Otherwise, I won't spare you." His voice trembled slightly. The commotion even made Hier feel a bit embarrassed, considering this was the man who would later marry Shui. Gui Gang patted the young man on the shoulder. "I promise, she will not suffer even the slightest grievance." Thus, a long line of people silently escorted them several miles away. Chapter 46. Provocation. The verdant greenery gradually blanketed the earth, and Ma and Pa resumed their busyness. With a small black pig now in their care, Pierre found himself quite occupied as well. He needed to gather pig feed. In the village of maternal kin, there resided a girl who had been married off to a family within their community, unbeknownst to many. A careless remark from an uncle or aunt revealed that this ethereal young woman, a sent-down youth, was brought to the village by Hier's suggestion. Naturally, Hier became the target of resentment among the young men of the village. While the local lads hesitated to confront the girl directly, they had younger siblings to consider. The village primary school commenced classes at 9 o'clock, and in order to ensure his little brother Xiaohei was well fed, Hier rose before 7 each morning, taking Er Bao with him to forage for wild vegetables in the fields. As he bent down, engrossed in his task, a kick sent his bamboo basket tumbling into the ditch. Who was so careless? He looked up to see Sun Jia Erdan and Wu Jia Chu Sheng dashing away. He muttered a complaint. "Could you two walk a little more carefully?" The water remained chilly, and Hier gazed at the basket submerged in the ditch along with the scattered pigweed, feeling somewhat at a loss. Retrieving the basket from the water was out of the question. He could only hope to find a nearby branch to use as a hook. After considerable effort, he finally managed to retrieve the basket, only for the two boys to return. He steadied the basket with his hand to prevent them from accidentally knocking it back into the ditch, while crouched down to continue gathering wild vegetables. Pierre was caught off guard when the two boys once again crashed into the basket. "Have you lost your senses?" he exclaimed. Fortunately, his strength prevented the basket from falling again. However, the boys were not so fortunate. With a loud splash, Erdan tumbled into the ditch. Initially annoyed, Pierre couldn't help but laugh at the sight. In retaliation, he delivered a hefty kick to the boy's bottom, causing a sharp sting. While wielding a small spade, he instinctively swung it backward in response. Chu Sheng, caught off guard, realized that his attempt to kick the young lad had failed. The difference between a 13-year-old and an 8-year-old was substantial. Seeing Hier swing the spade towards him, the younger boy jumped back in fright. Er Bao pushed Erdan in and still dared to laugh. He was genuinely angry now. He stepped forward and seized the boy by his clothing. Chu Sheng chuckled, amused by the audacity of such a small child to provoke him. This provided a perfect excuse to teach the boy a lesson. Yet, before he could savor his triumph, he felt an immense force pulling him down, and he found himself tumbling into the ditch, colliding once more with the now-soaked Erdan. "Just wait until I get up. I'll make you pay." The two boys assisted each other in standing, scrambling back to the shore, despite shivering from the cold. They lunged towards Hier, who knew better than to engage with two wet rascals. A sweep of the basket sent both of them splashing back into the water again. They climbed, charged, and fell back into the water once more. "Why are you picking on me when I've done you no wrong?" He found himself cornered by the 8-year-old. Forced back to the opposite bank, his face pale from the cold, The bravado he once possessed faded, replaced by genuine fear. Without further ado, I have relinquished my pursuit of wild vegetables, and now I shall confront the two of you. He truly is right here, and he has begun to follow them. Dan suddenly burst into tears. What else could he do? He couldn't fight back, he was cold. And this lad wouldn't let him cross the river to return home for a change of clothes. Remember, he said, you both owe me 2 baskets of pigweed. If you do not repay me, I shall confront you each time we meet. Did you hear that? The cook felt a pang of embarrassment as he gritted his teeth and glared fiercely at the little one. Dan replied, I remember. Fine. You go back and change your clothes. Cook, if you're not satisfied, we can just wait it out and see who can endure longer. You think you can deceive me out of my property? This fellow, my father brought him in as a son-in-law, a man named Wu, who, upon gaining a bit of success, reverted to his father's surname. Aunt Juan, blinded by folly, accepted this scoundrel, and tragically, in the kitchen, she bore such a heartless wretch, one who deceives for lust, murders, and covets his brother-in-law as property. This scoundrel has been expelled by the court and even assists in tax evasion. Such a creature should not exist in this world. When I grow up, I shall pen a novel detailing his misdeeds, ensuring that everyone knows how he deceives, kills, and robs. With this thought, his eyes narrowed, coldly observing the beast before him. The little beast, whether from the cold or fear of the lad opposite, chattered his teeth. Bow, it's all a misunderstanding. I was not laughing at you for falling into the water. I was simply enraged and kicked you. Spare me your nonsense. You came directly for me. This isn't even a proper road, yet you deliberately bumped into my basket twice. Humph, if you're not willing to concede, let us see who can outlast whom. He is a principled individual. He may be bad, his father may be bad, but his mother is decent. She must not be insulted. Bow, I yield. Just let me go, and tomorrow I will fetch you 2 baskets of pigweed. Get lost. If you provoke me again, I shall strike you each time we meet. What's more, would anyone even believe that I, a 13-year-old, was beaten? He devoid of any desire to continue foraging, lifted his basket and headed home. He is a person with a keen sense of time. Breakfast awaits, and after that, he must go fishing. As for the 2 fools, he assumed they were simply ingrained with malice, and he did not dwell on it further. He was not mistaken. Upon returning home, the 2 fools were too embarrassed to admit they had been bested and instead faced their own humiliation. Upon returning home, the cook fell gravely ill, after all. Having soaked in water and then standing off against the for quite some time, it was nearly impossible to avoid catching a cold. Upon learning of the cook's illness, he found himself hoping that this fellow would simply perish. That way, the world would be rid of one more scourge. Chapter 47. I'm in such distress while fishing. He sensed something amiss. He had scarcely begun when a group of boys accompanied by a gaggle of youngsters approached. In the village, children typically finish their education after elementary school, much like Bao from his aunt's house, who attended junior high for a year and a half, but refused to return after the new year. In the present day, the value of education seems rather diminished. Merely being literate and capable of basic arithmetic is deemed sufficient. As he managed to catch 2 fish, a group of children surrounded him, first lifting his basket to inspect its contents before carelessly tossing it back into the water. This act caused him to furrow his brow. Even though it was a main irrigation channel, only 2 meters wide, their disruptive behavior would surely hinder further fishing endeavors. Jianjun, now around 15, was confronted by a young lad who exclaimed, Bao, you clearly lack the skills to fish. Allow me to assist you. Jianjun, he retorted, by the order of seniority. You ought to address me as uncle. Has your father not instructed you on this? Later, you should inquire with Ping and Gu about how he teaches manners. The audacity of this boy was astounding, as if he had not yet learned the proper respect due to elders. Jianjun, in a fit of frustration, had not anticipated such a nuance. Your tongue is sharp, and I could easily silence it, he declared, letting the fishing rod slip from his grasp as he gestured dismissively at the boy. Grateful for the past 6 months of improved living conditions, he noticed that little had grown significantly taller. As he ducked to evade a swinging hand, he retaliated with a swift kick to the boy's calf. Jianjun felt a sharp pain shoot through him, instinctively bending to nurse his leg, only to be seized by who pulled him down to the ground. In a surprising turn, a small foot pressed down on Jianjun's back, leaving the group of children momentarily bewildered by He's audacious maneuver. They hesitated, and the youngest among them, Sun Jiao Wuya, found himself toppled into the rice paddy. What is the matter, Junzi? Are you prepared to address me as your uncle? At home, you must refer to Jiang Zishu as older brother. Since I am no longer fishing, I shall inquire how Jiang Zishu educates his children. Our He family must not produce disrespectful offspring like you. Jiang Zishu, after all, was this boy's grandfather. Should he return home without facing some reprimand, their family's reputation would surely suffer. If a dispute arose with the neighbors, one might casually remark, "Ah, your family has a fine upbringing." Even your son addresses his father as uncle. How could one respond to such mockery? The thought alone was laughable. "Bao, do you dare?" Jianjun exclaimed. "If I remain silent, what will become of the He family's reputation?" He turned his gaze to the startled children. "Remember this, if anyone in the village inquires about this matter and you utter a falsehood, I shall capture several snakes to see if they can bite you. Do you understand?" He demanded, hands on hips, one foot still pressing down on a larger boy. With such a stance, who would dare defy him? One timid voice piped up, "We understand. Such an important matter requires repetition." He insisted, "Do you comprehend?" This time, the response was louder. The children, witnessing Jianjun struggle beneath the foot of Hier, began to murmur in a scattered chorus, "We understand." "Speak louder," he commanded. "Do you not see that Wuya is in tears? Shiwa, why don't you help your sister up?" One child, seated amidst the freshly turned earth, wept in a manner that was truly vexing. Upon witnessing the lad soothing his sister, the others turned their gaze toward Hier, their eyes now filled with a measure of reverence. It was then that he relinquished his hold on the already resigned Jianjun. "Come, all of you. Let us go to Uncle Zhang's house to congratulate him on the birth of a little brother for Junzi." Jianjun, in a state of alarm, realized that the small child he had brought along genuinely intended to follow this boy. "Bao, why are we congratulating Grandpa Jiang?" he inquired. "A splendid question." Hier mentally commended the child from the west. "Since Junzi is to become my father, it signifies that Uncle Jiang has gained another little brother. Such joyous news warrants my presence to extend congratulations." At last, Junzi comprehended why De Long and the others had spoken of this boy's sharp tongue. Not only was it sharp, but it was also exceedingly venomous. "This cannot be good. If they truly go along, my legs may well be broken." Panic seized him, and he could no longer afford to consider the potential repercussions. "Bao, I was wrong. Please spare me this time." "Uncle Junzi, how could you be mistaken? When you are to be my father." Hier smiled amiably at the little fellow, who stood a head taller than him, and spoke with utmost courtesy. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the boy joined in the raucous cheer. "Uncle Junzi, ha ha ha, Uncle Junzi. Uncle Bao, I truly am remorseful. Please let me off this once." Junzi was genuinely fearful, despite the urge to silence all the raucous children who were egging him on. "I may spare you, but you have wasted quite a bit of my time. How will you compensate me for that?" The children clamored together. And regardless of whether he decided to let this lad off, it was certain that he would receive a beating. "Uncle Bao, I will do whatever you say." "Very well, then help me procure a basket of pigweed. Let me be clear, it must be pigweed, and I shall inspect each piece at home. Heaven help you if you dare to deceive me. I will come demanding an explanation." Junzi was taken aback by how easily Bao had decided to spare him. Gratefully, he nodded, entirely oblivious to the fact that these little rascals would undoubtedly relay the entire episode to their parents. Those meddlesome adults would surely find it amusing. There was no escaping the consequences of his actions. "Why are you still lingering? What do you want from me?" Now that this boy had spoken, it proved effective. The group of children finally dispersed. Hier shook his head in exasperation. What on earth is happening? Alas, if this continues, I shall be unable to keep any secrets at all. How difficult this is. Chapter 48. Guarding against fire, thieves, and De Long when Hier's parents returned from work. Dinner was, of course, already prepared. As dusk approached, Dan and June each arrived with a basket of pigweed. Their parents remained unaware of the day's events and continued to express their gratitude profusely. The two boys, bonded by their shared plight, stole a glance at Hier. They were from the same village, and it was imperative that their relationship not deteriorate too severely. With a smile, Hier accepted the pigweed they had gathered, which allowed the two boys to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Do not be deceived by the small stature of these children. If they truly wish to engage in mischief, one would find it quite challenging to thwart them. The simplest of schemes would be to trample through your family's fields. And aside from cursing, what could one really do? The following day, word of Junzi's reprimand spread throughout the village. Old Master Jiang was incensed, his anger palpable. Upon hearing the news, his father seized a stick, intent on chastising his wayward son. One fled ahead, while the other pursued with fervor. Eventually, both grew weary, and Junzi's mother stepped in to protect her child. "June," she implored, "why on earth did you provoke Erbao? Despite his cunning nature, he is a good boy in the village, treating everyone with respect and sweetness. Your father is a man of integrity, never resorting to deceit in his labor. This alone has earned him the community's respect. In our shared toil, if you shirk your responsibilities, others must compensate for your lack. As for your mother, she is the first to lend a hand in times of need, always amiable and never gossiping. Even when invited to partake in idle chatter, she listens with a smile, never seen in discord with anyone. Why would you choose to antagonize such a family? Moreover, they have yet to receive their share of fortune. These are individuals who, despite occasional squabbles over trivial matters, will stand firm should any outsider dare to bully them." Just 2 years prior, when the daughter of the Hohat family suffered mistreatment at her in-laws, none of the able-bodied men from the village hesitated to support her, declaring, "You dare not strike her father." After chasing their son around the village, it was time to ascertain the truth behind this debacle. The boy glanced at his older brother, Zhengwo. Just the other day, Dalong had suggested they deal with Erbao's incessant prattling, and his brother had even signaled his agreement. "He's just a little brat. It shouldn't be too difficult to handle him," they thought, unaware of the ensuing turmoil. Zhang Wo could not betray his brother, but he could certainly implicate Dalong. "It was Dalong who urged us to confront Erbao," he declared. His father, upon hearing this, was both furious and amused. "Ah, Dalong, you raise your family to be respectable, yet you would incite my son to act otherwise?" He strode over to Uncle Gao's house. "Uncle Gao, could you not manage your children? If you have grievances with the Gao family, do not use my son as a pawn. Besides, one cannot write to he with a single stroke. Is it truly necessary to escalate matters?" Uncle Gao responded, "Wait a moment, Ping'an. I failed to comprehend your words. Why not ask your son Dalong? Even now, he pretends to be oblivious. In this village, who does not know that my child was sent to confront Erbao, only to be bested? Was it not your son Dalong who instigated this?" "Wait, Ping'an, clarify this for me," he demanded, disinterested in further engaging with this ungrateful family. Ping'an proceeded to visit the Gao family. His son, being 6 or 7 years older than Erbao, despite being on the receiving end of a reprimand, needed to personally offer an explanation. Otherwise, his family would be deemed uncouth within the village. "Uncle Gao, my son Jianjun has acted foolishly, seeking out trouble with your son Erbao. I have come to express my apologies. Though one may be older and may address you as uncle, it does not imply that you should truly consider yourself as such. After all, they are merely a few generations removed from their parents. Once those parents are gone, the connection diminishes significantly. When the next generation arrives, if they do not wish to maintain this familial bond through blood, they will only be left with a shared surname. The He family's stature is relatively commendable, while the Ping'an family is somewhat shorter, with no member exceeding 1.7 meters in height, perhaps due to years of labor. Their physiques are lean and wiry. One should reciprocate respect. If you are given a foot, you ought not to respond with a yard. Yet a foot must be returned nonetheless." Gao Yi grasped Ping'an's arm and remarked, "Look at how you're speaking. Is it abnormal for children to play and bicker? We were no different in our youth. Come, let us retreat indoors for a warm cup of tea." With this, the tension between the two families dissipated. While the Dalong family found themselves in the midst of controversy, Gao Li, incensed, seized a stick, ready to strike. It was then that his grandmother interjected. "That scoundrel Erbao has not suffered any loss. What are you so agitated about? I am still alive. Who would dare to gossip?" Gao Li exclaimed, "My goodness! How can you indulge Dalong so? Though he may not voice it, what might he think in his heart?" He contemplated visiting his younger brother's family to offer an apology, yet the thought of his mother still being alive severed that desire. It felt as though he were dragging his family's honor through the mud. After all, he is the eldest brother. Does he not understand that an elder brother is akin to a father? This young man, Jianjun, has grown into adulthood, and he must remember that scoundrel's sharp tongue. He should not provoke him again. What is this all about? That they would harbor animosity after taking from our family for so many years. Amidst the family's grievances, Pierre felt not only a sense of powerlessness, but also an overwhelming sense of frustration. It was incredibly frustrating. The most favored in the household was neither Pierre nor the third daughter, but rather the little black pig. After meals, the family delighted in scratching this little creature's belly. With just a few strokes from Pierre's small hands, the pig would lie on the ground, emitting contented grunts. While he scratched, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of what to do next. The two houses stood merely 3 to 5 meters apart, a distance intentionally widened by the shrewd grandmother to claim more of the village's land, resulting in a slightly larger shared courtyard. Yet, such a distance hardly allowed for any secrets. Had it not been for his desire to instigate a rift between Diana and Aaron and their family, secretly teaching them arithmetic and literacy, which earned him their gratitude, the matter of him raising eels in the pickling jar would have long been revealed by the two girls. However, this could only be concealed for a few more days. The young lad looked up at his father, noticing that he too wore a furrowed brow, likely contemplating the same critical issues, with the need to guard against fire, theft, and adversaries. It was absurd that they now also had to be wary of the DeLong family. What a predicament! Chapter 49. Space, illusion with matters weighing on his mind. Pierre found it impossible to sleep, no matter how he turned in bed. A casual shift caused the freshly replaced straw beneath to creak. This was the downside of living in a mud brick house. No matter how tidy the interior, there would always be a few mouse holes beneath the bed and cabinets. The mice, undeterred by the sounds above, brazenly chirped and scuffled about. In the past, he would have paid no heed to the chirping of insects in the corners or the scuffling of mice. They had long since become an integral part of the household. You may claim this is your home, yet even the mice assert their ownership here. What can you do if you disagree? Are you capable of confronting them? However, today, Pierre was in a foul mood. He rapped forcefully on the bed beam, causing the sounds of the mice's skirmishes to pause momentarily before resuming with even greater vigor. It was as if they were mocking this two-legged creature. Who do you think you can intimidate? Come down and catch me if you dare. Strangely, Pierre felt a sense of disdain emanating from the mice. He wouldn't dare knock again, lest he disturb the slumbering Debao at his feet. With a soul aged 60 years, he endeavored to steady his thoughts, striving to remain unaffected by a few rodents. Suddenly, he believed he was experiencing a hallucination. As a vivid space unfolded before his eyes, filled with flowers, trees, fish, insects, and animals, all remarkably lifelike. This was no dream. He was indeed hallucinating. Having been exposed to the Qigong craze of the 1980s, he had attended lectures, practiced meditation, and even engaged in crane stance exercises at home, albeit to no avail due to his lack of aptitude. Yet, he retained one crucial lesson. If one encounters auditory or visual hallucinations, one must remain calm and avoid fixation, ensuring a relaxed mindset. This would allow one to exit such illusions and prevent a descent into madness. Do not panic. Relax, he repeatedly reminded himself. In the space, a voice lamented, "My fate is wretched. My host is a lunatic." Pierre's anxiety escalated. This is disastrous. First, I felt the scorn of the mice. Then I experienced hallucinations, and now I hear someone berating me as a madman. The auditory hallucinations have also emerged. The more he admonished himself to stay calm, the more tense he became, his heart racing and breaths growing heavier. At last, the hallucinations vanished, leaving him once again enveloped in darkness, with the familiar sound of insects buzzing and even the mice's squeaks now sounding oddly endearing. Though Qigong may be a deception, some aspects are indeed beneficial. As he pondered this, his attention involuntarily shifted to beneath the bed. Goodness, could it be that he was still dreaming? The room was shrouded in darkness. Yet he distinctly observed some dark soil beneath the bed, not to mention a few mice scurrying about. It was simple to ascertain whether he was dreaming. He could just pinch his thigh. Resolutely, he did so, and nearly burst into tears from the pain. It was not a dream. He paid little mind to the throbbing ache in his thigh. Once more, he focused on the space beneath the bed, where he spotted several mice gnawing on food they had dragged from who knows where. Even more infuriating was the sight of 2 mice nibbling on the leg of his old bed. It was maddening. Pierre longed to procure some rodenticide to exterminate the entire family of mice. As he continued to observe, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and before he knew it, he had succumbed to slumber. In the morning, as Debao attempted to rouse his younger brother, Erbao merely grunted, turned over, and continued to sleep soundly. Erbao, Erbao. Debao abruptly threw off the blanket covering him, eager to rouse his younger brother for a trip to gather vegetables for the pigs. However, to his dismay, the little one merely murmured and showed no signs of waking. Their mother, hearing the commotion, entered the room and, upon seeing her second son still lost in slumber, chuckled gently, "Let your brother sleep a bit longer." She then tucked the blanket snugly around him. Senya was also awake, for she needed to take the little black pig outside for its business. This pig was quite perceptive. After all, when you scratch its back daily, it becomes remarkably well-behaved, not making a sound or causing a fuss, obediently allowing the young girl to lead it outside. Upon reaching its little corner, it promptly relieved itself before commencing its favorite activity of rooting in the soil. Their mother brought over a bowl for the pig, pouring in chopped wild vegetables mixed with water, and sprinkled a handful of rice bran on top. The little pig eagerly buried its head in the bowl, eating heartily, its thin tail wagging joyfully. The little black pig devoured its meal with fervor. For every time it ate, it caught a glimpse of its young owner watching it with longing eyes, saliva almost spilling from its mouth. "Don't think I can't see you drooling," thought the little black pig. "If I don't eat quickly, will I let you snatch my food?" Senya urged. "Hurry up and eat. The more you eat, the faster you'll grow, and then I can finally enjoy a hearty meal of meat." The mere thought of it made her mouth water. The little black pig realized the predicament. "Oh dear, my young owner is drooling again. I must hasten my pace. I cannot afford to slow down just because she scratches my back. I won't fall for that trick." When Pierre got up, he felt a painful spot on his thigh and looked down to discover a nasty bruise. It suddenly reminded him of the events of the previous night. Lost in thought, Senor approached him, saying, "Second brother, you slept like a pig. No amount of calling could wake you. Father and mother have gone to work, and the meal is left in the pot." She nibbled on a piece of biscuit in her hand. It was somewhat amusing to mention the biscuit, as their parents had been reluctant to open the box. The little girl gazed longingly at it each day. Pierre could no longer bear to watch and finally informed their parents that these snacks had an expiration date. Only then did their mother open the box. And after everyone had taken a piece, they collectively decided to leave the remainder for Sanya. The little girl was quite clever, managing to make a single biscuit last for nearly half a month. "Here, let me give you a taste," she offered, holding out a small piece of biscuit to her brother. "You eat it, there are sweet potatoes in the pot." If she were to share half a biscuit with him, it would surely make her ecstatic for quite some time. After their meal, Pierre naturally shouldered his little fishing rod, ready to catch fish. Now, even if he wanted to coax Sanya outdoors, she would refuse, determined to guard her precious meat. Upon arriving at their usual fishing spot, he was surprised to find Shiwa already fishing. "Second brother, come. I brought a little stool for you to sit on while you fish." The little girl was undeniably adorable, a true little admirer. Pierre contemplated revisiting the miraculous events from the previous night, pondering how Shiwa had arrived there. It was no fault of Shiwa. Rather, it was unfortunate that he had made such a strong impression that day. A 15-year-old boy had been left in awe, and among the crowd, only he had managed to lift his sister up. He felt that Erbao was a good person. Upon returning home, he recounted the events to his grandmother. She remarked, "This child, Erbao, possesses a keen intellect and a quick tongue. He is also polite and endowed with extraordinary strength. In ancient times, he would have undoubtedly been a great general." She further advised, "If you truly treat such a child well, blessings will come your way." Thus, he pestered his father for a fishing hook, intending to accompany Erbao in fishing every day. He also resolved to spend his afternoons reading and learning with his sister, Sanya. Do not underestimate a 7-year-old. He is quite clever. If Pierre knew the inner workings of this situation, he would surely give that little rascal a piece of his mind. He avoids the village children, as he desires no admirers, be they male or female. Chapter 50. I am only 8, unashamed of my innocence. The stool was not to be used. One cannot take advantage of the smallness of Shiwa. He did not aim to catch many fish, for small Christian carp are hardly valuable. In a month or so, wouldn't it be more delightful to fish for eels? He cast his line into the water, gently moving the bobber to lure the fish. However, the cold water diminished the fish's appetite, without bait or a feeding spot. One could hardly expect to entice the fish, which seemed as if they were starving souls reborn. Before long, a palm-sized fish was caught, followed by another. "Erbao, why aren't any fish biting my hook?" Shiwa asked, curiosity evident. "Observe how I fish and learn slowly," Erbao replied. "It is not my obligation to teach you. If you cannot learn by merely watching me, then you truly are a fool." The little boy set down his fishing rod and approached Erbao. Before long, he began to grasp the technique. Another fish was gently lifted from the water. Pierre noticed Shiwa's bamboo rod, devoid of a tip, and a thread used for sewing quilts, and felt compelled to advise, if a fish bites, do not panic, pull it up slowly. The little fellow, seeing Erbao catch another fish, began to imitate him with earnestness. Remarkably, he managed to catch one himself. "Thank you, Erbao," he said, displaying an admirable sense of courtesy, which earned him a slight increase in Hier's fondness for this little admirer. As the child focused intently on catching his own fish and ceased to pay attention to Hier, he gradually turned his concentration to the depths of the water. A wondrous phenomenon unfolded. He felt as though he possessed the ability to see through the water, the underwater scene vividly reflected in his mind, not merely in his eyes. It was a peculiar sensation. Had he perhaps acquired some extraordinary power? A wave of exhilaration surged within Hier. At that moment, the joy of fishing faded. As he felt akin to a child discovering a new toy, his attention slowly surveying the bottom of the water. The water was less than half a meter deep, and a few small fish languidly swayed their tails, leisurely as if strolling in a tranquil garden. In the mud, a large soft-shelled turtle extended its head, resembling a withered branch, utterly still. A tiny fish darted around, playfully teasing the turtle's neck, pecking at it from time to time. Truly, one must not court danger to avoid peril. Indeed, as the little fish turned, it darted towards the turtle's mouth with the swiftness of lightning. The turtle extended its neck, and a delectable morsel was secured. Ha ha ha, Hier watched in delight. O turtle, you consume the little fish, while I feast upon you. We are both eager to take the bait. With this thought, Hier took a few steps closer to the turtle. The turtle, whether savoring its meal or alerted by the sounds from the shore, withdrew its neck, becoming as motionless as a lump of mud at the bottom of the water. Hier slowly cast the fishing hook before the fish's head. Neither moved, testing each other's patience. Indeed, within 2 minutes, the fish's head cautiously emerged, akin to a gecko. Moving slowly, the bait also gently stirred, then came to a halt. After a few seconds of waiting, the neck extended a little further. The bait receded slightly as well. The turtle thought, from my years of experience, there is no danger. How dare the morsel at my mouth attempt to flee? I shall bite. The speed of its action left Hier in awe. Old turtle, you have willingly taken my hook. Then, Hier was taken aback. The tip of his delicate bamboo pole bent, and he could not pull it. Alas, my hook, my line. The old turtle was equally astonished. How is it that, after all these years, I encounter food that chokes me? It hurts. I want to go home. Shua, come help me. My second brother is calling for my assistance. Shua dropped the bamboo pole he held and rushed over. Shua, imitate my stance. Grip the fishing rod tightly and follow its movement. Do not pull too hard. This child had one commendable trait. He obeyed. He took the fishing rod that Hier handed him and cautiously followed its lead downward. Meanwhile, Hier swiftly stripped himself bare, disregarding whether his modesty was exposed. What of a 60-year-old soul? Even with a 60-year-old body, upon seeing this morsel, one's instincts prevail. With a splash, he smoothly entered the water. What of the cold? Even the elderly bravely swim through icy waters in winter. Upon hearing the commotion in the water, the old turtle felt a surge of panic, momentarily forgetting the pain in its throat. It accelerated, nearly dragging poor Shua into the depths. And then, there was no further action. A pair of small hands grasped its back. Even if I possess unparalleled charm, dear child, there is no need for such roughness. The old turtle was at a loss, utterly bereft of tears. This child displayed no martial decorum, lifting it from the water from behind, rendering it powerless. On the shore, Shua's admiration for his second brother was as boundless as a mighty river. The turtle was too large. It was impossible to fit into the fish basket. Hier, well versed in dealing with turtles, placed the old turtle on its back. Then, with a few gentle punches, he caused a tumult within its innards. As the neck emerged, a small hand lifted it. The hook was removed, and Hier had a catch. He was still bare. Now that the excitement had subsided, the wind chilled him to the bone. Without a rope, though the turtle appears defenseless in his hands, it is indeed elusive. Even if you were to turn it upside down and let it be stepped on, it would still pose a risk of injury with its sharp claws. Should the old turtle manage to flip itself over, neither of the two could catch it with their mere 8 legs. Would one truly run home bare-skinned? That would be akin to inviting trouble upon oneself. Better to endure a beating than to lose the precious meat. He resolutely decided, Shua, would you kindly pass me my clothes? Please keep an eye on my fishing rod while I carry this turtle home. Shua was always obedient to his older brother, Erbao. Thus, a child, with his front exposed and his backside bare, clutched a hefty turtle weighing about 5 or 6 pounds in one hand and his clothes in the other, making his way back to the village with long strides. I am not ashamed. I am only 8 years old. I am not ashamed. I am only 8 years old. Self-affirmation. Who cannot do that? He did not dare to return home, yet he had his grandfather in the cattle shed. The two old men looked at the bare-bottomed child, both amused and sympathetic. "Erbao, hurry. Place that old turtle in the bucket. I shall boil some water for you to take a warm bath, lest you catch a chill." "Grandfather, no need. Just a bit of water will suffice for washing my hands and feet." "You truly have no regard for your safety, do you? Aren't you afraid your father will punish you?" "What is there to fear? If they punish me, it is merely to teach me a lesson. I may be small, but I am not foolish. If I had no confidence, why would I act?" After dressing, Pierre placed the turtle in the cattle shed and returned to the fishing spot. To his surprise, Chihuahua had not moved and was still fishing there. This child had no sense to walk a few more steps downstream. Chapter 51. For the meat, he intended to teach the boy to move his spot, but noticed that the water remained calm and serene, the fish gracefully swaying their tails, with a few small fish swirling around Chihuahua's hook. "This lad is quite considerate. He hasn't encroached upon my space or used my fishing rod. Erbao, you're back. I've caught two more." The little fellow, seeing his esteemed brother return, revealed a cheerful smile, his white teeth shining against his somewhat wrinkled, slightly discolored face. "Do not be anxious about fishing. This afternoon, I will find you a proper rod. In such a small stream, a long rod is unnecessary. The bamboo segments must be closely spaced, ensuring that even slightly larger fish do not break the line. The flexibility at the tip also protects the delicate fishing line." I knew Brother Erbao was a good person. Little did he know that the boy had silently awarded him a good person card in his heart. At this moment, he dared not stir again. Should he discover another turtle, would he dare to enter the water? An 8-year-old frame cannot endure too much commotion. The sun's warmth enveloped him pleasantly, yet for some reason, the gentle breeze brushing against his cheek felt a tad damp. The villagers eagerly anticipated the upcoming spring rains. For a small fisherman, this was not particularly welcome news. Not only would the fine drizzle soak his little cotton jacket, but even his blanket would feel damp while sleeping. With the rain approaching, he could only fish a little longer. The little belly began to remind him it was time to return home. However, Chihuahua was in high spirits, reluctant to leave as it was his first time catching so many fish. "You're not hungry, little belly?" "I am, but I won't be hungry for long." This little fellow had developed quite the resilience against hunger. "You take care of yourself, all right? By the way, Chihuahua, you mustn't tell anyone about my diving for turtles, or else my mother will surely punish me." He thought for a moment and decided to sweeten the deal. "When I get home, I'll go to the bamboo grove and pick out a fishing rod for you, and I'll make you a nice float." He had prepared several beautiful floats, crafted from slender garlic stalks, pure white and elegant, unlike the makeshift one that Chihuahua had, which was merely a chicken feather stem. Chihuahua looked at his older brother with gratitude and nodded. He longed to return home with his elder brother, but the temptation of fish outweighed his desire to go back. His elder brother was remarkable. Every time he cast his line, he managed to catch a fish, while Chihuahua only succeeded once in several attempts. If his brother prepared a proper rod and float for him, he was certain he could catch plenty of fish too. With both of the cowherd grandfathers absent, Pierre skillfully entered the low kitchen and pulled out the old turtle from the water bucket, adding about a pound of small fish before heading home. The large turtle was particularly conspicuous in his hands. Gratefully, his family's house was located at the west end of the village. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly attract numerous envious glances. The family rooster greeted him with its lone hen clucking beside it, surely anticipating a treat. The little black pig began to grunt around the tree trunk, reminding him that it was time to feed the creature. Sanya, hearing the pig's calls from inside the house, quickly emerged. "Second brother, there's a turtle. Hurry, let's kill it." One might think she was a little terror if they didn't know better. Pierre didn't bother asking his sister what she was doing hiding in the house. It was obvious she was counting her hidden stash of rock candy and biscuits. "Wait a moment, I need to feed the pig first." Hearing about the feeding, the little girl ceased her fussing. "You hurry and feed it." The chickens next door loved to steal her pig's food, and she had to guard it. Fortunately, the little black pig was oblivious to the meaning of food, or it would undoubtedly protest by refusing to eat. As he prepared to bleed the turtle, it was the perfect time to boil water, making it easier to remove the skin. After feeding the pig, Senya happened to see her brother preparing to discard the rendered fish oil into the stove. She immediately protested. Last time, there had been only a small amount of oil, and it had been wasted. But now there was so much. How could they possibly throw it away? "Senya, this oil is too fishy. It can't be saved." The little girl remained silent, her cheeks puffed out, her bright eyes fixed on her brother. "You've got me worried. You little glutton. He carefully stored the fish oil aside, knowing that the pot of turtle would not go to waste. The little girl happily placed the fish oil into the cupboard, watching her brother as he began to cook. When the turtle dish was finally ready, she had lost count of how many times she had swallowed in anticipation. He poured a small bowl for her. The little girl quickly shook her head. Let's wait for mother and father to come home to eat together. The meat is plentiful. It wouldn't hurt for you to have a taste. The little girl swallowed hard. Second brother, no thank you. Mother and father will be home from work soon. Then, would you help me by tasting a piece to see how it is? Sure, I shall taste a piece. The little girl's eyes squinted with delight. Now, the pot for hot pot must be prepared, as one who raises pigs knows that nothing should be wasted. The pot will soon be ready for steaming sweet potatoes. After finishing her bite of meat, the little girl nestled against her brother, the flames from the stove casting a rosy glow on her cheeks. Second brother, will our family be able to eat meat every day in the future? This little sister, unlike other children who merely hoped for enough white rice to fill their bellies, had begun to dream of daily meat. Third sister, do you trust me? Third sister nodded. If you wish to eat meat every day, there is but one way. You must study diligently. If you finish reading all the books in the cabinet, I promise you, you will have meat every day from now on. The idea that studying well could lead to meat seemed hard for third sister to believe. She studied merely to show off, to impress big sister and second sister. You said you would believe me. Why are you silent now? I would never deceive you. Or else why would I study and do my homework every day? The little girl fixed her gaze intently on her brother, sensing that he spoke the truth. For the sake of meat, she resolved to diligently study alongside her brother from that moment on. For the sake of meat. Chapter 52. Dividing rooms and beds after work. Those living in the western part of the village naturally walked together, chatting and laughing. The brothers Gao Yi and Gao Li, however, maintained an awkward distance of over 10 meters between them. This truly revealed their lack of rapport. Fortunately, the DeLong family, consisting of 6 members, alleviated the solitude of being apart from others. Next to Erbao's house was the DeLong family, and beside them was the Chong Xin family, who bore the surname Sun Chong Xin. At that moment, the young girl from the Chong Xin family sat outside her home, tears welling up in her eyes, while her grandmother held a slender bamboo stick, looking helplessly at her granddaughter. Oh, Year, what have you done to upset your grandmother again? Your little mouth has turned into a pout that could fetch soy sauce. Year and third sister were born in the same month and year, and the 2 little girls played together every day. Naturally, Erbao's mother felt quite affectionate towards this little girl. Upon seeing third sister's mother, Yeer cried even harder. Why? Because that rascal Yeer had cooked a particularly enticing soft-shelled turtle, which Yeer had caught a whiff of, prompting her to say to her grandmother, Grandma, what is the fragrant dish coming from third sister's house? I want to take a look. In the village, it was no easy feat for any family to enjoy a bit of meat. If a neighbor caught wind of the aroma, they might come over to sample it, making one wonder if the household could still manage their affairs. The young granddaughter, lacking understanding, should not have made such a request. Thus, the commotion ensued. Yeer's grandmother remarked to Erbao's mother, Don't mind her. I want to see what this girl can stir up. Her grandmother's words prompted the little girl to leap straight into Erbao's mother's embrace. Oh, what a lovely little Yeer. Reduced to tears like a little flower cat, Erbao's mother chuckled as she comforted the child. As Yezi gazed upon her daughter weeping inconsolably, she felt compelled to inquire about the cause of such distress. However, she found herself at a loss for words. Should she mention that her grandson was merely craving the delectable meat prepared by Erbao? The little sister longed to rush over, but her grandmother restrained her, prompting a tantrum. The eldest son of the Chongqing family felt embarrassed by his sister's behavior and wasted no time in voicing his grievances. We haven't even purchased any meat. Is this little rascal so greedy that he has gone to catch snakes again? Erbao's mother expressed her surprise. She then lifted little Yezi into her arms and headed home. Gaoi interjected, Aunt, it's quite all right. We haven't bought any meat. Let little Yezi come to our house for a meal. Chongqing, however, grew agitated. Gaoi, that is not how it works. Why should my Xia go to your home for dinner? Absolutely not. His wife stepped forward to gently hold Erbao's mother, Guiying. I appreciate your kindness, but this truly cannot be. Little Yezi's eyes reddened once more, and she burst into tears again. Her mother's heart ached at the sight, and she reluctantly let Guiying take her daughter back home. The eldest son of the Chongqing family felt inexplicably scorned by his parents, leaving him feeling quite hurt. How could there be such a disparity among children of the same age? Gao Yi and his wife assumed their child had gone off to catch snakes again. But upon noticing that no makeshift stove had been set up in front of their house, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Senya was exceptionally well-behaved. Eager for a daily serving of meat, she tugged at her elder brother the moment he returned home, insisting he teach her how to read before he could even set down his backpack. What could Dabao do? The most favored in the household, besides the little black pig, was Sanya. As for Erbao, he lay back in indifference. When their parents returned home, the two younger ones finally set aside their books. And where was Er? He was busy crafting a fishing rod for Shiwa from Uncle Chong Li's family. No need to call him. He had already entered through the back door, clutching a neatly crafted fishing rod. As the lid of the large jar on the table was lifted, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Mother, brother has prepared a giant soft-shelled turtle. It's absolutely delicious. With an unexpected guest in the house, it was fortunate that there was plenty of meat, which eased Sanya's initial reluctance. Come, little Yezi, enjoy some fish. Yezi felt that, in all her years, she had never tasted such exquisite meat. After eating her fill, she looked up at Hier, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Er Bao Gu, you are so amazing. Hier replied, I've just earned another good deed card. Er Bao Gu, when I grow up, can I be your wife? The little girl's thoughts were simple. You can catch fish, and if I become your wife, I can come over every day for meals. Hier chuckled. This little girl is even greedier than my own sister. She's willing to promise herself away for food. Er Bao's mother laughed so hard she could hardly hold her chopsticks. Senya interjected, that won't do. You're a few days younger than me. If you become my brother's wife, I'll have to call you sister. DeLong looked on in disbelief. Is that the point? Hier retorted. Little Yezi replied earnestly, I'll still call you Senya Jia. With a smile, Senya nodded in agreement, her spirits lifted. This younger sister is no longer desirable. All it took was a single utterance of sister, and she sold out her second brother. Children play house and tell jokes, but who among adults pays any heed? Even when this little girl returned home to inform her grandmother, father, and mother of her aspirations to marry her second brother and dine at his home, they merely chuckled. When there were delicious treats at home, they would invite the third sister over, for what else could be done? What did your second brother's family prepare today? Was it tasty? The little girl beamed with delight, exclaiming, Today my second brother caught a huge soft-shelled turtle. It was so fragrant. And I ate until I was completely full. The eldest brother was still contemplating venturing out to gather some pigweed when the third sister called him back, insisting he must teach her. Their father remarked, You should teach your sister. The village's granary was overflowing with sweet potatoes, affordable, and their family was not in want of that little sum. Where did the confidence come from? Eels, perhaps. After the village's work was done, only the fields remained to be tidied. This was the father's responsibility. For a family of 5, clothing and footwear were the mother's concern. In summary, there was no time to spare. Pierre held his middle school textbook, his mind wandering. Now, with some leisure, he needed to reflect on the space he had glimpsed the previous night. After all, he had been reborn 60 years into the past. Uncertainty must linger within his thoughts. Mother, I wish for a bed of my own. Despite their home consisting of merely 3 rooms, when the farmhouse was constructed, considerations for a larger brood had already been made. Not only was there a main room, but behind it also lay a small storeroom. The essential items had been partitioned into what was now the West Room. The 2 brothers resided in the front of the West Wing, where a bed had long been prepared for him. The East Wing had naturally been set aside for the little girl. However, she was still quite young and currently slept with her parents. Why? He inquired. I cannot sleep soundly at night. Last night, I was kicked to the floor. The eldest brother replied, Did I? He must have, for if he truly was reborn with space, entering it at night might alarm the eldest brother, potentially scaring him to death. No wonder there was a thud from your room last night. The eldest brother felt a tinge of embarrassment. Their mother paused her needlework. I shall fetch some bundles of straw right away to prepare your bed. They had extra quilts at home meant for guests, which would suit perfectly. Chapter 53. Sore. Little mice. The newly laid straw had a particularly pleasant aroma. Pierre lay quietly on the bed, waiting until he confirmed that his family had fallen asleep before. Just like the previous night, he began to calm his mind. Indeed, a space materialized in his consciousness, rather than a mere space. It resembled a small farmstead enveloped in dense mist, yet the sky above was a brilliant blue. This place was owned. A thought flickered through his mind. After all, a modest farmhouse, though not adorned with carved eaves and painted corridors, was still exquisite with its red bricks and green tiles. Various fruit trees flourished in the West Joe, some already bearing golden fruit. A small stream emerged from the mist, winding around the courtyard, spanned by an elegant little bridge. It truly was a picturesque setting of a bridge over flowing waters. Gazing further at the West Joe, fields of wheat and rice stood in neat rows, golden under the sun, rustling gently in the breeze. Behind the small courtyard lies a vegetable garden, rows upon rows of verdant produce that captivate the heart. Adjacent to the garden, there seems to be a medicinal herb garden. Pierre cannot help but acknowledge his lack of knowledge. He is uncertain of what is being cultivated there. Occasionally, a few wild deer and rabbits emerge from the thick mist, cautiously exploring the vicinity of the farm before seemingly being startled, retreating into the dense fog once more. The sight of the plump rabbits makes Pierre salivate incessantly. A slight inner conflict arises within him. These creatures have an owner. Should he venture in or not? Wait, let me observe carefully. There appears to be no one around. Surely, there is no harm in peeking. The very existence of this action makes it reasonable. It resembles a traditional courtyard, though upon closer inspection, it is more akin to a row of storage rooms encircling a small courtyard. All the storage rooms are empty. Yet the courtyard is furnished with all manner of living amenities, ready for immediate occupancy. He is certain now there is no one here. The host of this space seems rather lewd in demeanor. Pierre feels a pang of disdain directed at himself. Never mind, I shall proceed regardless. With a resolute thought, he seemingly drifts into this realm. Fortunately, the stream is devoid of herons. Otherwise, it would have painted a different scene. After expressing his pent-up emotions, all the frustrations he harbored before his rebirth dissipate entirely. Stripped bare, hands clasped behind his back, he strides confidently. A small person reveling in success. This is his jubilant form. Yet, a sense of ritual must accompany this moment. Pierre turns back, unsteadily crossing the small bridge, stepping with a carefree swagger as he enters the courtyard. Everything within the space resonates, and he can vividly conjure it in his mind. Outside the walls, a peach tree stands, its fruits seemingly ripe. With a little wave of his hand, he beckons. Come, come. The space reacts. By my word, this fellow treats me like a servant, commanding me upon his entry. Yet, such are the rules, and he must comply. A large peach drops from the tree, traversing space to land in Pierre's hand. Pierre bursts into hearty laughter, recalling the carefree manner of Sun Wukong feasting on peaches. He longs to leap onto the grand chair, one foot on the seat, the other on the armrest, striking a pose reminiscent of the Monkey King. Alas, he cannot leap high enough. Climbing onto the chair instead, he shifts his posture, leaning back against it, one foot resting on the table, crossing his legs, and taking a bite of the peach. To his dismay, his small stature means he ends up huddled against the chair. Fortunately, the temperature of the space is pleasant and not overly cold. Never mind the ritual. He picks up the peach and takes a hearty bite. To his dismay, the skin detracts from the flavor. He must cradle the peach in both hands, meticulously peeling away the skin with his teeth before he can indulge in the sweet, refreshing taste. The space exclaims in surprise. You startled me. I thought you were merely a reincarnated monkey who hadn't tasted the mangpa soup. After finishing a yellow peach, Pierre lets out a contented burp, finally calming himself. In the realm of silence, how might one assist the household? Contemplating this, his gaze traversed the space, revealing Dabao curled up, lost in a blissful slumber. Sonia, the cat, nestled in their mother's embrace, unconsciously pawing the air with its tiny mouth. At merely 32, their mother's hands bore the calluses of toil, her sun-kissed visage already marked by crow's feet. As for the father, it goes without saying. He could easily be mistaken for 50 if taken out. Farmers, at 10 years of age, are already deemed old, referred to as old man or old woman. In ancient times, reaching 70 was considered a blessing. Ultimately, it was the back-breaking labor that drained the essence of life far too soon. How could I possibly assist them? If clarity eludes me, I shall not dwell on it. I shall proceed gradually. Peering through the space to the outside world, everything appeared normal, indicating that the flow of time in both realms was synchronized. I must return to slumber promptly, but first, I must ascertain that the items within can be taken along. Fruits and vegetables are undoubtedly off limits. I am left with nothing but a few grains of wheat to clasp in my hand. Upon exiting, I found myself back in the warmth of my bed, and indeed, there were several grains of wheat in my palm. A hearty laugh erupted within me as I surrendered to sleep once more. A mouse exclaimed, "What is this delightful aroma? Surely, it beckons us toward mischief." But wait. It seemed to be in a bed. By day, this abode belonged to the bipedal creatures, yet by night, it was the domain of us, the mice. "All provisions are rightfully ours," Pierre retorted. "You fools are courting danger by climbing up the bed legs." Uncertain if he could transport these two rodents into the space, he commanded, "Go on, enter." Miraculously, the two mice and several grains of wheat truly vanished into the space, only to plummet from the heights, crashing to pieces. Let them contemplate their schemes against me. With a thought, all the audacious mice in the household were summoned to the skies. "Fly, mice," they squeaked in terror. "Oh my God, we suffer from acrophobia. What is this sensation of weightlessness? Father, mother, grandparents, save us." Eventually, they transformed into mere mush. A wave of overwhelming drowsiness washed over the 8-year-old child. It was time for sleep. In the haze of slumber, Pierre dreamed he was proudly surveying his little estate. With a wave of his hand, a rabbit materialized before him. Guided by whim, it soon found itself on a roasting spit. Chuckling, the little one summoned forth a bounty of fruits that appeared before him. He nibbled at one, discarding another, devoured half the rabbit, and tossed the rest aside. Suddenly, a piglet emerged from the mist, circling around him. The sight of the pig made the rabbit seem unappetizing. Roasted piglet, indeed. However, calamity struck as his extraordinary powers faltered. The piglet lunged at him. Pierre lamentably discovered his bare form was powerless against the assault, as he was toppled to the ground. Ultimately, this pesky little pig even pried open his mouth, attempting to snatch a peach from him. "No," he cried out. Thankfully, he awoke, still in the comfort of his familiar bed, the room around him unchanged. "Sonia, what are you up to?" He, with a tilt of his head, evaded the incessant sniffing of the little head near his mouth, pulling away the tiny hands that rummaged in his mouth, and gazed in mild confusion at his sister, who lay atop his quilt. "Second brother, what have you been sneaking? Your mouth smells delightful." He was taken aback. He had merely eaten a peach in the space last night, yet somehow this little girl could detect the aroma after a night had passed. "Senya, stop messing around. There's nothing delicious at home." He felt a twinge of guilt, unable to meet his sister's gaze. "Second brother, you're lying. Your mouth is clearly fragrant. And your hands smell delightful too." She pouted, glaring at her brother, convinced of his fragrant state. This little girl must have a nose like a hound. "Senya, enough of this. Let your brother get up." Their mother approached and scooped Senya into her arms. "You little glutton, if there were something tasty at home, who would keep it from you?" Senya then nestled in her mother's embrace, still somewhat skeptical. He, agilely dressing, kept reminding himself, "Be cautious, be cautious." Outside, a gentle drizzle painted the fields in a poetic tableau. He realized that having the space had transformed his mindset, thus everything around him now appeared so exquisite. Without a doubt, the little one had overslept again, if only she were aware that it was nearly 10 o'clock. A pot of sweet potato porridge simmered at home, complemented by pickled vegetables, and everyone feasted heartily. It was Sunday, and Debao did not have school. On a rainy day, with no work to be done in the fields, their restless father had gone to chop a few bamboo stalks in the back, crafting a basket. Debao scratched the little black pig for a while, preventing it from rummaging about in the living room, and watched as his younger siblings busily wrote and drew. He could only join them, picking up a book himself. He was solving geometry problems while occasionally losing focus, drifting into the space to observe its changes. To put it plainly, he was still quite enamored with the rabbits. Sure enough, another rabbit stealthily emerged from the thick mist, attempting to approach the vegetable garden. "Meat. I cannot let it slip away again." The little fellow held his pencil, feigning deep contemplation, yet all his attention was fixated on the delectable creature. "Come here, Meat." The rabbit felt a graceful arc trace through the air, inadvertently colliding with a wall hundreds of meters away. And then, whether out of fright or due to the impact, it collapsed at the wall's foot, lifeless. He set down his pencil, feigning a discomfort belly, and sidestepped the little black pig, heading to the back door. No questions asked. He was merely off to the restroom. The bamboo grove was not solely populated with bamboo. It was interspersed with several large trees. The little head cautiously scanned both sides, confirming safety. Only then did he dart towards a tree, retrieving the rabbit and rubbing its head against the bark. Upon re-entering the house, he found his mother at the doorway, engaged in needlework, nearly pricking her finger with the needle. "Second, what are you holding?" As this question arose, all eyes in the household turned towards Hier, who had just entered the main room from the storeroom passage. Hee, a foolish rabbit. It saw me and ran straight into a tree. A rabbit. There's meat to eat now, meat. I want it, I want it. Senya leaped up with excitement, rushing towards her second brother. No, rather, it should be Ro. Upon hearing the name Ro, the little black pig perked up its ears, momentarily mistaking it for a call directed at itself. However, upon noticing the absence of any further commotion, it rested its head back on the ground. What a plump rabbit! Exclaimed Adai, lifting the rabbit in his hands with a sense of wonder. Why bother weaving baskets now? Preparing the rabbit is far more pressing. Why concern ourselves with books at this moment? Just observe how your father tends to the rabbit. That is what truly matters. As the rabbit was still being processed, Xiao Yezi dashed over through the light drizzle, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the rabbit meat in Uncle Gao Yi's hands. I told you. Once we marry Heir Baoge, there will be plenty of meat to enjoy. That little girl immediately wrapped her arms around Heir Bao's arm, asking, Did you catch this, Heir Baoge? Pierre, I'm doomed. I've become attached to a little glutton. Before my rebirth, I had little interaction with this Xiao Yezi. Eventually, she married Xuanzi from our village and lived an ordinary life, but she certainly was prolific, giving birth to a son and a daughter in one go. However, she did grow closer to my sister. Senya chimed in, my brother found it in the bamboo grove. I knew Heir Baoge was the best. He brings home meat every day. Senya, this can be interpreted in that way. Anyang chuckled at her daughter, drying the rain from her hair with a towel. Xiao Yezi, you must join us for dinner this afternoon. Xiao Yezi nodded, as if it were the most natural thing. After all, she was about to become Heir Baoji's wife, so of course, she should enjoy a meal of meat here. With the meat secured, Pierre returned to the table to resume his studies. Xiao Yezi found it perplexing why these three children had such a fervor for learning. Senya Jia, shall we gather pebbles? Senya replied, No, I must study diligently. If I excel in my studies, I will enjoy meat every day when I grow up. Xiao Yezi questioned, What kind of logic is that? My second brother said so. He never lies to me. Having meat every day, no wonder Heir Baoge is so impressive. Senya Jia, will you teach me to? With everyone calling out to Senya Jia, she felt quite put on the spot. Eldest brother, teach me how to read. Ha. Gaoi couldn't help but laugh. Dabao, why don't you teach Xiao Yezi? Children playing house. How could parents possibly believe that? Dabao was a bit perplexed, but his greatest virtue was obedience. He picked up a pencil and wrote 1, 2, 3 for 5, 6, 7, assuming the role of a teacher. This felt quite enjoyable. Chapter 55. Caution is the key to longevity. As the smoke from the kitchen of Hier's home began to rise, Xiao Yezi's mother arrived, intending to take her daughter home. If they lingered any longer, dinner would be ready at their house. A large basin of meat was not something Xiao Yezi wished to miss out on. Seeing her little mouth begin to pout again, Hier's mother could only scoop up the girl into her arms and jokingly say, Xiao Ye said when she grows up, she will be my daughter-in-law. What is wrong with having a meal here? Besides, we didn't go to the market for groceries. How much can a little girl eat? Xiao Yezi's mother playfully tapped her daughter's forehead, saying, You and your insatiable cravings. In the kitchen, the adult was busy cooking, while the second child, a rabbit, was divided into two parts. It goes without saying that the other half was reserved for tomorrow's meal. Had it not been for the insistence of the second child, this rabbit would have been savored by the family for at least 3 days. Shortly after the family finished their meal, the young intellectuals, Li Qing and Li Ping, arrived at their home together. Although both girls shared the surname Li, they were not related by blood. Essentially, they were two individuals who had no familial connection whatsoever. Upon entering, Li Qing burst into laughter. Sister Guiying, what are you cooking? It smells delightful. Pierre replied, In this era, people possess such keen senses. With a chuckle, he continued, Oh, it's nothing much. The second child went to the toilet, and a startled rabbit accidentally ran into a tree. Young intellectuals, come in quickly and sit down. Have you eaten? Who would visit during mealtime with an empty stomach? Li Qing retrieved a letter from her pocket. The mailman just delivered this. One of the letters is from Shui for you. I noticed the time was getting late, so I collected it on your behalf and have brought it to you. The envelope was made of army-grade craft paper, and even without her mentioning it, one could discern that it was sent from the military by Wei San's uncle. Calculating the days, it was reasonable for them to send a letter after nearly 2 months since their return. Shui had sent 2 letters, one addressed to Li Qing. After bidding farewell to the 2 young intellectuals, Dabao felt a pang of disappointment. This was because his mother had handed the letter to Heir Bao, instructing him to read its contents. The letter detailed the commendable living conditions at the military camp where Shui and her companions had returned. They were allocated 2 rooms in a family compound, complete with a dedicated kitchen and vegetable garden. The military also had a service center, ensuring a steady supply of essential goods. Life there was quite satisfactory. Shui specifically expressed her gratitude towards Heir Bao, believing it was his suggestion that led to her marrying his brother. How could she not be thankful? This journey into matrimony had, in essence, saved her parents' lives. After severing ties with his family, her brother had never returned home. The elderly couple, without work or income, had suffered from ailments but lacked the funds for treatment. Utilizing his officer's credentials and a letter of introduction, Gue Gang procured medications from the hospital, covertly delivering them, and then quietly monitoring their recovery for a week. Once they were well, he left behind not only travel expenses but also nearly 1,000 yuan, along with ration tickets, for the elderly couple. With this financial support, as long as they exercised caution, they could endure the hardships ahead, especially since there were no superfluous possessions left in the household. It is no wonder that, following the incident with the little mule, the girl, burdened with 2 children, was reluctant to return to the city, likely wishing to avoid the place of sorrow. As for the reply letters, Heir Bao entrusted them to Sanya, also to cultivate her writing skills. The young girl accepted this task with enthusiasm. The letter intended for Li Qing, however, was rather intriguing. Shui first described the conditions of their military camp before mentioning their squad leader, humorously noting that he was a year older than Gue Gang, yet still unmarried. The conversation then shifted as she expressed her longing for Li Qing, inquiring whether she could send a photograph. Accompanying the letter was a freshly taken photo, which instantly caused Li Qing's cheeks to flush crimson. The meaning of a close friend is often misunderstood. The following day, this girl found an excuse to venture into town despite the drizzle, capturing a photograph that would only be developed a week later. Those 7 days felt interminably long. Once the letter was dispatched, she realized her anxiety had only intensified. A year of toil yielded little more than meager meals. The villagers, content with merely filling their stomachs, were profoundly satisfied. Yet, for her and her peers, it was different. Finally, after a month, she received his letter, which felt akin to a work report. With a chuckle, Li Qing laughed, her eyes brimming with tears. Despite her outward bravado, her heart was remarkably fragile. She finally glimpsed hope in breaking free from her circumstances. After drafting and redrafting her letter multiple times, she penned a note to her friend and sent both letters simultaneously, finally feeling a sense of relief. Li Qing's family background was unblemished. Her mother had simply given birth to too many children. She was the eldest, with a younger brother and sister beneath her. If she did not go to the countryside, would she allow her siblings to do so? This girl was practical. After sending the letter, she frequently visited Heir Bao's home to impart knowledge to the child. Time rewinds to the moment of receiving the letter. That evening, Heir re-entered the space. In the morning, his sister had caught the scent of peaches, while in the afternoon, Li Jiqing detected the aroma of rabbit meat, heightening his alertness. The scene presented a formidable challenge to extract the items within. The mountain lodge was filled with an abundance of clothing and footwear, remnants from decades past, all intended for adults. Fortunately, there were ample toiletries like towels and toothbrushes. The little one first summoned an apple, savoring it slowly while gazing at the babbling brook before brushing his teeth and thoroughly washing himself in the stream. He then wrapped himself in a bath towel. Having access to this space was not a panacea. On 2 occasions, he had overslept, which he knew had drained some of his spirit. Mature crops needed harvesting, and once collected, they had to be replanted. Otherwise, it felt disconcerting. The only thing he could conceal from his father was the eel, but over time, he was sure that trouble would arise, necessitating the creation of an eel pond to rear a substantial number of them. Additionally, he would need a turtle pond, though there was no rush. With rabbit meat available tomorrow, there was no urgency regarding meat procurement. Concerned about oversleeping again, the little one decided to harvest a small portion of rice to gauge its impact on his rest. The rice field stretched for at least 20 acres, and Heir focused on marking out a small section, as rice grains transformed into a golden rainbow, cascading into an empty warehouse. He then retired for the night. Chapter 56. Discovered again the next day, Heir felt a sense of pride. He awoke at dawn, which felt quite normal. He planned to harvest a bit more crops the following day. In this space, Although the host displayed some quirks, he was not without merit. At least he did not exhaust his spiritual energy to the point of collapse, nor did he suffer damage to his essence like the previous host. In the past, I was once among the top-ranking spaces on the tomato platform, but now, alas, it brings tears to my eyes just to remember. Pierre, why does a wave of faint sorrow surge within me? The fruits in the space are quite good. My appetite has finally returned to normal. It seems I must consume more of these fruits. Space. Fool, do you not realize how depleted your body was? This space merely assists you in regaining a normal state. If Pierre were to know, he would surely point at this entity and scold. I am just an 8-year-old child, with strength rivaling that of an 18-year-old. Is this what you call normal? Ergo, you smell so delightful. Your scent is truly pleasing. The little girl clung to him as soon as she awoke. Senya, do not wrongfully accuse me. I have not stolen anything to eat. I have already brushed my teeth and taken a thorough bath. I even washed my hair with shampoo until it was spotless. Alas, the scent of shampoo and shower gel lingers. Despite my utmost caution, fearful that my sister would catch a whiff of the apple scent, I nearly rubbed the skin off my hands, yet it seems I have gone too far. How is your hair so impeccably clean? The changes in Z are not easily hidden from a mother's eyes. I do not know. I took a bath yesterday and went to bed as soon as night fell. Some matters are ones I shall never confess. This mother, lifting her second son into her arms, nuzzled his face and exclaimed, you truly smell delightful. Mother, I am not deceiving you. I told you my brother smells wonderful. The little girl proudly lifted her chin. The two children remain unaware that a thought simultaneously arises in their parents' minds. Their offspring must surely be blessed by their ancestors. Pierre, feeling quite innocent, mused about the absurdity of a day when being clean became a peculiarity. She clamored to come over again, and in exasperation, her mother brought 10 eggs. Shia's fortune lies in the fact that her grandmother gave birth to 6 sons. Thus, she has become the apple of her grandmother's eye, especially since the previous 3 were also boys. The fragrant Hier also caught the attention of Shia's mother. No wonder my Shia is fond of your second treasure. This child truly is delightful. I accept this son-in-law. She laughed. Having said that, she set down the eggs and pulled Hier closer, finding him increasingly precious. In all the surrounding villages, there was no child as clean as he. Hier lamented, I was wrong. I should not have washed myself so thoroughly. Since you have acknowledged this son-in-law, you should take these eggs with you. That cannot be. My Shia comes to your house to share meals daily. Jokes aside, if you take this jest seriously, it ceases to be amusing. Leaving behind 2 eggs, they decided not to let go of the rest. Thus, breakfast consisted of fried crucian carp and a stewed egg. Dinner remained rabbit meat. After the meal, as it was a rainy day, the 3 children sat together, diligently teaching and learning, dreaming of a future filled with meat. The next day, Hier dared not bring any meat home. Unexpectedly, his father said, Z, go out again and see if you can find anything. Since the child has the protection of his ancestors, is it not natural for a rabbit to come knocking at the door? Hier, father, are you in your right mind? He did not expect his mother to chime in. The rain is not heavy now. You should go out for a bit. Hier's eyes darted. Father, what if I encounter a large green snake again? In the space he occupied, he had seen an enormous green snake lurking about. You child, if you can catch it, then catch it. Why refuse what comes to your doorstep? Hier pondered, what is going on with my parents? What could possibly be wrong? In just over a month, he had completed the 3rd grade curriculum. While others were content with catching 1 or 2 pounds of fish a day, he would return from his outings with 3 to 5 pounds and 2 baskets of eels alongside a large and small turtle. Even when he went to relieve himself, rabbits would crash into the trees. A 7-year-old could effortlessly lift 30 to 50 pounds, and by 8, he could overpower kids 6 or 7 years his senior. He could even sleep soundly and cleanly, fragrant as a flower. What else could it be but the blessings of his ancestors? Perhaps I should check the bamboo grove again. Who knows, another rabbit might come my way. Hier was truly baffled by the thoughts of his parents. Surely they weren't testing him? With a heavy heart, he arrived at the bamboo grove, feigning a casual stroll while keeping an eye on the back door. Something felt amiss. His parents weren't secretly watching him. What could be happening? Sanya and Shia, shall we sneak out and take a look? The 2 little girls tiptoed to the back door. And the moment their heads peeked out, they were startled into a gasp. What's wrong? His parents jumped, rushing to the back only to discover Hier dragging a long snake towards them. Hier scratched his head. Father, mother, please don't hit me. This snake fell from the tree and knocked itself out. The snake protested, "You scoundrel. I was merely trying to sneak into the creek for a bath. And you sent me tumbling from above. How could I not be dazed? We won't hit you. Quickly, hand the snake to your mother." My heavens. This snake weighs over 10 pounds. No wonder it knocked itself out. Pierre felt a twinge of admiration for his mother upon seeing the lengthy snake. His father dared not touch it, while his mother boldly took charge. Skinning and deboning was Pierre's forte. Within mere minutes, a thick white strip, exceeding 10 centimeters in width and over 2 meters in length, lay before them. "Brother Herbal, you are truly impressive." Shia's eyes sparkled with wonder, as if they were about to become a galaxy. The aroma wafted through DeLong's home. His grandmother exclaimed, "This unfilial child, cooking such delightful smells at home. Do they expect to continue living?" Doenai and Aaron I had long noticed Pierre skinning the snake in the backyard. "Grandma, Herbal caught a snake, and they are stewing the meat. This little rascal has no fear of being bitten by a snake." She regretted her earlier insistence. Had she known things would turn out this way, she would not have pressured him so much. Day after day, it was either turtles or rabbits, alas. She felt she would be driven to distraction. Shia's mother remarked, "This child, Herbal, truly has a knack for it. Every time he goes to relieve himself, it's either a rabbit or a long snake that meets its fate at his hands." His grandmother mused, "This child is blessed by heaven. Such good fortune." Pierre had never considered that the villagers would interpret his fortunate encounters in this way. If one were to know, they would surely attract a few flying birds, dropping them right before themselves. Chapter 57. Fatigue. This incessant rain had persisted for nearly a week, and just as the bedding on the bed was about to develop mildew, the golden sunlight finally cascaded onto the ground. Every household's drying platform was filled with both new and old bedding and garments. Perhaps stifled by this spring rain, Sanya, as soon as she stepped outside, insisted on her second brother taking her fishing. Trudging through the mud, only a fool would venture out. Sanya, feeling somewhat helpless, could only sulkily run over to Shia's house. She pulled out a chair, placed it at the doorstep, closed her eyes, and lazily basked in the sun. Yet her attention was focused on the space around her. He was guarding the rabbits. 3 acres of rice fields had already been harvested. The vacant land had transformed into a small pond, which he had crafted into a fish-rearing pool. Although there were plenty of fish in the creek, there were no eels or turtles to be seen. Just yesterday, as he contemplated diverting the creek water into the pond, an inexplicable wave of heartache surged within him. At 60 years of age, he had long lost much of his curiosity. These past few days, he hadn't even felt the desire to explore the dense fog. At 60, coupled with this feeling of heartache, he promptly ceased his efforts to channel the water. What is merely water? Here, we are not lacking for a bit of rain. Tomorrow, when the roads are more passable, I shall divert a lake of water into the space. Herbal, what are you doing? Herbal had not even opened his eyes. I'm just chasing away the dampness. Ha ha ha. The other party was clearly amused by this languid tone. Upon opening his eyes, he found a somewhat familiar face. Are you Kai Lin? What is the matter? Did you think of me? Indeed, it was none other than the eldest son, Wang Kai Lin, from his aunt's family. In this off-season, how could his cousin arrive bearing a package of pastries? Peach crisps, which can only be purchased with grain tickets. Could it be that he has come to borrow money? This was Pierre's first thought. Kai Lin, come in and sit. You didn't go to your maternal grandparents? I did, but they have all gone to work, so I came to check on my little uncle. This tall and slender young man placed the peach crisps on the table and surveyed the living room before accepting the hot water Pierre offered. Sit for a while. I'll go call my father back from the fields. Whether he had come to borrow money or for another reason, it was no longer Pierre's concern. No need for you to go. Danai has already gone to call him. Pierre felt a wave of amusement. If his father and grandmother were working together in the fields, Danai would hardly dare to call him father, which was even better. Upon careful reflection, he understood the situation. His eldest cousin's family now had 6 siblings, with his second sister, Wang Ling, being 18 this year. Due to a labor shortage on the groom's side, they were hastily pushing Ling heir to marry. It was to the Li family village next door, and it seemed that the marriage would take place in the latter half of this year. With the eldest son of the family unmarried, it would certainly be inappropriate for the younger sister to marry first, thus his eldest cousin could only marry his intended next month. This was a joyous announcement. Ling heir, a fair and tall girl, was indeed a sight to behold. Her fiancé was also honest and sincere, yet the mother-in-law heavily favored sons. It was only after their eldest daughter-in-law bore a son that she finally held her head high in the family. Yet in this lifetime, the male offspring proved to be a challenge, as 3 sons followed in succession. Had it not been for the subsequent arrival of Jia, it is likely that even more sons would have been born, leaving their 2 elder sisters in quite the predicament. He heir's predictions were indeed accurate. Nai and Delongda and I returned, while his own parents remained absent. Kai Lin had conveyed the good news to his grandmother, and after clarifying the date, he foolishly inquired why his maternal grandfather and uncle had not returned. His grandmother, not in the best of moods, replied, "Who knows what they are doing in that remote corner? My eldest grandson has arrived, so I must now tend to the fire and prepare a meal." DeLong then said, "Come, have a smoke." "Brother Long, this is quite economical," Kai Lin responded with a grin as he accepted the cigarette. In the village, smoking often involved cultivating a few tobacco plants in one's own field to roll one's own cigarettes, for few could afford to buy them. As for his uncle's family, he thought he would visit them later. Sanya and she had been gathering pebbles for a while, but realizing that the meat at home had been depleted and the fish in the aquarium had also been consumed, they pondered how to remedy this situation. The 2 little girls, sharing a silent understanding, tucked away their stones and began running homeward. "Second brother, second treasure brother, look, the road is nearly dry. Why don't you take us fishing?" they implored. "Let us catch some soft-shelled turtles. They have no bones and are easy to eat." Pierre, unable to resist the pleadings of the 2 girls, relented. All right, I will go catch a few soft-shelled turtles for you." Upon hearing this, Kai Lin, who was nearby, chuckled. He scooped up Sanya in his arms, saying, "Soft-shelled turtles are not so easily caught." "Who are you?" Sanya retorted. Had it not been for the sight of her second brother smiling beside her, she might have protested vocally. "Oh, your older cousin from Aunt's family brought you a pack of pastries. I've placed them in your cookie box," he added, hearing about the treats. The little girl smiled brightly and called out to her older cousin before wriggling down from his grasp. Grabbing Shia's hand, she dashed into the house to check on the pastries. Pierre, having exchanged pleasantries, reluctantly donned his straw sandals. "Second treasure, are you truly planning to go catch soft-shelled turtles? With just a flimsy fishing rod, are you jesting?" He sighed at the 2 greedy little girls clamoring for turtles. "What can I do?" he thought with a wry smile, slipping on his sandals. The path was a muddy expanse. Wearing cloth shoes would leave him without soles. He first made his way to the riverbank, filling his prepared fish pond with water. He could not neglect to gather the surrounding small fish and shrimp, and even collected the riverbed's aquatic plants to ensure the newcomers would acclimate properly. He hardly noticed that, with the influx of river water, a dense mist spread outward a few centimeters. Catching soft-shelled turtles could not be done in this small stream. The ditches made for a more prudent choice. He proceeded slowly along the ditch, where the eels and soft-shelled turtles were destined to suffer. They had been content in their homes, yet in an instant, they found themselves displaced. "We must file a complaint. This is an unlawful eviction." However, the earth was fragrant and rich. They hurried to seize their territory before it was too late. After walking for over an hour, Pierre realized that he was nearing the village and would soon have to greet the locals. He quickly turned back. Exhaustion enveloped me, compelling a return home for a much-needed slumber. Upon arrival, I emptied the basket containing 2 small turtles, each weighing approximately a pound. Alas, my parents were incapable of shedding their skins and fishing, which significantly diminished the flavor. With yawns cascading, I meticulously prepared the fish, and this time, Sanya refrained from requesting the fish oil. The previous batch had been so pungent that no one dared touch the stir-fried cabbage. "Sanya, I am fatigued. Do not rouse me for dinner." Were it not for her reminder, I would have forgotten to wash my feet and would have collapsed into bed, falling into a deep slumber. Chapter 58. The tormented Sanya Kai Lin had finished his meal, and with an hour or 2 before returning to work. He could not afford to wait. He thought it prudent to inform Airbao as well. Arriving at Airbao's home, he discovered 2 young girls engrossed in their reading. Piqued by their curiosity, "Sanya, hasn't your brother returned from fishing yet? He only caught 2. He claimed he was tired and is taking a nap." "That brother is utterly lazy, failing to feed the fish. It's us who did it." "Is that so? Let me have a look." The fish had been cleaned, chopped into pieces, and filled a bowl, which was placed on the table. The 2 girls vigilantly watched over it, wary of any stray cats. Kai Lin gazed incredulously at the bowl of meat. "Is your brother sleeping in that room?" He ventured into the inner chamber and found the lad, uncovered and seemingly impossible to awaken. He could only fetch a blanket drying outside to cover him. Sanya, do you know where our parents are working? Sanya shook her head. Kai Lin sighed. What could be done but wait? Delivering good news was indeed a significant matter, requiring careful attention. When Gao Yi and his wife saw their nephew arrive with tidings, they were certain to invite him for a meal. Gazing at the impeccably cleaned fish, Kai Lin could not resist the allure of the meat. Uncle, are you not concerned that Heir Bao is sleeping so soundly? He kindly cautioned. What is there to worry about? Our child is well protected by fate. They chuckled. No need to fret over him. He is still your own child. Not one picked up from the streets, Kai Lin retorted. Time flowed swiftly, and the rice fields had nearly all transformed into fish ponds. It was unavoidable. The rice produced here was vastly inferior to that of home. Even the rice bran was only suitable for discreetly feeding the chickens, of which several chicks had been caught. The family could only raise a few chickens. The villagers were not oblivious. If they raised a few chicks, once they grew to a certain size, they would keep the hens and either slaughter or sell the rest in the black market. Why not use rice bran to feed the pig? The pig was quite obedient. As long as it consumed the rice bran from the space, it would not pay the slightest attention to the bran at home. In the past month, Pierre had collected all the eels and turtles around the village, save for the young ones. Sanya, let us go to your aunt's house to celebrate a wedding. This was a familial obligation, and gift-giving held great significance. As an uncle, one must present a substantial gift. Since Grandma was at the eldest brother's house, their gifts could not overshadow those from the eldest. The eldest brother's household would certainly attend. Grandma would undoubtedly go, and her beloved great-grandson must accompany her. The eldest uncle and aunt would surely attend as well. Contributing 5 yuan each, Grandma would certainly have given 20 yuan. Thus, Gaoi could only offer 15 yuan, leaving a 5 yuan gesture of goodwill for the milk. As an uncle, a mere 15 yuan could only extend to 3 people. After all, they are uncles. If they were from the same village and offered 15 yuan, it could be shared among a whole family, which would be a matter of face, even if it meant incurring a loss while still wearing a smile. Of course, no family is affluent enough to spare lavish gifts. Offering 5 or 10 cents for a celebratory drink suffices. To expect a hearty meal is quite laughable, for this is plain rice, where a ticket costs over 20 cents, and in the black market, it could sell for 40 to 50 cents. To satiate one's hunger would be quite impossible under such circumstances. During celebratory events, no family resorts to coarse grains. Senya was particularly delighted. In the past, such opportunities to eat meat were rare, and even if there were only a few slices of meat, the accompanying dishes would be infused with meat oil. This is not akin to the modern phenomenon where one can raise a pig to nearly 300 pounds in just 3 months. These are the lean types. In the village, pigs fed on a handful of chaff and a handful of vegetables would only reach a weight of 160 pounds in a year, which is indeed a challenge. The taste of rice mixed with pig fat can be utterly intoxicating. When seated at the dining table, the little girl's face nearly sparkled with delight. Mother, why does this dish taste so awful? Had I known, I would not have come. Don't speak nonsense. Come here. Let mother serve you some tofu, her mother replied. For the two of them, the fried tofu on the table was somewhat of a rarity. She thought she was whispering in her mother's ear, unaware that her little aunt sitting beside them could hear. The little aunt's family was relatively well off, and she found the dishes quite satisfactory, with fish, meat, and 8 different dishes to choose from. She smiled at her little niece, whose cheeks were flushed, distinctly different from the other children around. Senya, what kind of dishes does your family usually have? Aunt, we have meat at every meal. How could one eat without meat? The little girl replied earnestly. Don't listen to this child's nonsense, her aunt retorted, casting a stern glance at Sanya, who quickly realized her mother's displeasure and hastily added, we don't have meat at every meal, just once a day. Several aunts noticed the mother and daughter engrossed in their meal and realized that their complexion indeed differed from those around them, while others were not rummaging through their plates. They could adeptly pick out the scant slices of meat. The mother and daughter, however, seemed to eat indiscriminately, only occasionally selecting fish. Aunt, we have no outsiders at our table. What is with the child? One remarked. Ah, this girl just loves to talk nonsense. Please don't mind her, Guiying replied. After hastily finishing their meal, the little girl wished to ask for more rice, but her mother discreetly prevented her. At celebratory feasts, 1 bowl of plain rice is the rule. If one person were to break this custom, the next time they host an event, others would surely teach them a lesson in etiquette. Once the meal concluded, those not related naturally returned to their own homes, while relatives were expected to stay the night. The new bride would present a bowl of sweet jujube tea at dawn, and those who were aunts and uncles would also receive a share of tea money. At this moment, the meals were sufficiently filling. Naturally, as a family, there was no need for excessive formality. Whatever was available would suffice. For it would be unthinkable to let these kinfolk go hungry. Sleeping arrangements consisted of makeshift bedding on the ground, a bundle of straw spread across the floors. Except for the new house, which was entirely covered. In households of better means, sheets would be laid atop the straw, while those less fortunate would sleep directly on it. As one family, there were no pretensions. Simply lying down in one's clothes was sufficient. When the weather turned cold, everyone would huddle closer together. At the crow of the rooster, aunts and uncles would instinctively assist in tidying up the house, sharing a cup of tea with the new bride and offering a token for the tea. After breakfast, each would return to their own homes. Little San's face wore a sorrowful expression once more. The young girl nestled into her mother's embrace, having partaken in the feast with her mother. Why had the joyous experience of feasting turned into a source of torment? "Mother, what do you think my brothers will eat at home?" As night descended, although whispers of familial matters filled the air, the intimate sounds were all too clear. "Stop your nonsense. It's time to sleep." "Yes, upon returning home. I must insist that my second brother prepares a large bowl of meat for me." "Mother, what kind of meat do you think would be best?" "Oh, my little ancestor. Enough chatter. Let us sleep, shall we?" Chapter 59. The fishhook gratitude was owed to Xia and her grandmother, for they had long since spread the news of the second treasure being favored by fortune. Otherwise, with San's words today, one could only imagine the trouble that might ensue. In an era where many were still struggling to meet their basic needs, your family had already achieved freedom in meat consumption. How would others perceive this? Relatives could hardly resist inquiring about the matter from the DeLong family. Naturally, the grandmother wore a dark expression, remaining silent. What was there to ask? But a painful reminder of her own heart. Gao Li remained taciturn, and despite Gao Yi's efforts, he was still his brother. To speak ill of his own brother would only invite disdain from their relatives. DeLong's mother, however, had no such reservations. "Our second treasure is blessed with uncanny luck. Every time he ventures out, he either stumbles upon a rabbit or catches a large snake. When fishing, he manages to snag a soft-shelled turtle. All the luck of our family seems to have been monopolized by that child." Gao Lin interjected. "Indeed, that is true. I went to share the good news and happened upon San pestering her brother for a turtle. That young lad, with just a slender fishing rod, managed to catch 2 turtles to bring home. Ah, what a delight! I still salivate at the memory." San, with the innocence of youth, simply accepted this narrative. Time slipped by unnoticed, and the fields of rapeseed shyly revealed their little buds. Suddenly, it became apparent that everyone shared the same experience. In an instant, the timid blooms transformed into a vibrant display of competing fragrances, as if overnight the lush green fields of rapeseed had morphed into a golden sea. Each household incessantly warned their children not to pilfer the tender rapeseed shoots, which were plump and succulent, a favorite snack among the little ones. In the fields, not only crops flourished, wild grasses seemed to sprout anew, as if playing a game of hide and seek. After bending over to weed for a considerable time, DeLong felt a twinge of pain in his back and, resting his hands on the hoe, rubbed his sore waist, eliciting a pang of sympathy from his grandmother. "Dragon, go and summon those 2 girls to the field, so they can finish hoeing this plot of land for you." "All right then." This lad placed his hoe at the edge of the field and, with great strides, raced home. The scorekeeper observed, but said nothing, even if he never returned. The task would remain incomplete, and I would simply mark him down for fewer work points. Who would dare to be so brazenly lazy? In this village, having a backward element is even better, as he could stand on the platform for all to criticize, releasing various grievances. What a splendid opportunity. Upon returning home, DeLong discovered the 2 girls were absent. He called out loudly from the doorway, "Do and I, and I, where have you gone?" Do and I were at their uncle's house, and the more clandestinely they studied, the harder they worked. They had no idea their elder brother would come home and call for them at this hour. The 2 girls, under the sympathetic gazes of others, stealthily snuck back home through the back door. "Where have you 2 been? Did you go to DeBao's house?" Uncle and aunt were names he preferred not to mention. Thoughts of Bao and Sanya made his feet ache, and only mentioning DeBao brought him a slight sense of comfort. "No. We just wandered around the bamboo grove at the back." "Umph, you 2 little rascals, do you think you can fool me? Believe it or not, I will tell Grandma and Mother, and you'll go hungry for 3 days." Ernie's eyes turned red. Just let me not tell Grandma. And you tell me how Bao caught the soft-shelled turtle and eels. Da'nai bit her lip, afraid to speak. Ernie said, Elder brother, if we tell you, will you leave us alone to find Sanya? DeLong sneered. Do you dare negotiate with me? Believe it or not, I will tell Sanbao and see if he won't beat you both to a pulp. Da'nai asked, Elder brother, did you come to find us for something? This girl was resolute. Even if they beat her to death, she wouldn't say a word. Ernie was already teary-eyed, biting her lip tightly. She feared Grandma would deny her food and that Sango would hit her. Only then did DeLong remember the matter of coming home. Grandma sent for you to the field, just at the edge of the village. The two little girls breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly ran towards the field. Pierre, carrying a fish basket, returned home, and upon opening the back door, saw DeLong had already lifted the lid of the fish tank. The tank was surely empty, as his father sold the fish caught inside at the market before dawn every day. This lad saw Bao approaching, but remained unperturbed, watching as Bao emptied an old turtle and 2 to 3 pounds of eels into the tank. How could this fellow be so thick-skinned? Pierre inwardly cursed, genuinely wanting to step forward and slap this shameless one. Instead, he took out the hooks for catching eels and cleaned the earthworms thoroughly. You wanted to learn to steal? Huh, fine. I'll let you witness it clearly and distinctly. Damn it, if I let you catch an eel, I might as well take your surname. You wouldn't dare take my family's fish, would you? DeLong sneered and turned to walk towards his back door. It was only when he noticed Pierre closing the back door that he secretly returned to pick up the fish hook. So that's how eels are caught. How did I not think of that? On the following day, at the break of dawn, DeLong and his grandmother took the half-grown chicks they had raised at home to the black market. After selling 5 chicks, the grandmother and grandson proceeded to the supply and marketing cooperative, where they approached the hardware counter. The steel wire spokes were available and not expensive. However, they required industrial tickets. DeLong, shall we visit your aunt's house? Your uncle surely has a few industrial tickets, suggested his grandmother. No need, Grandma, I have a plan. We can acquire the hooks without spending a single cent, DeLong replied confidently, earning his grandmother's unwavering trust. The two of them envisioned a future filled with endless eels, their faces beaming with happiness. Upon returning home, breakfast was already prepared, and consuming it would not hinder their work schedule. DeLong called for his 2 younger brothers and headed toward the back door. Ernie turned pale with fright, fearing her elder brother intended to secretly instruct Sangu to punish her. Sangu's beatings were indeed quite painful. The 2 brothers, Hu and Bao, watched as their elder brother stealthily led them to the back door of their uncle's house. The 3 brothers quietly grasped the eel hooks, testing the sharpness with their fingers. Inadvertently, DeLong pricked his fingertip. The structure of the hook was remarkably simple. After placing it down, the 3 returned to their room. Do you understand? This little gadget is made from steel wire spokes, sharpened and twisted into a hook. However, each wire costs 12 cents and requires an industrial ticket. You two should seek out your close connections. Whoever wishes to learn must provide us with 2 steel wire spokes, he instructed. The 2 boys nodded in agreement. DeLong added, You know, eels fetch 50 cents with a fishing ticket and 60 cents without one. Upon hearing this, the boys' eyes gleamed with greed. No wonder the Bao family always had a fragrant aroma wafting through their home. Every catch was worth money. Chapter 60. Fortuitous rewards. Pierre finally discovered the optimal method for smuggling rice into the space, which was to cook porridge, specifically, to mix 2 handfuls of rice and boil a large pot of it. Naturally, a scoop or 2 of creek water was indispensable. However, he dared not use too much, fearing it might raise suspicions among his family. When his parents first saw the porridge he had prepared, they opened their mouths but said little, as it resembled rice soup closely enough. During mealtime, the entire family, including a little daughter-in-law, praised Heir's culinary skills. From now on, you should prepare such a pot of porridge for every meal, they encouraged. The rice soup, or rather porridge, not only possessed a faint rice fragrance, but also brought a warm and comforting sensation upon consumption. After the meal, he mentioned the incident of DeLong coming to inspect their fish tank. Father, I suspect that DeLong and his family will also start making fishing hooks for eels, he remarked. His father felt a tinge of worry, lighting up a pipe and smoking slowly. It was impossible to keep his daily trips to the black market a secret. If others discovered how easily eels could be caught, they would calculate his earnings. Currently, the black market paid him 30 cents for eels and 40 cents for turtles. Are eels truly easy to catch? His father inquired. Pierre chuckled, having anticipated this day, at present, in the fields and along the ditches and small rivers. Anything over a pound was a substantial catch. Father, do not be deceived by the ease of my fishing. For others, to catch even a pound or half a pound in a day would be a testament to their ancestors' virtue. Moreover, in these days, refrain from attempting to catch eels. If you are truly idle, simply catch some small fish to bring home. I shall not venture into town until everyone has lost hope. Perhaps it is merely an illusion. But today, the father feels an unusual vigor coursing through his body, reminiscent of his youthful days. In a few days, we shall begin transplanting rice seedlings. So we ought to retire early. Retire early is an unspoken code between the couple. The mother of Erbao, for reasons unknown, also feels transported back to her youthful days, occasionally stealing glances at her husband with a hint of shyness. The roundness of her cheeks, nurtured over recent days, now bears a rosy hue. Erbao, a 60-year-old man, is not oblivious to the implications. It seems my brother is to arrive 2 years ahead of schedule. This rice stream is indeed a rare elixir. But that cannot be right. Our little ones are unscathed. Enough of such thoughts. Let these matters remain concealed. Before long, the day for transplanting rice has arrived. The fields have long been prepared, and the children of every household ignite torches to venture into the paddies, equipped with handmade bamboo shields, seeking to catch some loaches to enrich their meals. Pierre, of course, will not partake in this. He has ceased his pursuits of eel fishing. Each day, he carries a small fishing rod to catch some minor fish, and with a stroke of luck, he often lands a turtle, earning the envious gazes of his peers. The task of eel fishing has long been traded for hooks by the DeLong brothers. Many children in the village are sharpening their hooks with great effort on whetstones. And even the adults lend a hand in their spare time. Numerous families, typically on good terms with the Gowie household, readily present their fish hooks when visiting, openly discussing their origins. Naturally, those who had given steel spokes to the DeLong brothers cannot help but harbor resentment towards the trio. After much toil, they finally managed to sharpen the hooks to a perfect bend, only to find themselves baffled. DeLong, Dahu Sanbao, did you not claim that fishing for eels with these hooks is as easy as catching turtles from a jar? Come, show me. I did not deceive you. I clearly saw Erbao bringing home baskets full. So, you brothers possess sharp eyes, while the rest of us are blind. Either you catch one for us, or you owe us 20 cents. Indeed, your desire for money has driven you to madness. The fish hooks from Erbao's house lie openly for all to see. Do you dare to swindle us? The third brother, displaying a keen business acumen, managed to exchange 5 spokes for 2 yuan. The 3 brothers genuinely contemplated inviting Erbao to demonstrate his fishing prowess for all to witness. Fortunately, this third brother, not lacking in wit, refrained from voicing such a suggestion. The money must certainly be returned, and upon receiving their refunds, they approached Pierre, who was busy fishing. Erbao, you are a fortunate child. Why not catch an eel for us to see? Who are you to command my fishing? Am I a monkey? Eels are not so easily caught. If they were, I would not be here angling for small Christian carp. It seems that you have already depleted the fish in our village. A group of mischievous children has gathered. Pierre, unable to suppress a smile, had anticipated this day long ago, knowing that even the eels and turtles from nearby villages had found their way into his domain. Was it merely about catching eels? If anyone could manage to reel in even half of one, he would gladly take their surname. Yet, why did he still fish? It was merely a fade to appease his father. Talk of ecological balance was nonsensical. In such a minuscule area, what impact could there truly be? However, a throng of youngsters certainly could not be allowed to claim that they had fished everything out. One could easily surmise that such words had originated from DeLong's household. Indeed, it was time to deal with those 3 rascals. Perhaps I should try. Does anyone have a hook I could borrow? But remember, any fish I catch will be mine, and you must not snatch them away. Erbao, you can use my hook. Shiwa handed his over. Shiwa, do you know how to find eel holes? Shiwa nodded, bending down to rummage near the ditch, quickly uncovering an eel hole. Shiwa, why not try inserting the hook into the hole? Shiwa nodded, retrieving the fishing hook and slowly inserting it into the hole. Before long, the hook was yanked inside. Everyone's eyes widened in anticipation. Shiwa exerted considerable effort before pulling out a yellow eel weighing approximately 3 taels. The boy gleefully lifted the eel, saying, Erbao, this is for you. Pierre chuckled, what you catch is yours. The little fellow carefully placed the eel into his basket. Erbao, I'll go find another hole. No need. Sometimes one hole holds several eels. Shiwa cheerfully prepared to cast his line again, but alas, as soon as Bao finished speaking, the hole was claimed by someone else. The little one, gazing up at the cook, who towered over him, could only frown and resume his search for a hole. After a few steps, another hole presented itself. The lad was fortunate, reeling in another eel, roughly one tael in weight. Just as he was about to fish for another, the hole was seized again. This was maddening. His eyes were nearly red with frustration. Once more, he had to seek out a hole, but this time, luck was not on his side. After a long while of casting, he felt no bites. Fortunately, the two who had encroached upon his fishing hole also caught nothing. It seemed that only he had the luck. The children gathered around, eager to witness Shiwa's fishing prowess. Bao shot Shiwa a knowing glance, and the little one returned to the first hole he had discovered. Before long, his hook was bitten once more. He exerted all his strength and managed to pull out a fish weighing nearly a pound. How peculiar it was. Why was it that when we fished, there were no bites, yet he could catch one so easily? It was as if the eels were raised in his home. Just moments ago, I had fished in that hole using your hook without any success, and now you dive in and catch one immediately. Xiao Xuan, I don't know either. Asked Shiwa, he caught it. Shiwa could only grin foolishly. 3 eels were enough for a meal at home, and his arms were now sore, lacking the strength to fish any longer. Bao, I'll lend you my hook. Pierre smiled and waved his hand. No need, I still wish to fish. Suddenly, someone pushed him down into the ditch. He suppressed the fury boiling within him, exclaiming, "Wait, it seems I have stepped on something." Curiosity piqued. Everyone turned their gaze towards him, who stood in the ditch. The little fellow bent down, submerging himself in the water, and when he resurfaced, he was astonishingly clutching a large turtle with both hands. This creature is truly remarkable. Even in a ditch, it could be found. Not at all, retorted Shiwa defensively. My grandmother said this is the blessing of my second brother, something to be envied. The villagers were steeped in superstition, and Shiwa's words silenced the children. Those blessed should not be offended, and everyone instinctively stepped back from Chusheng, who had previously been beaten by Hier, now somewhat fearful of the boy. Second brother, I accidentally bumped into you earlier. Are you all right? Chusheng asked. I must thank you, replied Hier, for today we have turtle to eat at home. Chapter 61. Blessed child, was Hier truly the type to be so accommodating? The notion of a gentleman taking revenge after 10 years is utter nonsense. He was, in fact, a selfish and petty individual. To prevent the exposure of his own abundant eels, he scurried away, creating the illusion that catching eels was a difficult endeavor. If it weren't for the mischief of the Dalong family, claiming he had depleted the eels here, Shiwa would not have caught even half of one. Since Shiwa boasted of his blessings, if Chusheng were not unfortunate today, how could he live up to the name of blessed child? His clothes were thoroughly soaked, and the fish basket had long since been replaced with a larger one. There was no possibility of carrying this turtle home. You all keep fishing. I must return home to change, he declared, his face beaming with joy, though his mind was fiercely searching for the elusive earth snake nearby. The earth snake, with its grayish-yellow hue, possesses potent venom. In their village, the one-eyed uncle had suffered a grievous bite on his thumb while working in the fields. Realizing he would not have time to seek a doctor in town, he bravely severed his own thumb with a spade. Days later, this one-eyed uncle limped back to the field, discovering that his thumb had swollen to the size of a bun. Tragically, when he squatted down and prodded his thumb with a stick, pus shot into his eye, rendering him the one-eyed uncle. The village fortune-teller, Madame Hu, proclaimed that this one-eyed uncle had owed the earth snake's family 3 lives in a previous existence. One thumb spared his wife from calamity, while he traded an eye to escape death himself, a fate seemingly predestined, resulting in a profitable outcome for him. Why? The one-eyed uncle's name was Sun Danyan, and he indeed had only one son. His wife, who had been gravely ill in bed, miraculously recovered the very day her husband faced his misfortune. Danyan, a single eye. Was it not all written in fate? Chusheng found himself increasingly restless, yearning to return home. As Bao tidied the fish basket, Chusheng had already advanced nearly 10 paces. Suddenly, he felt something soft beneath his foot. Instinctively, he lifted his foot, only to feel a sharp pain in his ankle. Ah! His startled cry sent shivers through the crowd. He lifted one foot and flung it violently, sending a slender, half-meter-long gray snake flying from his foot. The earth snake, known for its venomous bite, has struck a young cook. Among the youths, none dare to approach. The villagers, both elders and children, are well aware that a bite from the earth snake renders one incapable of taking 5 steps. Invariably, one will collapse. Pierre understands this. Walking briskly indeed accelerates blood circulation. However, the villagers lack such knowledge and resort to the superstition of the 5-step collapse. The cook, cognizant of these beliefs, promptly sits down, fearful of moving even an inch, and begins to wail, "Bao, I was wrong. Please, save me. Curse it. I'm not responsible for your demise. If you perish, the world will merely be rid of one more troublemaker. Brother Cook, I shall run to the village and fetch help. What use are ropes to bind the wound or sucking out the venom? At merely 8 years of age, I am clueless." The little one, abandoning his fish basket, swiftly darts towards the village. He must take the central path, avoiding the cowshed to spare the 2 elderly gentlemen any unnecessary inconvenience. Upon entering the village, his small voice rises in urgency. "Is anyone there? Help! Brother Cook has been bitten by a snake. Surely, there are people about, but they are all elderly or children. By the time they hobble over, the situation may well have deteriorated." Pierre is aware that the earth snake's venom is not as lethal as rumored, including that one-eyed uncle who frightens himself into a state, losing his own toe in the process, blinded by curiosity. His wife, suffering from a severe cold, remains bedridden long after her illness has passed. In truth, one cannot die from this. Thus, the longer the delay, the better. Of course, neglecting treatment could lead to death. Let the symptoms manifest: nausea, blurred vision, perhaps even a festering wound. Death would be preferable. Damn it. The last time he succumbed to the cold and lay in bed for days, and now he dares to provoke me, as if I lack spirit. Upon hearing of the cook's plight, Aunt who at the village entrance grows anxious. Bao, go to the infirmary. I will see how the cook child is faring." At this moment, several elderly men and women emerge. Some rush to inform old one's family, while others head to the fields in search of the cook's parents. Aunt who, following Pierre's direction, strides towards the creek's edge. Feigning exhaustion, Pierre leans against his knees, catching his breath. Then he jogs towards the village center, where the brigade headquarters stands. Here lies a school and a small cooperative store, though regrettably, there is little of value to purchase. Goods such as loose liquor, soy sauce, and grass paper are available, all without the need for tickets. The cooperative is meant to support the families of martyrs, with other villagers lacking the qualification to partake. Grandfather Ershue, why is there no one at the infirmary? He breathes heavily, his hair still damp, avoiding any effort to appear overly fatigued. Bao, is there something amiss? Oh, then it's nothing. Grandfather Ershue, I'm merely resting. Once his breath steadies, he speaks. Aunt Chow Chow has gone to the fields to find Aunt Juan. Brother Cook has been bitten by an earth snake. Oh, earth snakes are not prone to bite unless provoked. Did the cook step upon one? Indeed, it seems so. The snake clung on fiercely, and Brother Cook had to exert considerable strength to shake it off. That makes sense. It is likely the snake was with younglings and, in its fury at being stepped on, retaliated. The snake. How dare you? I am a male snake, not a female. I was peacefully slumbering in my burrow when, out of nowhere, I was yanked out and given a kick. My soul nearly fled in fright, and the thought of biting someone was the last thing on my mind. Even my mouth was forcibly pried open, and I ended up biting nothing but bone, nearly shattering my teeth in the process. Oh, my precious fangs, my accumulated venom. Is there a dentist around? I am in excruciating pain. Pierre, if you weren't so emaciated, I would have skinned you and feasted on your flesh long ago. You little rascal, you've been given a second chance at life, and what more do you desire? Bao, would you like me to fetch a towel to wipe you down? You're a mess, looking like you fell into a ditch. Alas, it was Chef Sheng who, by mere mischance, pushed me into that ditch, and then, by another stroke of bad luck, I was bitten by a snake. Grandpa Ershue, my fish basket is still by the west slope. I must go get it. The villagers, steeped in superstition, believe that Bao is a lucky charm. What did a good chef like you do to provoke him? It's karma. The old man, with a grin, sent Bao out of the distribution store, warning his grandsons to avoid picking on this child unnecessarily. Chapter 62, Daughter-in-Law. The world is truly marvelous. I have cautiously concealed my identity, yet I have inadvertently garnered the title of a lucky charm. As this fellow hummed an unknown tune, he arrived at the western edge of the village, where a throng of people followed Grandma who, almost reaching the main road. This elderly lady was utterly fatigued. Upon seeing Chef Sheng's mother and others hastening towards her, her legs buckled, and she nearly fell. Fortunately, several young boys helped support the old woman carrying Chef Sheng. Otherwise, this elderly and young duo would surely have tumbled to the ground. The old woman could no longer bear the weight. Aunt Wan, Old Hu, and Chef Sheng's two sisters quickened their pace to meet them. Chef Sheng's elder sister took her brother, while Aunt Wan assisted the old woman, continuously expressing her gratitude. Sister Shufang, the village barefoot doctor, had just been called from the fields. The group could only hasten to the clinic. After an hour of back and forth, Chef Sheng had begun to drift into a daze, still murmuring, Bao, I was wrong. The Wan family looked perplexed. Old Hu grasped the nearest child. What is going on? A chorus of children chimed in. While Bao wasn't paying attention, Chef Sheng pushed him into the ditch. And then Bao stepped on a huge turtle down there. One child even held up Bao's fish basket for them to see. Aunt Wan nearly fainted from rage. How did my Chef Sheng end up bitten by a snake? The children replied, Bao is a lucky charm. He was pushed into the ditch, so of course, the snake would bite him. It was a bewildering situation, and once everyone clarified the events, they learned that Grandma, who was the one who informed Bao, and after delivering the message, he had gone to the clinic. Alas, it was a case of self-inflicted misfortune. Such a good child as Bao should not be provoked, for even heaven could not overlook it. Chef Sheng's elder sister, somewhat irritated, adjusted her ungrateful brother. At this moment, Bao also arrived. The young lad, feigning innocence, approached Sister Shufan, expressing concern as he searched for her in the infirmary, only to find she was in the fields, which eased his worry for his brother Chushing. What a splendid child he is. It's nothing, she reassured him. Your message came just in time. You must be weary. Return and change your clothes to avoid catching a chill. Yet, it was far from trivial. His wounds had formed blisters, and his feet had turned a purplish hue. She needed to attend to him promptly, cleansing his injuries before accompanying him to the town hospital. Indeed, the village healer, Old Shah, was adept at treating snake bites. But time was of the essence, and without transportation, the journey would take nearly 30 miles. Many families had tenderly patted the boy's damp hair, expressing their gratitude. Humph, you wouldn't understand how wet his hair is, someone remarked. Upon returning home with a fish basket, Sonia lamented to her brother, Every day we feast on soft-shelled turtles, eels, and crucian carp. Why is there no wild chicken to enjoy? The village children were astonished, for even a taste of loach would elevate them to the heavens. While he claimed to be tired of fish, Sonia continued, If there is no chicken, rabbit or snake meat will suffice. Brother, please venture out to see if there are any dazed rabbits or clumsy snakes. Xia chimed in, Yes, dear brother Bao, do go for a stroll. Oh, my dear sister, this place is crowded with prying eyes. How could I engage in such mischief? Isn't it unfair to burden your brother? Being an elder sibling is no easy task. Observing the group of children rallying around, urging, Indeed, Bao, we will accompany you on your walk. Glancing into the distance, he noticed two long snakes stealthily approaching the creek. Very well, I shall wander to the bamboo grove. More than a dozen children clustered around He as they made their way to the bamboo grove. Previously, a large snake had fallen from the very tree they approached, and they wondered if another remained. The snake, musing, thought, That blind creature dares to disturb your esteemed grandfather. Should I bite, even an elephant would be forced to kneel. Grandfather, I was wrong. I have no wings, please spare me. Within the bamboo grove, the children raised their heads, captivated by He's tales. Suddenly, they scattered in fright as a large green snake swayed from the branches and fell. The two little girls, brimming with excitement, rushed forward. He swiftly intervened, cautioning, Be careful. This snake's bite is no trivial matter. These two gluttons were truly reckless. Mistaking the snake for one already defeated, they must not grow accustomed to such folly. After a brief warning, he swung the snake's tail at them, observing their fear before pinning it against a tree to skin and gut it. The gallbladder, highly alkaline, must be buried without being soaked in strong liquor, lest one suffer the consequences. Those who have consumed snake gallbladder would attest to its effects. The head must also be buried deep, or the pain would return to haunt oneself. After gathering several pounds of fish into a large earthen jar, he set up a small stove at the door and began to simmer. The task of tending the fire was entrusted to the two gluttonous girls. Meanwhile, He prepared a pot of sweet potato rice, mixed with rice from his spatial storage, for a hearty meal. During the busy farming season, congee simply would not suffice to quell hunger. Merely having snake meat is insufficient. One must also prepare a dish heavily seasoned with salt. A hint of stream water must be added, and the snake soup requires the same treatment. Now, during the rice transplanting season, the days of starting work at 9 and finishing by 4 are long gone. As dawn breaks, everyone must head to the seedling fields to gather the seedlings and carry them to the paddy for planting. No one is exempt from the weariness in their backs. Erbao's mother, a laborer in rice planting, found it peculiar that, throughout the entire morning, her back felt remarkably comfortable. Erbao's father shared the same sentiment. Typically, carrying 8 bundles of seedlings would feel burdensome, yet today, it seemed as effortless as play. Each basket could only hold 8 bundles, and this task would occupy them for most of the day, although he did not complain. He merely considered that perhaps the daily consumption of meat had improved his constitution. Debeo was also in the fields, aiding in transporting each bundle of seedlings from the seedling area to the shore, just as he was reveling in his efforts. His father shot him a stern glance. Debeo, take it slow, carry 2 at a time, and don't drop them. The gravity of his father's expression made Debeo understand the unspoken warning. He decided against carrying 3, and like the other assisting children, opted to carry just 1 at a time. For this season, if you persist in your current manner, you will exhaust yourself. A kind-hearted aunt chuckled and began to instruct him. Had it not been for his father's glare, he would have boasted, "I can carry 2 with 1 hand." Oh, how delightful it is to feel stronger. He thought of his younger brother still in his presence, reveling in his newfound strength. As he carried the bundles, he couldn't help but smile foolishly. When the bells signaling the end of work rang, everyone returned home for lunch, as they still had to toil until dusk. Skipping lunch was simply not an option. Arriving home, Debeo was thrilled to see the large pot outside still steaming. "Erbao, your parents are back," exclaimed Xia. Their mother swiftly scooped up Xia, who had truly begun to see herself as a daughter-in-law, calling her parents so naturally. Chapter 63. Dalong wants to enlist. Chuxing's fortune was not due to the local hospital's competence, but rather his father's clarity of mind. While the child was taken to the hospital, he himself went to Shiku village. Upon confirming it was a bite from a local snake, Old Shah provided a medicinal ointment and prescribed a remedy that combined both traditional and modern approaches. Remarkably, by the 3rd day, the swelling in the young boy's leg began to subside significantly. In Old Shah's words, he would be able to walk in a week, and after a period of rest, he would be completely fine. Planting rice is tiring, but carrying the seedlings is even more exhausting. Dalong struggled to keep pace with the transplanting, and his shoulders and back could not endure the burden. He could only assist the elderly women in gathering seedlings daily. Among those gathering seedlings were the educated youth, which brought him unexpected joy. Li Qing's marriage application had already been submitted last month, and the commune, along with the educated youth office, had approved it. Counting the days, once the busy farming season concludes, his fiancée would come to join him. She was not required to work in the fields, but with Xue having left, she too felt the need to depart. With Huang Guangming looking after her during early summer, and only Li Ping, who had arrived just last year and shared a certain affinity with her, she decided to accompany her for a few days in the fields. As a final gesture of support for the young girl, "Could you lend a hand?" Surely, it would not be for the sake of mere labor points. One naturally exerts oneself intermittently. Dalong, believing the girl to be fatigued, approached her with genuine concern. While enlisting to Ni and Ni to assist in the tasks at hand, diligently helping the 2 young women keep pace with their work, Li Qing and Li Ping found it impossible to decline. Thus, they allowed him to busy himself as he pleased. Being a naturally cheerful girl, her spirits were further lifted as she prepared to join the army, filling the fields with laughter and joy. However, several officials, aware that Li Qing's marriage report had been approved and her household registration had been transferred, continued to smile and give Dalong a thumbs up. Uninformed onlookers might have thought they were praising Dalong for his commendable efforts. This only amplified Dalong's delight, leading him to believe that he had finally won the girl's affection. Yet, even the most virtuous of women can be wary of persistent advances. This girl had come to a realization. How could a young woman in the village flourish without a man to rely upon? Dalong's grandmother had never considered that a good girl might not wish to marry her grandson, especially a sent-down youth. After all, could one simply keep their man at home while they labored on dikes and ditches, relying solely on the fact that Dalong's clothes were free of patches? After half a month, the seedlings had been planted, yet the busy season was far from over. The harvested vegetables had yet to be threshed and stored, and even the parents, nourished by the streams, began to show signs of fatigue. Finally, with determination, the grandmother decided to venture to town early to purchase a pound of meat. DeLong, please invite Comradely over for a meal. The girl has worked hard during this time. I want to nourish her. With Lynn already married off, can she not be anxious? DeLong agreed with a smile, realizing he needed to head to the youth station soon, lest the young people have already eaten. His younger brother wished to accompany him, but their grandmother interjected, Bao, why don't you two check the fields and see if you can catch some eel to bring home for dinner? The two boys, with faces of distress, reluctantly picked up 2 baskets. Catching eels was unlikely, but chasing after loaches was a skill they had mastered since childhood. DeLong hastily made his way to the youth station, only to find 3 young people assisting Li Qing in packing her belongings. Li Ping and Chu Xia had red-rimmed eyes. An ominous feeling washed over him. Li Qing, are you returning to the city? Li Qing nodded, expressing her gratitude to Comrade He for his care during this period. She then produced a few pieces of candy, offering them. Here, have some sweet treats. DeLong felt a wave of disorientation, his heart heavy with emptiness. Absently, he accepted the candy, standing there dazed alongside the young people as they finished packing their quilts and clothes. Li Qing glanced up at the sun, calculating the time. He should be arriving soon. If there were to be any blame, it should be directed at Xue for setting a poor precedent. This couple, in an attempt to uphold their ruse, had extolled the virtues of a wedding trip. Their praises moved instructor Su, who then decided to write to the girl about the merits of a wedding trip, no expenses for a banquet, simply visiting their respective hometowns and then returning to the military camp together. Gue Gang was well aware of the days spent transitioning from the military to their village. Thus, the two made an agreement to obtain a marriage certificate today and set off immediately. The other formalities had already been completed, thanks to the documentation provided by the military. Just as Li Qing began to feel a twinge of impatience, a tall, dark-skinned soldier approached, accompanied by a group of children. The soldier carried a satchel on his left side and a military canteen on his right. Li Qing, filled with a mix of joy and shyness, greeted him warmly. After bidding farewell to everyone, the couple vanished along the path to the small town. DeLong felt as though he were in a dream, unaware of when he had acquired a handful of candies. His mind was fixated on the soldier's cap, adorned with a gleaming red star under the sunlight. I want to join the army. This thought ignited in his mind like a raging flame, consuming all his thoughts. Perhaps the girl he admired was being taken away by a soldier. Upon returning home, he found himself on the verge of tears as he approached his grandmother. Grandma, I want to enlist. She understood that her eldest grandson was feeling disheartened because Li Qing had married an officer. All right, dear. I will go find Grandpa Mula later and inquire when the military will be recruiting. His younger brother Eru looked down on his elder brother's behavior, believing he was good for nothing, yet the best at being spoiled. Grandpa Mula had no authority over recruitment. His cousin, who had just turned 18, was already eligible for enlistment, so how could he have a chance? Li Qing's departure was known to Erbao's mother. After all, this girl often visited to help her son with his studies and naturally shared meals. She had even planned to have the young couple over for dinner, but Erbao remarked, Mother, if the villagers discover that Sister Li Qing's wedding is related to our family, they will surely resent us. This comment elicited hearty laughter from Li Qing and her mother, extinguishing the idea of a shared meal. In the afternoon, before Grandma had the chance to visit old Mula, he came over himself, accompanied by the village head, Wan Changxi. As Grandma sought a shady spot to weave straw, she noticed the 2 prominent figures approaching and immediately went to greet them. You two, come in and rest a while. Both the secretary and the village head, having fought against the Japanese alongside old He, had no choice but to pause when they saw her welcoming them. DeLong's grandmother. We need to discuss a matter concerning your family, so we won't sit down, they replied. Both men, astute as they were, recognized the grandmother's unbounded affection for her eldest grandson, and thus she simply referred to her as DeLong's grandmother. Upon hearing they were looking for her family, her expression soured. Then you may proceed. The 2 dignitaries paid little mind to the old lady's shift in attitude as they arrived at Gao Yi's home, where, just as everyone had said, the children were diligently studying. After exchanging greetings, old Mula patted Erbao on the head, while the village head, Changxi, reached out toward the boy with a similar gesture. Pierre was indeed quite dejected, yet he had to wear a sweet smile. Whenever an elder saw him, they would affectionately ruffle his hair, for he was the embodiment of good fortune. What is the harm in being a lucky charm, bringing joy to everyone? Fortunately, He wasn't like that fellow from the neighboring village, who perhaps carried a bit of dirt on his hands, but was not repulsive. Why must you bring your siblings along to study, Bao? He pondered. Could we not change the subject? Although we, as Chinese, often follow the crowd, surely we shouldn't conform even when it comes to asking questions. He knew he couldn't answer carelessly, for if someone with a good memory recalled years later, Bao stated in 71 that the country would reopen universities, he would undoubtedly find himself in hot water. The little one glanced at his sister, and with a swift response, declared, "My second brother said that if you don't study, there will be no meat to eat. If you do well in your studies, you will feast on meat every day when you grow up." To these elders, who outwardly presented themselves as staunch materialists, yet were steeped in centuries of superstitions, such explanations from a child were, in fact, most timely. The older man looked at Hier. "So you are Bao?" Hier replied, "Why do you gaze at me? I have a thick skin." Nevertheless, he recognized that these two village leaders were quite commendable. Under their guidance, the village remained peaceful. Unlike other production teams that frequently called for mass meetings, he nodded earnestly. The two old gentlemen regarded Hier seriously, for when a fortunate child speaks, it is far more credible than the ramblings of mystics. Every household had a few young boys. The prospect of daily meat and white rice was enough to bring smiles to their faces. What does it mean to study well? The two old men knew how to grasp the essence. Hier scratched his head, mulling over how to articulate his thoughts, fearful of revealing too much. "I have asked my family to procure all the high school textbooks for me," Gao Yi interjected. "Indeed, I must complete my high school studies. I am currently still on my middle school textbooks. After all, I am still young, and there is plenty of time ahead." That was all he had to say. If they were attentive, it would be beneficial for him to have more university classmates later on. The two elders, once again basking in the aura of good fortune, turned their gaze to Gao Yi. "Gao Yi, the commune has informed us that in 3 days, a film crew will be visiting our village to screen a movie. Could you send your lucky child to catch a couple of turtles to treat the projectionists? These projectionists can be quite cunning. If you host them well, they may show us 2 films instead of just 1. If not, well, we might only see 1. It's a remarkable opportunity, free of charge. Money is not even a consideration. In this village, labor is not valued in monetary terms, but if you contribute, the village will ensure you are not at a loss." The thought of a film screening excited Bao, as he jumped up with glee. "Grandpa Lu, will there be the Monkey King or the Northern Expedition?" He had seen both films in a neighboring village 2 years prior and yearned to see them again. As for the selection of films, the village had no say in the matter. The two leaders could only smile. Even if there were a choice, they certainly wouldn't select films that had already been screened. "Rest assured, Uncle, I shall deliver the old turtle to the village committee the day after tomorrow." Upon receiving this reassuring response from Gao Yi, the 2 elderly men finally felt at ease. "Thus, we extend our gratitude on behalf of the village." After expressing this, they once again reached out to pat the head of the fortunate child. "Hier, are you 2 ever going to be done?" As soon as the 2 emerged from Gao Yi's abode, they were intercepted by Nai. "My dear brothers, you frequently attend meetings at the commune. Do you have any knowledge of when the military will commence conscription? The nation enlists soldiers every year, dear sister. Are you wishing to send your son Eru to the army?" "Not Eru, but my eldest, Dalong. My late husband departed too early. I need you both, as uncles, to take special care of Dalong's affairs." Upon hearing this, the 3 brothers of Dalong naturally gathered around, as Nai seemed intent on detaining the village secretary to discuss this matter. Dalong, ever the savvy one, retrieved a cigarette from his pocket. "Dalong, even if you have connections, they would not dare approve during the political review. Given that even the workers are known to cut corners, sending them to the army would tarnish the village's reputation. Ah, dear sister, you hold us in too high regard. Who wouldn't desire to send their child to the army? Look at our village. Over the years, only a child from the old Su family has gone. And that was only because he was a high school student with eligibility. It seems he will be discharged this year. Unfortunately, we truly cannot assist with this matter. Perhaps you should consult Bao's uncle, who holds a proper rank." Mentioning Bao's uncle sparked an inexplicable ire within Dalong. His own brother still remained at home. "Oh, you foolish grandson, why bring this up? Dear sister, if even Bao's uncle cannot help, we are even less capable. With such a mindset, we dare not release anyone. Do not underestimate their humble positions as village secretary and headman. They indeed possess the authority to decide the fates of the village's inhabitants." News of the village's film screening quickly spread. Nai had already prepared to exchange the old turtle caught by Hier earlier that morning for money to send to her parents. The prospect of watching a film is a delightful affair for all within 10 miles. This time, Senya did not rush. Going now would only lead to having to return, which would be quite tiresome. Moreover, the dishes from her maternal family were not as fragrant as those prepared by her second brother, with the title of having caught the old turtle for the village. The following day, at the break of dawn, Hier set off with a long bamboo pole, binding a coarse hemp rope to a fishhook, making his way towards the riverbank. His equipment was surely a spectacle for the villagers. "Hey, Hier, are you off to catch blackfish?" "Not at all. Grandpa Mules asked me to catch the old turtle to entertain the projectionist. How was I to know there would be an old turtle? I merely wanted to try my luck at fishing in the long river." "Ha ha ha, if you fish like that, I shall eat it raw." Grandpa Xia laughed so hard, he nearly dropped his bucket into the river. Hier wore an expression of innocence. "I have previously caught small turtles with a small hook. How else could I catch the old turtle without this bamboo pole?" With that, he indeed lowered the fishhook attached to the bamboo pole into the river, murmuring, "Old turtle, our village wishes to watch a film. You must lend us your assistance." Grandpa Xia was nearly beside himself with laughter. "Even if you are the fortunate child, surely there must be a more sensible way to catch a turtle." "Ah, Erbao, you haven't attached the worm yet," Xia Dad teased the child with a smile. "Oh, Uncle Changshin, I completely forgot. I will attach the worm right away." With that, he lifted the bamboo rod. "Uncle Changshin, oh no, I've snagged a branch below." Xia Dad looked puzzled. "Is there a branch down there? Wait, my eyes must be deceiving me. How is there a turtle hooked on the line? And it's hooked by its foot." In this moment, the turtle, ensnared by the eel hook, struggled desperately, twisting its neck. Xia Dad's heart raced as he realized that the hook was indeed lodged in the turtle's foot, as if it were about to plunge into the river at any moment. He forgot to mock the child's extraordinary luck, consumed by the worry that the turtle might break free. "Erbao, hurry, the fish is about to escape." His shout startled Hier, who quickly swept the rod towards the bank. The turtle was flung into the air, landing squarely in Xia Dad's bucket. Fortunately, he managed to steady the bucket, preventing it from toppling into the river. Inside the bucket, the turtle clawed desperately at the walls, creating a raucous noise. Xia Dad finally regained his senses. "Erbao, what kind of sheer luck do you possess? Just by lifting a hook, you've caught a turtle that was swimming in the river." Hier chuckled. "I must thank you, Uncle Changshin. If you hadn't reminded me to attach the worm, I would never have caught this turtle." Xia Dad replied. "It seems to be just that. Did you not see how that old turtle fell right into your bucket?" At that moment, he felt somewhat reluctant to leave. As his mother often said, the child was under divine protection, and he truly wished to witness how it manifested. Setting down the bucket, he casually approached Hier, a flicker of anticipation stirring within him. Hier retrieved a small earthen jar from the fish basket, filled with several plump, hefty worms. He casually attached one to the hook and submerged it in the water. Then, he set the rod aside and began to wash his hands. Just as he finished rinsing, the rod slipped towards the center of the river. "Quickly, Erbao, your fishing rod is getting away." Erbao looked up, confused. "What do you mean, the rod is getting away?" Xia Dad, now alarmed, bent down and seized the bamboo rod that was about to be dragged into the water. To his astonishment, hanging from the eel hook was yet another turtle. His heart raced inexplicably. The turtle was struggling fiercely, and he feared it might escape. "Uncle, your luck is incredible. Hurry, bring it up," Hier exclaimed, grabbing the fish basket and rushing towards the turtle. Just in time, the turtle slipped free and fell right into his waiting basket. "Could it truly be that my fortune is so great?" Xia Dad mused. Hier nodded vigorously. "Uncle, if it weren't for you, my fishing rod would have been dragged away by that old turtle. Shall I give it another try?" Xia Dad wondered aloud, now almost under the spell of Hier's enthusiasm. "Uncle, you may try, but if you catch a soft-shelled turtle, who will claim it? Although you are indeed the father of Xia, even brothers must settle accounts clearly, let alone you, the father of my family's daughter-in-law. Of course it is yours. How could Uncle compete with you for the turtle?" Hier nodded in reassurance. The eel hook was once again lowered into the water. This is the communal spot for drawing water, as well as for washing clothes and vegetables, and gradually, people began to gather. DeLong's wife and Chong Li's wife also arrived. Their curiosity piqued as they observed Xia's father with a bamboo pole, a hemp rope tied to it. Submerged in the water. "Chong Xian, what are you fishing for?" "Fishing for an old turtle." "What? Fishing for an old turtle?" The group's attention turned towards him. Having grown up, they had only seen fishing for black fish, never for an old turtle. Surely, you jest. Just as Xia's father began to grow impatient, the bamboo pole suddenly plunged downwards. Indeed, there was a bite. All eyes were fixed on the water's surface. The type of fish was irrelevant. What truly mattered was how Chang Xian was fishing. As the old turtle was pulled from the water, several ants rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Wasn't that an eel hook? Could it truly catch a turtle? Once he placed the old turtle into the fish basket and hoisted the bamboo pole to return home. Xia's father and the others finally regained their senses. Bao, are you not fishing anymore? No, I'm quite hungry. Right? Home awaits for us to fetch water. Chang Xian, how many old turtles did you catch? There was no need for secrecy. Xia's father answered aloud, 3. It should be noted that all 3 were caught thanks to him. After he fetched the water, he quickly followed, with large strides. Bao, when you fish for turtles next time, be sure to invite me. Absolutely, he answered with enthusiasm. The ants hurriedly finished washing their clothes and dashed home. Nowadays, many families possessed eel hooks. These were old turtles, indeed worth money, not only commanding a better price, but also being easier to sell. Upon returning home, Xia's father recounted the events that transpired by the riverside. He intended to have his eldest son take their eel hooks to the river for a try. Xian, do you truly believe this is your luck? Reflect on it. Have you ever had such fortune in your life? Xia's grandmother, observing her youngest, unhesitatingly splashed a bucket of cold water on him. Yes, Bao is indeed a blessed child. Soon, a line of fishermen appeared by the riverbank. While Dianai and her brothers laughed at those who sought to reclaim their bait money from them. See, I wasn't deceiving you. This fishhook is a treasure. Not only capable of catching eels, but also turtles. The sun of May rose, quite scorching. A line of people, wiping away beads of sweat, persevered silently. They could not believe that Uncle Chang Xian managed to catch 3 old turtles in a short span. With so many of them, they couldn't catch even one. Although Xia's brothers were halted by their grandmother, they still could not resist running towards the riverbank. He said, what are you going to see? Do you not mind the glaring sun? Do you think everyone is as fortunate as the Fua? This Fua appears only once in thousands of years. In ancient times, it would have been another Zhu Yuanzhang. Indeed, the group lingered by the river for an entire morning before returning home in disgrace. Space, host. Don't you think you are lacking in virtue? Old turtle, exactly. If we fell into his hands, we would accept our fate. But to have him grasp our toes and tails, can such actions be deemed human? Space. Indeed, this fellow is utterly devoid of humanity. Chapter 66. Movie 2. Although the turtle's tail is not merely a small appendage, Bao would never admit to having engaged in an act that no human could accomplish. The mule claimed too, yet Bao's father would certainly not offer an extra. Nevertheless, he remembered the warning he had given his child. Never accept turtle oil from those who act as if they are meeting a long-lost friend upon seeing it. On the day of the film screening, early on, Uncle brought a group of children from his family. This uncle was quite ostentatious, donning a white shirt on top, with buttons undone, merely to showcase the vest beneath that proclaimed his service to the people, along with a brand-new belt buckle. His forehead glistened with sweat, and he was reluctant to remove his military cap. Uncle, why do I feel as though your outfit is missing something? Missing what? Uncle appeared somewhat bewildered. Like a badge. Indeed, I sensed something was off. Uncle glanced at his left chest. I shall buy one from the bookstore. Bao's mother playfully tapped her younger brother's head and casually snatched the cap. Ignore Eru. It's just that your clothes are too big. You will fit into them in a couple of years. What does it matter if winter clothes are a bit large? Summer clothes being oversized is trivial. Grandma had mentioned altering them for her younger brother, but he was reluctant, fearing he might ruin them. Uncle took the cap back, wanting to wear it again. Undeterred by the heat. Enough. Who are you trying to impress by wearing it indoors? A sister would not hold back with her younger brother. Uncle, did you bring that cap to town? Uncle looked at his nephew as if he were foolish. Is that appropriate to wear out? If he dared to wear a cap on the street, it would surely be snatched away by passing bicycles without hesitation. Of course, caps with insignias were another matter. Even the mischievous youngsters would not dare touch them. Mother, please let my uncle wear it a bit longer. He is quite pitiful. A person who loves to show off but is afraid to do so in town. How could that not be painful? Uncle's face flushed with anger. He placed the cap on Bao's head and then tickled him. After enough laughter, with over 10 children in the house, each was given a bowl of thin porridge and a sweet potato. They eagerly dug in. Auntie, your porridge is truly fragrant. I want more. It was unclear whether it was Dajun or Xiaojun speaking. Aside from their parents, others could hardly tell them apart. Porridge is plentiful. They are all growing boys. White rice may be scarce, but sweet potatoes and porridge are in abundance. Sister, what kind of rice is this? It smells so delightful. I am grateful for the current rice milling machine. It produces such finely crushed rice that it cannot be consumed without sifting. This also leaves some operational leeway for Hier. It is merely ordinary early rice. If you enjoy it, you should take some home with you. It's fine to eat, but who would really carry it back home? After our meal, aside from Arya and Wuya at my uncle's house, a bunch of boys followed Bao to the village committee's sun-drying area to survey the terrain. Little uncle asked, Bao, why aren't you going? It's still morning. Those showing films might not even arrive yet. What could we possibly see if we go? His older brother has such a restless temperament. When will he ever change? With so many young guests at home, fishing is certainly a must. Little uncle, being unable to sit still, took off his white shirt and donned an obviously ill-fitting tank top before heading to the ditch with Hier. He rarely fished, so he naturally took the fine fishing rod from Bao's hands and began to engage with the small crucian carp in the ditch. Hier, pretending to be skilled, attempted to catch eels with a specialized hook. By noon, the two returned home with a basket of fish. Little Uncle's fishing skills were rather mediocre, yet they had an abundance of crucian carp at home. Ever since DeLong inspected the pickled vegetable jar at his back door, only small crucian carp have been kept in the water tank. San Bao had sneaked over to fish a couple of times, but Ni secretly informed his little uncle. Recently, Pierre had indeed caught quite a few. With no need to exchange small crucian carp for money, little uncle consoled his rebellious niece. It's all right. If you want to eat, just come over to fish. The fish will grow thin with time, and if not, I'll let Bao catch them. As the evening film screening approached, the boys couldn't contain their excitement, running back and forth between home and the village office. By 2 p.m., Bao intended to start cooking. He was already quite hungry. Considering that it gets dark later now, if these children watched the film, their stomachs would surely be empty, so it was better to have 3 meals. Mother promptly instructed his father to prepare the eels. At dinner, the fragrant porridge lost its allure. The savory crucian carp soup no longer tempted. And even the stir-fried eel strips that had been fiercely snatched at noon seemed unappetizing. After a dozen children swiftly consumed their meals, they shouldered the family's wooden benches and raced towards the sun-drying area. On the main road, they formed a long line, each carrying their own bamboo chairs and benches. Pierre truly wished to avoid this commotion. The sun-drying area was vast, but it would be crowded with nearly 1,000 people, if not more. Just imagine the sheer number of individuals, men, women, and children. What a daunting thought. More importantly, he feared that if he went, some village grandmothers might pull his hair out. It was the mischievous Xia who had started this. Are you really not going? No, I want to go. Our home is at the far west. If no one is there, what if someone comes and steals our western chicken? Don't think that there aren't any thieves around now. During the film screening in the village, several chickens were stolen. Senya chimed in. Ergo, how about I stay home with you? When it comes to being sweet, this girl claims second place, and no one dares to claim first. All right, Pierre's aunt teased her sister. The little girl gazed at her mother with a face full of concern. Her mother smiled as she lifted her daughter into her arms. All right, let us leave Bao at home by himself. The little girl finally felt her anxious heart ease. She knew her mother understood her best. We'll return early, and I'll tell you all about it, urge. No matter what, I must maintain my charm. Pierre did not wish to tease his younger sister any longer. Senyan, we must agree that you will tell me everything when we get home. Chapter 67. The movie The Sun had yet to set. At the drying field, 2 wooden poles had already been erected, and the screen had been hung well in advance. The projector was set up, and a projectionist was tinkering with the machine. Everyone was looking towards the western horizon, hoping for the sun to dip below the mountains soon. The He family had indeed arrived a bit late, and they could only arrange their stools beside the drying field. It was certain that the purpose of these stools had completely transformed. They were no longer mere seats, but had become a stage. Uncle felt somewhat reflective, realizing his sister's family had an exceptional rapport with the community. Almost everyone greeted them warmly. 2 officials even approached specifically to reserve a spot for their family, right next to the projector. Such is the advantage of good relationships. Guiying did not decline this time. A group of over 10 people carried their stools inside. Being villagers, everyone readily made way, playfully lamenting the absence of Bao. Especially some of the older women expressed their regret upon seeing he hadn't come. Sister, how does your family have such wonderful connections? Her sister chuckled softly at her brother, saying, when you treat others well, they naturally reciprocate. One cannot deny that her bow played a part in this goodwill. Within a 3-meter radius of the projector, there were hardly any people, as this space was reserved for those with connections. The Gao family, numbering over 10, did not feel they were encroaching upon anyone's space. When the old mule saw the Gao family arrive, he approached the projectionist. Comrade Wu, the turtle we had today was provided by the Gao family. Upon hearing this, Wu's eyes brightened considerably. He quickly stepped forward to shake hands with He Gaoi. Hello, hello? He Gaoi felt a bit bewildered, yet he smiled and exchanged pleasantries. Brother Gaoi, where did you catch that turtle? Its flavor is absolutely exquisite. I've never tasted a turtle so delightful. Comrade Wu, I'm glad you like it. This turtle was caught from the Longhe River just west of the village. The projectionist remarked, I've eaten Longhe turtles a few times, but they've never tasted this fresh. Although the work of a projectionist in the countryside was arduous, he had never lacked for good food. He had tasted all kinds of poultry and fish, yet had never encountered one so flavorful. The Gao family knew the turtle was indeed delicious, but having consumed it often, they had grown accustomed to its taste. As the sun descended, the roar of the generator filled the air, and the once bustling drying field fell silent. The projector's light cast its glow upon the screen, accompanied by stirring music, and a shimmering red star appeared, eliciting another round of cheers from the square. This is a war film, beloved by all. As the words heroic sons and daughters appeared on the screen, the entire audience fell silent once more. Hearts naturally swayed with the unfolding narrative. Brother Gaoi, the projectionist whispered after changing to a new reel, approaching He Gaoi. He Gaoi, not one to be easily deceived, recognized that the projectionist was hoping to procure some of his family's soft-shelled turtles. Unlike eels, soft-shelled turtles were not easily caught from a hole in a river. He remained unaware of how many his second son could catch daily. He could only blame his cautious wife, who, even with her own father, treated him like a thief. Sometimes not a single turtle would be caught in 3 days, while on other days, 1 or 2 could be brought home. The reason he had readily agreed to Uncle Mule's request was that his family had 2 turtles. Now, however, there were none left at home. Comrade Wu, is there something you need? The projectionist pulled a cigarette from his pocket and offered it first. Brother Gao, do you still have any soft-shelled turtles at home? I can exchange tickets for them, if you mean to buy them with money. I'm afraid we are not familiar enough for that, he replied. Why not? Are you afraid? He Gaoi refrained from correcting his surname, knowing he wouldn't have trouble selling his turtles. Comrade Wu, actually, those turtles were caught by my second son, and we truly have none left at home. How about you leave your address, and when I catch more, I can deliver them to you. Brother Gao, are they easy to catch? Once again misaddressed. Gaoi felt compelled to correct him. Comrade Wu, I am actually surnamed He, and my name is He Gaoi. Catching soft-shelled turtles relies entirely on luck. I cannot guarantee anything. If you're in a hurry, I can ask my second son right now. That would be much appreciated, Brother He. The more, the better. The price is negotiable. He Gaoi cast a reluctant glance at the large screen, whispered a few words to his wife, and made his way home. In the village, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Upon returning home, he found his second son already lying in bed, preparing to enter a dream state when the door, propped up by a chair, creaked ominously. Father, why are you back? He Gaoi struck a match and lit the oil lamp. The projectionist wants our soft-shelled turtles, and said he could exchange tickets for them, adding that the more, the better. He chuckled. Father, don't listen to his nonsense. What does the more, the better even mean? Tell him that we need bicycle tickets. If he has them, I can surely catch him 10 or 8 turtles. If not, then so be it. Soft-shelled turtles are not that easy to catch. It was quite inconvenient for his father to secretly visit the black market without a bicycle. He could easily shift the ticket source to his uncle. His son's eyes brightened at the mention of a bicycle. Bicycles are wonderful. Bicycles are splendid. He Gaoi returned to the bustling square once more. This time, he accepted the cigarette offered by the projectionist. Comrade Wu, my second son has said that if you have bicycle tickets, he will find a way to catch you 10 or 8. Bicycle tickets were indeed a rare commodity. Yet, these turtles were crucial to his future. Brother Gao, is it not a bit extravagant to ask for soft-shelled turtles? A single turtle is worth only 2 or 3 yuan, while a bicycle ticket can sell for at least 80 yuan on the black market, and there are no guarantees of availability. There is no way around it. My second child insists that capturing such a turtle is truly a formidable challenge. Old Wu remained in a stupor for quite some time before gritting his teeth and declaring, "Brother He, what I seek are those weighing over 3 pounds, identical in flavor. 10 in total. Can your brother truly locate them?" He almost felt compelled to deliver a hefty reprimand, for 3 pounds is a considerable size, as you must realize. As for referring to his own child as a brother, that was merely a consequence of his own lack of clarity. Yet, recalling his son's disdainful expression at that moment imbued him with a newfound confidence. "As long as I have a bicycle ticket, there shall be no issue on my end. Brother He, once I procure the ticket, I shall come over, and you may have your second child prepare the turtle." Chapter 68. The film concludes. Yet the matter remains unresolved. The villagers were so accommodating that the cinema screened a total of 3 films. The second was Lu Sanjia, followed by Little Soldier Zhangga. By the time the last film had concluded, the hour was already past 1. Along the road, countless flickering torches illuminated the night. These were the villagers without kin nearby, hastening back from a distant journey. While Lu Sanjia was still playing, Sanya and Wuya from the maternal uncle's family had already dozed off. Their parents, wishing to return early, were torn between concern for the other children and a reluctance to miss the final film. Thus each ended up carrying a child. Before long, Shia also succumbed to slumber. In this predicament, the 3 adults seized the opportunity during the intermission to carry Sanya home and lay her in bed before hastening back to the drying ground. By the time the third film commenced, some adults contemplated leaving, but the children were brimming with enthusiasm. Consequently, the adults had no choice but to accompany the children until the very end, finally returning home with exuberantly excited little ones. The following day, the previously slumbering children were distraught upon learning that the film shown afterward was indeed a children's movie, nearly bringing them to tears. He regretted it. If there were to be a chance to rewatch an old film, Lu Sanjia would undoubtedly be among them. While he was certain he had forgotten the plot entirely, the melodies of the duets remained vividly etched in his memory. Not a single chicken was lost from the production team, yet the youth's quarters had been completely ransacked. What could the village officials do? Beyond inquiring about the missing items, they could only offer comfort to the children. Fortunately, aside from money and tickets, everything else remained intact. However, Li Ping was visibly upset. Chu Xiao noticed the young girl's distress and quietly inquired what was amiss. Enraged, Li Ping struggled to shut the door and muttered, "My undergarments are all missing." Chu Xiao, infuriated, nearly burst out to shout, but was restrained by the girl. Such matters were too embarrassing to disclose publicly. The village officials outside also sensed the unusual atmosphere and, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, refrained from probing further, each returning home, especially as it was the dead of night. Before long, the news spread throughout the village. Such tantalizing gossip captivated not only the elder women, but even the younger men, who would approach the youth to inquire further, all under the guise of concern, though it was clear they were simply bored. Unfortunately, DeLong, while at the youth's quarters, remarked, "I believe I saw someone leave midway through." The meaning of these words is clear to everyone. Gao Yi's family, standing beside the projector, was visible to all. Gao Yi had left and returned midway, and everyone was aware of it. While the integrity of Gao Yi's family is generally respected, speculation lingered about who else had departed during the film. Guzi suddenly felt uneasy, sensing the scrutinizing gazes of others upon him, exacerbated by a sudden stomachache that struck during the screening. Seizing the moment between reels, he grasped at straws and retreated to a corner to alleviate his discomfort. What was meant to be a simple enjoyment of a film had unexpectedly turned against him. If we delve into this matter, it indeed escalated. DeLong. What do you mean by that? Who is DeLong? He has always been cherished by his family, and now he finds himself confronted, pointed at, and questioned in front of a group of young men. How could he possibly maintain his dignity? What do I mean? Isn't it clear enough? Are you feeling guilty, perhaps? It struck him as peculiar. His intention was merely to annoy his uncle's family, yet this boy had the audacity to jump in and defend him. Upon hearing this, Guzi was enraged, his temper flaring. What do you mean by saying I am guilty? This brat is out to ruin me. It was merely a few words during the rice planting. You act as if you're a man, mingling with aunts and grandmothers, engaging in deceit. Do you really think you can place such a heavy burden upon me? This was intolerable, and even Li Jiqing's gaze toward him now reflected disdain. It was unbearable. Damn it, how dare you slander me? With that, Guzi launched a powerful punch toward DeLong's face. The force of the blow sent DeLong staggering back 2 steps. Dazed, before collapsing to the ground. This incident unfolded so abruptly that no one had time to react. Erguzi, still intent on advancing to deliver another kick to this slanderer, was restrained by the others who had finally come to their senses. "What's wrong, Ergo?" they asked. "Didn't you hear? Last night, while watching a movie, I had a sudden stomachache and stepped out for just a few minutes. This kid accused me of stealing. Shouldn't he be punished for that?" As they glanced at DeLong, sitting on the ground, bloodied and tearful, it struck them as humorous. How could such a grown man cry after receiving a single punch? You try getting punched in the nose and see if you can control the tears from the pain. DeLong thought, finally understanding why he had been struck. At his youthful age, with blood trickling from his nose, he wiped it away and charged forward. "I wasn't even talking about you." Unfortunately, there were too many biased opinions in the room. Damn it, in 3 movies. Who doesn't leave their seat at some point? We all work together, and you constantly pull tricks, dressing like a girl and sneaking around your beloved. Everyone has long had their grievances against you. DeLong, who are you referring to? Before he could even reach Erguzi, Deshun pulled him back. "I've never liked you anyway. Just because Erguzi hit you doesn't mean I won. Release him. I will name those who leave," he declared. He attempted to add, "If you are not guilty, why fear?" Unfortunately, another punch landed on his left cheek, silencing his subsequent words. What manner of people is this? You intervene in a conflict, yet resort to violence and secrecy? Why not restrain Deshunzi and Erguzi instead of involving Dalong's brother, Huzi? Dalong, battered and crouching with his head held low, was met with indignation as others clamored for clarity, demanding to know the identity of the assailant. How could he divulge such information? He merely wished to vex his uncle's family. Dalong, could it be that you are the pot calling the kettle black? Indeed. This lad often bore a shifty demeanor, frequently lingering around the educated youth's gathering, evidently scouting for an opportunity. It seemed as if he arrived less frequently than others. Yet, what truly mattered was who held the authority to speak. It was crucial for garnering the collective sentiment. Come, let us deliver this rascal to the village committee. Spectators never shy away from escalating the situation. A group of young men, free from labor today and brimming with pent-up energy, swiftly seized the unfortunate lad, twisting his arms behind him. Erguzi, unaware of what socks the educated youth had hung out to dry, swiftly gagged the lad, and they marched resolutely towards the village committee. Chapter 69. The elusive old tortoise. No village official would linger indefinitely at the village committee. After all, they were all from the same village. And any real issue could be resolved at the official's home. The youth chanted, "Let us take down he Dalong." Though the slogan was simple, it ignited the fervor of the youngsters. Regardless of gender or age, everyone contributed equally to the chorus. Dalong, engulfed in shame, wished fervently for a crevice in the earth to swallow him whole. Soon, word reached the ears of the old mule. After ascertaining the sequence of events, he admonished, "Nonsense." The young men scattered like birds. Only a handful of children remained, having unearthed small twigs from some corner, imitating the antics of the film's protagonist. Fortunately, the old mule's fearsome visage deterred them from approaching too closely. They could only follow from a distance. Dalong, bloodied and bruised, limped home, nursing his aching limbs. A pitiful sight indeed. He did not dare lift his gaze, for every stare bore a look of disdain. Huzi attempted to assist his brother, only to be forcefully rebuffed. "Do not feign concern here. We are still brothers. Where were you when I was humiliated?" Even the educated youth had held him back, preventing him from drawing near. All in good faith, fearing he might be inadvertently harmed. Kind-hearted souls are abundant everywhere. Of course, had Dalong expressed his true feelings, Huzi would have certainly offered an explanation. However, at this moment, Dalong's resentment towards his brother only deepened. He believed Huzi deliberately walked beside him to witness his humiliation. Huzi was genuinely vexed with his brother. "It was indeed your own careless words that brought about this embarrassment, making me share in your shame, and yet you turned your back on me." He turned on his heel and departed. After all, who in the village does not have a couple of close-knit brothers? What is he up to? Fishing for eels. Of course. As for the turtle situation, it certainly cannot be so brazenly flaunted. After all, this fellow has abandoned all pretense. Should he dare to wield an eel hook in mischief again, it would be a slap in the face for the entire village. Naturally, upon returning home, his fish basket must contain 1 or 2 sizable turtles. Otherwise, if the projector truly arrives, what could he offer? When this lad returned home with a fish basket in hand, he discovered his grandmother on the small path in front of her door. wielding a kitchen knife in one hand and a broken wooden plank, the origin of which was unknown, in the other, vociferously cursing. The boy began to feel relieved upon hearing that his grandmother was venting her frustrations at their own household. Indeed, if she were genuinely seeking to express her ire on behalf of her family, she would have boldly confronted their home and dragged him out for a proper scolding, rather than resorting to such theatrics. That grandmother. In a mere moment, she had summoned the spirits of the village's ancestors from their graves, scolding them through the ages. Of course, in the interest of maintaining a harmonious online environment, we shall refrain from detailing her words or actions, lest we tarnish the reader's sensibilities. Mother, what has come over you? Why are you cursing the entire village and brandishing a knife? The use of a knife in such a manner is indeed the ultimate weapon of elderly women, yet she employs it for indiscriminate assault on the whole community. And it is quite strange that no one has intervened. Pierre, having poured the fish into the water tank in the back room, curiously inquired, "You little child, why do you seek to know about such matters?" His mother chuckled, affectionately ruffling his hair. This simple gesture truly has the power to uplift spirits. Second brother. DeLong has been beaten up, by everyone no less, and is to be taken to the village committee. Had it not been for Grandpa Luo stopping them, DeLong would have been killed. Why? He simply could not comprehend what this boy had done to provoke such wrath. Did grandmother not seek out Grandpa Luo or the village officials? She did, but found none. They are not fools. The village officials are part of the community, and they certainly would not summon a crowd of young men to apologize over such a matter. In a village, if one were to delve into relationships, it would be impossible to find someone without a connection. The old lady's tirade lasted a full 3 days. It was not for lack of desire to continue, but her throat had grown sore, and even speaking had become a labor. Gao Yi, feeling sympathy for his mother, could only suggest that Dianai fetch a few more crucian carp to make soup, soothing her throat to restore her vigor. Meanwhile, the projector, upon returning home, could hardly afford to rest, and made his way to the bustling market, naturally venturing into the black market as well. Upon inquiry, he discovered that the scant turtles were indeed sourced from the Long River. Comrade Xiao Wu, being meticulous by nature, purchased one and prepared 2 pots of them according to old Luo's method. Yet, upon tasting, it was utterly devoid of the expected flavor. How frustrating it was! He had gone to great lengths to prepare turtle for his family, only to be met with criticism rather than praise. Do not blame the family. Any household would utter similar grievances. This is not the work of those accustomed to daily living. One should not underestimate the cinema projectionist, who encounters a myriad of individuals from all walks of life. Upon his initial interaction, he sought information from the black market regarding the soft-shelled turtle. Brother Wu, I am aware of the old turtle you mentioned. Alas, this fish has become increasingly scarce. Several individuals who have tasted it have inquired, but it is indeed rare to come across. Otherwise, why not take a few pounds of eel home to try? Eel is quite delightful in taste as well. Comrade Xiao Wu shook his head, for he intended the old turtle as a gift for his superiors, not for his own consumption. Brother, should you come across this turtle again, please set it aside for me. I am willing to pay a premium. I shall be the first to inform you of any good films next time. The two conversed for a while longer before parting ways. Due to the need to reserve fish for a bicycle ticket, Gaoi had not managed to bring home even a single old turtle during these past few days. He was anxious, as the flavor of that particular old turtle was unique, and with Gao Yi's family being the sole supplier, he had no choice but to inquire. My good brother, why have you not caught any old turtles these days? This soft-shelled turtle is not as easily obtained as eel. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Wu had already consulted this individual. The taste of this turtle is remarkable. A friend of mine who sampled it once still remembers it. Therefore, should you acquire another old turtle, I shall add a dime for every pound. Adding a dime would amount to 50 cents. In the past, Gao Yi would have been elated by such an offer. However, now that he was aware of the true value of the old turtle, he would not sell it at a loss. He would rather consume it himself, and even began to suspect that his physical changes were related to the soft-shelled turtle. With a smile, he replied, Very well, I thank you in advance, and the next time I encounter one, I shall bring it to you. Chapter 70. The plan to buy a car regardless of circumstances. Life must go on. As the bruises on DeLong's face faded completely, the tension in the household also began to dissipate. Dao and Er found their lives gradually improving as they noticed that their second and third brothers, as well as their grandmother, had scolded them far less frequently in recent days. Although their family is small, Maintaining harmonious relationships is no simple task. This improvement is not solely due to the daily bowl of Christian carp. Hu Zi and Bao Zi began to understand the essence of familial strife, the importance of unity, and the need to isolate less. Their eldest brother may have embarrassed them, but his formidable support made confronting him akin to an unequal struggle. The weaker naturally band together. While we cannot claim to be a tightly knit group seeking warmth and solidarity, the laughter and conversation among the siblings have inadvertently isolated the eldest brother. As the sun grew increasingly warm, the He family appeared to thrive. Unbeknownst to them, the sleeves and pant legs of the three children had shrunk ever so slightly. Thus, the Bao received a new outfit, as did Sanya. Bao, however, donned a half-new garment, crafted from the reworked old clothes of the eldest brother. Why half-new, you ask? The clothing was disassembled, turned inside out, and resized, making it effectively half-new. Both the eldest and the youngest have new garments, and the parents initially feared that their second child might feel discontent upon seeing the refreshed attire. However, to their pleasant surprise, the child donned the clothes with delight, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Xiao Wu finally arrived. Throughout the month, he had been frequenting the black market whenever he had a moment to spare. There had been a couple of soft-shelled turtles available there, but regrettably, they were all still in their juvenile stage. Such creatures, if intended as gifts, would be better left unoffered. When seeking assistance from others, presenting such trivial gifts raises questions about the sincerity of the gesture. If one offers something trivial, will they truly assist? If they do assist, it might diminish their own worth. Conversely, if they decline the gift, it creates an awkward situation for both parties. Those who navigate the currents of society are well aware of this principle, and Xiao Wu was no exception. The leader's household lacked nothing, yet they had a particular fondness for such delicacies. Presenting the turtles would not only please the leader but also shield the giver from gossip, making the act of giving effortless and the acceptance of it graceful. The He family had prepared the turtles long in advance, and upon seeing Xiao Wu's arrival, Gao Yi felt a sense of relief. Xiao Wu, captivated by the sight of the formidable turtles, could not resist the urge to reach out. Startled, Gao Yi quickly pulled him back, cautioning, "Comrade Wu, these turtles are more ferocious than the average ones. Not only could they bite and refuse to let go, but their claws can also draw blood." Xiao Wu, instead, felt a surge of joy. It was no wonder the flavor of these turtles was exceptional, as their fierce nature set them apart from ordinary ones. He cheerfully produced a bicycle ticket, saying, "Brother He, I have brought the ticket for you. But the bicycle must be purchased in the county." Fearing that Gao Yi might misunderstand, he further explained, "Our town's supply and marketing cooperative only receives 1 or 2 bicycles at a time, and they are quickly snatched up by acquaintances directly from the warehouse." Upon hearing this, Gao Yi felt a wave of despair wash over him. The journey to the county was over 70 miles, and he did not even know how to ride a bicycle. However, worrying would not change the fact that he would have to push the bicycle back. Xiao Wu had come prepared. He understood that in rural areas, even a bag of fertilizer was a treasure, and many had sewn clothing from such bags. He retrieved 2 bags from the bicycle, filled one with 5 turtles, secured it to the back seat, and joyfully rode off. Returning home with the fish basket, Pierre saw his father holding a ticket, his expression resembling that of a bitter melon, which piqued his curiosity. "Father, what troubles you?" Gao Yi, noticing the worry etched on his child's face, smiled and pulled him into an embrace, saying, "Look at this." Pierre took the ticket, and to his astonishment, it turned out to be a bicycle ticket, evoking a wave of excitement. "Father, this is a wonderful item. Why do you seem so troubled?" He was acutely aware of their family's finances. With both a ticket and funds available, what was there to worry about? "Heir, you do not understand. The bicycle must be purchased in the county, which is over 70 miles away. Is that really a concern?" Pierre replied enthusiastically, "Tomorrow, I will accompany you. On the way back, you can learn to ride while we practice together." "Heir, are you certain you want to come with me?" Gao Yi felt a twinge of desire. He truly wished to go with his child, but regrettably, his wife had informed him just the previous night that she might be pregnant. With his wife newly expecting, he could not bear to let her travel such a long distance. "Apart from my wife, the only one capable of shouldering significant responsibilities at home is this child." The Bao has indeed grown taller, yet he remains rather clumsy, lacking the strength of his younger brother. He cannot fathom why, endowed with 2 arms and 2 legs, he cannot master riding a bicycle. If necessary, we could simply secure the bicycle to the top of the bus and carry it back from town, practicing at our leisure. This was the decision I announced one evening while our family gathered to enjoy the coolness of the night. It was not a matter for discussion, but rather an announcement of my resolve. My wife nodded in agreement, remaining silent. Dabao opened his mouth, feeling somewhat disheartened as he lowered his head. Despite being the elder brother, his contribution to the family seemed less significant than that of his younger sibling. Sanya, however, cared little for the nature of my decision. She simply leapt into my arms, exclaiming, "Father, I want to go. I want to go to the county." I embraced my little girl and replied, "Sanya, it's not that I do not wish to take you. It is that I cannot ride this bicycle myself. When the time comes, both your elder brother and I will have to carry it back, a distance of over 70 li, and I cannot bear to carry you as well." "I am not afraid of being tired, father," the little girl insisted, unwilling to relinquish her desire to visit the city. Pierre smiled at Sanya and proposed, "Sanya, let me pose a question to you. If you answer correctly, I will take you with me." The little girl perked up at once. "Elder brother, go ahead." "Listen carefully," he continued. "The distance to grandfather's house is 5 kilometers, while to the county town it is 40 kilometers. How many trips to grandfather's house does it equate to if we go to the county?" Sanya retorted, "Are you underestimating me? Such a simple question. Even a child can solve it. Elder brother, it is equivalent to 8 trips. I have calculated it, so you must not go back on your word. Take me tomorrow." Pierre replied, "My sister is indeed clever. Very well, we shall go together tomorrow. However, Sanya, are you certain you can manage walking back and forth to grandfather's house?" Sanya responded, Just going there and back. Even one trip makes my calves feel weary." She clung to my neck and declared, "Father, I have to teach Shia to practice riding tomorrow, so I will not go." This little girl, surprisingly aware of her pride, concocted an excuse, unwilling to admit her fatigue. Chapter 71. The Old Bus Father. "You still need to visit Grandfather Mule to borrow his water jug. I will now seek out Brother Jiqing Tao, as he also has a military water bottle." I replied, "Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? It was clever of you to think of it." It was already June, and while going hungry was bearable, being without water was unacceptable. I had not anticipated that at such a late hour, my father would suddenly declare our trip to the county for the next day. Otherwise, I would have already borrowed the jug. There is only one bus to the county each day, departing at 8:30 in the morning, and if we miss it, we miss it. I estimated that it was still not yet 6 o'clock when my parents called me to rise. My mother had already prepared breakfast, and upon hearing the commotion, Dabao also got up, and our family silently enjoyed the morning meal. Sanya, however, was not to be awakened before 7, so I did not rouse her. After dinner, mother said nothing, merely adjusting Hier's clothes before watching the father and son depart with Dabao. Dabao remarked, "Mother, am I truly so inept?" To which she replied, "You cannot quite measure up to your younger brother." Though she thought this way, she embraced her son, who was nearly as tall as herself, exclaiming, "Who says that? My Dabao is both obedient and filial." Dabao anticipated her response, yet felt a growing discomfort in his heart. Was there any sweetness in this? His mother was merely diverting the conversation, comforting herself regarding her eldest son. She believed she had concealed her feelings flawlessly. Father donned his usual attire for visiting relatives, while Hier wore freshly made clothes. Both wore newly crafted white-soled cloth shoes. Father's fit perfectly, whereas Air felt his shoes were loose at the heels. Whenever he walked briskly, the soles made a clattering sound, resembling slippers. He understood that his mother had chosen a size larger, fearing he would outgrow them too quickly. Father was anxious, fearing they might miss the bus. Consequently, Hier felt quite unfortunate, as his little legs seemed to be fading away. The shoes were more troublesome than slippers when moving quickly. At that moment, he could not disclose to his father that they had plenty of time, lest he be carried on his father's back. Alas, they had acquired a bicycle, but a wristwatch was still lacking. Upon arriving at the bus station, they found the gate already open, with passengers waiting for their rides inside. An old bus, weary with age, stood solitary in the yard, surrounded by a few eager travelers. At present, there were no ticket windows at the station. Tickets were sold by designated attendants. "Father, shall we find a restroom?" Hier suggested, though he himself did not require it. He was merely concerned that his father had seldom ventured far from home. In truth, his father rarely traveled. Before his rebirth, he had bought a house in his wife's hometown, hoping to invite his father for a stay. But after one visit, his father refused to return. That journey marked the farthest he had ever traveled. Throughout his life, the number of times father had been to the county town could be counted on one hand. Upon hearing his son's words, father followed, Hier's pointing finger to discover a small restroom tucked away in a corner of the station. Father, you may go. I will wait for the bus here. Father cast a glance at the solitary bus and nodded in agreement. He mused that the only drawback of the town was the lack of secluded spots amidst the throngs of people. After emerging from the restroom, he appeared noticeably more at ease. Previously, he had been reluctant to venture into town primarily due to the convenience issue. Now, knowing that there were facilities at the station, he felt a significant weight lifted from his mind. I shall wait for the bus here. Perhaps you should go as well. Father's tone, though seemingly solicitous, was in fact a subtle command for Hier to comply. This characteristic had particularly irked Hier before his rebirth. When his father insisted he attend high school after finishing middle school, he resolutely refused. Desiring independence from his father, he embarked on the path of labor at an early age. With the intention of living life anew, he found no reason to engage in disputes with his father. He nodded obediently, handing the water flask he carried to his father, aware of his father's urgency, and hurried off to the restroom. The restroom appeared to have been neglected for quite some time. Fortunately, there was a designated urinal outside the men's room. Passengers rushing to catch their transport began to arrive in numbers, and the sun was already high in the sky. At this moment, the driver and ticket collector ambled over, undoubtedly arriving late. Perhaps the driver, out of kindness, wished to ensure that no one missed this solitary bus service. Upon opening the door, the father grasped his son's hand tightly, following the passengers onto the vehicle. With only a handful of seats occupied, everyone casually sought out their places to sit. Father, let's sit in the last row, he suggested. Hai looked at his son with some confusion, wondering why sitting at the front would not suffice. Trust me, let us go to the back. He was aware that, despite the sparse crowd at present, the journey would involve numerous stops, and they lacked knowledge of what other passengers might bring aboard. Soon, the aisle would be crowded, and sitting in the front would only lead to annoyance, as they would have no idea what might sweep over their heads. Elderly individuals, pregnant women, and the ticket collector would likely request them to yield their seats. The ticket saleswoman regarded the young boy with surprise. After years in public transport, she could easily discern the basic backgrounds of passengers. This father and son duo clearly hailed from the countryside and were likely first-time riders on this bus. Yet, the young lad exhibited the demeanor of one accustomed to bus travel, which was unexpected. The father endeavored to fulfill his son's wishes, thus they proceeded to the last row. The rear row accommodated 5 seats, with a couple already seated by the window, cradling a child. Naturally, the son and his father took the window seat on the right. He was uncertain whether his father experienced motion sickness, so he allowed his father to sit on the inside. Father, have a sip of water. The spring water, presumably of a refreshing nature, was hoped to alleviate his father's symptoms of nausea. My son is truly filial, the father chuckled, accepting the water flask from his son and taking a hearty sip, releasing a contented sigh. Once the last passenger, who seemed to be fastening something, finally disembarked, the driver retrieved a large lever from beside his seat, engaged in a series of mechanical maneuvers, and at last, the vehicle roared to life. Listening to the distressed sounds emitted by the old bus, he felt a twinge of concern that it might break down mid-journey. Fortunately, the bus finally set off, although the windows rattled against the body, creating a cacophony of metallic clinks. Tickets, tickets. Now that the bus had successfully started, the ticket collector began selling tickets to each passenger. Little brother, where are you headed? The saleswoman, her expression warm and cheerful, directed her attention towards Hier rather than Hai, who stood beside him. The final destination. Chapter 72, the county town. Hier truly possessed an appealing appearance, with his fair, tender cheeks and large, bright eyes. Were it not for the popular bowl-cut hairstyle that betrayed his origins, one might easily mistake him for a porcelain doll. The ticket seller, a young lady, proactively offered a half-price ticket to the child and, in a casual gesture, ruffled the child's hair. In light of this kindness, Hier refrained from expressing his discontent through a turn of his head, instead bestowing a sweet smile upon her. This seemingly innocent smile, however, prompted the ticket seller to linger, her hands involuntarily reaching out to caress the child's cherubic face. Hier felt a wave of frustration wash over him. After all, how appropriate was it for a woman of her stature to tease a man of 60? As a father, he found joy in the affection shown towards his child, and, with a benevolent smile, he handed over the cash. This gesture stirred something within the young lady, a subtle resonance in her heart. It is noteworthy that Hier, nourished by the local spring waters and the fish thriving in his surroundings, exuded a vitality typical of a man in his prime, his spirit continually ascending. The ravages of time had begun to rejuvenate his skin, emanating a robust masculinity that could hardly fail to attract the attention of a young woman. Fortunately, the ticket seller, seasoned in the ways of the world, remained composed in the presence of a charming father and refrained from further inappropriate advances. She resumed her duties, retrieving the ticket pouch from her bag, accepting the handsome man's payment, and efficiently processing the transaction. The road leading from the small town to the county lacked the grandeur of a national highway. It was unpaved, strewn with bricks and debris, and riddled with potholes, causing the vehicle to jolt along at a leisurely pace. The sycamore trees lining the road provided little respite from the glaring sunlight, which streamed through the car windows, warming their faces uncomfortably. Pierre produced a handkerchief to shield his eyes from the harsh light and began to rest his eyes. As they continued on their journey, the bus made frequent stops, and before they had traversed half the distance, the aisle had become crowded with passengers. A young man squeezed his way to the last row and glanced at Pierre. "Where are your parents, little one?" he inquired. Gao-yi opened his eyes and regarded the long-haired youth. "What is it? Could you please lift your child?" the young man requested. Gao-yi surveyed the cramped bus and considered placing his child on his lap. Though it was hardly winter, a warm embrace would not be unwelcome. Pierre chuckled. "What's the matter? Are you going to refund my ticket?" The young man paused, quickly grasping the child's implications. "With so many people here, what's wrong with you sitting on your father's lap for everyone's convenience?" Pierre retorted. "Everyone else is standing. Why shouldn't you? If everyone stands, you can't. Pray tell, are you some privileged heir, looking to lord over us common folk?" The young man, taken aback by the child's sharp wit, could only glare at Pierre and his son, leaning back in his seat, swaying in rhythm with the others. The ticket seller, with great effort, maneuvered her way to the back of the bus, visibly displeased as she confronted the young man. "Are you deaf? I told you to buy a ticket. If you haven't purchased one, what are you doing pushing your way back here?" Such was the audacity of the ticket seller. There were many who sought to evade the fare, but with a mere glance, she could remember precisely who had paid and who had not. The young man feigned deafness, closing his eyes. "Master Zhang, stop the bus. Someone is riding without a ticket." Pierre could hardly fathom how such a voice carried through the cacophonous carriage. Once the bus halted, the absence of the wind generated by its movement made the interior stifling once more. Along with the rising heat came a palpable restlessness among the passengers. The older sister would not let the fleeing youth escape. Buy a ticket or get off. Tickets were an absolute necessity. Failure to procure one could lead to a beating from irate passengers, or worse, a trip to the police station where one would undergo ideological education before being escorted back by the commune or workplace leaders. Why the commune? Because the brigade lacked a telephone. Pierre felt a surge of disdain. This fool thought he could evade the ticket by merely finding a seat, blissfully unaware that those seated had boarded first. After a bumpy ride through 3 small towns, the bus finally arrived in the county town. It was not merely the poor service of the ticket collector that irked passengers. Any outcry for disembarkation would prompt the driver to halt by the roadside. The most significant distinction between the county town and the small villages lay in the occasional sighting of 3 to 5-story buildings along the route. In an era dominated by single-story dwellings, such towering structures left a profound impression on the first-time visitor. "Die. Master, we are getting off." Gao-yi had yet to grasp the situation when Pierre's youthful voice rang out. The bus gradually came to a stop, and by this time, the vehicle was no longer as crowded. Gao-yi, still in a daze, followed his son off the bus. To his surprise, the disgruntled young man also disembarked alongside them. Pierre regarded this petty fellow with indifference. As long as he did not provoke him, Pierre had 1,000 ways to deal with him. The urban landscape of the 1970s was, to put it plainly, a palette of gray and white, albeit not devoid of the era's distinct characteristics. Bao, where are we headed? Gao-yi, having attended a literacy class, recognized only a few names and slogans. He was bewildered as to how his son had led him into a workplace courtyard. Pierre replied with a smile, "Father, this is the county town. There are public restrooms, though they can be elusive. This is the compound of the county supply and marketing cooperative, and there must be a restroom inside. After we freshen up, we shall head to the supply building to buy a bicycle for our journey home." He also advised his father that in the city, one should seek restrooms within such courtyards. Even those of the police station were acceptable. He was bemused that a mere 10 kilometers had taken nearly 2 hours on that dilapidated bus. Gao Yi was equally astonished at his own audacity, boldly entering a workplace compound. Had he come alone, he would never have dared to step foot inside such an establishment. The young man, initially intent on following them to seize an opportunity to teach these two country bumpkins a lesson, turned back upon witnessing their nonchalant entrance into the compound. The supply and marketing cooperative courtyard was expansive, yet he was familiar with it. In his previous life, he had helped construct the new dormitory buildings there. After walking several dozen meters into the courtyard, the restroom finally came into view. Gao Yi sighed with relief upon seeing the restroom. Chapter 73, Permanent, the 28-inch big bar. Nowadays, the security environment in rural areas is remarkably good, with even the petty thieves being scarce. After all, if one indulges in a bit of meat, the scent is easily detectable by others. The small town fares slightly better, but in larger cities, the number of unemployed youth increases, which in turn exacerbates security issues. While these ruffians may avoid major crimes, numerous small gangs engage in petty theft and brawls. As the new year approaches, they often go into hiding for a spell, only to return, brimming with confidence, after the festivities. Under his son's guidance, Gao Yi visited the restroom and then entered the supply and marketing building. Surprisingly, the bicycle section was located on the second floor, leaving him perplexed about their reasoning. The staff at the supply and marketing cooperative displayed a rather indifferent attitude toward customers. However, this was not of paramount importance. What truly mattered was that the bicycle sales counter was devoid of attendance. Without needing to glance around, it was evident that 3 salespeople at the adjacent hardware counter were huddled together, occasionally erupting in bursts of laughter. No matter. Gao Yi was engrossed in examining a bicycle encircled by a rope, contemplating which one to purchase. Dad, there's no need to look further. Just choose a permanent 28-inch big bar, and I'll fetch someone to issue the ticket. Before Gao Yi could respond, he saw his son already dashing over to the hardware counter. Pretty sister, my dad wants to buy a bike. Could someone assist with the ticket? There was a sense of urgency. The wait for assistance had already consumed too much time, and with mealtimes approaching, one could only wonder how long these ladies would take for lunch. If no one appeared to issue tickets, collect payments, or handle deliveries, what could the father and son do but wait idly? The call for assistance, however, sparked laughter among the 3 female salespeople. One, approximately 10 years old, lifted her head and said, "Little guy, you've got it wrong. You should call me Auntie." "Fine, I'll call you Auntie, since you're the sales lady." "Pretty Auntie, I do appreciate your help." "Haha, you're quite charming with your sweet words. Who styled your hair?" The aunt chuckled, her humor clearly rather accessible. "My mom said that if I got my hair cut nicely, it would distract my female classmates from their studies." This remark elicited laughter from the surrounding sales staff. Even the cashier, initially intent on fetching a lunchbox, paused in amusement at the exchange. "Li Fong, hurry up and issue the ticket. I need to collect payment." "By the way, what's your name, little fellow?" Pierre replied. "Could you refrain from poking at my heart? My mother claimed that when I was born, I was so handsome that I nearly dazzled the nurse, so she gave me a rather silly name to temper my looks. Originally, I was to be called Air Shao, but my father disagreed, so it was changed to Air Bao." Laughter erupted once more, as everyone found delight in the self-aggrandizing remarks of the young boy. "Air Shao, come here, I will treat you to some candy." Howie was taken aback by his son's fanciful tales and was about to reprimand him when the ticket clerk interjected. "Comrade, your son is rather charming. Have you chosen a suitable vehicle?" Howie found himself perplexed by the thought processes of these salespeople. His son was clearly spouting nonsense, yet they deemed him adorable. However, the echo of his son's words lingered in his mind. Yongjiu brand, the 28-inch handlebars. Though he was unfamiliar with the name Yongjiu, he could not comprehend why it was referred to as 28-inch handlebars, yet he believed in his son's intelligence, assuming he would not make a mistake. In truth, Hauer had set his sights on a Phoenix bike, but alas, it was unavailable here. "Comrade, please proceed to the payment area," she instructed, and indeed, a contraption was deftly maneuvered through the wire enclosure. By the time Gao Yi completed the payment, the bicycle had already been brought forth by 2 attendants. Meanwhile, Hauer continued to charm the enchanting saleswoman, a whimsical fantasy in action. It was quite ludicrous for a 60-year-old man to resort to such antics merely to save time. "Dear child, which school do you attend?" she inquired. Hauer, feeling bashful, replied, "Fairy sister, please spare me the inquiries. If word gets out, we might end up with yet another girl visiting our home daily." calling my parents mom and dad, and that would certainly throw everything into chaos. Laughter erupted around them. While the lock was being installed, a salesperson noticed how Yi's eagerness to assist. Haha, comrade, your little treasure speaks the truth. She aimed to unveil this adorable little fibber. How Yi, with a touch of resignation, glanced at his son. It was indeed true that a neighboring girl often came over for meals. But her playful games were not to be taken seriously. The rest was pure fabrication from his son, and he urged them not to take his ramblings to heart. This only incited further amusement, and How Air's head was affectionately tousled several times. Upon exiting the marketplace, Gao Yi hoisted the bicycle, leading his son with purposeful strides. However, How Air felt compelled to halt his father. Father, where are you taking me? Home, of course. Are you not hungry? There are sweet potatoes in the bag. Gao Yi replied, but it feels like we came from this direction. We certainly did not pass by this factory on our way here. He had not anticipated that his father would be directionally challenged, and he could not dare to point it out. His father paused by the roadside, pondering for quite some time, but could not decipher the route. Never mind, my son is clever. I shall trust him this once. The duo, one tall and one small, carrying a new bicycle, certainly attracted attention. Beneath the shade of a tree, 3 young men lounged, smoking and whistling at passing young ladies, often receiving disdainful glances and harsh reprimands in return. The trio paid no heed. The more they were scolded, the more brazenly they boasted, exchanging playful banter. Wait a minute. Did you see that kid with the bike? That little rascal made me buy a ticket, one exclaimed. His companion replied, what are we waiting for? Let us go over and have a chat. Perhaps we can borrow a bike for a ride. The 3 young men took a couple of deep drags from their cigarettes, tossed them to the ground, and made their way toward Gao Yi and his son. Forgive Gao Yi. The furthest he has ventured from home is to the town, rarely delving deeper into its confines. Little did he know that this county town harbored ruffians. In their simplistic worldview, larger cities equate to greater civility and safety. After all, this is merely a county town. He was entirely unprepared for the impending trouble. He Air, in contrast, possessed decades of societal experience beyond that of his father. From a distance, he easily recognized the ill intentions of the 3 individuals approaching, particularly the striking long hair of one. Engaging them was not an option. Even if he were to frame these 3 and send them to the police, he would inevitably need to provide a statement, which would consume considerable time. His mind raced. They were now merely 10 meters apart. Father, wait. Gao Yi halted his steps. What is it, Air? Oh, father, I'm hungry. Could you bring me a sweet potato? Chapter 74. Teaching to ride a bicycle. How to describe Air Bao's father? In evaluating this trip to purchase a bicycle, 3 words suffice. No words to express. When he Air voluntarily offered to accompany him to the county town to buy a bicycle, it was during a starlit evening, while the family gazed at the sky, that he launched a surprise attack, resolving to head to the county town at dawn without considering provisions for food or drink. He had not even contemplated the necessity of relieving himself. Lacking ration tickets was understandable, as they had sweet potatoes. Without an introduction letter, it was evident he had not considered what to do in case of unforeseen circumstances or the need for meals during their stay in the county town. Yet, he was entirely unfamiliar with the routes and had ventured forth without a plan. Had it not been for he Air accompanying him, he might have lost his way entirely, and perhaps his family would have had to post missing person notices. Fortunately, with he Air by his side, he could not have embarked on this quest for a bicycle alone. One must concede that he is indeed a caring father. As soon as he Air mentioned his hunger, he promptly parked the bicycle by the roadside, unfastened his bag, and retrieved the sweet potatoes prepared by Gui Ying for the father-son duo. The long-haired youth approaching pointed at the 2 of them. See that? Just 2 country bumpkins. The roads of the county town were narrow but sufficient. In their attempt to block this father-son pair, the 3 were technically going against the flow. However, on the sidewalk, the notion of wrong way hardly applies. Yet, the long-haired youth, driven by some inexplicable impulse, reached out toward the chest of a young couple approaching, specifically the young woman's chest. It was audacious. He could have merely brushed past, but his hand lingered as if glued to her. This was intolerable for any man. Not to mention, the young lady could no longer endure such an affront. Ruffian. And then came the resounding slap, crisp and clear. His 2 companions were left bewildered by their friend's brazen actions. While they enjoyed whistling at young ladies in passing, they never intended to treat this county town as a lawless realm. Moreover, those who navigate such a world ought to possess a sense of decorum. The 2 individuals were taken aback. However, the husband was far from astonished. How could that hand remain unrestrained after striking my wife? This was intolerable. He raised his fist and struck. The young man's punch was anything but the gentle slap delivered by his wife. It was only then that the long-haired youth regained his senses, bewildered as to how his hand had wandered to the woman's chest, ignoring the swelling on his face. His immediate instinct was to flee. But could he escape? The act of his impropriety had been witnessed clearly by passers-by on their way home from work. Seize this scoundrel. Punish this rogue. In this world, there is no shortage of those ready to act in defense of others. The three men were well known. They regularly engaged in mischief on the streets. Now, they found themselves caught in the sea of the righteous. Higaoi observed the scene with a look of utter disbelief. The instigator, Hier, could only internally apologize to the woman he had assaulted. For the long-term peace of our county, dear lady, your sacrifice holds value. Father, this county isn't like our village. There are many petty rogues. We are on a long-distance journey, which is somewhat better. Just consider the buses we see on the road. One can only imagine how many thieves lurk aboard. If you merely nod off, your money will vanish from your pockets or bags. Higaoi inquired, how do you know this? Hier responded with conviction. It's all in the books. The result was a tussle with his hair. 3 bruised ruffians were escorted, arms twisted behind them, toward the police station. Enlightened by this experience, the father hoisted his newly purchased bicycle onto his shoulder and, facing the blazing sun, made his way home. Upon leaving the city, the moment of excitement arrived for the father. It was time to learn to ride. Naturally, one must first learn to mount and dismount. To do so, one must first learn to pedal. Standing to the left of the bike, hands gripping the handlebars. The left foot pressed down on the pedal while the right foot gently pushed against the ground to propel the bike forward. This father, a man of approximately 1.75 meters, with legs not lacking in length, somehow managed to veer the bike left and right with each push. On 2 occasions, had Hier not intervened in time, the bike would have toppled. With balance not yet mastered, Hier dared not recklessly mount the bike. After all, one must know how to dismount in case of an emergency. Father, allow me to push for a while. You should take a sip of water. Observing his father awkwardly pushing the bike, his shirt soaked with sweat, Hier felt compelled to speak. He dared not suggest, Father, let me teach you. For had he uttered those words, his father, in an effort to maintain his dignity before his son, would have stubbornly continued pushing it home. Very well. You may push for a time. Gao Yi, feeling somewhat fatigued, relinquished the bike to his son, who then placed his hands on the handlebars. The bike, clearly tilting to the right, nonetheless glided smoothly forward as the little foot pedaled. There is no other choice. He must help his father discern the essence of balance. Exaggeratingly, he tilts the bicycle to the right, aiming to make the concept unmistakably clear to his father. After gliding a few steps, his small foot must step onto the central axis. Only then can he elevate his right foot, thus positioning himself upon the triangular frame. His feet finally locate the pedals, and he begins to cycle, albeit in small circles. It is rather unfair. With such short legs, he still has to climb a staircase to mount the bike. One can only wonder if his father comprehends the situation. Higaoi, witnessing his son glide, initially feels a sense of anxiety. His son has been gliding for several minutes, perspiration beading on his forehead, fully aware of the challenges involved. Consequently, he quickens his pace, closely following. Fearful of injuring his second son, to his astonishment, the boy manages to ascend the triangular frame, pedaling smoothly with remarkable steadiness. Indeed, the sight is somewhat peculiar. Ha ha, my second son is a genius. Higaoi strides alongside, laughing heartily. A genius, indeed. Yet, he recalls his own struggles learning to ride, having fallen several times. Riding a bicycle is like mastering the flow of energy through the body. Once balance is achieved, it becomes exceedingly simple. Under the watchful gaze of his apprehensive father, Hier places his foot back on the central axis, crosses over the triangular frame, and carefully transitions his left foot onto the pedal, gliding down from the bike. Father, my legs are too short, you should ride instead. Higaoi is not foolish. He has observed others riding, but never paid attention to the intricacies of mounting and dismounting. His son has demonstrated it so clearly. How could he possibly misunderstand? After another half-hour of practice, Hier is confident that his father has become adept at riding, and only then does he dare to hop onto his father's bicycle. Chapter 75. We can afford it. Higaoi's spirits are buoyant. Although traversing small towns necessitates a reduction in speed and occasionally dismounting to push the bicycle for a stretch. The sparse population along the way allows the wind to sweep in, evoking a sense of exhilarating speed. He even finds the energy to chase a bus en route from the county seat to Masan town. Pierre can certainly grasp his father's excitement. While understanding it is one thing, the bumpy road does cause discomfort for his small posterior. What a road it is, an uneven country lane paved with yellow mud bricks and gravel. The more proficient his father becomes at riding, the more his own discomfort intensifies. He must frequently tilt his head to check for any unforeseen obstacles ahead. Both mind and rear grow weary. By around 3 in the afternoon, as the workday nears its end, his father joyfully parks the bicycle at their front gate. There is no sign of having ridden for over 3 hours. Senya exclaims excitedly, "Father!" Upon seeing the newly purchased bicycle, she disregards her father and older brother, immediately climbing onto the bike. The father feels a tinge of awkwardness. He had hoped to scoop up his little girl for a spin, to express his joy and excitement, but alas, his daughter seems more enamored with the bicycle than with him. It seems that accompanying Sanya is the little daughter-in-law, who, with equal enthusiasm, calls out to him as well. "You are not affectionate with father, yet some are." He swiftly lifted Shia, placing the little girl atop the front tripod, ringing the bell and playfully teasing her. "Father, hurry and take us for a ride." Both little girls chimed in unison. Gao Yi felt a twinge of embarrassment. With one girl in front and the other behind, he found it impossible to mount the bicycle. His own second child only got on after he had steadied the bike. And now, with the children aboard, he felt uncertain. At this moment, Pierre was rubbing her nearly numbed thighs, observing that their father didn't appear too fatigued, and seized the opportunity to intervene. "Senya, come down. Let father take you for a ride one at a time. You cannot sit in the back. If you're not careful, your feet might get caught in the wheels." Stepping forward, he gently lifted his younger sister down. The little girl naturally gazed at Shia in front and attempted to pull her down as well. Unfortunately, Shia was oblivious to her cousin's intentions, gripping the handlebars while urging their father to hurry along. The fragile friendship was on the verge of capsizing. Pierre could only play the peacemaker. "Let father take Shia for a lap first, and then he can take you for a couple more, all right?" He added with a reassuring tone. "When you grow up, father will ask grandfather for a bicycle ticket just for you. How does that sound?" As a son, he truly worried for his father, having to hint at things rather than stating them outright. Grandfather's lineage of impoverished farmers was like the most resilient rock, unyielding to even the fiercest storms. Gowie cast a discontented glance at his second son, as if to say, "Do I need your guidance?" In truth, he had never contemplated how to respond if someone were to inquire. He had nothing to fear, for he neither stole nor robbed. After some thought, he realized that placing the blame on his father-in-law was indeed the safest route. In the 1960s, 2 Western-style bicycles arrived at grandfather's village, where he was in charge. In Yuanwan village, the entire populace, young and old, swiftly bound the bicycles and sent them to the commune. Soon, neighboring villages followed suit, causing the director's nose to twitch in indignation. Yet ultimately, they had to demand that these bicycles bow an apology to everyone. It was no surprise that grandfather and the others were furious. Many in the village had long since become like winter insects, broken, scattered, or gone, leaving behind those akin to grandchildren. They cared not for one's identity. They had all borne arms and fought against the Japanese. Grandfather provided them with an exit by resigning from his post as village secretary, leading to a mutually agreeable conclusion. Subsequently, the director privately invited grandfather for a drink. Expressing his heartfelt gratitude, Gao Yi, with the 2 children, rode round and round on the drying ground, which had nearly transformed into a circus. Their father, unreliable, had also captured de Bao's heart with the bicycle. Pierre prepared the meal alone. Their mother, unable to bear the sight any longer, finally called them back home for dinner. Not long after their meal, several village officials arrived, all smiles, with the gleaming new bicycle. The townsfolk had seemingly forgiven Pierre for the previous mishap. A group gathered around the bicycle, inquiring about its origins and price. Higaoi naturally attributed the origin of this bicycle entirely to his father-in-law, and then recounted their experience of purchasing a vehicle in the county town. "You see," he said, "the little rascals in that county town have quite the audacity. They dare to steal money from cars, and even to harass young ladies right in the middle of the street. They are far worse than the folks in our village." This revelation piqued everyone's interest, and Gowie proceeded to narrate the tale of the 3 little rascals, leaving the audience in awe. "Is this bicycle easy to learn to ride?" someone inquired. Gao Yi could only share his own experiences of learning to ride. The old mule finally expressed his true intention. Gao Yi, this is the first bicycle in our village. In the future, if there's an urgent matter that requires a trip to the commune, we might need to borrow your bicycle. Rest assured, we will not take it without offering something in return. This was not a request that could be declined. Without hesitation, Gao Yi nodded in agreement. A few village officials breathed a sigh of relief, each considering whether it might be time for their own families to acquire a bicycle as well. After everyone dispersed, the team leader of the youth brigade, who also served as the village militia captain, called out to Gao Yi, "Brother Gao Yi, could you teach me how to ride?" Gao Ming had the idea from Wan Changxi. In case they needed a bicycle, they couldn't very well borrow one and a person at the same time. The two elderly gentlemen were too proud to ask directly, and Ji Gang, a village official and a relative of Gao Yi, was the most suitable candidate for learning. "All right, let's go. I will teach you right now." The courtyard became lively once more. However, no one from the He family joined in the merriment. Seeing her eldest grandson's envious gaze, the grandmother could only reassure herself about her beloved grandson. It's just a bicycle. Our family can afford it. Chapter 76. A ticket is hard to come by. Father was still reliable in his dealings. The next day, before dawn, he rode his bicycle to his mother-in-law's home, undoubtedly to gather some information. This matter had the potential to escalate significantly. Should his mother-in-law inadvertently let something slip, it could lead to a considerable uproar. It is crucial to understand that any goods requiring a ticket for purchase fall under the category of planned resources, and exchanging tickets could lead to complications. Just as Gao Yi departed, De Long and his grandmother, carrying the eggs they had painstakingly saved up, headed towards the town. Everyone in the village knew that purchasing ironware required tickets. Eggs sold well, and after selling them, the grandmother and grandson naturally sought out the black market. "What tickets do you wish to exchange?" They could not simply say they wanted to buy, for that would change the nature of the transaction. "Bicycle tickets." Upon hearing that they were looking for bicycle tickets, the seller furrowed his brow. In the small town, there were only a few establishments authorized to issue bicycle tickets, and the annual quota was minimal. Their tickets were specifically obtained from the county. These tickets were expensive, hard to find, and uncertain in availability. If you truly desire them, it will cost you 120 yuan, with a deposit of 40 yuan required. The seller was keen on making a profit, as selling tickets was also a matter of discerning the right clientele. Upon hearing this price, the grandmother and grandson were taken aback. They had inquired thoroughly, knowing that Gao Yi had spent 635 yuan for the bicycle and lock combined. If the ticket alone cost 120 yuan, their family, consisting of 6 laborers, would hardly earn that much in a year. It must be noted, dear sister, that Ni and Dni are currently without work, and their sustenance inevitably requires expenditure. With a determined resolve, Nai decided to purchase. Over the years, she had indeed managed to save nearly 200 yuan, a sum that was not to be taken lightly, as it had been painstakingly extracted from the family by the oppressive Yao clan and remained unspent on to Sunday. Although 200 yuan was insufficient for a vehicle, a little could be drawn from the communal funds, and as a mother, her request could hardly be denied by Gao Li. "Could you perhaps lower the price a bit?" she inquired, only to receive a dismissive glare in response. "We shall bring the money tomorrow, but when will we actually receive the tickets?" De Long expressed a hint of doubt, prompting her to inquire further. "If available, then yes. If not, then no. Bicycle tickets are not so easily acquired," came the impatient retort from the ticket seller. "Surely there must be a deadline?" De Long pressed. "Do you wish to purchase or not? This is no ordinary ticket. Those who can obtain it are not short of funds. Whether you receive it is entirely a matter of luck." Naturally, the ticket sellers charged around 50 to 60 yuan, a steep price in an era where typical wages hovered around 30 to 40 yuan. This was knowledge that De Long and his companions were oblivious to. Otherwise, the sellers would not have dared to quote such an exorbitant price of 120 yuan. On the way home, De Long quietly suggested, "Nai, perhaps we should let this matter go." He harbored lingering doubts about the reliability of the situation. "Not at all. I can manage the ticket money," she asserted firmly. She could not bear the thought of her son being oppressed by the Yao family. It was a matter of pride. A moment of clarity struck De Long. "Nai, if they don't have a single ticket, won't that mean our 40 yuan is squandered? Perhaps we should seek assistance from Xiaogu's family. Indeed, my son-in-law is also on state rations. At the very least, they would not swindle us out of this 40 yuan. De Long's mind was indeed sharp. I shall go to your sister's house now. You return home alone. In truth, Nai held a deep affection for her grandson. There existed a fork in the road leading to Xiao Gu's home, which was still over 10 miles away. DeLong nodded, and upon reaching the fork, he parted ways with Nai. The Xiao Gu family was in the midst of breakfast when they noticed their mother-in-law's arrival, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over them. They feared she had come to press for money once again. However, refusing to host her was not an option, and the family had no choice but to welcome her inside. Since one member of Xiao Gu's family earned a wage, they were not reduced to relying on sweet potatoes as their staple. Instead, they primarily consumed steamed cornmeal buns. An overabundance of sweet potatoes could lead to stomach discomfort, but the cornmeal buns did not have such effects, albeit they were somewhat gritty. Xiao Gu served her mother a bowl of thin porridge, accompanied by a cornmeal bun. The mother-in-law did not hesitate to eat, as she was genuinely hungry at that moment. After finishing their meal, Xiao Gu refrained from inquiring about her mother's visit. Nor did she wish to ask. The mother-in-law, being a person of dignity, awaited her daughter to speak first, but to her dismay, her daughter remained silent, failing to address her presence. This left her feeling quite vexed. 2 nephews departed for school, and the daughter, displaying a casual demeanor, said, "Mother, I'm heading to the infirmary. You rest at home, and I will return later to prepare dinner." "We'll, my dear. I have come with a matter I wish to discuss with Chunju." Before she could finish her sentence, her daughter interrupted. "It's all right, Mother. You can rest here for the night. Chunju won't return until after 6. She felt a surge of frustration. How could it be that, unable to obtain money from her, her mother turned to her child's father instead? "If you wish to wait, then wait. Your father just returned yesterday, and it will be another 2 or 3 days before he comes home again. If you refuse to leave, I shall send someone to inform him not to return for the next few days." Her mother, though anxious, understood her daughter well. It had been over a month since it last rained, and everyone in the village had to fetch water from the wells to irrigate the fields. Her son-in-law only returned every few days. She could hardly afford to wait. It seemed her daughter had been raised in vain. She truly contemplated turning away, but, for the sake of her eldest grandson, she had to endure. She outright mentioned the matter of buying a bicycle from Gaoyi, as well as the need to purchase tickets from the black market. "Weya, I shall bring you the 120 yuan tomorrow. You must have Chunju assist in exchanging it for a bicycle ticket. This task must be accomplished." Upon hearing this, her daughter nearly burst into laughter. Her child's father owned a bicycle and naturally knew that such a ticket could be exchanged for merely 60 yuan. Even in the black market, it wouldn't exceed 80. She did not want to miss out on such a splendid opportunity, and if necessary, she would cover the 20 yuan her mother needed. "Since you have mentioned it, I shall have my husband seek assistance, but we cannot afford to advance the money." "Understood. I will deliver the money to you tomorrow." The mother was not one to linger. Once the matter was settled, she turned to leave, her heart heavy. She resolved never to visit her daughter's home again. Feeling quite exasperated, after her mother departed, the sister-in-law murmured to herself, "My younger brother must be prospering. He has acquired a bicycle. What a pity he lives so close to our mother. Otherwise, I would love to visit him." Chapter 77. Rainwater having a bicycle is indeed a boon. Gao Yi visited his father-in-law's home and returned just as the sun was beginning to rise. Guishi longed to don his military uniform once more and spend a day or 2 at his second sister's house, primarily to ride a bicycle. Alas, this desire was ruthlessly suppressed by his father, who also wished to purchase a bicycle. This way, it would be far more convenient for his father to venture to the black market. Given that his second brother had taken the blame for his second sister, was it possible that he could indeed procure a bicycle ticket? Regardless, a letter needed to be penned, and he decided to include some personal requests within it. Determined, he promptly took out his paper and pen to write to his second brother. In this village, where bicycles were scarce, the inhabitants had long since adapted. Yet the arrival of even a single bicycle stirred excitement among the villagers. Gao Yi's family earned just over 70 yuan a year, and after accounting for the sustenance of 3 children, little remained. However, they were resilient. Wherever there was labor, there was his presence, and despite his mother's demands, he still managed to save for a bicycle. Gao Yi's family primarily subsists on sweet potatoes, a staple that is abundant in the village. If his family can endure hardships, why can't we? Just because they can rely on sweet potatoes as their main sustenance, does it mean we cannot? However, the air quality deteriorates whenever a crowd gathers for communal labor, and the reason is clear. Excessive consumption of sweet potatoes leads to increased flatulence. Gowie never anticipated that the mere act of his family purchasing a vehicle would significantly degrade the air quality in the vicinity. What a grave misfortune. Fortunately, there are not many reborn experts around. Otherwise, local newspapers would frequently feature experts advising the citizens of Huagua to cease sweet potato cultivation for the sake of the air quality. The plight of the common folk is of no concern to these so-called experts. After a prolonged dry spell of over a month, Pierre's family busied themselves with repairing their roof. They removed the thatch entirely, laid down a fresh layer of reed mats, and then replaced the roof with yellow clay and thatch, restoring it to its former glory. This year, the roof repairs progressed much faster, as the elder brother of Xia, along with her parents and grandparents, came to assist. After all, Xia was on the verge of taking charge of the Sanya household. The young girl's complexion was not only becoming increasingly rosy, but she was also growing taller. Her family could not help but feel gratitude. Yet, despite the roof being mended, Xia's family refused to accept even a morsel of food from her home. Guing had no choice but to send over 2 or 3 pounds of eel, which left Chang Xian's family feeling somewhat embarrassed. As the rice grew more lush, it consumed an increasing amount of water, and the village's water wheels creaked under the strain for nearly 20 hours. Gao Yi was deeply concerned about his wife's condition. Even Hier was quite anxious. The tea he prepared for his mother had been diluted with water, turning into pure spring water. Bao, you brought tea for your mother again. Could you let Aunt have a sip too? He mused. What a delightful thought. Hier could only respond with a smile. Of course, once my mother has finished, I will pour some for you. Though the water came from the same pot, its quality varied. Guing found it amusing that her child, undeterred by the inconvenience, would always bring the family's clay pot whenever she fetched water, insisting on watching her drink it before returning home, even at night. In the village, such meticulousness was rare. When thirsty, one could simply grab a handful of water to quench their thirst. Bao waited until his mother had finished drinking before pouring a bowl of water for Xia's mother. Aunt, the water your child brought tastes refreshing, he remarked. The bowl's rim retained a bit of water, enhancing the flavor significantly. Guing chuckled and explained, it must have been kept cool indoors. She could sense that her second son felt invigorated after drinking the water he brought. And Hier's explanation that it was specially prepared cool boiled water, unique in the entire village, certainly brought joy to her heart. What a splendid explanation. A dutiful son brings happiness to his mother, and naturally, Guing did not dwell on it further. The villagers, however, could not help but feel a twinge of envy. Behold the second child, so young yet already aware of the tenderness owed to his mother. And what of you, who have grown so large yet remain oblivious to the affection due to your parents? The children lament their plight. Who among them does not thirst, and yet resorts to dipping a ladle into a barrel for water? This water is not even drawn from the river when parched. Is it not the same to scoop it from the river itself? Is there truly a need for such inconvenience? This second child, indeed, seems a bit foolish and has caused others to share in the scolding. What a predicament. Another fortnight has slipped away. The rice has finished its ripening phase, and at last, the irrigation can cease. The water carts are naturally dismantled and stored away. As the rice ears begin to turn golden, the villagers once again beseech the heavens, imploring that rain may be withheld. If rain must fall, let it not be heavy. The rice is nearly ready for harvest, and should it be laid low upon the ground, calamity would ensue. Alas, the heavens delight in jesting with the villagers. On the afternoon following the second day of harvest, dark clouds drifted in from the north without warning. Without the tolling of the village bell, the villagers grew tense. As a few raindrops fell, the bending figures in the fields hastily gathered their already cut rice and rushed toward the threshing yard. There, villagers operating the stone mill for threshing quickly grabbed their pitchforks, swiftly stacking the unthreshed straw into heaps. The grains that had already been threshed were rapidly gathered. Even the village children, including the second child, donned their hats and dashed toward the sun-drying area. If the rain intensified, the rice on the ground would be washed away. After all, grain is life. The two girls wished to follow but were called back by Hier's hoe, who reminded them that their presence would be of no use. Should they get drenched, they would only bring trouble upon their families. No matter how swiftly the villagers acted, they could not outpace the rain. By the time Hier and his companions arrived, heavy rain had already begun to fall. Raindrops pelted the ground, creating large splashes, and a strong wind joined the fray, transforming droplets into streams upon the earth. Everyone, disregarding their instantly soaked garments, scrambled with baskets to salvage the unstirred rice from the rushing water. The heavens certainly enjoy tormenting mortals, orchestrating such scenes every year or two. Chapter 78. Romance in the Storm. The second child's mother, nimble and quick, filled baskets with the gathered rice. Soon, someone approached, and together they lifted the baskets, bowing their heads as they prepared to dash toward the granary. A basket of rice, neither too heavy nor too light, was grasped with one small hand, and the mother felt a sudden lightness on her hand. The second child, strong and concerned for himself, had no time to lament. There was no opportunity to tell him to seek shelter from the rain lest he catch a chill. Such words would not be heeded by her son and would only provoke the ire of those around them. In the midst of chaos, there was an unexpected order. The more hands there were in the fields, the more efficient the labor. In no time at all, the vast rice field was nearly cleared. Some villagers, undeterred by the relentless rain outside, hurried home with their farming tools. They had no choice. The granary and eaves could hardly accommodate so many people. Indeed, even if you find yourself in a warehouse or beneath a roof, having a place to rest merely offers a brief respite. You will still grasp your straw hat or bamboo hat and plunge headlong into the rain. There is no other choice. Once your clothes are drenched, you must endure. With a sharp mind, you dive into the warehouse from the outset, busily attending to tasks, your body entwined in a mix of dust and perspiration, yet not entirely soaked through. When garments become fully saturated, they cling tightly to one's form. In that moment, the sturdy waists of the hard-working aunties and the ample bosoms of the young wives, alongside the graceful figures of the unmarried maidens, are laid bare before all. He Dalong, despite his current disheveled state, possesses a keen awareness. He has been industriously engaged in the warehouse from early on. A mere glance reveals that Sue's eldest daughter possesses a physique as splendid as that of the two educated young women. In the village, the young women and wives typically don undergarments, with some finding them cumbersome and opting to wrap themselves tightly in cloth, fearful of being seen, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Only the educated youth from the cities wear proper undergarments. The undergarments of today differ from those of decades hence. Simply put, they follow a Soviet style. The presence or absence of such garments alters perceptions significantly. Sue's eldest daughter, naturally, noticed Dalong's gaze lingering on her bosom, albeit for just a fleeting moment. Intentionally or not, she slightly puffed out her chest and offered him a faint, elusive smile. The Sue family, too, has 5 younger siblings. In rural households, the eldest daughter bears the greatest burden. One should not blame the villagers for their preference for sons. After all, as soon as a girl matures, she becomes a laborer for another family. It is only natural for anyone to feel a sense of imbalance. The cousin of her beau, having just turned 18, was promptly urged to marry by the male side, under the pretense of her mother-in-law wishing for a grandchild, when in truth, the family simply needed more hands to work. The Sue family differs. To retain their labor force, they refuse all suitors for their 20-year-old daughter. Dear readers, let us not dismiss the notion that a 20-year-old girl is still young and that there is no rush to marry. One must consider the era. In the village, once a girl surpasses 20, her mother begins to refer to her as an old maid. Furthermore, let us confront a rather harsh reality. The irrigation projects require annual repairs. And if you visit the construction sites, you will find that most of the women there are daughters who have not yet married. Do not question why, once married. As long as the husband is healthy, who would allow their wife to toil in such grueling labor? Danny is also a clever girl. When her mother forbids courtship, she takes the initiative, hoping for a good family to propose. The youth are drawn to the educated youth camps, eager to learn from their experiences of the vast world beyond. Danny quickly realizes that the young men in the village are particularly drawn to the ample bosoms of the female educated youth. She initially perceived the young female intellectuals as shameless, oblivious to the necessity of modesty. However, as the years passed, with her family treating her as little more than a beast of burden, she came to understand that liberation from her plight would rely solely on her own efforts. Thus, in her spare moments, she would catch fish and shrimp, pluck vegetables from the garden, and make her way to the town. To pacify their daughter, her family turned a blind eye to her accumulating a secret stash of money. She yearned for a box of Baike Ling to fragrance her face and aspired to emulate the young intellectuals by enhancing her own figure. Yet, her meager finances were insufficient. One fateful night at the cinema, she summoned all her courage and pride, opened the doors of the intellectuals' quarters. Indeed, they were affluent, particularly young. who possessed over 200 yuan, along with numerous ration coupons. Ultimately, unable to resist any longer, she stealthily pilfered a bra belonging to Yang Ping. Initially, her heart raced with anxiety, but fortunately, DeLong, the simpleton, diverted the entire village's attention, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Once she was certain no one was watching, she took advantage of the moonlight to don the bra in secret. To her delight, the garment, which had once seemed so embarrassing, felt remarkably liberating against her skin. After memorizing its design, she wrapped a stone in it and tossed it into the river. She then ventured to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase some fine cotton fabric, sewing a bra for herself and acquiring a box of Baikai. Her intuition proved correct. Once she donned her homemade bra, suitors began to line up at her family's door. To outsiders, DeLong appeared to be a mischievous lad. But she held a different perspective. She found him to be quite clever. Why toil at arduous tasks when one could earn the same work points for lighter duties? If anyone truly deserved the work points, it certainly wasn't he DeLong. What fault could be found in DeLong? His family lacked for nothing. He was cherished by his mother and doted upon by his father. Soon, his younger brothers would also contribute to the family's labor. Once the two younger siblings were settled, the two elder sisters could also share the burden of labor. If those girls remained single, their family's fortunes would surely flourish. Lost in thought, she noticed DeLong's gaze drifting toward her chest. With a playful nudge, she leaned closer to him, her bosom inadvertently brushing against his arm as she dashed into the rain. This was the first time DeLong, now a young man, had experienced such softness. At that moment, a thunderclap resonated, startling him. His heart stirred. Without a second thought, he followed the girl into the downpour. Su Jia Dainyu, sensing a connection, slowed her pace and turned to glance at DeLong, who was running alongside her through the storm, and smiled radiantly. The romance amidst the tempest kindled an unspoken bond. Chapter 79. Zhom in the sudden downpour, much like the men of the village, was unpretentious. By the following morning, the sky was clear and bright. The village resumed its bustling activity. After fulfilling their grain tax obligations, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, Dabao's school announced a holiday. Upon inquiry, they discovered that their textbooks were to be recompiled anew. Dabao has become increasingly reluctant to attend school. Bao has already self-studied through the junior high school curriculum. So why should I continue to go to school? I too wish to pursue self-directed learning. This is self-education, not a cessation of learning. Yet what can be said at home? Gao Yi, contemplating his wife's condition, nodded in agreement. Bao longed to express that school offers numerous enriching activities organized by the institution, but he decided against teasing his brother, who seems to constantly compare himself to him. The fact that his brother is not in school might actually be quite advantageous. Dabao is not like Bao, who merely oversees the fields, as this young lad is already quite familiar with the surroundings. The village has recently welcomed 5 more educated youth, much to the chagrin of Uncle Mules. It is evident that none of these newcomers are over 18, and among them is a young girl, each resembling little bean sprouts. Are these individuals capable of working the fields? Gao Meng, innocently riding his bicycle to fetch the educated youth, found himself in a predicament, as the commune had stated that 2 of the newcomers were filling the gaps left by Shui and Li. Our village's quota for female educated youth is already the smallest among neighboring villages, and he is not like old Mules, who dares to confront Secretary Huang. Look at your lack of ambition. What can you achieve by confronting him? Can he devour you? Despite the banter, arrangements still needed to be made for these young women. Within the educated youth station, He was diligently seeking guidance from Yang Tao on chemistry, while language and mathematics could be self-taught. However, with no one to instruct him on the pronunciation of the letters and symbols in physics and chemistry, how could he possibly know how to articulate them? In this era, there are no English classes. Some matters cannot be resolved merely through intelligence. The 2 of them were fully engaged, one teaching earnestly while the other studied with great dedication. And the surrounding educated youth had long since grown accustomed to such scenes, aside from Lu Tao, who occasionally interrupted. Bao, are you here to seek knowledge from your handsome brother Tao again? Pierre looked up, only to realize that Uncle Gao Meng and Aunt Tao Ing, the women's brigade leader, had brought along the 5 newcomers. It was clear that today's studies were at an end. The young lad tidied his books, greeted his uncle, aunt, and siblings with a smile, and prepared to head home. Bao, your brother Tao teaches you every day. Shouldn't you show some gratitude? This was Wang, the eldest among the educated youth, who had arrived last year and had even bought small fish from him for 50 cents. A gesture of thanks is indeed in order. Which of you educated brothers will come to my house for fish? Yang Tao stood up, ruffling his studentess' hair. I'll accompany you. Naturally, Lu Tao followed suit. Lu Tao is quite shameless. While Hier was genuinely seeking academic assistance, he took the opportunity to invite Yang Tao to his home for a meal of soft-shelled turtle. Despite Lu Tao's academic performance being nearly on par with De Bao's, he shamelessly tagged along, making Yang Tao feel somewhat embarrassed, leaving Hier with no choice but to frequently dash to the educated youth station with his textbooks in hand. Accompanying them was the third daughter of the village accountant. This little girl had completely fallen for Lu Tao, blissfully unaware of his true character. In the 1980s, one could indeed leave for Beijing, abandoning them like orphans, with no news whatsoever. Alas, such is fate, and Hier could only watch helplessly. The aquarium is teeming with fish. Yet Hierjia has not paid much heed to these small crucian carp, which weigh nearly 5 to 6 pounds. Yang Tao was even contemplating offering some money, but Hierjia promptly intercepted him. In truth, there are quite a few fish in the kiln pit, but that fish pond belongs to the village. Fishing a couple of times is permissible, but excessive angling tends to irk the villagers. The newly arrived educated youth were taken aback by the sight of Yang Tao and his companions bringing back such a bountiful catch, naturally prompting them to inquire about Bao, the young lad, from the seasoned locals. Among them was a girl named Zhou Min, who, clutching Li Ping's hand, eagerly asked, "Sister Li Ping, what is the name of that fair-skinned boy? He seems so devoted to his studies." Zhou Min, often overlooked at home, aspired to prove herself through education. Despite being only 16, she consistently ranked first in physics, chemistry, and mathematics in her high school. However, such excellence seemed futile, as only a handful of universities still accepted exceptionally talented candidates from various fields, while most had ceased admissions. Consequently, after completing her second year of high school, Zhou Min found herself sent to the countryside, responding to the national call, due to her lack of employment. She pondered the true value of her education. Li Ping glanced at the petite girl and quietly explained, "That boy lives at the very front of the western part of the village. Though he is just 9 years old, he is remarkably adept at fishing and shrimp catching. His family never goes hungry for fish. His greatest passion is studying. He is nearly finished with the second-year curriculum. I become dizzy just looking at the textbooks. If you excel in your studies in this village, you will never lack for meat." After speaking, noticing that the others were not paying much attention to them, she added in a hushed tone, "There are rumors in the village that this boy possesses some sort of divine favor. 2 female educated youths who taught him for a while ended up marrying military officers and following them. It seems they benefited from his fortune. It's quite miraculous. How are your studies going?" Although Zhou Min was skeptical about such tales of fortune and divine intervention, the notion that teaching this boy could lead to a steady supply of meat ignited a spark of hope in her eyes. "Sister Li Ping, I may not boast about anything else, but I have always been the top student in physics, chemistry, and mathematics in high school." Li Ping replied, "Come, let me take you to enjoy some meat." Zhou Min protested, "Sister, I haven't even tidied my bed yet." Li Ping reassured her, "What does it matter? I will help you when we return. As long as that boy desires meat, snakes will fall from trees to knock themselves out, and rabbits will collide with trees and perish. Hurry up, can I deceive you?" Thus, Zhou Min, somewhat dazed, was led by Li Ping to Hierjia's place. Since they had just completed the autumn harvest 2 days prior, every household in the village was resting at home. Upon seeing Li Ping arrive with a frail young girl, Guiying was somewhat puzzled. However, they were all familiar with one another, and Li Ping promptly pulled Zhou Min forward, exclaiming, "Sister Guiying, I have brought a teacher for Bao. Do not be deceived by her size. She has already graduated high school and consistently achieves top marks." Chapter 80. De Long's joyous occasion. The child now has a teacher, and both Guiying and Higawi were genuinely delighted. Regardless of the utility of education, what truly matters is the happiness of one's child. The family warmly welcomed Li Ping and her companion into their home. Zhou Min also noticed the distinctiveness of this family. A small table was indeed filled with textbooks and assignments. Observing the youngsters, each bore a rosy complexion, a rarity even in her own city. Guiying and Gao Yi appeared ageless, their faces devoid of any wrinkles. One could easily believe they were in their 20s. Could it be that this family was truly blessed by the heavens? Bao, I have found you such an outstanding teacher. What will you offer to entertain us?" The sister, quite unreserved, smiled and addressed Hier. Hier replied, "Sister Li Ping, we have crucian carp, soft-shell turtle, and eel at home. I wonder if that is sufficient. Before Li Ping could respond, Senya chimed in. Ergo, it has been a long time since we've seen a rabbit. Shall we venture out to see if any have crossed our path? Pierre sighed. What can we do? Our little glutton, Senya, is at it again. Very well. Let us wander over to that slope. The wild grass is quite dense there, and perhaps a careless rabbit will present itself. The rabbit mused. It is not that I lack vision. Rather, I am enchanted by spirits. I merely sought to pilfer some vegetables from your garden. Must you drag me out and skin me alive? Thus, Zhou Min, feeling somewhat dazed, followed the exuberant children as they laughed and chatted while traversing fields of rice and wheat, eventually arriving at a slope overgrown with wild grass, nearly half a person's height. The notion of rabbits presenting themselves seemed rather ludicrous. Sanya and Shia each wielded a slender bamboo twig, playfully thrashing the wild grass, calling out, "Wretched rabbits, where have you gone? Come out." Zhou Min found herself amused by the sight of the two delicate girls. However, before she could express her mirth, she felt a sharp collision against her leg, causing her to crouch down in pain. "Rabbit!" she exclaimed, only to feel another jolt against her rear. Bewildered, she pondered how two rabbits could have struck her so forcefully while she was at the back. The two rabbits seemed equally dazed, staggering towards Sanya and Shiya's feet. With laughter, each girl picked up a rabbit. "Ergo, let us head home." Li Ping inquired, "Zhou Min, are you all right?" Zhou Min had entirely forgotten her discomfort, staring blankly at the plump rabbits in the girl's hands, and instinctively rubbed her eyes. Li Ping helped her to her feet, saying, "No need to look further, it is indeed real." She had heard of such occurrences several times before, and although it was her first sighting, she was not particularly astonished. The rabbits, still dizzy, gradually regained their senses and began to struggle. De Bao and Hier took hold of a rabbit each, and the group became lively once more. Zhou Min gazed at the rabbit before her, feeling an urge to eat it, though she was not yet intimately acquainted with this family. Bao, what have you covered in your second-year textbooks? Have you memorized some physics formulas and the periodic table of elements in chemistry? Desiring meat necessitates the demonstration of one's intellect. Indeed, the astute Zhou Min has thrived by leveraging her abilities to partake in meals. Hier laughed joyfully, perceiving this sister as possessing a certain depth. Thus, he need not frequent the youth collective point aimlessly. Having a teacher come to his doorstep for guidance was decidedly more appealing. "Sister, my memory is exceptionally keen. I have retained all of this," he declared. This was no mere exaggeration. He felt that his mind, in comparison to his former life, resembled the disparity between a vacuum tube and integrated circuits, utterly incomparable. "All right, upon returning home, I shall present you with a few questions to test your knowledge." This prospect delighted Hier even further. The questions he could pose were merely a couple at the end of each lesson, and he had yet to be truly tested. Elated, Hier noticed that the two girls, Shia and another, were similarly thrilled. They eagerly grasped the hand of their teacher, little Dia, exclaiming, "Sister, please test me as well." The rabbit, unexpectedly captured, would soon face a series of trials and separations. One rabbit had been braised, while another was being nurtured. The latter felt a profound lack of dignity, acutely aware that it was destined for the pot. Yet, upon seeing the greens offered by the little girl, it could not resist and began to nibble at them with its paws. Now, as a hefty piglet, it felt quite discontented, sensing a loss of favor. Its young mistress seemed solely preoccupied with feeding that fluffy gray creature, neglecting to scratch its back. It could only push against the ground with force, occasionally emitting soft grunts, yearning for its mistress's attention. DeLong was in high spirits. His grandmother had arranged a marriage for him with Duranai, set for the 8th day of the 12th lunar month this year. When this news reached Hier's ears, he was convinced he must have misheard. He distinctly remembered that he DeLong had no prospects of a wife. It was not until 1983, in a state of despair, that he had wed Nyo Nyo, a girl from the village, who had indeed borne him 2 sons. Nyo Nyo was the very spouse abandoned by Lu Tao. Furthermore, DeLong was in for a delightful surprise. Early one morning, his uncle arrived at their home on a bicycle, accompanied by a ticket for it. When a young son-in-law visits, the mother-in-law, despite her hardships, must provide at least 2 eggs. Although the daughter may not be favored at home, once she marries, her status elevates. Their village had once witnessed a humorous incident. As a new son-in-law, Bao Jiang visited his mother-in-law for the first time, and she generously offered him 2 eggs. This lad, likely feeling a bit bashful, adamantly refused to eat them, claiming he had never liked eggs since childhood. The mother-in-law, being quite earnest, took his words at face value, resulting in the son-in-law never again partaking of an egg at her home. Years flew by, and on one occasion, after a quarrel, Bao Jiang lamented, "When will your family treat me as a person?" His wife, puzzled, contended that her family had always treated him with courtesy and pressed him for clarity. Bao Jiang indignantly replied, "Have I ever eaten a single egg at your family's home as a son-in-law?" His wife was both exasperated and amused, and that very day she dragged Bao Jiang back to her parental home. Upon arrival, her first words to her mother were, "Mother, please prepare a few eggs for Bao Jiang, and make sure to double the quantity." Her mother, upon hearing the reason, found it quite humorous. Unfortunately, the village's eggs had all been collected. With no other option, her mother had to borrow from the entire village to gather a mere 6 eggs. This incident spread like wildfire, causing the villagers to laugh uproariously, and to this day, they still tease Bao Jiang about it. After consuming the eggs, it was only natural for the family to invite the son-in-law to stay for a meal. However, this son-in-law politely declined, claiming he had other matters to attend to and would skip breakfast. Ironically, upon arriving at Gao Yi's home, he was irresistibly drawn to a pot of turtle on the table. Naturally, he ended up staying at his brother-in-law's house for a meal. Consequently, the once joyful atmosphere in the DeLong family quickly turned somber. Chapter 81. The grueling journey to the county. He felt that some of his father's traits mirrored those of his grandmother. Fortunately, this father had not yet shown a preference for the eldest son. Why do I say this? After receiving the bicycle tickets, his grandmother, following dinner, suddenly announced, "Since we don't have work tomorrow, DeLong, I will accompany you to fetch the bicycle." Her experiences in the county had long been shared with the entire family. They learned that the county boasted 5-story buildings, streets lined with sycamore trees, sidewalks, and streetlights. It turned out that the bus station even had restrooms, and in the county, every large courtyard had public toilets. They discovered that sitting in the last row of the bus not only prevented crowding, but also deterred petty thieves. However, when his grandmother mentioned that she had personally paid 120 yuan for the bicycle ticket, and that the funds for the bicycle would come from the public account, Huzi and Baozi made a modest request to also visit the county. This request was reasonable, and she readily agreed. Gao Li also wished to go and see the world. And since the bicycle was purchased with public funds for her eldest grandson, she nodded in acceptance. Since they were going to the city to buy a bicycle, he DeLong certainly would not forget about his recently betrothed wife. In rural life, once engaged, the bride is considered part of the family. And even if they were to become intimate, no one would dare mock them. There was never a dramatic scene of breaking off an engagement. If it happened, the bride's family might retaliate by damaging the groom's house, and no villager would intervene. They might step in to mediate, but their efforts would be half-hearted. For every family has daughters of their own. This young man promptly went to his fiancée's home, inviting her to join him the next day to buy the bicycle in the county. Even if he treated his daughter like a servant at home, once she was engaged, she belonged to her husband's family, merely residing temporarily at her parental home. For a son-in-law to take his daughter to the county to buy a bicycle would be a matter of pride for her family. How could they possibly refuse? Thus, the village's 2 military water bottles were borrowed once more. DeLong's mother also rose early, preparing breakfast for the family and boiling a pot of sweet potatoes for lunch on the road. Some things can be learned, while others require no instruction. As dawn had yet to break, the 3 brothers of the DeLong family, accompanied by their father, grandmother, and daughter-in-law, set forth in a spirited procession towards the county town. True to the words of Bao's father, a public restroom awaited them at the bus station. Indeed, as the bus journeyed onward, the number of passengers swelled, culminating in a few individuals who could not board and consequently chased after the vehicle for quite some time. The bus swayed incessantly. While the youth were able to endure it, their grandmother could not, leaning against the window and succumbing to nausea throughout the journey. This affliction appeared to be contagious, as not everyone was fortunate enough to secure a window seat, thereby amplifying the unpleasant odor within the bus. Fortunately, the villagers were simple-hearted. Aside from a few gasps of surprise, little commotion ensued. After a laborious journey, they finally arrived at the bus station. The family allowed their grandmother to rest for a while before inquiring about the direction to the supply and marketing cooperative building. After expending over 20 minutes, they successfully located the bus station. The process of purchasing tickets was remarkably smooth, as Gowie had previously stated. Permanent, 28 big bars. The only distinction this time was that Ni used her money to buy a pair of liberation shoes for both DeLong and their grandmother. The grandmother was initially reluctant to allow her granddaughter-in-law to buy her shoes, but eventually, after enduring the salesperson's ire, she acquiesced. They also procured 2 handkerchiefs. The reason for buying handkerchiefs was simple. Every educated youth had one. As they passed the tobacco and liquor counter, DeLong and his father each received a pack of cigarettes. The funds for these purchases had been exchanged for fish in the black market, a fact known to his mother and others. The grandmother gazed at her granddaughter-in-law with increasing fondness. How could she not be enamored? As a young woman, she had managed to amass enough money for 2 pairs of shoes through the black market while being considerate and dutiful. Even Gao Li, delighted with the cigarettes bought for him by his daughter-in-law, felt a surge of joy. His own son had never gifted him cigarettes. Thus, both Gao Li and the grandmother spoke in unison. DeLong, you have good taste in choosing a wife. Treat her well in the future. Unbeknownst to them, the family had spent over an hour wandering through the marketplace, and before they realized it, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. It was time to return. They deliberated and concluded that the grandmother could no longer endure the bus ride. DeLong must quickly learn to ride a bicycle to take her home, while the others would return by bus. It was rather unfortunate that Gao Yi and his son had not mentioned that the bus from the town would only depart at 1:30 p.m. the following day. Having left at 8:30 a.m. that morning without waiting, once outside the county town, it took them more than 2 hours before they noticed DeLong swiftly riding his grandmother home, an urgent necessity as they faced a distance of over 70 miles. Meanwhile, DeLong's father and companions found themselves at the bus station, stunned to discover that the next bus would not arrive until 1:30 p.m. the next day. Turning back to DeLong and his grandmother, they soon realized something was amiss. The route they had taken to arrive was a gravel road, yet on their return, it had transformed into a paved highway. Luckily, they encountered a passerby. DeLong stopped to inquire and learned that they were on the road to the provincial capital, having taken a wrong turn. Alas, the He family's direction blindness seemed to be hereditary. Fortunately, they had only pedaled for less than half an hour, allowing them time to turn back. DeLong, carrying his grandmother, traversed through the county town once more, only to discover that his father and the others had just exited the bus station. The family reunited once more, naturally inquiring about the events that had transpired. Upon discovering that one had missed the train and another had taken the wrong path, they simultaneously sighed in unison. Home is where everything is good. But venturing out presents myriad challenges. The thought of spending a night in the city struck them all at once, since they had resolved to stay the night. Finding a lodging became a pressing necessity. The 3 brothers of the DeLong family were not foolish, and Ni was a shrewd individual as well. It wasn't long before they found an inn, but upon entering, they were taken aback. They lacked a letter of introduction. No matter how much they pleaded, the innkeeper refused to accommodate them. What to do? The matriarch spoke up. Let's head back home. After all, it's only over 70 miles. Yet another dilemma arose. The sweet potatoes they had brought for breakfast had been consumed. Fortunately, Ni had ration tickets in her pocket, allowing the group to find a restaurant for a meal. These ration tickets had initially been intended for a proper meal with DeLong, as she was a cautious person, having brought only 1 pound despite possessing over 20 pounds of ration tickets. 1 pound was hardly sufficient, especially without meat tickets, limiting their options to vegetarian dishes. With money in hand, they ordered 5 or 6 vegetable dishes, barely managing to satiate their hunger, returning home as a family in the early hours of the morning. In summary, although the journey was fraught with obstacles, the outcome was indeed delightful. Chapter 82. Pig raising the heavens were benevolent, at least acknowledging its prior neglect and now bestowing upon them the rain that had been absent for nearly 2 months. The heavens displayed remarkable patience, opting not to deliver the overdue rain all at once, but rather in a manner they deemed most fitting, with a gentle, continuous drizzle day and night. Thanks to the newly repaired roof, apart from a couple of minor leaks that created a rhythmic dripping sound, the interior of the house was exceptionally harmonious. Mother's belly had begun to show, her hands busy with needlework, occasionally smiling as she patiently taught the little sprout. She was not a woman prone to excessive sympathy. Had this girl not shown such dedication in her teaching, she would scarcely have given her a second glance, and even during work hours. She would hope not to be grouped with this young lady, despite being a 16-year-old girl, when they shared whispered conversations. It turned out that she had yet to experience her first menstruation, though she was sandwiched between her elder siblings. Her slender arms were as thin as her younger brother's. The girl had a petite frame, but surely not to such an extent. Fortunately, her lively, bright eyes remained a striking feature. The eldest son had developed a particular fondness for cleanliness, not wishing to be outdone by his younger brother, at least not in terms of tidiness. Just yesterday, he had implored his mother to cut his hair short, even if the result resembled a disheveled mess. He wished to ensure that his scalp could be as clean and pale as his brother's. For reasons unknown, he was determined not to let this young intellectual sister see even a speck of dirt on him. Alas, the incessant rain was a wretched hindrance. Otherwise, he would certainly wash his clothes thoroughly every night. Every day, he meticulously cleans his home. Were it not for the necessity of the 3 hens that must enter to lay their eggs, he would permit no fowl inside. After breakfast, he tidies the table with great care, arranging the books neatly before taking his seat at the head of the table, eager to catch a glimpse of those bright, sparkling eyes. Yet, he always hesitates to meet their gaze. Over the course of 2 weeks, it seems the heavens have finally compensated for the owed rainfall. Though the sky remains perpetually overcast, the yellow earth is quite favorable for digging. A little clay mixed with grass could yield mud bricks, sufficient for constructing a dwelling that would last for many years. However, with the rain, traversing the terrain becomes an arduous task, even for those on foot, let alone with a bicycle. Ultimately, the pent-up frustration led to a scene early in the morning where every household had garments and bedding spread out to dry in the chillier air. Each day grows colder, and the plump black pig at Sanya's home continues to grow larger. The villagers, who initially anticipated a spectacle, could no longer remain indifferent. As the person who spent the most time with the pig, Sanya joyfully recounted how obedient and well-behaved her pet was, never rooting through the floors of the house or relieving itself indoors. If it misbehaved, a simple scratch would suffice to set it right. Naturally, this pig received countless free massages from eager hands. Such is the life of a pig. Perhaps next year, we should raise one ourselves. This thought flickered through the minds of every villager. With a handful of chaff, some wild greens, and an endless supply of pig feed from the riverbed, there seemed to be no shortage of options. One could even plant pumpkins in the vacant lots, which the pigs adored, not to mention the countless sweet potatoes available at home. Gao Yi's family had more than enough sweet potato vines from their reserved land to sustain a pig for quite some time. Not to mention the vast stretches of sandy soil in the village where sweet potato vines were woefully underutilized. Several village officials now found themselves visited daily by those wishing to register for a piglet from the commune. Piglets were indeed not inexpensive. A small one could cost 20 to 30 yuan. Yet, as winter approached, Gao Yi's pig already weighed around 150 to 160 pounds. Based on the food station's purchase price of 50 cents, this pig could fetch 70 to 80 yuan. Additionally, they would receive 10 jin of meat tickets, a coveted commodity that could be traded on the black market for nearly 10 yuan during the new year, given the number of villagers eager to raise pigs. The old mule and Wan Changshi, among others, had to take this matter seriously. A visit to the commune necessitated borrowing 2 bicycles from the He family. DeLong was reluctant to lend his bike to others, so he brought along comrade Wan, while Gao Meng naturally transported the old mule. Arriving directly at the commune secretary's office, despite being the village youth team leader and a prominent figure in the community, Gao Meng dared not utter a word in the presence of the commune secretary. The old mule, however, was different. Upon meeting Secretary Huang, he immediately started with complaints, questioning why their village had been assigned 5 utterly incapable young intellectuals. After a lengthy tirade, they finally broached the subject of the village's plan to raise 200 pigs the following year. He Dalong and He Gaoming initially believed that Secretary Huang would be infuriated by the old mule's audacious demands and would promptly eject him, creating a scene that would leave them utterly astonished. "Old son, are you serious? This is no jest," he declared, retrieving his large production and handing it to the old mule, even striking a match to ignite it for him. "Old Huang, when have I ever spoken insincerely? However, Secretary Huang, all these pigs must be properly butchered. Our village cannot afford a veterinarian to come and do the job." The old mule, when not in need, would casually refer to him as Old Huang, but in times of request, he would elevate him to Secretary Huang, truly embodying the fickle nature of those who seek favors. Yet, these 2 old acquaintances were of similar disposition. Knowing that old son intended to rear pigs, he called upon him. And now that old son aimed to gain an advantage, Secretary Huang similarly summoned the old mule. "Goodness, old mule, you are no mule at all. You are clearly a fox. I agree to this matter, and I will contact you immediately. As longtime brothers, I will ensure that your pigs are delivered to the village." Upon exiting the commune, he Gaoming remarked, "Uncle, it's settled then. Why is Secretary Huang so accommodating, offering to deliver the butchered pigs to the village?" The old mule replied, "You, being young, still have much to learn. If you were to inquire with your uncle Changxi, he would explain that we are helping the commune fulfill its tasks. Secretary Huang is merely afraid we might renege on our agreement. Hence the delivery of pigs to the village. Next time the county convenes, you shall be the one to attend." Chapter 83. Daughters serve tea. He heir delivers rabbits. Wan Changxi genuinely held a favorable view of He Gaoming. If the village were to indeed contribute 200 pigs next year, it would surely earn commendations at both large and small meetings. Within the village, aside from livestock that could assist with labor, little else received attention. He Dalong felt a twinge of regret for not having raised a pig at home. His family had invested in lavish decorations for the wedding house, with every wall adorned in newspaper, and even the ceiling meticulously covered with pristine paper. The fish had been prepared, having netted nearly 100 pounds from the village pond. However, regarding meat, his aunt had managed to procure a set of pig offal, and he had recently gathered 5 pounds of meat tickets. Yet, such a meager amount was far from sufficient. If only his connections with his uncle's family had not been severed, his aunt would surely have intervened to ensure the pig was contributed, thus securing 40 pounds of meat tickets. His family also had 4 chickens, not to mention various eels and turtles. What a pity. At the village entrance, Erbao's mother was busy when she heard Su's eldest daughter approach her, calling her aunt. Although her family no longer maintained relations with the Gao family, she still shared laughter and conversation with the eldest daughter. "What brings you here, dear? Your auspicious day is just around the corner. Why are you still working? The Dalong family has prepared everything, so there's no need for me to worry. There's nothing to do if I'm not working." The girl smiled at her aunt and softly replied, then continued, "Aunt, this time, you truly cannot attend the wedding between Dalong and me." Guiying remarked, "Danny, this matter concerns the men. It's best we women refrain from interfering." Guiying was no fool. Having managed to escape the clutches of her mother-in-law, she would not foolishly return to that predicament. Danny felt a wave of resentment. To claim that women should not meddle was merely a means to silence her. If it weren't for this family tying up the pig in the living room at night, she would have considered selling it on the black market. Why bother discussing this further? A visit to the youth point had brought her to a stark realization of the adage that one cannot become affluent without a stroke of luck. "Aunt, might you consider selling your pig sooner? We are willing to pay a premium for your meat tickets. I assure you, you won't suffer a loss. What do you think?" Guiying grasped the true intention behind the visitor's words and could not help but smirk inwardly. Not only was this a prime time for the pig to gain weight, but did her family truly need the money? If it weren't for the fear of inciting jealousy, they could indulge in meat every day without a care. Of course, her family did enjoy meat daily, though not pork. "Danny, it's not that I am unwilling to assist you, but the pigs we raise were born out of the cravings of my 3 children. There are no tickets to spare." With that, she disregarded the girl and busied herself with the tasks at hand. Danny felt disheartened but did not dwell on it, having approached the situation with a somewhat casual attitude. During mealtime, Guiying shared the incident, for the household was led by Gao Yi, and matters concerning his family warranted his awareness. Upon hearing, He Air felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He believed that the words of Dalong's wife should never have been uttered. Everyone in the village was aware of their affairs. Was she already contemplating her designs before even stepping through the door? It appeared Danny harbored ulterior motives. "Brother, Sanya, let us keep our distance from her going forward." He Air's words were largely directed at his father, who regarded his son with a glance but chose not to elaborate further. In truth, he did not pay much heed. Many villagers had already inquired if he could spare a pound or 2 of meat tickets for the new year. Upon reflection, however, something felt amiss. The girl suggested that he should surrender his pig in advance. On what basis? Merely because she was Dalong's wife? Sanya was the most obedient to her brother, and even she nodded in agreement. The festivities at Dalong's home were lively, as his mother was generous with her spending. Although this affair had little bearing on He Air's family, all 5 of his uncles had come to stay overnight at their house. This was quite normal, as they were to partake in the tea ceremony for the new bride. However, when Danny served the new bride tea, she surprisingly poured a bowl for both Gao Yi and his wife. This was inappropriate. When your uncles are lodging next door, offering them a bowl of tea is a gesture of gratitude, but serving tea to the couple was tantamount to claiming kinship. The issue was, as a daughter-in-law, did she possess such entitlement? A daughter-in-law does not become a matriarch, and she should not even have the privilege to dine with guests at the table. Gao Yi and his wife were left utterly astonished, as were the 5 uncles. Pierre had long anticipated the trouble this woman would stir. Rising from his slumber, he swiftly consumed 2 bowls of tea before grinningly remarking, "Sister-in-law de Long, whenever you assume the household's reins, I shall reimburse you for this tea." Humph. Neither Nai nor De Beau have departed this world, yet you aspire to seize power prematurely. Dao however, was indeed cunning. She replied, "What does it matter about the tea money? After all, your father is also my little uncle's wife. Nay, let us keep matters separate. I drank the tea, so do not involve my parents." Such trivialities must not be afforded any opportunity. Denise's countenance paled, and she disregarded the bowl, exiting and pulling De Long, who awaited at the door, back home. Yet in her heart, she cursed that little rascal Pierre repeatedly. Several uncles truly recognized the boy's remarkable prowess, and inevitably, they drew him into their embrace, showering him with praise. Pierre mused, "What prowess do I possess? It is De Long's bride who is truly formidable." As days passed, on one particular day, Pierre arrived at Old Mule's abode, bearing 2 plump rabbits. The moment Old Mule caught sight of him, he chuckled, saying, "Today, the sun has risen in the west. What brings you, my lad, to deliver rabbits to my home?" He accepted the rabbits, weighing them in his hands. "This one must weigh at least 5 pounds. Pierre replied, "Hee, I feared you might refuse. Now that you've accepted, this matter is easily settled. Grandpa's son, this rabbit is quite round, likely pregnant. If raised properly, it could yield dozens within a year. I cannot bear to consume it, nor can I release it, so I decided to gift it to you." Old Mule was taken aback by Pierre's words and cautiously placed the 2 rabbits into a cage. "Bao, tell me more about these rabbits." Bao replied, "I read in a book that rabbits can produce a litter every 2 months, yielding 6 to 10 offspring each time. Who could bear to eat them?" Old Mule prepared a pipe of tobacco, clearly intrigued. Pierre added, "These rabbits are easy to rear. As long as they are not fed overly watery foods, cabbage, carrots, grass, or hay will suffice. Wouldn't it be splendid if our village collectively raised them? Go on. Go on. You needn't fret over this, my lad. I shall accept the rabbits," Old Mule said, aware of the boy's cleverness, yet recognizing that some matters should not burden him. Chapter 84. The illegitimate child of heaven. The notion of gifting rabbits to Old Mule and proposing the idea of rabbit farming was not born from Pierre's benevolence. Rather, it stemmed from Denise's secretive visit days prior. She had already discerned that her little uncle occasionally ventured into the black market, always returning with 2 baskets in tow. She urged her companions to remain vigilant regarding her uncle's family's activities. Bao's parents were utterly bewildered. Who in the village did not engage with the black market? It was an open secret. Not just in the village, but likely even the commune and town were aware. What was Deni planning? Did she intend to report them? That seemed implausible, as it would provoke public outrage. Yet this lid must not be lifted. If it were, Secretary Huang and others would be caught in the fray. What, then, did she truly intend? Bao's parents could not fathom, though in recent days, they had not ventured into the black market to sell rabbits. In the bitter cold of winter, the only commodity left for sale was rabbits, and indeed, these were the very rabbits from the surrounding village. Rather than selling them himself, Pierre's intention was to drag the entire village into this venture. The village committee and the various local officials gazed at the rabbits munching on carrots upon the table, perplexed by the antics of the old mule. Surely, they could not allow everyone to merely observe the rabbits eating. Once everyone had gathered, the elderly gentleman decided to forego any further pretense. The purpose of this assembly is to discuss these 2 rabbits. Have you noticed any distinction between them? Isn't it simply that one is plump while the other is lean? Someone remarked. These rabbits were sent to you by Bao from the Gao family. Uncle, why don't you enlighten us? In a village, no matter the endeavor, nothing escapes the watchful eyes of the community. The old mule, undeterred, responded, Indeed. They were sent by Bao, who mentioned that this pair is currently expecting offspring and thus cannot be consumed. Huh, Uncle's son, if he cannot bear to eat them. I certainly can. Why not give them to me? Came the voice of the women's brigade leader, Taoying. The old mule replied, I fear that if I say it, you too will find it hard to part with them. Bao claimed that a single litter can yield 6 to 10 rabbits, and in a year, they can produce 6 litters. Taoying, would you still be willing to eat them? What? These are no mere rabbits. They are a veritable treasure trove. Uncle's son interjected. Is this true or false? You can inquire and find out, the old mule retorted. Given his assertion, the villagers were inclined to believe it. Why don't we establish a rabbit farm in the village? Suggested Wan Changshi, shaking his head with a wry smile. We can hardly maintain a pig farm, let alone a rabbit one. A few village officials shared his weary laughter. While chickens and pigs thrived in individual households, anything managed by the village was bound to fail. Uncle, what do you propose we do? He Gaoming inquired. The old mule then spoke. First, let us discuss whether we actually want to raise them. Only a fool would decline such an opportunity. Observing that there were no objections, he continued, in the name of the village, we will distribute the rabbits among the households. Speak privately with your neighbors to see who is interested in raising them and register them with me. However, let me be clear, these rabbits must be sold collectively by the village. Should there be an inquiry from above, do not hold me responsible. But how will the profits be divided? The village accountant queried. What profits? Where will they come from? Has the village ever raised a rabbit? The greatest benefit you'll receive is merely having the chance to eat rabbit meat from your own stock. Of course, our village will assist in selling the rabbits. But the costs cannot be disregarded by the villagers. The accountant finally grasped the situation. And others began to understand as well. It appeared they were being asked to raise rabbits under the village's name. What if issues arise? Who will take responsibility? Gao Ming voiced his concerns. What problems could possibly arise? If there are issues, it will simply be due to their loose lips. Why should we bear the burden? The old mule asserted confidently. At worst, I shall resign from my position, just like Guiying's father. Yet, as he would say, who in the village would dare to disobey? Uncle, even a pair of rabbits is hardly sufficient. Insufficient. Seek the second treasure. That lad is nothing but a fortunate spirit. The village produces labor points. Let's invite him to catch rabbits. Inform him that any household adopting a pair of rabbits must surrender 10 labor points to me. This year, we are only planting rice once, and a labor point is worth less than 12 cents. Purchasing a pair of rabbits for 1 yuan would indeed yield a substantial profit. Conversely, this equates to having worked 10 days for Gao Yi's family for a pair of rabbits. The outcome is that Gao Yi's family incurs a loss, and the villagers gain nothing. One wonders where the money has vanished. After deliberation, the village officials commenced their visits to each household. Everyone is astute. Rabbits at 60 cents each, even if they perish from neglect, can still fill their own bellies. Who would dare voice dissent? Each person patted their chests, vowing to keep their mouths tightly shut, ensuring that not a single rabbit would slip into the black market. If one desires to exchange for money, the village must sell to the commune. As long as the rabbits do not enter the black market, no one will trouble you. Once matters within the village were settled, the old mule naturally made his way to Gao Yi's home. Gao Yi had already been summoned for a private discussion by the village officials, and he called for Bao. He said, Grandfather Mule, every time I go out, some foolish rabbits bump into me, but we always return with 1 or 2. Now, however, there are nearly 500 rabbits. If this gets out, how do you think people will perceive me? Old Mule replied, I had not considered this aspect. How about this? You, your father, I, Grandpa Changshi, and Uncle Gao Meng shall take a stroll together. Pierre looked up at his father. Gao Yi nodded. Why not? Let us take a walk. Each person took a bamboo stick, and in the fields, wherever the grass was plentiful, they would venture there. With a flurry of strikes, these rabbits, seemingly oblivious, emerged from their burrows, lining up to witness the antics of these two-legged creatures. Gao Meng and the others could not help but burst into laughter. Bao, you must be the illegitimate child of heaven. He was then sternly reprimanded by Old Mule. Keep your mouth shut. This matter must not be spoken of at home, not even to your wife and children. You must maintain silence even in your dreams, lest you incur the wrath of heaven. Gao Meng and Changshi felt a tightening in their chests, immediately grasping the old secretary's implication. Bao must indeed be the illegitimate child of heaven, and if their loose tongues brought misfortune upon him, who among these mere mortals could withstand heaven's fury? Over 500 rabbits scurried in and out of the village for 3 days, provoking curiosity among the villagers about how the foreigner had captured so many. Old Mule shot them a glare. What is it to you? This is Gao Yi's secret method. Why should you know? The villagers could only sulk in silence. Chapter 85. A father's good fortune as the 12th lunar month commenced. Truckloads of piglets were brought into the village, filling every household with laughter. However, soon the air was filled with the pitiful cries of the piglets. for they must endure the ordeal of having their ears pierced. Fortunately, with the experience of the three sisters, the whole family rallied together, presenting the cooked pig feed. Under the gentle ministrations of numerous hands, both large and small, the little pig soon quieted down, occasionally emitting soft grunts as if to convey its woes to its new owners. Raising pigs is indeed a peculiar endeavor. The more you chastise them, the more obstinate they become, resisting growth. However, if you stroke them affectionately, they become quite docile. Naturally, should they remain unruly, a couple of firm taps followed by tender scratches will soon render them compliant. Regrettably, pig farming has diminished in rural areas. Otherwise, you might have the opportunity to witness this firsthand. Those who have previously kept pet pigs likely understand I am not merely speaking in jest. Pierre gazed at the rabbits kept in cages in every household and the pigs tethered in front of their homes, and an unexpected sense of accomplishment welled up within him. Over a year since his rebirth, he had unknowingly altered the fates of many, though it remained uncertain whether for better or worse. The village had begun to raise pigs and rabbits, and the desire for bicycles was burgeoning among the villagers. Many of the younger generation had already ventured to the county town together. He wished to avoid drawing attention from the authorities. This was the extent of his capabilities. The last truckload of piglets was personally escorted by Secretary Huang. He felt a curious intrigue regarding the reasons that had prompted the villagers of Yaowan to take the initiative in raising pigs and rabbits. It is worth noting that acquiring these piglets involves signing a purchase contract. Simply paying does not confer ownership. Should any issues arise with the pigs, one would be liable to compensate the commune. This was the very reason villagers hesitated to rear piglets. Old Mule had assured him that the village officials would catch rabbits and foster them in the villagers' homes, promising that by this time next year, at least 1,000 rabbits would be sold to the commune. Old Mule led Secretary Huang to Gao Es residence, where Gao Es' large black pig was being weighed. The food station unloaded a large scale from the tractor, and to everyone's astonishment, it tipped the scales at an impressive 176.5 pounds. The villagers erupted in exclamations of awe. As several 10 yuan bills and meat coupons were handed to Gao Yi, the villagers' eyes gleamed with envy. Secretary Huang remarked, "This comrade is quite commendable." Upon hearing this, Pierre could not help but smile. "My pig farming is also intended to set a model for others." Secretary Huang replied, "Excellent. Such a comrade has even influenced his own children. Old son, how could such a comrade not meet the criteria? I shall serve as his introducer. Should Yaowan village exceed its targets next year, a leader like him could easily become a cadre. How would the commune commend him? How would they report this?" Old Mule interjected, "Who taught this lad to speak so? Gao Es family could hardly fathom such matters." "Very well, Secretary Huang. I shall convene a village committee meeting promptly to facilitate comrade He Gao Es inclusion." He concluded. He Gao felt as though a pie had fallen from the sky, leaving him utterly dazed. As for the application form, it seemed inconsequential. With Secretary Huang as his introducer, Old Mule would surely guide him in writing it perfectly. "Thank you, Secretary Huang. Thank you, Secretary Sun. I will hold myself to the highest standards." Secretary Huang departed, thoroughly satisfied, while He Gao joyfully lifted his second child high into the air. Chapter 86. The Concerns of Two Tigers. What is a cadre? In the snowy landscape, Secretary Han of the county committee raised his hand and proclaimed, "I shall be the captain of the assault team. Cadres, follow me." It is the old mule's wisdom. Good meat is shared with the masses, while the unwanted bones are left for the cadres. It is a boastful declaration from village children during their squabbles. My uncle is a cadre. It is the envious tone of villagers watching the festivities, proclaiming that Gao Es family must treat everyone to sweets. This vibrant atmosphere surpasses the celebrations of many weddings. Serving the people is not merely a hollow phrase. Consider the thoughtful design of the meat ration: 1 or 2 taels, half a pound or a pound, 5 or 10 pounds. How humane! Despite the abundance of 10-pound meat tickets, who does not have a few impoverished relatives? When the husband and wife exchanged glances, they understood each other's intentions. 20 pounds of meat must be procured and preserved. Another 20 pounds is allocated for relatives, 2 pounds for each of 3 uncles and 5 aunts, which removes 8 pounds from the total. Furthermore, each maternal grandparent receives 2 pounds. The ties with Gao Li are severed, yet the bond with the grandmother remains intact. A simple gesture will suffice. The remaining 8 pounds can be reserved for personal consumption or as a gesture of goodwill. Such is the way of human relationships. Father, armed with the tickets, mounted his bicycle and set out. He must deliver them to each household. How exhausting. As December approached, it was time to undertake water conservancy work. Last year, due to health issues, the grandmother could not participate, but fortunately, Tiger had grown strong, so father and son joined the main contingent to repair the reservoir. The reservoir had been expanded last year, and due to this enhancement, their county not only avoided reduced yields during this year's widespread drought, but also achieved a bountiful harvest. The expansion required rock walls to be reinforced, leading to the arduous task of quarrying stones. Initially, Gow's family did not concern themselves with the additional labor points and could have avoided the heaviest work. However, their second child, inadvertently, found an opportunity to take the lead. Thus they found themselves lifting the heaviest stones day in and day out. When Gao Li and Tiger observed Gao laboriously carrying the massive stones, they felt a sense of satisfaction. How many times had they wished for this man, who had brought shame upon their family, to stumble? Yet, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. This man did not falter. They even hoped that the next day would bring an absence of his figure, indicating that he had finally succumbed to exhaustion. Alas, yet again, they were met with disappointment. For an entire week, the stone carriers changed continuously, yet this weary man remained steadfast. Once more, a scene that ignited envy in Gao Li and his son unfolded. Leaders from the county town's commune saw Gao lifting stones and approached him, shaking his hand and greeting him warmly. They even urged him to take a break. How infuriating. Indeed, this man had made a lasting impression on some leaders last year by toiling tirelessly to allow his mother more rest. What a good comrade. Gao, it is rather perplexing. Each day I toil until exhaustion, yet upon awakening, I feel as if nothing burdens me. Engaging in such laborious tasks, I still find the energy to embrace the mother of my child in the evening. Rest assured, esteemed leaders, heavy and arduous work must be undertaken by someone. I am young and physically capable. Indeed, we require young officials like you to work diligently, though one must also heed their health. For the body is indeed the foundation of all. Fortunately, the Gao family lacks the genes of a pufferfish. Otherwise, my chest would surely swell larger than that of a dairy cow. Here comes the troublesome gossip. Some short-sighted individuals in the village remark, Huzi, your brother has not participated in the water conservancy project this year. How is it that, being siblings, your brother enjoys such fortune? Gowli, are you certain you are not insinuating something? Huzi, I can't be bothered to engage with you. In my opinion, the one with the best fortune in our village is undoubtedly your brother. Do you believe that even if they were to separate their households, Dalong would not need to join the water conservancy, while the eldest daughter of the Lao Su family could accomplish the work of 2 Dalongs? Upon hearing this, Huzi's eyes lit up. After all, he is no less handsome than his brother. There are plenty of eligible young women on the construction site, and the current educated young women are incapable of heavy labor. It would be better to choose one who catches his eye, and in due time, he could establish a household like his uncle. If his mother and grandmother persistently oppose him, he would simply emulate his uncle and distance himself from his elder brother. His uncle is quite formidable. With merely 2 pounds of meat tickets, his younger siblings all sing his praises. Establishing a separate household signifies taking charge. And when the time comes, he could reconnect with his uncle, and all would be well. One must be wary of those with ulterior motives. During the afternoon division of labor, he intentionally distanced himself from his father to avoid being grouped with him, successfully infiltrating the circle of young women. In the village, what truly captures a young girl's heart is not merely your handsomeness or eloquence, but rather the breadth of your shoulders and the firmness of your waist. As time passed, the eldest daughter of the Hu family and the Hu found themselves increasingly in sync. Both families welcomed this development. A son with a girl's affection naturally brings joy to a father, and a daughter marrying within the village reassures her parents. Unbeknownst to both families, Eru inadvertently mentioned that should he take a wife and apply for a separate household, he would ensure a significant distance from his parents. This statement captured the heart of the eldest daughter of the Hu family. Chapter 87. The feng shui of Erbao's family. The days grew colder with each passing moment. Although the sun shone brightly, a gust of wind would send a chill deep into one's bones. It seems the heavens were inspired by the fervent atmosphere on the construction site, for as everyone joyfully packed their tools and belongings to return home, not a single drop of rain fell, though the dense fog may count as such. No matter how thick the fog, it could not hinder anyone's return home. Not only Erbao's family, but every household awaited at the village's entrance each day. As vague silhouettes emerged from the thick fog, the village instantly buzzed with life. Yet, only Xia's father felt inexplicably disheartened. How could his little daughter call Gao father while neglecting to address him as such? I cannot afford to be vexed with my own child. I must feign an air of indifference. I shall lift my beloved daughter into my arms, both to assert my parental claim and to counter the malevolent grin of our neighbor, that detestable visage. Observe, she is indeed my dear daughter, and she even uses her sleeve to brush the dew from my hair. Oh, not merely dew, there is a touch of frost. How swiftly the slap of reality comes. This little girl, nestled in my embrace, stretches forth her tiny arm towards Gao Yi, and then, to my astonishment, "Father, let me wipe it for you." Ha ha. In that moment, the smirks transformed into hearty laughter. This daughter of mine has become a source of exasperation. Gao Yi, too, cradles his own little girl, and I find myself at a loss, forced to extend my sincere apologies to Brother Chongxin. Fortunately, Erbao's mother alleviated this awkward situation. Despite her pronounced pregnancy, she took it upon herself to care for the increasingly lively child. Do not let her condition lead you to worry. Her ability to handle the child did not raise any concerns among us. In our village, several expectant mothers are laboring in the fields, only to be taken home to give birth. Pierre, with a tinge of regret, noted that the cured and dried strips of bacon could not be hung up, for that would undoubtedly bring immeasurable joy to his father's face. Though there are no longer any mice in the house, Mother remains uneasy and insists on storing them in a small jar. The neighbor's daughter was spirited away before our very eyes to express my remorse. Gao Yi pulled this matchmaker friend aside, urging his wife to prepare some dishes to accompany our drinks, claiming that the two of us had toiled for nearly 20 days and deserved a proper toast. Under ordinary circumstances, Xi's father would have been polite, but today he felt an odd sense of entitlement. Our family's treasured child has been taken away by yours. What is wrong with sharing a meal? Is that not to be expected? The He family, now lacking in meat dishes, had an abundance of pickled little crucian carp, the quantity unknown. Since we had already had breakfast, only 2 older gentlemen remained at the table. There was a dish of dry braised pickled crucian carp, the kind that had been cured and dried, along with stir-fried slices of bacon and garlic shoots, a bowl of bok choy, and a small plate of pickles. This repast surpassed the usual hospitality shown to a new son-in-law. Chongxin raised a glass of wine, exclaiming, "Your family's fortune truly nourishes the soul." This observation held merit. Not only were Xi's children flourishing, but even Gao Yi and his wife appeared to be rejuvenating, seemingly shedding the weariness of the past year. Even the newly arrived educated youth, who had once looked like a frail bean sprout, had transformed into a sprightly figure after just a few meals at their home. Just look at her attire, that cotton coat and padded trousers, clearly a size too large. Zhou Min, too, felt somewhat helpless. She had come over during the agricultural lull and had dined at the student's home several times. It seems a bit excessive, for if she does not come, the Bao will surely call for her. Although the dishes were delightful, the staple consisted solely of porridge paired with sweet potatoes. Despite only eating to 70% of her capacity, she found her body inexplicably flourishing, her strength surging impressively. While relatives arrived and her strength increased, she pondered the absurdity of her growth. Her clothes had become increasingly snug, and when she rode home, her family not only failed to send her any fabric ration tickets, but also berated her severely. "You ungrateful child. Upon arriving in the countryside, you only think of indulging yourself while your figure swells. Have you not considered sending a morsel of food back home? And you desire fabric tickets? Should we send a textile factory your way instead? One might as well suggest you take your leave." As she observed her younger sisters, Sanya and Xia, nestled in their parents' embrace, a wave of sorrow washed over her. These were scenes she dared not even dream of. Consequently, she cherished her current tutoring job, treating it with utmost seriousness. In her quest to educate the children effectively, she meticulously reviewed high school and middle school textbooks from cover to cover. Even during her work hours, her thoughts revolved around formulating questions to aid the children in their learning. Yet, the Bao was somewhat slow, despite having grasped yesterday's lessons well. He required additional time the next day for thorough explanations. At this rate, in just a few months, the 2 little girls would likely catch up to his academic pace. Alas, such a handsome young lad. Yet how could his capacity for understanding be so lacking? Nevertheless, she remained confident that Dabao would ultimately achieve commendable results. Chapter 88. Reunion dinner. On the afternoon of New Year's Eve, as her parents prepared a bountiful feast, her father retrieved firecrackers that had been sun-dried for several days, ready to commence the reunion dinner. It was then that everyone realized Dabao had mysteriously disappeared. Calling for their child to come for dinner was a common occurrence in the village, but on this New Year's Eve, Gao's voice rang out, calling for the boy from the doorstep, an unusual event indeed. A sensible child would not venture outside at such a time, while the less sensible ones would dart in and out of the kitchen incessantly, reluctant to leave home even with a broom in hand. While they could not find Dabao, Xia had made her way over. "Father, I saw Brother Dabao running towards the east of the village." With that, she dashed into Erbao's house, climbing onto a bench beside Sanya. The family at Erbao's had grown accustomed to such antics and paid little heed. Xia's mother contemplated fetching her daughter back, but her grandmother interjected, "Let her be. When she grows up, we shall see if she feels embarrassed." This elicited smiles all around, while Xia's father, resigned, began lighting firecrackers right at the doorstep, having given up on the girl entirely. As for Bao's father, he still intended to search towards the east of the village, but was halted by Bao's mother. No need to look. He must have gone to invite Sister Zhou Min over for the reunion dinner. He thought he must have misheard. During his absence, what had transpired at home that they would invite a sent-down youth to share in their reunion feast? Xia is still young, and given that both families have always been close, it's crucial to note that neither has explicitly stated their intentions. Yet they harbor quite a favorable view of the two children. However, what significance does the gathering of young intellectuals hold? At this moment, the gathering is bustling with activity. For not every household possesses a background akin to Shui's, nor do all young intellectuals have parents like those of Zhou Min. 3 small tables are lined up in the open space in front of the house, already laden with an abundance of food: fish, meat, chicken, and duck. Just as the meal is about to commence, Dabao bursts into view. "Dabao, what brings you here?" Zhou Min inquired, as the family tutor of the little one. Dabao hesitates, unable to lift his gaze, enchanted by her bright eyes. He yearns for this sister to join his family for a reunion dinner. The thoughts surged within him, and he could no longer contain it. Without further contemplation, he dashed over. Yet, upon arrival, he found himself at a loss for words, staring down at his new cotton shoes with unease. "Dabao, would you like to join us for the reunion?" A young intellectual teased with a smile. To his own surprise, Dabao found the courage to respond, "Sister Zhou Min, my mother sent me to invite you to our home for the reunion dinner." With those words, his anxiety dissipated. "Our family is waiting for you." The little fellow, fabricating lies without a flutter of his eyelids, continued, "Please send my regards back home. After the new year, I will come to pay my respects to your mother. My father also said that during this time, you've worked hard, and our whole family is looking forward to your visit." Ultimately, he simply wished to share a reunion dinner with Sister Zhou Min. It would be even better if they could celebrate together every year, and if he could grow up to marry Zhou Min, that would be a dream come true. In that moment, this budding little heart truly understood its own feelings. "Zhou Min, you should go. Dabao's family serves meals that are no less splendid than ours. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have wanted to dine at their home too. Look at our Minner. She is no longer the frail child who first arrived. All right, you should go. When one is away from home, what difference does it make where one dines?" Li Ping gently nudged the girl towards Dabao, harboring a tinge of jealousy towards her. Dining at Dabao's house is referred to as a reunion dinner, while here, it is merely a New Year's meal, a slight difference in wording, yet worlds apart in essence. Zhou Min felt a surge of gratitude at the invitation for a reunion dinner, genuinely cherishing that family. "All right, let us return home. We wouldn't want to keep the family waiting." She was completely oblivious to any implications of the phrase "return home." A few young intellectuals exchanged peculiar glances, observing the elongated silhouettes of the two against the setting sun, but soon suppressed their strange thoughts. Dabao remained a child, his complexion rosy, with his youthful features becoming more pronounced. He felt deeply that they should be one family. The respect for teachers and the importance of education is ingrained in the essence of the Chinese people, even in an era where education seems of little value. The illiterate elders in the village would still proclaim, "All pursuits are inferior, only reading is esteemed." Thus, Zhou Min, the family's tutor, was promptly invited to take the esteemed seat by Gao Yi and his wife. It would be inappropriate for the father to sit alongside her, while the mother shared a bench with the young lady. During the meal, Bao chuckled. If only our younger brother had been born a few years earlier. Our table would be bustling with life. The mother gently caressed her abdomen. How do you know it will be a brother? Pierre could not confess that he had seen this brother 8 times in a day. We cannot have another sister. Otherwise, no one will dote on Sanya. Sanya chimed in. Indeed. Mother, look at the Shia family. They have only one daughter, and she is so spoiled. This was not mere pampering. She was treated as if she were made of sugar, kept safe from harm. During the new year, she would even dine at others' homes for reunion dinners. Shia nodded. Exactly. Mother, it would be best if you had another brother. The eldest and second daughters next door are so pitiful. They wash everyone's clothes and prepare everyone's meals. Senya added, yes, their hands are as cold as buns, yet they still have to wash clothes by the river. Mother, you must have a brother. I don't want to wash clothes by the river. The little girl seemed to think that gaining a sister would somehow make her life akin to that of the elder sisters. All right, I will surely give you a brother. Even if I have a sister, I want to let you wash clothes, okay? Zhou Min, overhearing this family's conversation, lowered her head in sorrow. At home, she too was burdened with household chores, and her hands had often suffered in the cold. Strangely, this year, her hands were in good condition. Guiying noticed the girl's peculiar demeanor and surmised that she must have endured considerable hardship before coming to the countryside. She placed a piece of meat into the girl's bowl, feeling that as an outsider, she should not interfere in the affairs of others. After the meal, the father teased his eldest son, why don't you go collect firecrackers? The eldest son felt a twinge of embarrassment and discreetly glanced at Zhou Min, who was engrossed in whispers with his mother. Seeing that she was oblivious to his conversation with his father, he relaxed slightly and deliberately proclaimed, Father, I am already 10 years old. How could I possibly compete with children for firecrackers? If you want to collect them, I certainly will. To be honest, he actually enjoyed watching the firecrackers he ignited explode on the ground. Truly, a man remains youthful at heart until the end. The eldest son experienced a moment of inner conflict, yet ultimately suppressed the urge to compete with his father for the firecrackers. This young lady had a remarkable ability to mature him. As dusk settled, the young girl could have returned home by herself, but given that Pierre was rather mischievous, he insisted, Brother, it's getting dark. You should escort Sister Zhou Min home. Ever since that little rascal had his hair cut, he had noticed something unusual about him. This lad was already delving into his middle school textbooks, yet he deliberately sought out that little girl to ask for help with elementary math problems. Perhaps to prolong his teacher's tenure. It was somewhat amusing. When he was in elementary school, he had a particular fondness for a girl named Xiaoyu. And in middle school, he would sneak glances at a girl a year older than him on the playground. Therefore, he could understand why his elder brother was so fond of Zhou Min regardless of circumstances. She has already transitioned from mung bean sprouts to peanut sprouts, has she not? Who dares to claim that this young lady has not blossomed into beauty? After all, her facial features and expressive eyes are undeniably captivating. As for whether she deserves such admiration, with him present and time on their side, this elder brother is bold enough to momentarily set aside his studies to demonstrate what it means to love deeply. Time swiftly passes, and once again, the season of blooming flowers and warm sunshine arrives. Poor Miss Zhou Min finds herself in a predicament. Her cotton-padded clothes, originally tailored generously, now feel constricting, and her spring attire is far too small for her. Left with no other option, she must continue wearing her increasingly short cotton garments, wearing a pained expression as she pins yet another letter home. To her dismay, her family not only offers no assistance, but also requests that she send back some provisions. Enter the warm-hearted Dabao. Mother, do we have any money left? His mother replies, a little. Why do you ask? Dabao responds, Mother, Sister Zhou Min has no clothes to wear. Could we possibly assist her? Zhou Min's clothing predicament has not escaped Guiying's notice. Yet why should she provide help without compensation? She teaches her own children diligently and ensures they are well fed and comfortable. The debts are settled, after all. In this village, many suffer from poverty, and she cannot possibly cater to everyone's needs. Zhou Min, taken aback by Dabao's unexpected plea, quickly interjects, Aunt, there's no need. I will find a way on my own. Guiying finds herself at a loss for words, internally chiding her eldest for his thoughtlessness. If borrowing money were the issue, she wouldn't mind. The funds were painstakingly salvaged from the black market by his father, and with the children growing at an alarming rate, she is already overwhelmed, especially with another child on the way that will require new supplies. It is frustrating that everything seems to go to the eldest grandchild, as if only he needs new shoes. The Bao, ever the caring sibling, proposes again. Mother, what if I forego new clothes this year, so you can make a new outfit for Sister Min instead? He heir, taken aback, exclaims, Goodness, brother, while you may be born under the dog sign, you must not become a sycophant. Those who pander to others meet grim fates, as countless netizens have confirmed. Perhaps it is time to consider dismissing the teacher. High school textbooks are now easily self-studied. Zhoumin gazes at her younger brother, who has grown half a head taller than her, feeling a warmth in her heart. She has never been cared for in such a manner before. Unbeknownst to her, her eyes begin to glisten with unshed tears. This genuinely unsettles Hier. He cannot discern whether her emotions stem from gratitude or something deeper. If it is the latter, his dear sister's youth may be at stake. Regardless of the true nature of her feelings, it is evident that his simple-minded sister has been touched. Mother, I no longer want new clothes. I can wear the ones that second brother alters for me. Guiying sighs, my foolish son and daughter, with no other alternative. If she fails to provide financial support now, it would reflect poorly on her character. Very well, I shall fetch some fabric tickets from the house. Zhoumin, I do not have many, so I can only offer enough for one outfit. Zhoumin's voice trembles with emotion. Aunt, truly, you need not trouble yourself. I will manage. He heir, sensing the gravity of the moment, thinks to himself, this surely cannot be mere gratitude. If it were, she would not be in such dire straits. The brother, born in the cold of December, foolishly indulges in his whims, unafraid of freezing his tongue. I suppose this is a loan from you. When your fortunes improve, you may return it. That foolish lad, Debao, upon hearing his mother mention a loan, was about to speak further when Erbao seized him, stating, I am here. You cannot indulge. If she truly becomes your wife, you may do as you wish without anyone to stop you. Indeed, the money and tickets were handed over to Zhoumin, for she genuinely required them. Now, with the money in hand, the young lady intended to head to town. Debao offered, Minjia, I will accompany you. Zhoumin, momentarily taken aback, her eyes glistening, regarded the earnest gaze of the young boy and nodded, let us go together. The clingy one re-emerged, exclaiming, Big brother, Sister Zhoumin, I will join you. His little follower chimed in, Sister Sonia, I will accompany you too. Huang Guiying observed the group of children with a contemplative expression. Hier remarked, this is an opportunity born from Debao's infatuation. Why are you all making a fuss? You are not allowed to go. Stay home and study diligently. If you excel, I shall reward you with wild chicken in a few days. As for the elder brother and sister, Sonia had forsaken even her own parents for the sake of meat. Erbao Gij, will there truly be wild chicken? As long as you study earnestly, there will be. The space had expanded significantly. Wild deer had even been discovered. Big brother, hurry back, and we shall all go catch wild chicken together. Chapter 90. Xiaobao. The road to the commune was not particularly narrow, flanked by wild grasses and patches of small flowers. Initially, the atmosphere was somewhat subdued, with Zhoumin enveloped in silence. Even in spring, despite Debao's affection towards the petite girl beside him, the age gap loomed large, rendering any notion of sweetness or ambiguity improbable, not to mention the absence of any hormonal stirrings. Zhoumin, at 16, nearly 17 by conventional counting, was not naive. She recognized the slight interest the younger boy held for her. How to articulate it? Just that fleeting sentiment. A boy who daily received playful taps on his head, seemingly smaller than her, had inexplicably developed feelings for her. The sincerity of his affection was undeniable. Yet upon witnessing the boy sprint towards a thicket of thorns to pluck tender new shoots, she couldn't help but break into laughter. Perhaps she had been overthinking. He was merely a child, likely viewing her as an elder sister. One would expect a young lad to present flowers to an older girl, yet here he was, gathering thorny twigs. This realization lightened her spirits. Even if she was deceiving herself, she felt liberated. Debao, what are you picking those for? To eat, he replied. These tender shoots are sweet. Haven't you ever tasted them? With that, he gently peeled back the skin of one tender shoot and offered, Minjia, try it. It's delicious. As the slightly purplish-red skin was peeled away, a tender green stem emerged, unmistakably indicating that it was indeed edible and likely to be quite delicious. Without a doubt, the little ones savored this crisp delight, their eyes naturally squinting with joy. Indeed, it was exceptionally delectable, particularly as it was their first experience tasting such a treat. This sparked a lively conversation, with Daba showcasing his extensive experience in foraging for snacks. In essence, Zhou Min was merely a child raised in the city, navigating between school and home, unaware of the myriad sprouts, roots, and wild fruits that could be found in the fields. Naturally, she listened intently, captivated by her brother's enthusiasm. The sibling duo strolled along, their rapport seeming effortlessly natural. At the supply and marketing cooperative, the older sister selling fabric glanced at the siblings and was inexplicably stirred by a hint of discontent. Daba, dressed in a new spring outfit, appeared robust and healthy, while his sister, though her complexion was fine, wore an old, faded cotton coat that was clearly too short for her, even in a society that favored sons. Such disparity was hard to overlook, especially when the gossiping neighbors might catch wind of it. Upon overhearing the siblings discussing 6-foot cotton fabric, the saleswoman could no longer contain herself. "Which village are you from? How can you, as an older brother, allow your sister to dress like this while you purchase fabric for yourself?" It was understandable. The blue cotton fabric was meant for spring and autumn garments, while girls had access to a multitude of colorful and patterned fabrics. Zhou Min had simply desired a blue outfit, for this material was affordable, durable, and resistant to dirt. Both children sensed they were being misunderstood by the outspoken saleswoman. Zhou Min began, "Comrade, you've misunderstood," but before she could finish, the warm-hearted Daba had already transformed into a clever negotiator. "Comrade, you truly have misjudged the situation. My sister has grown too quickly this year, and this fabric is meant for her." He, being younger than Zhou Min, felt a pang of regret at being mistaken for her older brother. Yet he found joy in it instead. "Well, at least your family has some sense," the enthusiastic saleswoman remarked. Zhou Min, unsure of how to clarify, simply smiled. Daba chuckled. "Next time, I want to let my sister go without clothes." Zhou Min teased. "Who would have thought that you, the big oaf who struggles with math problems, would have such a knack for this?" Meanwhile, their mother, observing her eldest son happily escorting Zhou Min out the door, found herself momentarily stunned. She was torn between irritation and amusement. Her son was so young and already seeking a wife. Zhou Min clearly seemed far from a girl suited for labor in the fields. Amused yet perplexed, she felt a sudden pang in her abdomen, realizing that the little one inside her was ready to make an entrance. "You little one, you certainly know how to pick your moments," she thought. "Quick, go fetch your mother and grandmother." Upon hearing that she was to summon her mother and grandmother, the little girl dashed back toward her home. As the second child observed his mother cradling her belly, he instinctively knew that his younger brother was about to make his entrance into the world. In a flurry of concern, he assisted his mother into the house. "Senya, keep an eye on mother while I head to the clinic." Both Shia's mother and the grandmother were already aware that the time for the second child's birth was imminent. Upon hearing the call from their little girl, they hastily abandoned their tasks and rushed over. Once they entered the home of the second child, no instructions were necessary. They instinctively knew what preparations were required. In truth, the second child felt no anxiety regarding the well-being of his mother and brother. Both were in good health. The notion of seeking a doctor was merely a habit cultivated in later times. He himself had been delivered by the grandmother and Yi Er's mother, with no need for a so-called barefoot doctor or midwife. In rural areas, after the first child, little attention was paid to the process of childbirth. The barefoot doctor, known for their lack of dedication, was currently busy helping in the fields. By the time the second child found her and they returned home with the medical kit, the little one had already arrived. His father was joyfully cradling the newborn. Although reassured that both mother and child were safe, Shufan still conducted a thorough checkup before leaving with the medicine box. With one less hen in the household, the mother sipped chicken soup and, after feeding the little one, succumbed to a deep slumber. The two little girls were endlessly fascinated by their new brother. Among them, Sanya was the most delighted by the arrival of a brother, for it meant she would no longer have to worry about washing clothes and cooking during the winter. Pierre felt fortunate for his mother. While other families had children in quick succession, his mother spaced each child 3 to 5 years apart. He pondered whether he might someday welcome another sibling, which seemed quite possible. Chapter 91. Andy tells stories. Old Wu visits by the village riverbank. The second child hummed a cheerful tune as he deftly scrubbed various pieces of fabric, washing them with remarkable speed. His nimble movements brought smiles to the nearby aunts and young wives. "Second child, your hands and feet move swiftly. When you marry, will you not allow your wife to do the laundry?" Pierre replied, "Let me calculate that." His youthful demeanor elicited laughter from all present. He was indeed contemplating his future. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would graduate from university around 1981 or 1982. then find a bride, court her for a couple of years, and finally marry and start a family. By that time, surely washing machines would be available for purchase. Have you figured it out? They asked. Pierre responded. I've done some rough calculations. I'm currently 9 years old, and when I marry, I'll be at least in my 20s. That feels far too distant to predict accurately. Laughter erupted from the crowd. His father worked daily, while the Bao had helped with the laundry once. But the results were less than satisfactory, leaving Pierre to tackle the task himself. This chore proved no trivial matter, as he took on the responsibility for the entire family's clothing. Grandmother had visited, but upon seeing that the Bao and Bao managed their home impeccably, she felt reassured enough to return. The Bao was also busy, tending to the chickens and pigs. Originally, the family had no intention of raising rabbits, but Sanya, enchanted by the sight of other households keeping rabbits in bamboo cages, clamored for the opportunity to do the same. This new endeavor only added to the Bao's workload, as he now had to gather grass for the rabbits. Kakashao spoke. Little girl, just focus on tickling the new meat and feeding the new rabbit with grass. As for weeding and mowing, she hardly has the time. She still needs to entertain her younger brother. The mother was in high spirits, and by the next day, was able to get out of bed, carrying the little treasure around the house. This action made Yezi's heart race with anxiety. Traditionally, a woman in confinement should not leave the house. Yet this mother had recovered so remarkably that after just 3 days, she could no longer remain indoors. Though she dared only to stroll at her own doorstep. She wished to do household chores, but circumstances prevented her. Before long, it was time to celebrate the joyous occasion. And although the parents had no intention of holding a formal event, several aunts arrived, each carrying a basket of eggs. Pierre seriously suspected that they were merely there for a feast. Cooking was not a concern, as a few aunts, despite their lack of culinary skills, took charge. Though the Bao felt somewhat disheartened. Ah, sister-in-law, this little one is truly adorable. His round little face reminds me of the Bao when he was born, a skinny little monkey with barely any hair. At his 1-month mark, he was far less tidy than this little one. Indeed, when the Bao cried, he resembled a small kitten, while the little treasure's cries were robust and resonant. Third girl. What about me? The little one, seeking validation, promptly found herself the target of jest. You were barely over 3 pounds at birth, truly resembling a kitten, and your cries were as faint as a mosquito. Pierre couldn't help but chuckle. With milk available, their mother was in good spirits. 3 pounds was likely an exaggeration. The cheerful third girl, however, soon became disheartened, having thought herself equally as charming as her brother upon her arrival into the world. She quickly fled the scene, wishing to avoid any collateral damage. But could she escape? Aunts loved to recount tales of their younger relatives, teasing with stories of childhood blunders. Your second brother was no better off. Back then, your mother had little milk, and he grew up on rice soup. He was constantly ill, either with fevers or colds. Yet somehow he survived. The Bao perked up. Exactly. He was 7 and still wetting the bed. It drove me mad with the daily odor of urine. This child never missed a chance to belittle her brother. Now, at 60, it was a face-saving moment. Well, I don't wet the bed, third girl declared. If I don't bring you a chamber pot at night, you'll create a grand map. Laughter erupted. That'll teach you to be smug. Third girl could only dive into her mother's embrace, insisting, I do not wet the bed. I do not. Her aunts would not let her off easily. Oh, if you don't wet the bed, you might accidentally tip the boat into the sea. Their laughter rang out. What a monumental puddle that would be. Ignoring her aunts, the little girl returned to tickling the meat. When the aunts departed, they left with a pair of bunnies, offspring from the large rabbit of the Pierre household. Third girl felt no sorrow. Her family had plenty of meat. Ultimately, the full moon celebration was not held. It was deemed too troublesome. However, the little uncle did arrive, riding his newly purchased bicycle. Somehow, the Bao inexplicably sensed a hint of crisis. He noticed that his uncle occasionally stole glances at Sister Zhou Min, who was teaching them. Remarkably, this girl changed her demeanor every day. The key was her eyes, resembling a deep spring, glistening and increasingly enchanting the more one gazed upon them. The Bao had learned to ride a bicycle and planned to take Sister Min into the mountains near his maternal grandparents' home during the farming off-season. However, he would rather die than take her there now. Fortunately, since his uncle's last visit, he had not returned, which brought a subtle relief to the Bao's heart. One day, as the family was enjoying breakfast, the projectionist, Old Wu, arrived, bearing a pound of brown sugar. Brother Gaoyi, your wife has given birth. Why didn't you inform me? I only heard it by chance and hurried over, he exclaimed. Comrade Wu, you are too polite. Such a generous gift, I cannot accept. Come, sit down and have a drink, replied he Gaoi. Upon spotting a large bowl of soft-shelled turtle on the table, old Wu's eyes brightened. Due to his 10 turtles, he had effortlessly ascended to a prominent position after the retirement of the cinema's director this year. Just yesterday, his superior had approached him, and after some pleasantries, remarked, Little Wu, you are still young and capable. Remaining in this cinema is beneath you. This was a clear indication of promotion, and old Wu was elated, promptly expressing his loyalty. Before departing, the leader had mentioned the turtles. The turtles you brought last time, where did you find them? My former superior has been searching the market, yet cannot find anything that compares. Old Wu immediately promised to seek more of such turtles. After hearing this, the leader nodded and left with a smile. Thus, old Wu hurried over. The talk of his brother's wife giving birth was merely a pretext. It was evident that a small baby was born this year. Coincidentally, he had also brought brown sugar, creating a perfect connection. Since Gaoi invited him to share a meal, he readily accepted, curious to see if the taste remained unchanged. After a bite of the turtle, warmth spread through his stomach in no time. This turtle was of even higher quality than last year's. Chapter 92, Stalking Mao Tai. Selling rabbits. As soon as old Wu began to speak, he was jovially interrupted by Bao's father. Brother Wu, we are well acquainted. Just call me Gaoi. Addressing each other as brothers feels rather formal. Pierre felt a surge of admiration for his father. Despite his clumsiness and stubbornness, he spoke with great eloquence. If they were calling each other brothers, what else could they use? Surely not father. Ah, the absurdity of thoughts. Old Wu, being astute, quickly chuckled. I have felt the same way. Just call me Old Wu. My full name is Wu Mansong. He turned to the children nearby, playfully ruffling Pierre's hair, which was soft and smooth, instinctively giving it another gentle pat. If any of you wish to watch a movie someday, come to the cinema and find your uncle. I will take you in for a free viewing. Pierre retorted, I can endure it, not because I want to see your movies. In front of my father. You are still Old Wu. I cannot let you off so easily. It is not surprising that Lao Wu refers to himself as such in front of Gaoi. Having recently been promoted, he undoubtedly feels a tinge of superiority. Lao Wu is indeed a clever individual, effortlessly winning the hearts of several young ones. The first to speak up was Xia. Uncle, is there little soldier Zhang Jie? The absence of little soldier Zhang Jie remains an eternal sorrow for them. Yes. As long as you wish to see it, Uncle will have them play it for you. Look at that. Lao Wu now possesses such confidence, undoubtedly aided by the contributions of Gao's family and their soft-shelled turtles. The meal was a delightful affair, filled with joy for both host and guest. Once the dining was concluded, it was time to address serious matters. Lao Wu's heart raced with eagerness. He was well aware of the benefits of the soft-shelled turtle, and the family's demeanor spoke volumes. When seeking favors, one must not employ cunning tricks. Gaoi, do you have more of those turtles? Gaoi turned his gaze towards his 2 sons. He feared that the 2 little girls would inadvertently reveal the details in their excitement to watch a movie. Sanya. Xia, little black pig, is misbehaving again. Why don't you go and give him a little scratch? It was rare for his second son to speak up against the 2 girls, and this understanding dawned upon Gaoi and his wife. The mother promptly took the 2 little girls outside. Only then did Bao smile foolishly. Uncle, turtles are everywhere, but this old turtle is quite rare, particularly fierce, and truly difficult to catch. Gaoi chuckled inwardly at his son's pretense of ignorance. When had they ever lacked soft-shelled turtles at home? During the new year, they would slaughter more than 10 at once, with fish stored in buckets. Bao, since your uncle has spoken, think of a way to ensure he gets some. Yes. Uncle will definitely not let you toil in vain. All right, in the next few days, I'll go to the riverbed. Uncle, how many do you need? At this point, even Bao understood that his younger brother was once again babbling nonsense. It was true that Bao had played in the river that afternoon. But when had he ever caught fish? Yet this conversation sounded entirely different to Lao Wu's ears. No wonder Gaoi had previously offered such an exorbitant price. These turtles were indeed caught from the riverbed. Bao, thank you. The more of these old turtles, the better. He had no idea how many Bao could manage to catch. Bao replied, I should be able to encounter 1 or 2 throughout the day. Over the course of a month, 30 to 50 should be feasible. If I want more, I'd have to venture into the mountains. Lao Wu was overjoyed to hear this. Good, Bao, I must express my gratitude once more. Then, he grasped Gao Yi's hand. Brother, this time. What tickets do you want? I'll see what I can do. Dabao was still thinking about Zhou Min's clothing, cloth tickets. As soon as the words slipped from his lips, his father shot him a glance, prompting the boy to hastily close his mouth. In the presence of his father, did he have the right to speak? Such matters should not involve the children. However, Airbao leaned in and wrapped his arms around his father's neck. Father, if there are any extras, please help me exchange for a few cases of Mount I liquor. Cases, not bottles. Gao Yi had this virtue. If you privately made requests, he would find ways to fulfill them. Yet if you, like Dabao, bypassed him to make demands, he would certainly find an excuse to reprimand you. Otherwise, he wouldn't be your true father. Did you see that? After bidding farewell to old Wu, my father finally spoke up. You, go turn over the empty land we have left, and then apply some manure. In a couple of days, we need to sow vegetable seeds. This lad is particularly fond of cleanliness. Sending him to carry manure would be the greatest punishment for him. Dabao dared not retort, picked up the farming tools, and headed towards our family's reserve plot. Erbao, I discussed with old Wu. Apart from exchanging some grain tickets, oil tickets, and cloth tickets, the rest will all be exchanged for Matai. However, exchanging entirely for Matai will take quite a long time. What do you need so much liquor for? Father, I don't know. Just now, this thought suddenly popped into my head, and I couldn't suppress it. Playing the fool and acting cute, Pierre has already mastered this skill to perfection. Upon hearing this, his father became even more delighted. Good, heir. Old Wu is offering 10 yuan for each soft-shelled turtle. He wants as many as he can get. From now on, I will exchange everything for Matai to stock up. Ha ha ha. Pierre truly wanted to burst into laughter. What he was stocking up on was not Matai, but rather stacks of cash. As time flowed like water, the villagers realized that they could no longer sell their rabbits at home. The cages were overflowing. There were simply too many rabbits. Hence, after the double 7th festival, Old Mule sought out Old Huang again. Secretary Huang, when will you arrange for the supply and marketing cooperative to come to our village to collect the rabbits? Old Huang replied, didn't you say you would bring them over? This old fellow must have had ancestors who fled from Shaanxi. How could he be so calculating? Secretary Huang, there are too many. It is quite inconvenient for our village. Observing the smug look on Old Mule's face while he feigned difficulty, Old Huang couldn't help but feel a flicker of surprise. How many are there? 2,000. Old Mules responded. Old Huang, do you really look down on me? Old son, 3,000. Old Mule stroked his tobacco pipe, pretending not to hear. You old mule, now you're playing coy with me. He wasn't angry. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it for the old mule, and said, speak up. You old mule. Only then did Old Mules leisurely begin. They all over 3 pounds. This time, there are about 15,000. In the future, we can provide 5,000 each month. Old Huang's hand trembled slightly as he held the cigarette. Old son, are you serious? You old Huang. When have I ever joked about such matters? However, Secretary Huang, these rabbits eat quite a lot. Could we possibly reduce our grain quota this year? Chapter 93. The standard for marrying a wife. Old Huang followed Old Son to the village and was stunned by the sight before him. Each household in Yaowan village had a special small room, filled with large cages, some containing litters of baby rabbits nursing. The larger rabbits were kept in separate cages. No wonder each family could sell 60 rabbits. There were clearly more than 60 little rabbits. Old Son, isn't this commotion a bit too much? Seeing such a significant situation, Old Huang felt a twinge of concern. Old Son felt quite helpless. The rabbits multiplied at an astonishing rate, producing a litter every 2 months, with each litter yielding no fewer than 6 or 7 offspring. As the rabbits grew and were kept together, the villagers, lacking experience, inadvertently allowed many non-breeding rabbits to become pregnant. Consequently, every household found itself burdened with the challenge of feeding these rabbits. Discarding them was not an option, yet neither could they bear to feed them, leading to this predicament. Nevertheless, I have convened a meeting to announce that before winter sets in, we must control the rabbit population. If winter arrives and the rabbits lack food, they will starve, and the villagers will surely lament their fate. Yes. And we must also prioritize hygiene and disease prevention. This aspect must be diligently managed. Each household is permeated by a distinct odor. What odor? The scent of money. As every family in the village is busy harvesting grass and foraging for wild vegetables. Fortunately, the rabbits are not picky eaters and will even consume dried grass. Now, every family's garden is being cultivated to provide food for the rabbits. The prices offered by the supply and marketing cooperative for rabbits are not particularly high. Yet this wave of sales allows each family to sell their rabbits for 50 to 60 yuan. It is worth noting that this year, each household could still earn nearly 100 yuan from sales. This is something unimaginable in previous years. Old Mule emphasized once more, keep your mouths shut tightly. Anyone who cannot control their tongue and is dealt with by the villagers will find that our village committee cannot intervene on your behalf. As the temperature dropped, the agricultural tasks gradually diminished. My uncle, having the convenience of a bicycle, began to visit his sister's home more frequently, whether for a reason or not. Uncle, you don't even like studying. Why come here to stir up trouble? De Bao exclaimed, looking irritated at his uncle who had come to observe his studying. Gui, she replied, do you think I came here just to watch you study? Mother added, it's precisely because your uncle used to struggle with his studies that he needs to learn now. De Bao, the jar is empty. Go fetch some water. And don't forget to chop some pig feet as well. De Bao retorted, what is the deal with this? Every time my uncle comes, I end up doing all sorts of chores, and he is supposed to study with us. He can't even recognize his own handwriting when I cover the sides. He probably can't even comprehend a two-variable equation. Unfortunately, I had no choice but to heed Mother's words. The little fellow hoisted the water bucket and dashed toward the riverbank. This lad, nearly 1.70 meters tall, had grown so quickly that his slender frame appeared somewhat fragile. Yet he possessed considerable strength. He effortlessly poured a bucket of water into the vat and swiftly made his way back to the riverbank. My uncle remarked, Sister, De Bao is quite impressive. That bucket of water looks like a toy in his hands. Gui Ying replied, how could my brother be so foolish? Don't you notice that he is so strong that Zhou Min's eyes light up a bit more when she sees him? He commented, this mother truly does not have high hopes for this daughter-in-law. She would rather push her towards her brother. Even if she doesn't fancy her, she shouldn't drag her own brother down. This mother certainly did her job well. However, alas, mother, your hopes may be in vain. Zhou Min has not taken a liking to her uncle at all. This year, Zhou Min had already reached nearly 1.60 meters, a height that is quite respectable for a girl in the village. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that her skin, much like that of De Bao's family, seems impervious to tanning. Do not be deceived by the delicate appearance of this young girl. He is well aware that she, akin to De Bao, has experienced a rapid growth spurt. By next year, one will find that she is in no way inferior to Qing Yao. Fast forward several decades. And which family would be fortunate enough to marry such a beautiful daughter-in-law? They would awaken from dreams with smiles etched on their faces. Zhou Min lowered her head, diligently instructing Sanya and Xia, consciously choosing to ignore the scene unfolding before her. She was fully aware of the changes in her own body. Lifting burdens of over 100 pounds now seemed effortless, though she did experience some shoulder pain when carrying a load. She surmised that in a year or so, she would grow accustomed to it. These transformations were undoubtedly linked to this family, and she could even surmise that they were related to the meals she consumed. Every day, she was invited to share a meal, primarily consisting of porridge and sweet potatoes. However, the porridge here was exceptionally rich and fragrant. As for the vegetables, despite being the same as those prepared elsewhere, they possessed a unique and exquisite flavor. The meat was even more remarkable. Once the meal concluded, her entire body felt remarkably light. She was not devoid of gratitude and genuinely cherished the unique warmth of this household. As a token of appreciation, the only way she could repay them was by offering her heart. When that simple-minded brother reached marriageable age, if his heart still belonged to her, she would undoubtedly encourage that foolish boy to embrace a golden opportunity. After the meal, as was customary, she assigned homework to the little ones before preparing to leave. It was then that the warm-hearted boy spoke up again. Mother, winter is fast approaching. Zhou Min's cotton coat is quite short. Perhaps you could help her alter it. Zhou Min was no longer the newcomer she once was. This year, she had also received 2 pounds of cotton and could contribute some money within the village. Thus, she smiled and interrupted her simple-minded brother, saying, there is no need for that, De Bao. I received 2 pounds of cotton and will find some fabric scraps to make the alterations myself. Gaoi chimed in, just bring it over, and let your aunt assist you with the adjustments. It was easy to extend the length of the trousers, but altering the cotton coat was not as simple as merely attaching 2 sleeves. When the head of the household spoke, Gui Ying, despite her reluctance, had no choice but to acquiesce. Zhou Min, just bring it over. I shall help you with the alterations. Indeed, Zhou Min, my mother's sewing skills are exceptional. All the clothing in our household is crafted by her. Dabao's words, while innocent, struck a nerve within his mother. It seemed he was aware of the burden she bore in sewing clothes and shoes for the entire family, yet had little regard for the strain on his own mother. Moreover, she is not even your wife yet. At least Bao was considerate, never allowing his mother to work at home. After Zhou Min departed, Guiying turned to her husband, pondering why they were not lacking in cotton fabric, yet still felt a sense of injustice. Gao Yi quietly explained, "You have yet to witness that girl working in the fields. She is diligent and industrious, outperforming even the male youth in labor. You see, in rural areas, a prospective bride is judged by her ability to work. The notion of being easy to bear children is merely an excuse. If you can toil in the fields, your physical constitution must be robust." Chapter 94. Living together raising rabbits was not solely the endeavor of the villagers. Each dormitory in the educated youth compound bore several rabbit cages, stacked high. The conditions at the compound were relatively favorable, although not everyone had their own room. Each room accommodated just 2 individuals. However, this arrangement led to complications. Ideally, each dormitory would manage its own rabbit cages, and thus the profits from raising rabbits would belong to that dormitory. Yet, the circumstances of the educated youth varied significantly. Lu Tao and Yang Tao shared a dormitory, and from time to time, their families would send them money. Consequently, when their rabbits grew large, they were consumed without hesitation. In contrast, Li Ping and Zhou Min, also dormitory mates, came from less fortunate backgrounds. Li Ping's family was struggling, while Zhou Min's was even worse. Their motive for raising rabbits was solely to sell them for monetary gain. In some dormitories, one family was well off while another was not, and this posed no issue. As each could raise their rabbits independently, one could eat as they pleased while the other sold theirs, maintaining a harmonious coexistence. The problem arose during communal cooking. One could hardly expect to eat for free every day. Upon returning to the educated youth compound from Dabao's home, Zhou Min sensed something amiss. As the atmosphere was rife with discord, she pulled Li Ping aside and whispered, "Everything seemed fine at Dabao's place. What has happened here?" The source of the turmoil was, indeed, the rabbit meat. It was Lu Tao's turn to cook, and upon noticing that Wang Yuanchao's rabbit cage housed the most and the plumpest rabbits, he attempted to catch one for slaughter. This prompted a scuffle, igniting a heated argument. Lu Tao and Yang Tao were undeniably greedy. Having just seen their rabbits grow plump, they had them slaughtered for a meal. At present, their dormitory's 2 cages contained merely a pair of breeding rabbits alongside 8 newborns. Lu Tao's stance was straightforward. "Who among you has not feasted on the rabbits we raised? What's wrong with me butchering one?" Wang Yuanchao retorted, "You chose to slaughter it. That has nothing to do with us." Lu Tao was nearly exasperated to laughter. "Then why don't you refrain from eating?" Wang Yuanchao's response was equally simple. "The firewood, oil, and utensils are communal. Why shouldn't we partake?" Everyone adopted an air of indifference. Who would willingly eat their own rabbits? One could sell a rabbit to the supply and marketing cooperative for nearly 1 yuan. The argument escalated until Yang Tao suggested, "Why don't we just cook separately?" Separation it was, but once divided, they all remembered that the pot had been purchased with Yang Tao's industrial coupons. This clever fellow had even returned the money spent on the pot, and the brothers used it to prepare a meal, only to reclaim the pot for their own room afterward. Zhou Min had already eaten, so she was indifferent, but the others were left dumbfounded. Not a single person in the entire educated youth compound felt comfortable asking to borrow their pot. If there was a problem, they turned to Gao Ming, the youth team leader, who was known for being approachable. Reluctantly, Gao Ming had to visit the brothers to persuade them to lend the pot once more. The next day, Gao Yi, who had become a village official, learned of the incident, but what could he possibly say? Upon hearing the news, Dabao became agitated. "Father, Zhou Min hasn't had breakfast either. I'll call her over right away." Guiying looked at her son with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Then why don't you invite her to move in with us?" Dabao, feeling bold before his mother but timid around his father, blurted out, "Yes, mother. Why not let Zhou Min move in with us? We could all share meals and living space." Just then, Zhou Min arrived, and upon hearing this, her face flushed crimson, reaching down to her neck. "Dabao, what nonsense are you spouting?" she retorted. Dabao insisted, "I'm not joking. You and Sanya could share a room. Wouldn't that be delightful?" Sanya chimed in, "Mother, let Zhou Min sleep with me. That way, she can teach me how to write letters to Annie-san." The idea of teaching her younger sister to write letters was actually Bao's suggestion, aimed at honing her writing skills. Yesterday, The head of the household remarked that this girl was quite capable when it came to working in the fields. Guiying felt less resistant to the notion. After all, decisions should heed the father's opinion. He couldn't possibly object. He would be thrilled if the little treasure in his wife's arms could soon have a daughter-in-law. Well, I just hope Zhou Jiqing doesn't disdain our humble abode. After all, they relied on others for their sustenance, and Zhou Min was grateful enough not to harbor any disdain for the family. "Uncle, what is wrong with this house?" she blurted without thinking, only to realize the impropriety of her words and feel her cheeks grow even warmer. This prompted Bao to spring into action. He rushed inside and wheeled out the family's cart. "Bao, let us move." Go ahead. The sooner you leave, the sooner you return," urged Bao's mother. Zhou Min, feeling a bit shy, still agreed to join, along with Sanya and Xia. Otherwise, she would truly become a little bride. The three young girls, who were accepted by Bao's family to head to the countryside with Zhou Min, were envious, nearly turning green with envy. In just over a year, this girl had transformed remarkably, from a frail little bean sprout to a blossoming white orchid. Li Ping, who shared the closest bond with Zhou Min, approached Bao and said, "Bao, may I come to your home as well? You see, I was the one who introduced Zhou Min to you." Bao chuckled. "Sister Li Ping, do you truly wish to be like my Zhou Min? Look, Xiang Dong has been eagerly awaiting your arrival." Xiang Dong, the young lad from the mule grandfather's family, had previously harbored a singular affection for Aunt San. But her departure did not deter the local youths from frequenting the youth station. Li Ping later married someone from the village, and he was a decent fellow. If a match could be made, so be it. The young mule and his companions stood by, watching the lively exchange, unaware that the conversation had suddenly turned towards them. Indeed, this white orchid was nurtured by Gao Yi's family, and another girl named Chu Xia had even married Huang Guangming. The remaining three girls could not compare to Li Ping. After a year of hard labor, they had become dark, small, and thin. Haha, now that Zhou Min has left, Li Ping has become the most sought-after girl at the youth station. "Xiang Dong, your house is spacious. Why not rent a room to my sister Li Ping?" The young mule wasn't foolish. He understood that Bao was attempting to bring him and Li Ping together. As a result, he remained silent, while several young men nearby eagerly spoke up. "Li Jiqing, why not come to our home for a while? If you join us, we'll even clear out a room just for you. Just think about it. If you go, wouldn't you essentially acquire a wife for free? With just these few cages of rabbits, the dowry would be more than sufficient." Young mules, feeling anxious, interjected, No. Which of your homes is more convenient than mine? Li Jiqing, come to my house. Our Sun family's reputation is beyond reproach." Chapter 95, Another Slip of the Tongue. Young Mule spoke up, yet regrettably, he was not the same as his grandfather, Old Mules. However, the group of young men, who often revealed each other's secrets, did not direct their jabs at young mules, for his grandfather's standing was well established. Did they truly think Li Ping was foolish? A room for each person is quite convenient, and she was only 18 this year. How could she possibly endure such a situation for long? Bao, what do you mean? Is it that once the teacher is secured, my role as introducer is cast aside? No, I must go to your house to help out. The cheerful conversation continued, and everyone ceased insisting that the girl visit their homes. Moving back and forth, having made 2 trips, there wasn't much clothing to carry, and they still had rations and rabbit cages to bring along. In every situation, the fear of someone taking the initiative loomed large. When it came time for the New Year's Eve dinner, every household invited their favored young intellectuals to join them for a family reunion meal. This year's feast was filled with the aroma of meat wafting through the village, as most families had raised pigs. Not to mention, there was also rabbit meat. For those young intellectuals who received no invitations, one could only imagine the scene. The bitter taste of rejection, a sheer desolation. The commune had mixed opinions regarding the rabbit-raising efforts in Yuanwan village, yet the county and province desperately needed meat, leaving the matter unresolved. After all, the higher-ups encouraged all supply and marketing cooperatives to purchase more pigs and eggs. Why then could rabbits not be included? The leaders of the supply and marketing cooperatives, upon seeing rabbits, could hardly contain their smiles, which spoke volumes. The transactions made with the commune were legitimate and compliant with regulations. Our stance is neither supportive nor oppositional. If there are any grievances, you can still collect your monthly egg and meat coupons, so why not take them? On the second day of the new year, it was time to visit grandfather for New Year's greetings. However, as for the visit, Debao genuinely disliked his little uncle and was thus reluctant to go. Father, I'll stay home. You take mother and the younger siblings with you. But do not misunderstand. He did not wish to remain at home to enjoy quality time with Zhou Min. He was merely 16 this year. Bao, on the other hand, desired to venture into the mountains, aiming to dig up a few fruit tree saplings. This way, he could replace the small saplings in the space. However, the ever-eager Senya insisted on going. With one bicycle, their mother held Xiao Bao in the back, leaving only Sanya to sit in front. Debao, why don't you and Bao go together? What if your aunt comes to visit? Upon noticing, Bao sensed that his mother seemed quite eager to return to her family. Mother, do not worry about us. You and father can go. Isn't Zhou Min still here to entertain any guests? Zhou Min thought to herself, Bao's tone seems a bit peculiar. Unbeknownst to her, she felt her face flush slightly. It is as if, when the elders step out, she, the eldest daughter-in-law, assumes the role of the household manager. Indeed, ever since Zhou Min entered the family, Guiying has hardly been burdened with domestic chores. Debao, with his penchant for cleanliness, tends to the rabbit hutch multiple times a day. Bao handles the laundry, and Zhou Min takes it upon herself to wash Sanya's and her mother-in-law's clothes, often claiming them for her own. In the kitchen, Zhou Min's culinary skills are nothing short of impressive. In essence, the addition of another pair of hands has rendered the household tasks significantly lighter. The relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is remarkably harmonious. All right, Zhou Min, the household is in your capable hands, Guiying said, feeling at ease as she hopped onto her husband's bicycle and departed for her father's home. Debao is aware of his 5 aunts. They would not be coming over for a meal, yet it is essential to have hot water and snacks prepared, as well as ensuring the warmth of the fire pit. Especially on a chilly day, one cannot expect relatives to visit and simply sit idly. Thus, Debao dutifully follows every suggestion from Zhou Min, while he watches with a mischievous smile, saying, Sister Zhou Min, I wonder, if one day you and my brother Debao were to part ways and end up in different cities, would my brother go mad? Upon uttering this, he regretted his words, wishing to slap himself. Zhou Min replied, Bao, what nonsense are you speaking? How could we ever end up in different cities? Debao, touched by his younger brother's peculiar musings, stood there in a daze upon hearing Bao's words. He added, Brother, I am going to pay New Year's respects to Uncle Changxin. With that, he scurried away. Zhou Min looked at the tall lad, asking, Debao, what troubles you? Their family finds it challenging enough to escape this rural life. How could they possibly end up in different cities, let alone for years apart? Surely, that is absurd. Debao then inquired, Sister Min, do you know what is in the large wooden box beneath my father's bed? Zhou Min replied, Of course. It's just the wine that Bao has been saving. Debao continued. This wine was exchanged for turtles that Uncle Man begged Bao to catch. About 1 bottle of wine for each turtle. Do you think a turtle is worth such a price? Zhou Min exclaimed, Surely not. Why wouldn't Uncle take money instead? Debao remarked, It seems our thoughts have diverged. The most expensive bottles of wine are over 30 yuan each. My father seems a bit pained by the expense, yet Bao has been grinning at the wine for ages. I asked him, You don't even drink. Why are you so pleased? Can you guess what he said? What did he say? Zhou Min asked, intrigued. He replied, You wouldn't understand. This is not merely wine, but rather a means for cars and houses. He then insisted I must never disclose this to anyone, not even to our parents. What? Zhou Min was taken aback, her cheeks flushing. Then why tell me? Debao responded, I fear being separated from you. Foolish boy, as long as you do not mind your sister's age. How could I ever leave you? At that moment, she seemed to grasp the deeper meaning of Debao's words. Bao is indeed a fortunate child, and his insights are not without merit. After all, no one in the village has managed to catch even a single eel, let alone a turtle. Desiring to indulge in a wild chicken feast, one finds a wild chicken at their feet, wishing for snake meat. One is certain that a great snake will fall from the trees. This lad, hoarding wine, speaks of accumulating cars and houses. Could it be that he foresees his future with Debao? Debao, fret not. I shall summon him back immediately. With that, she made her way to Xia's home, where this fellow was engaged in jovial conversation, exuding the charm of a son-in-law paying New Year respects to his father-in-law. Uncle, aunt, and grandma, Happy New Year, he exclaimed. Debao's wife has arrived. Come in, do sit for a while, You're nice said, ushering the girl indoors. In the hearts of the older generation, these educated youth, upon entering the homes of their fellow villagers, are either regarded as daughters-in-law or sons-in-law. For instance, Accountant Zhang's daughter brought Lu, the educated youth, home to celebrate the new year, and preparations for their wedding house have already begun. Moreover, Wang, another educated youth, has also become involved with Danny from the Wan's family, dining at their home daily. Surely, a joyous occasion is on the horizon. Only Zhou, the educated youth, has moved directly into Debao's home. The villagers are keenly observant, eagerly awaiting Debao's 18th birthday, when the celebratory feast will surely commence. Chapter 96. Erbao reveals secrets. Mother returns to her parental home, regarding Yi Ernai's reference to herself as Debao's wife. Zhou Min felt an unexpected sense of comfort. She thought that marrying Debao might not be such a bad thing after all. A slight blush crossed her cheeks, yet she refrained from arguing. Erbao realized he had let slip too much. This sister-in-law was determined to pry into matters. With no choice but to hang his head, he followed his sister-in-law back home. Debao, have you checked if the water has boiled? Zhou Min inquired. Debao responded, I shall comply unconditionally. Erbao interjected, Sister, what is it? Erbao, we are all family here. There is no need for formalities. What do you mean by suggesting that I would separate from your brother? Zhou Min replied, feeling more at ease. She did not mention the changes in her body. Indeed, every piece of clothing she wore had been lovingly crafted by Debao's mother, signifying her acceptance into the family. Debao, now brimming with strength, could boldly assert that he was capable of supporting a household, harboring genuine feelings for her. What could possibly deter her from marrying him? Erbao advised, Sister, if you wish to remain with Debao, there is but one way. Both of you must thoroughly master your studies. If you have connections in the city, have them send you some learning materials, but ensure that your classmates harbor no suspicions. Sister, you are clever. As family, you must not allow anyone to detect any anomalies. Zhou Min responded, Erbao, are you suggesting? Sister, I have said nothing. That lad Debao has a loose tongue. Make sure he does not catch on. Zhou Min chuckled, tears almost spilling from her eyes. Erbao, I must advise you as well. You too must learn to control your tongue. Erbao, frustrated, tugged at his own mouth before speaking. Sister, I do not wish for my siblings to toil endlessly in the fields. Therefore, Debao, the burden still rests upon you. Zhou Min questioned, how many more years must we wait? Ah, sister, I merely conjured a few indistinct images in my mind, yet I am certain they are accurate. We simply need to be patient. Cursing himself for his inability to restrain his tongue, Erbao felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Zhou Min, with reddened eyes, expressed her gratitude to Erbao and Debao, saying, I will ensure that Debao keeps his mouth in check. After revealing her feelings, Zhou Min couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. It was no wonder he was so eager to learn, nor that he insisted on dragging Debao and Sanyo along in their studies. This young boy had evidently foreseen this day long ago. Upon noticing that Erbao had slipped away again, Debao approached Zhou Min and asked, Sister Min, what troubles you? Zhou Min pulled Debao down beside her and, gazing at the lad who now towered over her, smiled, Nothing is wrong. I am simply happy. However, Debao, from now on, whatever Erbao does or says must remain between us. You must keep it to yourself, all right? Debao replied, I will heed your words. Zhou Min chuckled. Why is it that you are still studying from primary school textbooks? Do not tell me you are lacking in intelligence. Debao responded, It's not that. I simply can't bear to part with you. Zhou Min teased, Are you worried that once I teach you everything, I will return to the countryside? Caught off guard by her observation, Debao sheepishly scratched his head. Sister, not only do I know your concerns, but so do Sanya and Shia. I have moved here, so what is there to worry about? This year, you must make time to complete your junior high studies, or else I truly might have to move back. Debao replied, Actually, I understand about 80 to 90% of the junior high material. Zhou Min laughed. I knew you were pretending to be foolish. With nothing else to do, Zhou Min decided to take out her textbooks and quiz her silly younger brother. She needed to ascertain just how much this pretender had truly learned. Pierre felt he was once again committing a transgression. Here they were, two young adolescents, reviewing their studies in the second year of junior high. The situation became even more complicated when Sanya, who was initially absent, couldn't resist the lure of studying upon seeing her older brother Debao and sister Min engrossed in their books. She joined them at the table, picking up a textbook to read. What a predicament! Even decades later, one could hardly imagine that children would be engrossed in learning during these days. The Guiying family arrived at Yuanwan village and was immediately surrounded by the village's young women. Guiying, what magical elixir have you all consumed? Guiying understood the implication behind their words. Her family had always been accustomed to the slow pace of life in the village, so their sudden return was bound to cause a stir. After all, she was now a mother, and her complexion and features surpassed even those of the village's 17 or 18-year-old maidens. What can we eat? It's just porridge with sweet potatoes. I wish I had some magical elixir. Aside from this explanation, what else could she say? Fortunately, there were still a few daughters-in-law who had married into the village. Guiying, I believe you should have severed ties with his elder brother long ago. Since you did, your family's demeanor has completely transformed. Gao Yi interjected. Could you refrain from speaking so bluntly, as if marrying a wife is akin to being tormented by a mother-in-law? Am I not also a victim? Sanya beamed with joy. Not only were people praising her mother, but they were also complimenting her and her brother's good looks. A family returned to their ancestral home amidst a warm embrace. The sister-in-law and younger siblings eagerly approached, not only caressing the faces of the children, but also holding on to her hand with an unyielding grip. Gaoi said, "This is my wife. Why must you persist in taking advantage of her?" Guiying replied, "Sister-in-law, younger siblings, is this really necessary?" Her sister-in-law, with a cheerful smile, teased, "Sister, you must share your secrets. There are no outsiders here." She had given birth to twins and felt quite confident about her figure and beauty. However, the sister-in-law, who had not seen her in a year, appeared to have aged nearly 20 years less, and even her husband looked the same. It was indeed strange that there were no secrets involved. One should not deceive oneself with unrelated excuses. Dear siblings, I truly have no secrets to share. If I were to mention one, it would simply be that my children are quite sensible now. They handle most of the household chores for me. The eldest can even manage the full workload in the fields. Perhaps it's simply due to my particularly pleasant mood. What? The eldest can manage the full workload? I recall he was born in 58. Why didn't you bring him with you? Her sister-in-law exclaimed. Senya interjected. Aunt, my elder brother isn't as strong as my second brother. He's just slightly taller. Aunt looked at her own 5 children with a hint of disappointment. If the eldest could be outperformed by her son, it might be acceptable. But the second child was still quite young, born at the end of August 63, barely 11. Guiying, you are quite fortunate. Her grandmother finally intervened to diffuse the tension. Gao Yi has arrived. Why are you all preventing him from entering the house? Senya remarked. Having a younger brother isn't ideal. Grandmother used to hold me, but now she holds the younger brother. Chapter 97. The second-born resembles grandfather fortunately. The eldest did not accompany his mother to their grandmother's house. Otherwise, it would have been exasperating. She welcomed her sister and brother-in-law into the house. While the little girl, after snuggling in her mother's embrace for a while, filled her small pocket with pine nuts and ran outside with her cousins. As Shiwa grew older, the 2 prominent lines on his nose finally diminished, leaving him feeling rather melancholic. Once, people remarked on his good fortune, but now it seemed to have vanished. Was this the price of growing up? His aunt no longer pulled him into her embrace for affection. Listen to what Grandma said. Ingzi, why didn't you bring the eldest and my precious grandson with you? Shiwa felt a bit irritated and, grabbing a handful of pine nuts, chased after his sister Sanya. He did not catch the latter part of his grandmother's words. Ingzi, I've heard that a well-educated and diligent youth is staying at your home, and he's quite handsome. Why don't you help your brother make a connection? Gao Yi remarked. My brother-in-law has quite an eye for talent. It seems the one with the sharpest insight is my eldest. It appeared that both of his sons were quite capable, having nurtured their own wives. Reflecting on this, he glanced at the little one nestled in their grandmother's arms, resembling a small child savoring a treat, and couldn't help but chuckle. Guiying found herself in a bittersweet predicament. How could she explain that her daughter not only did not fancy her brother, but rather had feelings for their eldest? Oh, how to articulate that they seemed to get along quite well. Now, she found herself somewhat reluctant to part with that daughter. In a moment of desperation, I turned to the child's father beside me, only to find him engrossed in his own amusement. Frustrated, I exclaimed, Gao Yi, do enlighten your mother about what transpired. Gao Yi, after years of companionship, felt a pang of anxiety at his wife's displeasure. Realizing he should not revel in her misfortune, he replied, Mother, the situation is thus. The educated youth named Zhou Min, a girl of considerable determination, moved into our home with the intent of pursuing Debao. Did you truly believe this youth would recklessly take residence with us? At this revelation, the family, including her grandparents and younger uncle, fell into a state of disbelief. Your Debao is from 58, isn't he? How could a girl of such stature be interested in him? Gao Yi and his wife lamented. You have no idea. When she first arrived, she was but a frail, withered bean sprout, with a few pitiful strands of hair. Now, having blossomed under our care, she is a vision of vitality. How could we part with a daughter-in-law we nurtured ourselves? Indeed, she is our own cherished daughter-in-law, they declared. Guishi, you ought to abandon any designs on your nephew's wife. To their astonishment, both spoke in unison. My first love has slipped away, Guishi lamented. The grandmother, amused, remarked. Ah, Maida Bao is indeed something special. He has inherited the traits of his grandfather. The term inheritance here colloquially refers to the resemblance of younger generations to their elders, often associated with childhood antics. However, the grandfather nearly choked upon hearing his wife's words, realizing she had inadvertently divulged secrets from his youth. What of my dignity? He thought. Gui-ing, why have you not started preparing dinner instead of chattering on? The grandmother, recognizing her faux pas, forced a laugh. Well, Gui-ing, you must be hungry. Allow me to prepare a meal. Fortunately, the guests were perceptive enough to suppress their laughter. As Gui-ing took her child, the mother and daughter retreated to the kitchen. The notion that a daughter is merely a father's pride is a fallacy. It is the mother who truly holds that sentiment. In the kitchen, one could hear the mother teasing. Why are you inquiring about your father's past? Laughter erupted between the two. The grandfather, sensing the atmosphere was no longer conducive to his presence, decided to take a stroll in the mountains, hoping for some fruitful discoveries. It was all nonsense, for just that morning, he and his grandson had returned from the trap, falsely believing it to be a treasure trove. The younger one, lacking insight, was still grappling with the fact that the fair-eyed girl could become De Bao's wife. Father, did we not just visit the trap? He protested, now facing the consequences of their previous excursion. Why are you taking this out on me? He felt wronged, having lost the girl he admired, while his father showed him no kindness. With a huff, the old man stormed out. Gao Yi, grasping his younger brother, was at a loss for words, uncertain how to offer comfort. Uncle and second uncle, both prepared to pay a visit to the in-laws for the new year. During lunch, it dawned on Yao that the once-cherished wine now tasted nothing but bitter and spicy. Sanya noted that the dishes prepared by her grandmother lacked that certain flavor. The couple, Gao Yi and his wife, shared the sentiment. Consequently, a table laden with food remained largely untouched. Grandmother, Guiying, your second brother wrote to say that Xiao Xue is about to give birth. I feel a bit uneasy and wish to go see her, but your father is also worried. Grandfather, you can't even read a single character, and you want to travel thousands of miles. How can I possibly be at ease? Guishi, I offered to accompany mother, but you did not agree either. Grandfather, if your mother goes alone and gets lost, I would lose a daughter-in-law. Losing one daughter-in-law is still better than losing both a son and a daughter-in-law. This son, after a trip to the county town, returned having spent an entire day on the bus but never left the county. It would be better for you to accompany your mother than for her to go alone. Guiying, why not let Yao see mother off on the train? It's not difficult. Her grandmother, I would rather walk there myself than let your brother accompany me. At my age, I certainly do not wish to lose the son I have painstakingly raised. Guishi's face flushed with embarrassment. What was the matter? Gao Yi felt a tinge of curiosity. Sister, brother-in-law, I will take a stroll in the mountains and see if I can find anything. With that, he vanished from sight. Grandmother chuckled. They are indeed a pair, always wanting to wander off into the mountains. Coughing, grandfather remarked, this old woman is no longer suitable. I will also go for a walk. Observing the father and son awkwardly depart, grandmother finally recounted how they had gone to the county, boarded a bus, and ended up taking several routes without ever leaving the county, eventually spending a night in the city. Gao Yi. In this county town, every street looks the same. Without Erbao's sense of direction, I would have surely taken the wrong way. Grandmother, who would have thought that the most astute among us is that child, Erbao? Gao Yi. Mother, why not let Erbao take you? Grandmother, that won't do. Guiying. Indeed, in this world, accidents can happen to anyone, but not to our Erbao. Chapter 98. Preparations before departure. He did not wish to be left out, so he dined at Shiya's home. Such is the goodwill of family. Shiya's father even offered Hier a drink. Shiya's grandmother, with a beaming smile, continually served dishes to her granddaughter's husband. One must admit, sitting on the same bench as the little girl, they indeed exuded a vibe reminiscent of a golden boy and jade maiden. After several uncles returned home, Hier finally made his way back. It goes without saying that each uncle brought home a couple of little rabbits. Grandmother is still a grandmother. even reluctant to part with a few small rabbits. Fortunately, Zhou Min was not overly concerned about these little creatures. Zhou Min, it's fortunate that it wasn't the ant from Dabao's family. Just look at the way she gazes at herself and Dabao, her eyes clearly resembling large red melons. To He Heir's surprise, the first words upon his father's return were, "Heir, tidy up a bit. Once your little uncle gets through to your third uncle, you will be sent to the army." "Yes, father, my dear father." "Father, do you realize that the journey to the provincial capital spans over 700 miles? Do you comprehend that traveling by train takes nearly 2 to 3 days? In this day and age, only a fool would willingly endure such hardship. However, your decision is unalterable within our family." He Heir, intrigued, inquired about his uncle. Does he not wish to venture out and see the world? This remark elicited laughter from both parents. Your uncle and grandfather visited the city last month to broaden their horizons, yet they nearly did not return. They are utterly unaccustomed to traveling by vehicle. They recounted the comical tale of the eccentric father-son duo mistaking local buses for long-distance transportation. Fortunately, the old man managed to contact the post office and sought assistance from Secretary Huang, thus sparing them from enduring the bitter cold of winter while sleeping on the streets. "Do they not carry letters of introduction when they go out?" Gao Yi interjected. "Did we not go to the county seat without one as well?" Pierre replied. "Have you considered that we did not waste a single moment while purchasing the vehicle? It was simply a matter of avoiding any complications." Gao Yi reminisced about the details of their car purchase. Indeed, it was true. They alighted and promptly arrived at the supply and marketing building, used the restroom, and then collected the vehicle. Had they delayed even slightly, the salesperson would have changed shifts for lunch, and they would have faced delays in processing the paperwork. But they truly did not waste a minute. Contemplating this, he felt a greater sense of reassurance towards his son. "Father, I still need to obtain a student verification and a letter of introduction. A letter of introduction requires the village's official seal, which can only be issued by the commune. But the village primary school does not even provide such documentation. Why do you need a student verification?" Pierre replied, "It is better to be prepared." "Very well. Tomorrow I shall take you to Mashan Middle School." Pierre then remembered. "Father, should we not express our gratitude to teacher Sue and the others?" His father chuckled. "Pierre, I have sent them eels and rabbits numerous times." Pierre mused. "My own father is so grateful and considerate. Why did he remain in this small mountain village all his life? This life should be different, after all. I have already provided him with a ladder to a better future and even taken him to the county seat. People must venture outside, otherwise, their vision is limited to the mere acre of land before them. What perspective could one possess without having their horizons broadened? In matters of gratitude, compared to this father, Pierre felt himself to be insignificant. In his eyes, there were only family and the 2 grandfathers from the cattle shed who might offer him a promising future. The 2 old gentlemen, in excellent health and spirits, made him feel that he had inherited his mother's traits in this regard. Reflecting on the grandfather from the cattle shed, he recalled the persistent meddling of old Hu. He needed to find an opportunity to remind both old gentlemen not to let Wu's family members infiltrate the legal profession. His thoughts then drifted to the scheming cousin, Gan Jing, who sought to usurp his brother's property. How cruel she was towards her brother, who had influenced her so. It could not possibly be the result of marrying into Wu's family. His aunt, with her quick wit, likely lacked such devious genes. Could it be inherited from old Gan? Disturbingly, he resolved to keep his distance from his aunt's family in the future. Cousin Gan Jing, indeed, possessed a cunning nature. Marrying old Hu's son and bearing a child who bore her surname. Rumor had it she had a daughter, who was equally troublesome. Her mother schemed against her uncle, and she too had played a significant role in those machinations. She was hardly virtuous herself. As long as the chef does not enter the realm of law enforcement, Gan Jing is unlikely to regard him with any esteem. A frightful family indeed. Contemplating this, she turned to Zhou Min, "Sister Min, keep your distance from Gan Jing in the future." Zhou Min, somewhat perplexed, recalled that her uncle had brought Gan Jing over yesterday, and they had appeared quite amiable. However, since Bao's words were always laden with meaning, she nodded thoughtfully. It was indeed that girl who had suggested getting a rabbit yesterday. Bao declared, "From now on, I shall heed my wife's counsel." Upon hearing this, Bao's mother furrowed her brow, deep in contemplation. Their father, a man of action, wasted no time and the very next day took Pierre to the commune to obtain a letter of introduction. The commune was rather accommodating, with personnel still on duty during the 3rd day of the new year. Pierre observed that his father was quite well connected at the commune. Surely, the family's eels had not gone unnoticed. What a father I have, indeed a socialite. The process of acquiring the letter went smoothly. Upon arriving at Moshan Middle School, Pierre was astonished to discover that Sue Bo was the principal. Herr Bao, this is Teacher Sue. The fountain pen and high school textbooks you use were all gifted to you by him. Pierre hurriedly approached and respectfully bowed. Happy New Year, Teacher Sue. Though Sue Bo appeared to be merely in his late 30s, a few streaks of gray were woven into his hair. Good, good, good. Education is paramount, Pierre Bao. How far have you progressed in your studies? Pierre respectfully replied, Teacher Sue, I have nearly completed the first-year textbooks. By next year, I will have finished all my high school courses. Merely studying is insufficient. One must also integrate knowledge. Come, let me pose a few questions to test you. Sue's wife interjected, Old Sue, do you not consider the significance of the day? Gao Yi, you need not bring gifts every time you visit. Gao Yi replied, it is only fitting. Everything was caught or raised by ourselves, and we spent no money. Sue Bo smiled at the rabbit cage his wife received. Gao Yi, thank you. I shall not stand on ceremony. Since Herr Bao is here, let me challenge him with a few questions, and you all shall dine with us today. Gao Yi responded, Teacher Sue, we shall forego the meal today, as we have matters to discuss. Sue Bo inquired, what is it? Speak freely. Thus, Gao Yi conveyed that his son needed to obtain a student ID to send him south to his maternal grandparents. Please wait. I shall head to the office to arrange this for you. Sue Bo smiled and departed. Pierre remarked, Aunt, this rabbit is pregnant and will give birth in a few days. In 6 months, it could grow to 2 or 3 pounds, so please do not slaughter it. At this, the children of the Sue family all gazed at the plump rabbit in the cage. Gao Yi elaborated on the nuances of rabbit husbandry. With the principal's assistance, acquiring the student ID was a straightforward matter. As for the questions, naturally, they were intended to be taken home. The He family could not possibly remain at the Sue household for the meal. He had just gotten a buzz cut, and his father found it amusing that he had thought to shave his head. Pierre could only explain to his father, the larger the city, the more they cultivate a sense of superiority. In simpler terms, they tend to bully the inexperienced. Thus, a clean shave is essential. His son's endeavors were indeed taxing, and he found himself imparting wisdom on his father about navigating the world outside. Alas, Chapter 99. The journey begins. Grandfather is indeed grandfather. And the first words exchanged upon connecting with his family were, Your wife is about to give birth. I have sent your mother to care for her. Guigong, despite the audible crackling of static on the line, recognized instantly the tone and voice belonged to his father. Father, that's unnecessary, he began, yet was swiftly interrupted. San, if you have anything to convey, do so quickly. The call is expensive. Guigong retorted, no matter the cost, it's still less than the fare. Unbeknownst to him, the old man was quite affluent, having made a good sum from selling eels. With a bicycle, going to the market was indeed convenient, provided it wasn't raining. Father, do you have grain coupons? The nationwide kind? Yes. Herr Bao has sent your mother over. There are plenty of coupons, so there's no need to worry. I'll hang up now. Such was the epitome of traditional patriarchal affection, blunt and straightforward. It would be disingenuous for Guigong to claim he wasn't touched. Who wouldn't desire to see their parents? His grandmother's intentions were refreshingly simple. Her son had married a woman of ethereal beauty and was about to have a child. It was only natural for her to want to be there to provide care. This elderly couple were indeed not strangers, yet they hardly shared a household. The kettle, in this context, was akin to a treasured possession. Without relations, it held little value. Gao Yi, now favored by the commune leadership, had established a rapport with Wu Song, ensuring he would never lack for a kettle. Since the time his uncle sought a belt and bicycle tickets, acquiring a kettle seemed only logical. When one needs to depart, it is wise to do so early, as he advised. Regrettably, he overlooked the fact that the annual leave was a mere 3 days long. By the time he and his grandmother, laden with a large bag, arrived at the station, they discovered that the roof of the train was already crowded with many, securing their bundles with net bags. Currently, every train was as cramped as sardines in a can. How could the ticket agent possibly allow one to bring a chaotic assortment of items into the carriage? His grandmother still contemplated climbing atop the train, considering Pierre's age. To their surprise, the lad, agile as a monkey, was effortlessly maneuvering a bag filled with dried fish, cured meats, and preserved rabbits, light as a feather in his hands. Having secured their belongings, this little monkey swiftly disembarked, carrying milk, and headed towards the rear. Fortunately, it was the starting station, and the last row was the least favored, allowing his grandmother to successfully occupy a window seat. "Grandmother, have a bite first," he urged, genuinely concerned that she might suffer from motion sickness. They would be traveling by bus for an entire day. The bus departed punctually, and by the time they reached Qinglong town, it was already packed to the brim. Upon arriving at Shuangliu town, there was scarcely room to stand. There was yet another small town ahead, but it lay less than 5 kilometers from the county seat. If they missed the bus, it would hardly matter, as people began to alight. As passengers disembarked, naturally others would ascend to retrieve their luggage. And thus, trouble arose. The bag his grandmother had prepared contained 20 pounds of cured meat, a gift from his mother for his younger brother. The oil from the meat seeped through the bag, and a nearby uncle, intent on gathering his belongings, began to harbor ill intentions. With a squeeze and a whiff, he discerned the quality of the contents within. If he could swiftly open the bag and transfer the contents to his own pockets, he could pilfer the delicious meat unnoticed. As soon as he grasped the bag's opening, preparing to untie the hemp rope, a tremendous force surged from behind him. Had it not been for the net securing the cargo atop the vehicle, he would have tumbled headlong off the car. "Be careful," the ticket collector called out from below, unable to restrain herself. The thief felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He had thought he was pilfering cured meat, only to realize his master had discovered him. A glance back revealed that he was alone on the roof. "My apologies, I just slipped. I'll be right down," he stammered. Little did he know that the few passengers who had been around him had already departed, leaving only the ticket collector watching him from below. Now emboldened, he thought that once he disembarked and waited behind the vehicle, no one would notice him taking someone else's bag. His hand instinctively reached for the large bag belonging to Hier. Frowning, Hier pondered who this audacious individual was. There's still over 10 yuan in my pocket. Better confiscate it," he mused, before using his mental fortitude to give the thief a shove. With a thud, the thief toppled from the roof, still clutching 2 bags, one of which was undoubtedly Hier's. Hier leaned out of the window and declared, "Sister, this man is a thief. He is holding my bag." Meanwhile, the thief lay on the ground, contemplating his misfortune. The surface beneath him was a mix of bricks and gravel embedded in muddy earth, and the fall had left him breathless, every part of his body aching. Suddenly, he spotted a youth peering out from the rear compartment, identifying him as the thief. Panic set in as he attempted to escape, but it was impossible to rise swiftly from the ground. This was a roadside in a small town, and well-meaning passers-by had initially thought to help this unfortunate soul, only to hear him branded a thief. Now, he found himself with nowhere to flee. A commotion erupted on the vehicle as passengers who had left items atop began to disembark, eager to check for their belongings. The driver swung open the door and stepped out, exclaiming, "I told you someone was stealing from the roof. It was you. It's a misunderstanding." "I took the wrong bag," he protested, only to receive a flurry of punches and kicks in response. This was indeed a time when society abhorred thieves, for there were no anti-theft doors. With no one home, what locks could be trusted? Some households even relied on the antiquated copper locks from the Republic era. Upon spotting his own bag, an elderly woman erupted in anger, ready to reclaim her belongings. "Don't move," someone warned. "If you step down, the spot will belong to someone else." With that, the thief nimbly leapt out of the window, seizing the bag the ticket collector held. "Thank you, sister," he exclaimed. "Oh, it's you again. Off to the county town this time," he continued, brazenly reaching for her hand again. Pierre could only manage a wry smile, remarking, "I've even changed my hairstyle. How do you still recognize me?" "Indeed, this time I'm accompanying my grandmother to the provincial capital." "Sister, what time is the bus to the provincial capital?" "Little brother, you must hurry. It's at 12:30. It's almost 11 now." Pierre quickly placed his bag atop the vehicle. "Ticket seller, Master Zhang, there are those hurrying to the provincial city." And then she calls out for the passengers disembarking to hasten their return to the vehicle. The thief, of course, was reported to the police by the well-meaning crowd. However, it hardly matters whether the report reaches them or not. This individual had already sustained considerable injuries, and with the countless feet of the eager bystanders, it is likely that there is not a single unscathed part left of him. "Steady yourself," the ticket seller's sister calls out, and the vehicle resumes its clattering, unsteady journey forward.